Traversing the Marvel Universe, Lin Fan, or Robert as he is now known, possesses a unique ability to randomly acquire the characteristics and powers of any object, including the most formidable forces in the cosmos, represented by the Infinity Stones. At the moment Robert's hand made contact with the cosmic cube, a notification chimed. Ding. Detected ability acquisition, space power, one of the most potent forces in the universe. Would you like to acquire the space power? Chapter 122, Assistance. Thor scoffed, initially intending to confront his father Odin once more, yet upon seeing the lifeless body of the queen on the ground, his impulse dissipated. Alas, Odin felt similarly. He recognized that his previous words had been somewhat impassioned, and his tone softened. Let us discuss everything after your mother has been laid to rest. As he uttered these words, he spoke not as the All-Father, but as a grieving father, deeply affected by the queen's departure. After mother is buried. The flame of determination in Thor's eyes did not diminish with the passage of time. Instead, it blazed even more fiercely, directed solely at Malekith. A mere 10 minutes later. Allow your mother to rest in peace for a moment. Odin patted Thor's shoulder, observing the figure being assisted by maidens towards the coffin, deciding to retreat to a place of solitude to gather his thoughts. During this time, Robert had managed to memorize a rough outline of the cosmic map within the palace. However, to rely solely on this for cosmic exploration would be folly, as it was merely a crude representation that required meticulous refinement. You seem quite interested in this artifact? As Thor passed by, he noticed Robert and recalled that such a guest had arrived in the realm of the gods. Indeed I am, but I seek something more precise. I wonder if you possess any? Thor replied, Oh, that's simple, I have. He was about to claim possession of a detailed version when a sudden thought struck him. What? Robert inquired with curiosity, puzzled by the abrupt halt in Thor's speech. Reciting his words in his mind, Thor felt a twinge of nervousness, realizing he was soliciting assistance from an outsider for the first time. However, thinking of his late mother emboldened him to press on. May I ask for your help with something? In saying this, Thor felt as though he was bartering the map for Robert's assistance. Recognizing the disparity in their respective strengths, he swiftly rephrased his request. Actually, I seek vengeance against Malekith, but I lack absolute certainty. Would you accompany me and intervene at a critical moment? If you agree, I promise that in addition to the map, the realm of the gods shall owe you a favor. Should you have any conditions, feel free to state them. Who says Thor is unaware of the intricacies of human relationships? If anyone else had made such a declaration in Robert's presence, they would surely receive a reprimand. Thor's words indicated a keen understanding of the matter at hand. Acknowledging that his own weight might be insufficient, and that he was even involving the entire realm, demonstrated that Thor was not entirely dense. Perhaps he was merely disinclined to engage his intellect under the burden of his immense strength. An appealing proposition, I accept. Now, may I first examine that more intricately detailed cosmic map? Thor exclaimed, You truly agree? The cosmic map? No problem. Upon receiving Robert's affirmation, Thor was instantly filled with exhilaration, envisioning the impending retribution, and thus complied with Robert's request without delay. Please follow me. I recall that it is rather large. Guided by Thor, Robert was led to a chamber resembling a storage room, from which Thor retrieved an enormous cosmic map akin to a colossal advertisement by the roadside. Ahem. Dust had accumulated upon it, and as Thor unveiled it, he inevitably inhaled some of it. This artifact represents the achievements of our realm across generations, though by my grandfather's era, it had seldom been utilized. Thor laid the map, crafted by the denizens of the realm, in an open space, while Robert surveyed from a higher vantage point. The map depicted the realm at its center, surrounded by the 9 realms, leading to the outer worlds. From this representation, it appeared that the ancestors of the realm had briefly occupied territories beyond the 9 realms. Noticing Robert's confusion, Thor took on the role of a tour guide, explaining, As you can observe, our ancestors indeed aspired to conquer foreign lands. However, those territories were simply too distant. Even if we were to conquer them, governance would pose significant challenges. After generations of exploration, we ultimately relinquished our ambitions of expansion, which is why this cosmic map has been idle for such a long time and has not seen updates. Seemingly concerned that Robert might misconstrue his intentions, Thor added, Though it has not been utilized in ages, I assure you that the information depicted is not outdated. In the cosmos, a millennium passes swiftly. While celestial bodies may undergo numerous changes, the positions of the planets on this map remain accurate. Thor confidently asserted, and Robert, not wishing to dismiss his enthusiasm, nodded in tentative agreement. Well, You can attend to your matters. I shall proceed to familiarize myself with the contents of this map. After Robert spoke, Thor nodded, indeed having pressing matters to attend to, such as the Queen's funeral. Alas, does the realm lack technology akin to holographic projections? After Thor departed, Robert gazed at the map for what felt like an eternity, his head throbbing with discomfort. Yet, he understood the necessity of memorizing it for his future cosmic explorations. His efforts were entirely for the purpose of recalling Earth's position in the cosmos. Although Earth is vast to humanity, it is truly minuscule in the grand scheme of the universe. Thus, he needed a significant reference point to ensure a safe return. Robert did not wish to venture to the farthest reaches of the cosmos only to find himself lost upon his return. This memorization process continued into the night, and by the time Robert had successfully committed everything to memory, it signified that he had acquired the means to traverse the cosmos without fear of losing his way home. Robert, would you attend my mother's funeral? Suddenly, Thor's voice broke the silence. Robert pondered for a moment, feeling a pang of hunger. Typically, a feast follows a funeral, does it not? The realm should be no different. I shall go. After contemplating, Robert gladly accepted Thor's invitation, attending the hastily arranged funeral of the Queen. Yet, as the Queen of the realm, even a hurried ceremony would not lack in dignity. A boat adorned with flowers gently set sail from the palace of the realm, the Queen resting within, surrounded by the citizens of the realm who held glowing spheres aloft, symbolizing their intent to illuminate the Queen's path and guide her home. Wah! The Queen was truly a wonderful person. I remember the last time. Those invaders are utterly despicable. Almost the entirety of the realm's populace attended this funeral, most doing so of their own volition. As the crowd grew, so did the murmurs, yet it was evident from their conversations that the Queen had been deeply cherished during her lifetime. It is my fault she perished. Beside Thor, Jane spoke with a heavy heart. Do not speak thus. The Queen fell by the hands of the dark elves. This was beyond your control. Thor comforted Jane, their embrace deepening their emotional connection. Robert, however, merely grimaced, preoccupied with thoughts of when the meal would be served. Gurgle. Even his stomach protested, but Odin's presence signified that matters would soon come to a close. Thud. Odin struck his staff against the ground, prompting the sharpshooter among the divine soldiers to step forward. He lit the arrow's tip and aimed it toward the retreating flower ship. Buzz. With the release of the arrow, the flammable materials aboard the flower ship ignited instantly, engulfing it in flames, along with the Queen's lifeless body. Soon after, more fiery arrows were unleashed, revealing that several ships had accompanied the Queen on her journey, perhaps to spare her the solitude of death. Meanwhile, in the divine prison, Loki learned of the Queen's demise and the identity of the culprit, recalling that he had even directed the perpetrator at the time. Bang! Loki overturned everything around him, overwhelmed by a profound anguish that tormented his heart. We cannot remain idle, Thor declared before Jane, his love for her evident. Yet, the ensuing events would challenge her resolve. Nonetheless, he sought her opinion. Are you suggesting we seek vengeance together, just the two of us? Jane questioned, glancing at her petite frame, uncertain but willing to comply if Thor insisted. Well, I plan to bring Loki along. The divine realm forbids my exit, so I need my brother's cunning. Moreover, we have essential prerequisites for our victory. As he spoke, Thor's gaze fell upon Robert, who was indulging in a meal. Jane felt a surge of confidence at the sight. When shall we depart? Jane inquired, tilting her head. Thor surveyed their surroundings, realizing that escaping the divine realm solely with Loki posed considerable difficulty, prompting him to seek additional allies. The timing will depend on how long it takes me to persuade those fellows. After uttering this, Thor approached a group of friends. Typically comrades in arms, they now faced the requirement of pledging allegiance to Odin before engaging in battle within the divine realm. Thor's conversation with them concerned the very act of defying Odin, leaving him uncertain of their response. Hence he refrained from revealing his intentions outright. I have some drinks. Who among you wishes to join me? Thor feigned a casual demeanor, though the sorrow etched across his face betrayed his true feelings. Oh, all right, Thor, I'll keep you company. Me too. Count me in. Seeing Thor's despondent expression, his friends, eager to provide comfort, readily accepted his invitation. Thor aimed to gauge their sentiments through the guise of revelry, prepared to feign drunkenness should they oppose him. Chapter 123, Loki's Scheme. What do you wish to discuss? After a night spent persuading his friends, Thor hurried to the prison, only to be met with Loki's inquiry before he had even spoken. Thor, what do you mean? He stood bewildered, pointing at himself, unsure of Loki's intent. I expected you to feel some remorse, but evidently, That is beyond you, is it not? You, the indirect accomplice in the Queen's death. Loki shouted, but Thor refused to shoulder the blame entirely. Indeed, if I am an indirect murderer, then what are you? Without the chaos you instigated, Father would not have dispatched troops, nor would the divine realm have been left vulnerable, allowing intruders to breach the palace. Loki retorted, that was due to your injustice. I was merely rebelling. You could have accompanied her. Why did you choose to run amok instead? For your heroic ideals? Oh, truly, Thor the Thunderer is undeniably handsome. So handsome it makes me sick. Loki unleashed a torrent of mockery, prompting Thor to fall silent as his fists clenched tighter, reaching a breaking point. Bang. Enough. This is all your fault. Thor's fist struck Loki's face. This time, Loki, known for his cunning, chose to engage in close combat rather than employ his usual tricks. Ugh. The result was inevitable. Loki succumbed within mere rounds, collapsing against the wall, gazing at the brother who had bested him, yet a smile lingered on his lips. I'll ask you once more, why are you here? After taking a beating, Loki became subdued, abandoning his jibes and inquiring with a normal tone. I seek vengeance. Thor approached Loki, extending his hand, appearing to offer assistance, but silently asking if Loki would join him. Count me in. Suppressing his pain, Loki concealed his smile. He shared Thor's fury, though he harbored ulterior motives, which could wait for another time. Good brother. Thor patted Loki's shoulder, leading him toward their escape. Following the planned route, Thor successfully brought Loki to the rendezvous point agreed upon with their friends, where a small warship awaited, procured through their positions. Loki felt perplexed by their cautious journey, and upon seeing the warship, an idea struck him. You didn't defy Odin's will, did you? Otherwise, if heading to the Dark Elves' domain, Heimdall could simply wield his sword and transport us via the Bifrost. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Thor decided to reveal the truth to his brother. Indeed, I lack Father's support, so I must pursue an alternative route. You know of a secret path to exit the divine realm, do you not? Not everyone possesses the courage to defy Odin, and Thor had withheld this information from Loki, fearing he might lack the bravery. However, Thor knew he could not persuade Loki, so he decided to bring him along, reasoning that once they were committed, Loki would find it difficult to retract his decision. This was Thor's line of thinking, yet he grossly underestimated his brother. Loki, if given the chance, would not hesitate to strike Odin himself. Oh, what a pity. I agreed to take you out, but won't that make you a criminal in the divine realm, just like me? Thor's concern seemed trivial to Loki, who instead leaned into playful banter with his brother. I doubt it. If we slay Malekith and are still deemed criminals, then Odin must truly be lost to folly. Thor's reference to Malekith was obvious, leaving their friends silent, but Loki remained undeterred. Are you so certain that you can eliminate Malekith? First, we must address two issues, locating him and then executing him. Forgive my skepticism, Thor, but I have encountered that dark elf warrior, and he is formidable indeed, even stronger than you. Loki calmly assessed the situation. While Thor's response was quite straightforward, he pointed in Robert's direction, though Loki had not noticed him amidst the crowd. Oh, he has decided to assist us? That leaves us with but one task, to find Malekith. Once we accomplish this, he is finished. At that moment, Loki shared Thor's sentiment, envisioning the demise of their foe. Now we are merely one step away. You must lead us out of here. Come, once aboard the ship, I shall elaborate. Thor lingered in idle conversation as they awaited the rotation of the Asgardian guards, for the Dark Elves could return at any moment. Odin was not without preparations, having summoned some of the stationed troops back and heightened the state of alert in Asgard, akin to a level 1 combat readiness on Earth. Set sail? Upon receiving intelligence from his vigilant comrades regarding the guard change, Thor promptly declared. Jane had long awaited them aboard the vessel, and despite the throng present, only 3 would embark, Thor, Loki, and Robert. The rest of Thor's friends and allies could only provide limited assistance, as they were aware they were opposing Odin's will and felt uncertain about their success. The group boarded the ship, initially piloted by Thor, who relinquished control to Loki only as they neared the narrow passage leading out of Asgard, a concealed spatial rift nestled between the crevices of a grand mountain. Have they departed from Asgard? In the palace, Odin inquired of the captain of his guards, as the master of the gods should be aware of any disturbance in his realm. Indeed, Prince Thor has left Asgard with Prince Loki and Robert. While Odin could not claim to know every detail of Thor's actions, he was somewhat aware of the general proceedings. Initially, he had disapproved of Thor's plan and even contemplated intervening, but upon learning of another's involvement, he abandoned the thought of obstructing them. The look he gave me instinctively conveyed danger, a sensation I have seldom felt since my youth, typically reserved for moments of life and death. Odin recalled the moment he first locked eyes with Robert. Despite his reluctance to admit it, he had sensed Prelon's imminent threat conveyed through a mere glance. Malekith is doomed. Odin lifted a goblet to his lips, savoring a solitary sip in that moment. He envisioned the queen gazing back at him, lamenting that he would never have the chance to execute Malekith himself. Alas! Under Loki's command, the four of them successfully exited the bounds of Asgard, after which Thor reclaimed control of the ship, wary that his brother might conjure some mischief. Even if you doubt my character, you should have faith in Lord Robert's strength. Would I dare act recklessly in his presence? Loki felt disgruntled at being ousted from the controls, yet he dared not overstep with Robert present. Uncertain of Robert's disposition, he feared that if he insulted Thor and Robert were close allies, he would only invite the wrath of a powerful adversary. Thus, Loki expressed his dissatisfaction in this manner, while simultaneously probing Robert's stance through Thor's words. Robert will not act lightly. Loki, you are still regarded as a criminal. I hope you comprehend this. Our immediate priority should be to devise a plan. Loki's mouth fell agape. How could Thor only now think of formulating a plan as they approached the Dark Elves' territory? However, after a moment's contemplation and glancing at the reticent Robert seated further back, he grasped that Malekith was destined to lose. He and Thor would take a chance, and if necessary, they could resort to summoning Robert's aid. Very well, let us devise a plan. First, a smile graced his face. Loki initially intended to propose a haphazard plan, and should it falter, he would enlist Robert's assistance. This approach seemed both secure and convenient, yet a concern lingered. What would become of him, Loki, afterward? Once Robert resolved the matter effortlessly, Thor would likely emerge as Asgard's hero, receiving accolades upon his return, while Loki feared he would remain unchanged, still imprisoned. The sole glimmer of hope lay in the possibility of a reduced sentence, but even that paled in comparison to Thor's impending glory. Loki felt like a beggar by comparison. Throughout my life, you have bestowed the finest upon Thor while denying me. Just wait, I shall seize what is rightfully mine. Loki pondered, his mind racing through these thoughts in mere seconds, a testament to his cunning. How about this? Jane can lure Malekith, and we shall stage a ruse of self-sacrifice. Loki whispered his scheme, drawing Jane and Thor into his plan, cautious of Robert overhearing and discerning his intentions. As for Thor, with his lack of guile, Loki felt confident in manipulating him. Robert, aware of every fluctuation in the space around him, could easily discern Loki's intentions, particularly within the confines of the ship. Before Loki could finish articulating his plan, Robert surmised that it was unlikely to yield any fruitful outcome. Opting for indifference, he closed his eyes to rest, leaving the stage to Loki. Chapter 124. The performance. We must launch an immediate attack, proclaimed the enhanced warrior aboard the Dark Elf's warship, addressing Malekith. He understood that such enhancements come at a cost, and his price was a fleeting existence. Malekith hesitated, aware that after their previous ambush on the Divine Realm, defenses would be impenetrable. A direct assault now could result in catastrophic losses. Yet, witnessing the warriors who exchanged their very lifeblood for power, the Dark Elf chieftain resolved that delay was not an option. Then we shall proceed, he began, but abruptly halted, swiftly turning his head. After a moment of contemplation, a look of delight graced Malekith's face as he exclaimed, "No, there's no need to target the Divine Realm. The ether is on its way home." Malekith had discerned the movements of Thor and his companions, yet they remained oblivious to the fact that Loki was orchestrating a plan of his own. As I mentioned earlier, we shall enact a ruse to draw close to Malekith. At that moment, you, Thor, will strike the fatal blow. I shall then launch a surprise attack, and our mission will be accomplished. Is there any objection? It must be said that Loki's ability to conceive such a strategy in a short time was beyond Thor's capabilities, not to mention his adeptness at identifying the plan's vulnerabilities. Very well, let us proceed. If it fails, we shall summon our reinforcements. Thor, unable to comprehend the intricacies of the plan, chose not to waste further thought. To him, victory was assured, with the only variable being who would deliver Malekith's demise. For Thor, personally executing the deed would undoubtedly hold greater significance. However, should circumstances dictate otherwise, he would not be rigid in his approach. Loki, in agreement, felt an inner satisfaction at the practicality of his scheme. Casting a sidelong glance at the seemingly drowsy Robert, Loki felt increasingly assured of his plan's viability. Can I now be freed from these bindings? After all, we shall soon be comrades in arms, Loki remarked. With a clank, Loki raised his hands, still bound by chains. A precaution Thor had taken out of concern for potential mischief. Yet, as they neared the dark elf stronghold, such caution seemed unnecessary. You'd best not entertain any other thoughts, Thor cautioned as he released the chains, observing Loki's inscrutable expression, pondering what thoughts lay beneath. 10 minutes later, Thor announced, "We have arrived." He cast a glance back at the drowsy Robert, noting his faint nod before turning to Jane and Loki. Loki suggested, "Let us ascend that high mountain. I sense it will serve as an excellent stage for our performance." Since the majority of the plan was crafted by Loki, Thor had no objections. Thus, he followed Loki and Jane out of the ship, making their way to the mountain he had indicated. What followed was a period of anticipation. Thor was confident that with the allure of Jane's essence, the dark elves would soon arrive. "Are you certain that the reinforcements you summoned are alert? We cannot afford to have them still slumbering while we are on the verge of being overwhelmed." Loki's concerns were not unfounded, for their greatest asset in this endeavor was indeed Robert, their formidable ally. Thor recognized this truth as well. However, he had just witnessed Robert nodding, albeit with his eyes firmly shut. "Shall we not return and discuss the situation with Robert?" Thor suggested, eager to awaken him and share the plan. Yet at that moment, Loki seized his arm. "It is too late. The audience has already arrived." Following Loki's gaze, Thor beheld the once invisible dark elf warship gradually revealing itself. And in the next instant, the impatient Malekith descended from the vessel. The performance commenced, whispering a hasty remark in Thor's ear. Loki raised his hand and struck with a swift motion. Thor seemed momentarily bewildered by the sudden assault, losing his balance and tumbling down the slope. Bang! Bang! Thor! Jane looked at Loki with incredulity. Although this was part of the plan, the realism of it left her questioning whether Loki was merely playing a role or genuinely acting. "Do you truly believe I care, Queen Frigga?" Loki strode down the slope, confronting Thor before the approaching dark elves. "No, I care for no one." With a forceful kick, he sent Thor sprawling, blood spilling forth. Seizing the opportunity as he was propelled backward, Thor scanned his surroundings and realized they were encircled, prompting him to intensify his performance. He fell to the ground, wailing as if gravely injured, leaving onlookers to wonder if his demise was imminent. What I desire most is to see you and Odin perish at my feet." As the deranged Loki advanced towards him, Thor raised a hand, yearning to summon MJ Lilnir. "You have no chance. No. Loki swiftly severed Thor's outstretched hand, the clean cut making it evident to all present that the god of thunder had lost his combat prowess. Jane, she could no longer discern whether this was a performance or reality, yet that did not deter her from rushing to assess Thor's injuries. Out of the corner of his eye, Loki noted the principal figure approaching within striking distance, prompting him to cease tormenting Thor. Let me go." Jane, initially focused on examining Thor, was suddenly lifted by Loki and placed in front of him. This too was part of the plan, as her predicament would be thoroughly resolved with this move. However, the striking realism of Loki's act caused her to momentarily forget it was all a ruse, and she began to struggle vigorously in his grasp. "Malekith, I am Loki of Svartalf fame, and I bring gifts for you." Loki paid no heed to Jane's struggles, and, having uttered his words, tossed her directly before the assembly of dark elves. Malekith glanced at Jane lying on the ground and at Thor, who lay gravely injured and unconscious. Doubts still lingered in his heart, but just then, a warrior beside him spoke up. "He is an enemy of the Aesir. I've seen him in their dungeons." The warrior's words undoubtedly strengthened Malekith's belief in Loki, for he understood the principle that an enemy of one's enemy is a friend. Malekith inquired, "Loki? Is it the name you go by? Pray tell, what are your terms?" As a leader of his kind, he was not naive enough to think that someone like Loki would offer assistance without ulterior motives. Self-interest was the nature of all beings, and Loki must certainly have his own desires. Indeed, what I seek is the day when I can witness Odin's demise from the throne I sit upon, and see the Aesir realm engulfed in flames. It was a challenge for Loki, as he had initially fabricated this demand. In truth, what he truly coveted was the throne of the realm itself. Malekith replied, "Is that so? Your request seems rather simple." He cast a glance at Jane, who was devoid of any capacity for resistance, and did not dwell on her, for she posed no significant threat. His genuine concern lay with Thor's condition. Bang! Uh, uh. The unfortunate Thor, having suffered immense pain, was abruptly roused from his stupor by a kick, only to be flipped over by his adversaries. Look at me, Malekith urged, bringing his scarred visage closer to Thor, who was moaning in agony, unable to open his eyes. Malekith soon lost interest, as if a gust of wind had swept through. He merely raised his hand slightly, causing Jane to levitate off the ground. This phenomenon was a result of the energy within her being manipulated by him. In the next moment, a torrent of crimson substance flowed from her orifices, and Jane's expression shifted from terror to a stupor, as if she were witnessing events beyond her comprehension. Loki act now, just as Malekith focused on controlling the ether, extracting it from Jane's being. Thor seized the moment to shout out. A green light flared from Loki's palm, and miraculously, Thor's lost arm was restored. Before the Dark Elves could react, Thor had grasped Mjolnir, the mighty hammer, in his hand. He exchanged a knowing glance with Loki, who promptly leaped to Jane's side, whisking her away. Unburdened by concern, Thor unleashed his most potent energy. The sound of crackling electricity filled the air as dark clouds began to gather ominously overhead. Thor did not wait for the storm to fully manifest. Instead, he summoned a bolt of lightning to strike the ether, suspended in the air. The special effects were impressive. Robert observed from a distance, having been present since Thor and his companions commenced their actions. After all, one must assist when a promise has been made. Whether in the original narrative or the present, Robert felt that Thor could not triumph over Malekith, as the latter wielded the power of the ether. Even setting that aside, the Dark Elf warrior would be a formidable adversary. With a thunderous roar, Thor unleashed his lightning into the sky, resulting in a tremendous explosion that engulfed the area in smoke. Just as a pleased expression graced his face, believing the ether had been destroyed, the smoke cleared to reveal Malekith once more. A foolish endeavor. Malekith cruelly mocked Thor's attempt to obliterate the ether. He then raised his hand, and the shattered ether began to coalesce once again. Malekith summoned the ether towards himself, allowing it to enter his body through his orifices. A sound akin to an inhuman wail echoed as the ether successfully fused with Malekith, transforming his eyes from a fierce crimson to a lustrous gold. Malekith now felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. He was eager to reshape the universe into a form pleasing to his kind. Having no desire to engage Thor and his allies directly, eliminate them, he commanded the Dark Elf warriors before turning his back, intent on departing. Chapter 125. Overwhelming force buzzing with determination, Thor swung his hammer and charged toward the departing Malekith. However, contrary to his intentions, he hadn't yet overcome the Dark Elf warriors, let alone confront them. With a resounding thud, a tremendous force knocked Thor to the ground, and as he lifted his head, he realized Malekith was merely a second away from escaping aboard his ship. It's time. Loki observed Thor's weary demeanor and quickly summoned his magic, his form radiating with light. Robert, Thor shouted from the ground, while Loki, standing nearby, recklessly brandished his dagger and charged at the Dark Elf warrior. No, Loki, Thor cried out, fully aware of his brother's inferiority against such a foe. Yet it was too late. Loki had already closed in on the adversary. With a mere flick of his wrist, the warrior snatched Loki's dagger away and returned it to him in a manner that would typically be considered courteous, though it was far from a graceful gesture. No, Thor bellowed as he rose from the ground, his eyes swirling with the fury of thunder, on the brink of an explosive outburst. Loki's doppelganger has fallen. Now it is my turn, Robert proclaimed as he emerged from the hillside, brushing off the dust from his garments before stepping onto the battlefield. With a sudden pop, the majority of those present found themselves immobilized, except for one. Who are you? Malekith sensed the oppressive heaviness in the surrounding space. As though he had stepped into a viscous liquid. Without the power of the ether, he would have been utterly incapable of movement. I typically do not converse with the deceased. Malekith's expression contorted in anger, evidently provoked by Robert's words. The ether surged within him, granting him the ability to act once more. The ether was, in essence, a manifestation of the reality stone, and Robert's spatial power could easily neutralize it, given their equivalent levels. Let me show you who the real dead man is. The crimson energy within him roiled violently, preparing him for an imminent attack. Ah yes, I truly fear for my life, Robert retorted, feigning compliance with Malekith's arrogance. Then, with a swift motion of his hand, an unbelievable occurrence unfolded before Malekith's eyes. What? No, my ether. Robert summoned the power of reality, effortlessly calling forth the ether from Malekith, leaving him as defenseless as a lamb awaiting slaughter. With a resounding thud, the spatial confinement was lifted, and Malekith regained his mobility, though a pallor of defeat now clouded his gaze. Yushai-Di, the warrior of the dark elf race, witnessing the preceding events, remained undeterred, launching a punch aimed directly at Robert's face, foolishly hoping to vanquish him through mere physical force. With a resounding impact, Robert blocked the attack with one hand, nonchalantly conversing with Thor while using his other hand to gesture towards Malekith. This fellow is devoid of any offensive capability now. Feel free to deal with him as you wish. Oh, and this trinket is of no use to me, so I shall pass it to you as well. Robert, disinterested in further conflict with the dark elf warrior, flicked his wrist, sending the foe hurtling through the air. As the warrior soared, the spatial power Robert had infused within him erupted, resulting in a gruesome blood cloud suspended in the atmosphere. The surrounding dark elf soldiers, witnessing this spectacle, lost all will to resist, scattering in panic. Yet Robert had no intentions of sparing them. With a snap of his fingers, Robert swiftly extinguished the lives of countless dark elf soldiers, the brutality of his methods giving rise to a torrent of crimson that flowed like a river. Your people have slain my brother and my mother. Thor, now standing, approached Malekith, wielding his hammer, his eyes crackling with the fury of lightning, a clear indication of his wrath. Please, believe me, this was never my intention. I can make amends, I assure you, crack. In his final moments, Malekith chose to plead for his life. Yet Thor's hammer swiftly severed his head from his shoulders, serving as a fitting response. In the distance, concealed in the shadows, Loki observed the unfolding situation, unable to suppress a gulp of apprehension. His fear did not stem from Thor, but rather from the presence of Robert beside him. He could scarcely fathom the immense power required to annihilate an entire species so casually. Recalling their previous confrontation, Loki felt an overwhelming relief that he was still alive. Well, the matter is resolved, and I must take my leave, Robert declared to Thor as a portal of space materialized behind him. Honestly, he was uncertain about where this portal would lead, yet he believed that venturing into the cosmos warranted some degree of exploration. Casting a glance at Loki's lifeless body, Thor spoke with a tone laden with sorrow. Loki is dead. I must return him to the realm of the gods. I apologize for not accompanying you further, but my promise to you remains steadfast. Should you have any requests upon your arrival in the realm, we shall fulfill them to the best of our abilities. Thor assured Robert, who merely waved his hand dismissively. All right, I understand. Farewell. Robert hardly regarded Thor's promise, for he could accomplish most of what the realm could, and those feats beyond his reach would likely defy even the combined might of the Asgardian domain. Farewell, Thor responded, nodding at Robert, who then stepped through the portal, and the scenery shifted dramatically. Unlike the pitch-black landscape of the Dark Elves' homeland, Robert found himself in a realm where golden sands filled the air, and the parched earth beneath his feet was cracked and barren. Is this Nan-Utah? It feels eerily similar to Earth. According to the celestial maps of the realm, Robert was indeed on a planet teeming with life named Nan-Utah. As he traversed the arid soil, Robert soon heard an intriguing sound emanating from a distance, which piqued his curiosity. Following the noise, he arrived at what appeared to be a gathering. Heaven has sensed your devotion, your majesty. The rain shall descend punctually at dusk. Observing the peculiar attire of the surrounding individuals and their humanoid yet distinct forms, Robert employed his power of reality to transform himself to resemble them, thus avoiding unnecessary alarm. It seemed these people were beseeching for rain. His gaze drifted to a high platform where a figure adorned with a golden crown stood, facing an altar where a tall, gaunt elder resided. You better deliver rain tonight, or be prepared for execution. The king-like figure, clad in attire reminiscent of the medieval era, departed amidst a throng of followers, leaving the elder under guard on the platform. Beneath, soldiers armed with weapons stood guard, preventing him from taking even a single step away from the high platform. It was noon, and the sun of the planet Nan-Utah hung high in the sky. Even in the absence of the king, a multitude of ordinary citizens gathered at the rain-seeking site. O heavens, grant us rain. I am willing to exchange the most precious thing in my life for a deluge. A 60-year-old grandmother, yet to marry, fervently prayed. Among the crowd, Robert observed the fervent supplications of those around him and suddenly felt a wave of discomfort. "Let me assist you," he said, raising his hand to focus on the cloud formation closest to him. He summoned it forth, stimulating it with a surge of reality energy, which immediately elicited a response. Raindrops began to fall like pearls. "It's raining. It's raining. The heavens have heard our pleas." A gasp escaped the grandmother. "Wait, does that mean I truly must exchange my most cherished possession? Oh well, let the heavens take it." She had not anticipated receiving divine attention. And though her possession was invaluable, she felt compelled to honor her promise. Amidst the incredulous gazes of the crowd, she slowly acquiesced. "Ah, this place is truly terrifying." Just before disaster struck, Robert opened a portal, uncertain of where it might lead, and stepped through. What a fright, he thought, nearly witnessing a scene that could shatter one's worldview. He was indeed startled, grappling with the openness of alien beings. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed in his ears before he could gather his thoughts. His eyes darted, locking onto a pair of crimson ones staring back at him. "What are you looking at?" Without hesitation, Robert launched a punch. The owner of the scarlet eyes seemed taken aback by the attack, disbelief flashing across its face. With a resounding thud, the creature was shattered upon the impact of Robert's fist. Unbeknownst to others, Robert had not been as calm as he appeared. His seemingly simple strike was powered by two formidable abilities: the strength of a colossal elephant and spatial energy. The latter contributed significantly, enabling him to unleash tremendous damage. Can one even fathom the catastrophic power bestowed upon him by the manipulation of space? What appeared to be a mere punch became an insurmountable force, further enhanced by the might of the elephant's strength. Chapter 126. Cosmic Spirit Sphere surrounded by a myriad of vegetation. Robert felt as though he had been transported to Earth during the age of dinosaurs. Even the creature that had attempted to attack him bore a striking resemblance to a dinosaur. Where am I now? Is there a way to return to Earth? Robert was reluctant to linger in this unfamiliar world, his greatest concern being the possibility of losing the path back home. Let us give it a try. A portal to another realm was opened by Robert, revealing the coordinates of Earth that he had meticulously recorded. As he stepped through, a vibrant blue planet materialized before him, and an overwhelming sense of relief washed over him. Indeed, the unmistakable silhouette of this grand celestial body was unique to Earth. The familiar sight reassured Robert of the accuracy of the cosmic map from the divine realm, allowing him to feel unburdened by any lingering doubts. What was there to wait for? He could indulge in carefree exploration. Thus, Robert found himself outside Earth, yet he refrained from entering immediately. Instead, he enveloped himself in the essence of spatial power, which summoned a chaotic portal before him. This portal led to an entirely unknown destination, completely random. As Robert introspected his abilities, he noted the presence of eternal time. For added security, he layered the power of eternal time beneath his spatial strength, then boldly stepped into the portal, now referred to as a spatial rift. With a resounding boom, as he emerged, Robert realized he had likely arrived at a lifeless expanse. For beside him, a fireball erupted in constant explosions. Pressing on, Robert continued to open spatial rifts, traversing the cosmos at random, which transformed the once desolate depths of space into a lively spectacle. Time passed, though Robert could not ascertain how long it had been, until with a sudden bang, he found himself before yet another desolate star, one he had obliterated in his boredom. His solitary drifting through the void had led him to destroy celestial bodies for amusement, as he had exhausted all other forms of entertainment. Determined to try once more, Robert opened another portal, filled with an overwhelming desire to return to Earth. The vastness of the universe truly dawned on him. The coordinates from the divine realm were but a mere grain in an ocean of infinity. As he stepped into the portal, he hoped for a final chance, yet once again, he found himself on an unfamiliar planet. Frustration surged as he kicked a stone on this strange world, the impact reverberating through the air. Thankfully, he remained unscathed, protected by the spatial force that enveloped him, while the stone suffered the brunt of his ire. A chilling wind howled around him, and Robert surveyed his surroundings. Geysers shot up, some sending water several meters into the sky, while others soared hundreds or even thousands of meters high. Dejected, Robert sank to the ground. After countless attempts that had drained his spirit, a glance around him revealed a landscape steeped in desolation. Such peculiar environments could exist anywhere in the cosmos. Yet Earth remained an impossibility. Reluctantly, Robert acknowledged his disorientation. He had not spotted a single living creature. If only the heavens would send me a living being to alleviate my boredom, anything would suffice, he lamented. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by a thunderous rumble. At that moment, a colossal dark cloud began to drift across the sky, accompanied by the ominous rumble of thunder. Robert could ascertain with a mere glance that the density and expanse of this cloud would spell disaster on Earth. However, on this planet, it was merely an ordinary occurrence. The patter of raindrops urged Robert to instinctively seek shelter from the impending downpour. There was another option, of course, dispersing the clouds above, but that would be a futile endeavor, as they would inevitably regroup. Was there evidence of habitation here? Initially intending to find a larger cave to escape the rain, Robert stumbled upon the remnants of a house after only a few steps. Perhaps it was the dim light and the way the structures blended seamlessly with the surroundings that had obscured his initial perception. Were there still beings here? Even a small cat or dog would suffice. Excitedly, Robert dashed toward the ruins, driven by the hope of discovering life. Ideally, a person, so he could share a meal and inquire about the direction of the Milky Way. In truth, he would settle for any creature, as his existence hinged precariously on the passage of time. Without fresh water or food, an ordinary individual would surely perish. Fortunately, Robert possessed the ability granted by the time gem, which would automatically restore him to full health whenever he was on the brink of death from thirst or hunger. However, the sensations of hunger and thirst remained, and after narrowly escaping death several times, Robert decided to permanently harness the power of the time gem. This way, he would no longer suffer from thirst or hunger, though his stomach would still be empty, leaving him mentally distressed. Thus, he yearned for sustenance. In his hunger-induced haze, he realized he could simply use his spatial power to ascertain whether any life existed nearby. After walking for over a minute, it suddenly dawned on him that he was not an ordinary person. He had previously attempted to scan the entire universe in search of Earth's location, but the sheer volume of information was overwhelming, rendering it impossible for his mind to pinpoint his home among the countless trillions of stars. The vastness of the universe was becoming increasingly apparent to him, and he longed to return home. Lo and behold, there were indeed living creatures. The azure force of spatial energy swiftly enveloped the entire planet, and Robert immediately detected signs of movement. Not merely one, but multiple entities. Tears of exhilaration welled in his eyes as he contemplated whether he should steam or braise the non-human beings he might encounter. A spatial portal materialized before him, leading to the largest creature on this planet. Robert was eager to discover if this being would possess an appetite. Upon crossing the threshold of the portal, he was unexpectedly greeted by a snake-like creature that spat saliva all over him, though he was fortunate to have a shield. Otherwise, he would have been drenched. Ugh, perhaps this creature was not suitable for steaming after all. Bang! With a swift punch, the creature, whose eye was several times larger than Robert's, was instantly obliterated, its head shattering into countless fragments. Surrounding it were numerous companions, initially drawn to Robert's presence. Yet upon witnessing his display of power, they swiftly retreated, fearing they would be next. These beings appeared ill-suited for steaming. Robert mused as he observed the alien creature curled in the corner, resembling a lump. They bore a close resemblance to snakes, yet this bizarre entity outmatched them in both size and grotesqueness. As Robert pondered whether to alter his culinary approach and seek ingredients for a braised dish, the commotion above captured his attention. Was someone there? He darted upward, soon greeted by a wash of light from above, and upon glancing down, he discerned a vast chasm where he had just been. Thud, thud, thud. A rhythmic sound resonated nearby, akin to a dance rather than mere footsteps, as if the steps were imbued with a lively cadence. Hey-ya, hey-ya, hey-ya. Before Robert stood Peter Quill, blissfully unaware of the presence trailing him, his focus primarily on the music, with only a fraction dedicated to his path. That silhouette could be him, hovering above. Robert gazed at the dancer below, a figure igniting a flicker of familiarity in his mind, yet he could not place the location. Perhaps his cosmic wanderings had muddled his thoughts. Ah well, following him would surely provide clarity. Thud, thud, thud. Quill advanced with an unperturbed gait until he reached the entrance of two imposing stone doors blocking his way. For Robert, such doors could be effortlessly shattered. Yet Quill seemed averse to violence. He retrieved an object from his attire and began to manipulate it against the stone barrier. Eureka! Within mere minutes, the doors creaked open, and Quill emitted a triumphant chuckle. It dawned on Robert that this was none other than a scene from the Guardians of the Galaxy. So that down there was Star-Lord? No wonder he appeared so foolish. Suddenly, Robert felt a peculiar sensation and glanced behind him, noticing another group approaching swiftly, while Star-Lord, having opened the door, was intent on claiming an object within the room. Huh, you are mine. He placed an attraction device on the ground, and the cosmic orb was effortlessly drawn forth, prompting Star-Lord to feel the alluring embrace of fortune beckoning him. Put it down. To Star-Lord's surprise, just as he grasped the cosmic orb, 3 armed strangers emerged. Oh, hey. He stammered, momentarily bewildered by the unfolding events, yet the strangers appeared to be anything but disoriented. Move over there. After instructing his subordinates to secure Star-Lord, the enigmatic leader of the intruders shouted once more, "Put the item down. I shall not repeat myself a 3rd time." The weapon in his hand was charging, and upon witnessing this, Star-Lord, unarmed, had no choice but to relent. All right. Can we all just remain calm? He bent down, and Quill, or Star-Lord, obediently placed the cosmic sphere upon the ground. Chapter 127, Star-Lord. Is this how it is done? I have placed the item down. Can we not maintain our composure? Observing that the adversary's weapon remained charged, it would be disingenuous to say Star-Lord was unafraid. Should that weapon discharge, his fate would surely be sealed. Clang! The leader of the strangers picked up the cosmic sphere that had rolled towards him, and simultaneously, the weapon ceased charging, for his subordinates had now encircled Star-Lord from behind, leading him to believe he had the situation under control. How did you know about this? Compared to other matters, the leader was far more concerned with how Star-Lord had discovered the location of the cosmic sphere and arrived before them, sensing that perhaps Star-Lord possessed knowledge beyond his own. Star-Lord replied, "How could I possibly know? I'm merely a scavenger, usually rummaging through this and that." His words caused the leader to hesitate for a moment, for indeed, Star-Lord's demeanor bore a striking resemblance to that of a true scavenger. However, there was a glaring inconsistency. The clothing he wore was far from ordinary. The leader retorted, "If you're a scavenger, then why are you adorned in Ravager attire?" Star-Lord responded, "I found this as well." Thud! The nearby, unknown soldier kept jostling Star-Lord, which left him feeling quite irked and uncomfortable. "Ninja Turtle, could you cease your incessant jostling?" The leader initially leaned towards believing that Star-Lord was indeed a scavenger, as his aura was difficult to feign. Such a sin of poverty was rarely impersonated convincingly. Though he had originally intended to let Star-Lord go, he suddenly noted that this individual exhibited no signs of panic under the threat of his subordinates' guns, a demeanor not characteristic of a mere scavenger. Taken back, unsure of Star-Lord's true identity, the leader resolutely ordered his capture, believing that once back at their base and subjected to interrogation, Star-Lord would divulge everything. Star-Lord exclaimed, "No." Why? Upon hearing that he was to be taken away, Star-Lord immediately grew anxious, for he was still unaware of their true intentions. Being captured could lead to unknown horrors. The leader stated, "Ronan wishes to ask you a few questions. By the way, what is your name?" "Ronan? That madman?" Star-Lord thought to himself. If it were anyone else, he might consider it, but with Ronan involved, he would rather not. After all, this was a being who devoured his prey without leaving a trace. Casting his gaze around for an escape opportunity, Star-Lord still felt compelled to engage in a bit of subterfuge. "My name is Peter Quill. You may not be familiar with it, but my other moniker is sure to astonish you." Star-Lord's words successfully captured the leader's attention, and his hand silently tightened around his weapon, apprehensive that he might be facing a significant figure from the cosmos. What? Noticing the other party's growing vigilance, Star-Lord felt that his plan might not be as flawless as he had hoped. Yet, at this critical juncture, he had no choice but to proceed. "My other title is Star-Lord," Quill proclaimed earnestly, but after a momentary pause, the leader immediately relaxed his guard. "Take him away." The leader strode ahead, showing no interest in casting another glance at Star-Lord, indicating that Quill's title bore little weight in the universe. No wonder the adversary was so dismissive. Why is it always like this? Can't you learn to show some respect? Quill felt his temper boiling. Was the name Star-Lord not illustrious enough? Why did enemies always react with disdain upon hearing it? "Enough chatter, you lackey. Move." Behind Star-Lord, two henchmen began to look down on him. Let me reiterate. Star-Lord is a legendary thief of the cosmos, and I hope you remember that after this. As Quill spoke, he kicked backward, instantly transforming the small orb he had been using as a flashlight into a bomb, obliterating the henchman behind him. Oh, it seems you lackeys 1T have the chance to remember me. Star-Lord felt a surge of satisfaction at his achievement, turning back to deliver a mocking remark. The leader, who had taken a few steps away, snapped back to reality, but it was too late. Bang! Bang! Drawing two guns from his waistband, Star-Lord accurately fired at the leader's chest, feeling exhilarated by the day's events. Shoo! This is the fate of those who underestimate a legendary thief. Approaching the leader, Star-Lord leisurely picked up the small orb from the ground, still unaware that the leader had not yet been defeated. Robert, observing the entire scene from above, thought that if Star-Lord could just shoot the opponent in the head, it would all be over. Perhaps the director 1T allow it, he muttered, before suddenly appearing in front of Star-Lord, who was preparing to retreat. Who are you? Star-Lord was taken aback by Robert's sudden appearance, which gave the fallen leader the opportunity to raise his weapon and fire without regard for the newcomer. Bam! The powerful shot, capable of creating a massive hole in solid stone, was effortlessly blocked by Robert with a casual lift of his hand. I say I'm here to save you. Do you believe that? Upon witnessing this scene, Star-Lord swallowed hard. What could he say if he didn't believe it? What if Robert ended up killing him with a single slap? Star-Lord had no doubt that someone capable of so easily blocking such a shot possessed formidable power. So he wisely nodded in agreement. At that moment, the leader on the ground was utterly bewildered. Like Star-Lord, he found it hard to fathom the immense strength required to block a bullet with one's hand. Such power was at least on par with his superior, Ronan. Shall we depart? Star-Lord discreetly tucked the cosmic sphere into his embrace before inquiring of Robert, by the way, do you have any food? I've been lost for quite some time and haven't eaten anything. Ronan's subordinates watched in astonishment as Robert and Star-Lord exited with the cosmic sphere, the leader hardly daring to utter a sound. This demonstrated that in the cosmos, the principle of strength reigns supreme. Rest assured, my ship is well stocked. Star-Lord, still oblivious to Robert's true nature and intentions, could only continue to feign compliance, accommodating whatever requests Robert might have. That's splendid. Robert rubbed his hands together, envisioning succulent roasted meat beckoning to him, and urged Star-Lord to hasten. Who are you? Don't move. Suddenly, as Star-Lord led Robert away, they encountered several individuals who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere, now aiming their weapons at them. They appear to be affiliated with those we encountered earlier. I suggest we comply and raise our hands for safety. Star-Lord, imparting his wisdom, had already assessed Robert's basic situation through their brief interaction. A physically formidable newcomer to the cosmos. His intentions were not purely altruistic. He feared that the armed individuals might act rashly and inadvertently harm him, while he believed Robert to be robust enough to withstand any danger. Is that so? I have an alternative plan. Just as Star-Lord was about to surrender, his usual tactic of striking when the enemy was most complacent surged to the forefront of his mind. What do you intend to do? Robert, however, was far more direct. He raised his hand, summoning the power of the surrounding space, and in an instant, those who had threatened him were reduced to mere remnants. With the last adversary's explosion echoing in the air, Star-Lord regarded Robert with newfound awe, realizing he had significantly underestimated him. What was that technique? Can I learn it? After a prolonged moment, Star-Lord regained his composure and expressed a keen interest in Robert's capabilities. The power of space, is not something just anyone can master. Robert concentrated blue energy in his palm and presented it to Star-Lord, who felt an inherent danger emanating from the mere sight of it. Perhaps it's best I don't attempt to learn. It's unsafe out here. Let us retreat to the ship for further discussion. The revelation of such formidable power caused Star-Lord's mind to erupt in realization. It was not merely external influence, but an instinct honed from years of training. Very well. Robert paid little heed to Star-Lord's shifting expressions and began to make his way toward the location of his ship, now within sight. Upon witnessing that Robert exhibited no reaction, Star-Lord let out a deep sigh of relief. The explosion of thoughts in his mind was a remnant of his childhood training, which had centered around the essential skills for survival in the cosmos. Star-Lord had inadvertently transgressed a critical taboo from his training by coveting the powers of a formidable and unfamiliar individual. Once he regained his composure, he felt a wave of regret wash over him. He had been terrified that Robert might retaliate with a swift slap. Fortunately, such an outcome did not materialize. With Star-Lord leading the way, Robert boarded his spacecraft, which appeared somewhat chaotic, but, given the masculine company, he felt it was of little consequence. "So, do you have a destination in mind?" "It's no trouble. I can take you there," Star-Lord inquired as he settled into the pilot's seat and initiated the spacecraft systems. His mind was in a heightened state of anxiety, fearful that Robert might make an unreasonable demand. "Isn't there any food? Please, give me something to nibble on. Ideally some barbecue," Robert said, patting his rumbling stomach while searching for any signs of sustenance within the ship. "Engage autopilot mode," Star-Lord commanded. Information confirmed. Autopilot mode successfully activated. The ship responded. After setting the ship to autopilot, Star-Lord rose from the pilot's seat and began rummaging through the cabinets. "Well, I don't have barbecue, but there is certainly no shortage of food. If you're really craving barbecue, the next place I'm headed does have it." He presented Robert with a bread-like item, emphasizing that it was the only option available. Yet he cleverly sketched a meat pie to entice Robert into accompanying him to a location where he could find the elusive Cosmic Spheres buyer. This was merely a ruse to extricate himself from Robert's company. Chapter 128, Discussion All right. At this point, Robert has nowhere else to go. If it had been earlier, he would have eagerly returned to Earth, but after encountering Star-Lord, that desire had somewhat diminished. The legendary Guardians of the Galaxy piqued Robert's curiosity as well. "Good. Trust me. You want to be disappointed, my friend." Just as Star-Lord began to internally celebrate his successful persuasion, a noise emanated from below the cockpit interrupted him. "What is going on, Peter?" A woman with crimson skin emerged from beneath, startling Star-Lord. "Hey, what is your name?" Coming to his senses, Star-Lord recalled the bewildering night they had shared. Remembering a woman had accompanied him, yet he could not recollect her name. "Barrett." The red-skinned woman expressed her dissatisfaction at Star-Lord's sudden forgetfulness. Having initially believed she had encountered true love, only to find it was merely a fleeting dalliance. "Ah," Star-Lord exclaimed. "Indeed, Barrett. Allow me to formally introduce another new passenger aboard my spacecraft. What might your name be?" As he turned to Robert, Star-Lord felt a surge of confidence that knowing just a name would unveil the identity of this individual, for one so remarkable could hardly remain obscure in the vast cosmos. "Robert White," he said. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Peter Quill and Barrett." The brief pause in his introduction stemmed from Barrett's rather peculiar appearance, reminiscent of someone who had just emerged from an intimate rendezvous. "Oh, hello there. May I excuse myself to freshen up?" Barrett exclaimed, hastily retreating to the quarters, evidently driven by an innate desire to maintain her appearance, a trait common among women, particularly in the presence of unfamiliar company. "I encountered her on Xander. Quite impressive. Wouldn't you agree?" Star-Lord boasted beside Robert. He had been momentarily lost in thought, for upon hearing Robert's name, he was taken aback. It was one he had never encountered throughout his extensive travels in the universe. However, contemplating further, he surmised that, judging by Robert's manner of speech, he was not a seasoned wanderer of the cosmos like himself. It was plausible that he had only recently embarked on his journey beyond his home planet, thus accounting for the absence of his name in the annals of the universe. "Indeed, quite commendable, though I personally am not fond of the color red," Robert replied. Star-Lord felt an inexplicable urge to caution him against such a statement, fearing it might be construed as discriminatory, an ingrained sentiment from his American upbringing. Yet, as he opened his mouth to speak, he hesitated, realizing that in the vastness of space, individuals were free to express themselves without concern for prejudice. Why should he concern himself with such matters? Noticing Star-Lord's reticence, Robert raised an eyebrow, encouraging him to voice his thoughts. What choice did Star-Lord have? He had no intention of articulating his critical sentiments, yet he felt compelled to contribute something to the conversation. "Well, I must admit, I am a bit hungry as well. Shall we partake in a meal together?" he suggested, instinctively seeking a way to diffuse what he perceived as a potential crisis, one that could easily be crushed by a figure of unknown power. "Ah, very well then, this looks quite appetizing," Robert replied with a smile, accepting the food Star-Lord offered while contemplating whether he should offer some currency in return, as it felt somewhat akin to begging. "By the way, does the dollar hold any value in the cosmos?" Robert pondered, suspecting it might not, considering that the influence of the United States was confined to Earth. Beyond that realm, its significance would likely diminish, rendering the dollar less precious. "Ah, how I regret not keeping some Korean won on me when I visited Korea, Robert lamented to himself. After all, unlike the United States, Korea is touted as the strongest nation in the universe. One might assume that their currency is indeed a hard currency amidst the cosmos. I must find a way to uncover his identity and intentions. I cannot simply sit idly by. At this moment, Robert was lost in thought, while across from him, Star-Lord was equally preoccupied, devising a plan within his own mind. As a seasoned veteran navigating the cosmic realm for many years, Star-Lord would not tolerate remaining in an unknown peril for an extended period, especially not knowing the identity of the source of that danger. Star-Lord regarded this matter as a paramount concern regarding his very existence, whereas Robert remained oblivious, leisurely consuming the food that Star-Lord had provided while contemplating his financial pursuits. "So, from which planet do you hail?" Robert inquired. He recognized that this question might come off as somewhat impolite, but he felt compelled to ask. Star-Lord exhaled a breath of steam from the hot beverage he had just sipped, already concocting a strategy to extract information from Robert. Just as he was about to reveal his intentions, however, a sudden recollection of Robert's formidable prowess caused Star-Lord's composure to waver, nearly leaving him at a loss for words. "Earth, you must be from there as well?" Robert noted, unaware of the subtle tension, as Star-Lord's peculiar behavior seemed entirely normal to him. In Robert's eyes, Star-Lord's antics ranked just above those of Deadpool in the cosmic hierarchy. "Earth? Oh, are you referring to Terra Blue?" After a moment's contemplation, Star-Lord discerned that the Earth Robert spoke of was indeed the Terra Blue he commonly referenced. In the universe, each celestial body is known by various names. For instance, indigenous inhabitants may refer to their planet as Earth, while outsiders prefer to name planets based on distinctive characteristics. Yes, that's about right. If you're referring to a planet not far from Asgard, then that would be the Earth you call Terra Blue. Robert articulated a rather convoluted statement. Yet served to confirm whether they were indeed speaking of the same place. "Indeed, we are referring to the same location. I can't believe we hail from the same origin. Come here for a hug, buddy," Star-Lord exclaimed, embracing Robert. Truth be told, this was somewhat eccentric, but it was quintessentially Star-Lord. "Now tell me, how is Terra Blue faring? Are they making strides in addressing the issue of cosmic trafficking?" Star-Lord settled beside Robert, pondering his own desire to return home after all these years. Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought. What would he return to see? His mother had passed away long before his departure, and his grandparents had likely succumbed to the passage of time as well. Thus, Star-Lord often resisted confronting these feelings. Nevertheless, upon hearing news of Terra Blue, an uncontrollable curiosity surged within him, for it was the home planet of Peter Quill. If humanity could unite, the subject you mentioned might gain the attention it deserves. Presently, Robert, while indulging in food, engages Star-Lord in a conversation about Earth. Perhaps due to cultural discrepancies with Americans and Robert's inherent biases, he confines the instability of Earth solely to the Eagle, which, to a considerable extent, is not entirely unjustified. However, for Star-Lord, who possesses limited knowledge of Earth, encountering such information initially paints a negative impression of the Eagle. "I believe you ought to have eradicated that nation before venturing into the cosmos. Its absence might lead to a greater happiness for humanity." Star-Lord shares his thoughts, prompting Robert to wonder why he had not considered this before. Feeling a kinship, the two delve into a discussion on the matter. After an indeterminate duration, Barrett emerges from the rest pod, having taken another brief slumber. Unlike before, she now appears somewhat tidied up, no longer disheveled. "Could you keep it down, darling? We're discussing the development of a planet." Star-Lord retorts to Barrett, then swiftly resumes his dialogue with Robert. "Based on my experiences from numerous planetary wars, if a dictator is vanquished, another invariably arises shortly thereafter. This is an immutable law of the universe." Robert inquires, "So, should I return and eliminate the Americans?" Star-Lord replies, "That's difficult to ascertain. At this juncture, he feels his knowledge waning. After all, Star-Lord's references to participating in interstellar wars merely depict Robert's role of scavenging or occasionally mingling in the chaos. It would indeed be a challenge to elicit any constructive suggestions from Star-Lord. Bear interjects, "Oh, you men are utterly tedious, always convening to discuss trivial matters as if you truly wield the power to influence a planet." Barrett naturally perceives Star-Lord and Robert's discourse as mere postprandial musings, a common occurrence in male gatherings, and she is well acquainted with such dialogues. Beep beep, dear friends of the cosmos, allow me to present you with real-time news updates. Barrett, disinterested in their mundane conversation, activates the cosmic radio, finding the news far more engaging than listening to two men boast. Alas, it seems we can only discuss this for now, but rest assured, once we reach Xander, I will procure a star map to Earth for you. Did you not express a desire to return? At this moment, Star-Lord finds himself at a loss for words, lacking a favorable perspective on Earth's circumstances, and is uncertain whether to fabricate a tale or how to continue the conversation when Barrett arrives. Her act of turning on the cosmic radio undoubtedly provided an unspoken opportunity for dialogue. If Robert were not present at that moment, Star-Lord would have been tempted to lift the other person in a joyous embrace, exclaiming, "Oh, Barlet, my dear." Chapter 129, Ronan recently. Small-scale demonstrations have been proliferating throughout the Kree Empire, as citizens protest the recent peace agreement signed between the Kree Emperor and the Supreme Nova of Xander. A segment of news from the cosmic radio captured Star-Lord's attention, prompting him to project it onto the screen. People are invariably intrigued by such matters. Notably, one of the planets mentioned was Star-Lord's intended destination, compelling him to gain insight into the current political climate. After all, should he recklessly venture forth only to find Xander and Kree at war? What could he possibly do? If fortune favored him, he might just navigate the chaos. But should luck betray him, individuals like Star-Lord, with a criminal record, would likely be among the first to be sacrificed. In such a scenario, escape would be utterly futile. Suddenly, a connection request appeared on a small screen situated right in front of Barlet, who was sipping a drink. "Peter, it's your call." At that moment, Barlet, in a state of half-drunken stupor, didn't even bother to inquire further before answering the call. "No, don't answer." Star-Lord attempted to intervene, but alas, it was too late. "Quill." As Barlet observed the stranger's face and noted Star-Lord's reaction, she quickly realized her blunder and pouted in a plea for forgiveness. How did I not see how revolting she was before? Star-Lord thought to himself, but the call had already connected, and he had little to fear. So he boldly turned to face the caller. "Hey, Yondu, how have you been lately? I'm on Morag, and neither you nor that ball is here." In response to the query, Star-Lord began to feign ignorance, a skill at which he excelled. "Is that so? Why not take a closer look? I'm actually nearby, trying to save you some trouble. Tell me where you are right now." Yondu was not easily deceived, as most of Star-Lord's tricks had been taught by him. He would not fall for such antics. "I truly wish I didn't have to say this, but I cannot divulge that information." Seeing the pressure mounting from Yondu, Star-Lord also grew resolute. Ideally, it would have been better to mislead him, but alas. The situation was complicated by the fact that Yondu was his mentor. Star-Lord's usual tactics held no sway over him. "I worked hard to negotiate this deal." Yondu quickly grasped the underlying implication of Star-Lord's words. This rascal was attempting to claim it all for himself. "Hard work? You mean making a few phone calls counts as hard work? What do you think I do? Climb a mountain of knives and swim through boiling oil?" Determined, Star-Lord was no longer afraid to confront Yondu. His words unmistakably hinted that he was prepared to take whatever consequences arose from this deal. "I warn you not to covet my share." Before Yondu could finish his sentence, Star-Lord abruptly ended the call, unwilling to endure any more of those empty threats. He had heard enough of them in the past. Meanwhile, I'm Morag, damn it. He dares to play tricks on me and has issued a bounty of 40,000 to capture him alive. Yondu commanded his subordinate beside him. Upon hearing this, the subordinate immediately acknowledged and set off to comply. However, some others seemed to harbor dissent regarding this command. "Capture him alive," Yondu insisted. "Do as I say." The subordinate replied affirmatively. His domineering manner further incited discontent among the group, particularly from a burly man with a bushy beard who approached and exclaimed, "I stated from the moment we apprehended him that he should be delivered to the employer. He is merely our cargo, yet you choose to show him such leniency." The speaker evidently held a significant position among the marauders. Otherwise, he would not dare to raise his voice before Yondu. "Nonetheless, there must be limits. I believe I've been too lenient with you." Yondu seized the man's collar, revealing the formidable weapon at his waist, a display that conveyed unmistakable power. "You need not concern yourself with Quill's affairs. I shall retrieve him shortly." Yondu aimed to suppress the matter forcefully, yet his evident favoritism towards Star-Lord was apparent to all. In order to maintain morale, he feigned indifference, asserting, "I will personally execute him. Our primary concern now is how many others covet that orb." As he spoke, The burly man cast a defiant glance at Yondo's back, but when his gaze fell upon Yondo's weapon, his expression of disdain quickly dissipated. This incident revealed that the Marauders were not entirely united. On the Dark Star, aboard the Kree warship, they labeled me a terrorist, an extremist, a zealous devotee, solely for my reverence for the ancient traditions of the Kree people. The actual commander of this Kree warship, Ronan, incessantly ranted on his vessel, not merely to himself, but addressing a high-ranking official from the Skrull Empire. Ronan commanded, "Cease your naive and radical notions immediately. Disband your forces. Perhaps the supreme leader of our Skrull Empire and your Kree Emperor might grant you leniency." The Skrull official, whether due to steadfast belief or ignorance of the situation, uttered such words even while under control, leaving Ronan almost amused. Ronan retorted, "The war shall not cease. You owe my father, my grandfather, and my great-grandfather their lives. The blood debt incurred by your Skrull people must be repaid. Do not be deluded. The governments of our two nations have signed a peace treaty." His words seemed to strike a nerve with Ronan, who, upon recalling the Kree Emperor and the so-called peace treaty, felt a surge of disgust and fury. "Our government is utterly shameless." As Ronan continued, he took the weapon from his subordinate and declared, "Your Skrull civilization has rotted." The Skrull official responded defiantly, "You shall not seize Skrull territory." Ronan harbored a profound disdain for his words. He raised the hammer in his hand, aiming it at his adversary's head, and reiterated emphatically, "No, I'm saving it." With a resounding crack, brain matter mingled with blood, flowing into a specially constructed array. Ronan often engaged in such acts, convinced that the sacrifice of the blood of the Xandarian people would hasten the demise of their planet. Ronan, the pursuer, Kree, returned. "I am aware." He cast one last glance at his cursed array, rising contentedly only when the blood filled it to the brim. Now, he had to address another matter, one that truly pertained to the annihilation of Xandar. "Master, the thief is a criminal who calls himself Star-Lord. We have determined that he was commissioned by someone to steal the orb." The speaker was none other than the so-called pursuer, Kree, the leader of the faction intent on capturing Star-Lord for Ronan. "That individual is known as the Broker." Ronan replied, "I promised Thanos I would deliver the orb to him, thus securing his assistance in obliterating Xandar." Kree interjected, "With all due respect, Master, if it were merely Star-Lord, it would pose no issue. Yet, he appears to be accompanied by an extraordinarily formidable ally." Ronan's curiosity was piqued by Kree's words, who produced compelling evidence to substantiate his claim. "Those I brought with me, aside from myself, were left on Morag. There is ample evidence indicating that most were dealt with by that mysterious powerhouse. I have faced him myself. He could even withstand the onslaught of our power guns with bare hands." Ronan declared, "Whoever he may be, the orb must be ours." His statement clearly reflected his disregard for the formidable opponent Kree had mentioned, as Ronan was accustomed to many who had achieved similar feats, including Thanos himself, who had sent two to him. Undoubtedly. With Ronan having made such a declaration, Kree found himself in no position to oppose his master and could only acquiesce. "Very well, Nebula, journey to Xandar and retrieve the orb for me." Ronan, seizing the opportunity to utilize Thanos' resources, dispatched Nebula, fully aware of her capabilities. She could match the prowess of the formidable ally mentioned by Kree. Nebula responded, "It is my honor." She had initially perceived this as a splendid opportunity to showcase her abilities, not only before Ronan, but also before Thanos himself. Yet at this moment discord emerged. "No, this is your misfortune." Nebula's sister stepped forward, her expression grave as she addressed her. "If you fail again, you shall have no face left to present to our father." Nebula retorted, "I am the daughter of Thanos, and so are you." She found her sister's constant opposition intolerable, as it was in this instance as well. "I am familiar with Xandar," Nebula asserted. "Ronan has just commanded me to go." As tensions escalated and the possibility of a quarrel loomed, Ronan sensed it was time for him to speak. He was aware that Sister Nebula's prowess was not inferior to his own. Thus, assigning either of them to the task would yield similar outcomes. "Silence, everyone!" Ronan's authoritative voice silenced the gathering, leaving no one daring to utter a word. Nebula regarded him with the hope that he would still opt to undertake the mission himself. However, perhaps it was Ronan's acknowledgement of his understanding of Xandar that swayed his decision. He approached Sister Nebula, scrutinizing her for a considerable time before stating, "You must not fail." The implications of his words were unmistakable. Nebula stood by, her fists clenched tightly in frustration, resenting the fact that every opportunity for recognition seemed to be snatched away by him. Yet, despite her indignation, she dared not contest Ronin's words, instead casting a resentful glare at her sister. "I have never failed." Nebula, filled with disdain and fury, chose to ignore the sentiment entirely. After assuring Ronin of her commitment, she departed without casting a glance in Nebula's direction. Just wait. You had better pray that you never find yourself in my grasp." As she watched her sister's retreating figure, Nebula seethed with anger, vowing silently that she would one day demonstrate her formidable prowess. Chapter 130, Xander. The capital of the Nova Empire. The inhabitants of Xander are truly a disjointed assembly, perpetually engaged in trivial and meaningless tasks, which is a lamentable sight. As Robert passed by a raccoon, he overheard this disparaging commentary on the planet. To this, he could only think, indeed, a place that doesn't even allow street vendors is truly backwards. The Xandarians are pathetic. Look at this fellow who dares to label us as criminals. Isn't that outrageous hairstyle worthy of capture? The raccoon, feeling quite self-satisfied, brandished a transparent tablet-like device, scrutinizing those around him and offering unsolicited critiques of anyone he deemed objectionable, Robert included. "Hey, who are you to eavesdrop on my conversation? Groot, teach him a lesson." The raccoon, noticing Robert's almost imperceptible smile, felt insulted and, accustomed to his brazen demeanor, opted to call upon his enforcer. At that moment, a tree creature was nearby, sipping from a pool of water, occasionally attempting to catch the sprays from the fountain. "Croat!" The raccoon called out twice, but received no response. Turning to locate his companion, he chanced upon the sight of the tree creature drinking. "Can you refrain from drinking from the filthy fountain? I have matters here that require your attention." The tree creature replied, "I am Groot." The raccoon retorted, "You clearly drank from the fountain. I just saw you. Don't deny it, you bothersome creature." Witnessing his companion's refusal to acknowledge his erroneous actions, the raccoon sought validation from the very individual he had just threatened. Indeed, it was true. Although Robert personally harbored a fondness for Groot, the sentient tree, he could not deny the reality of the matter. "Raccoon, well, I suddenly lost my urge to reprimand you, considering you are a truthful little one." Robert received the raccoon's endorsement, yet Groot remained steadfast in his identity. "Groot, Groot. Raccoon, why are you resorting to insults? My friend, this warrants a discussion." The little raccoon was eager to converse with his arboreal companion, primarily to inquire whom Groot had insulted, as long as he himself was not the target. Suddenly, the device in the raccoon's grasp began to emit a series of alerting beeps, accompanied by a flashing red light, signifying urgency. "Raccoon, buddy, our mission has arrived." "Let me see." He swiftly scanned the surroundings with the device, ensuring not to overlook Robert. Once he confirmed Robert was not the target, he redirected his focus, ultimately landing on Star-Lord, who was bidding farewell to Barley. Target: Peter Quill, known as Star-Lord. Bounty initiated by the Ravagers. Live capture. Reward: 40,000. Upon witnessing the bounty displayed on the device, the financially strapped raccoon was immediately electrified with excitement. He brandished his weapon and exclaimed to his tree companion, "We're about to strike it rich, Groot. 40,000 in bounty. Let us hurry and capture him." The little raccoon dashed towards Star-Lord, but after several meters, he realized his companion had not caught up. Turning back, he found Groot leisurely sipping water. "Groot, come on. Let us apprehend that fellow, and afterward, I'll treat you to a fountain at home so you can drink to your heart's content every day." "Groot, Groot. Raccoon, let us go. Well, have I ever deceived you? I am Groot." With the enticing prospect of a fountain, the tree finally stirred. However, as the raccoon prepared to pursue Star-Lord, he turned only to find his companion had vanished. No. Where did my money go?" The little raccoon lamented. Intending to rush to the spot where Star-Lord had been, when Robert interjected, he just stepped into that shop. "Isn't he gone far?" Following Robert's guidance, the raccoon discerned the silhouette of his target within a quaint antique store. "Thank you for the intel. How about this? Once I secure the 40,000 bounty, I'll share 500 with you." The raccoon glanced at Robert, deciding against an immediate confrontation with Star-Lord in the shop, wary of its potential background. "I truly appreciate it. Anytime. I'm known for my loyalty, right, Groot?" "Groot, Groot." Robert responded with a smile, observing Star-Lord, who was destined to be unable to sell the cosmic sphere, He pondered whether he should intervene when the Kree would inevitably come to arrest him after their confrontation. It seemed he had yet to experience the thrill of a prison break. Perhaps he should indulge in that sensation here. As Robert contemplated whether to engage in some mischief, Star-Lord had already begun to prepare for the transaction. In the small shop, Mr. Quill? Star-Lord greeted the broker. I've brought the sphere. Placing the cosmic sphere on the table, he hoped that the next moment would yield an abundance of money in return. The broker inquired, where is Yondu? He recalled that he had been in contact with Yondu, yet here stood Star-Lord instead. He asked me to send his regards. Let me tell you, your eyebrows are the finest in the industry. Star-Lord began to ramble nonsensically. The broker, well aware that his own eyebrows were sparse, recognized the comment as a mockery of his appearance, leaving him momentarily discomfort. With a slight grimace, he picked up the cosmic sphere to inspect it, dismissing the absurdity of Quill's presence. As long as the goods were delivered, he typically did not concern himself with their origins. Star-Lord's curiosity was piqued by the broker's meticulous examination. What is this? He inquired. The broker replied, my rule is to never disclose my clients' names or needs. I nearly got killed for this sphere, Star-Lord exclaimed. His words, however, garnered no sympathy. Instead, the broker reassured him, that is the risk of the profession, Quill. If you make this kind of money, you must also bear the risks. I trust that is inherent in this line of work. Star-Lord recounted. Some bizarre creatures with tubes in their heads said they were working for Ronan. To be honest, I've heard of him, but I'm not well acquainted. Do you know anything about Ronan? Had he kept this information to himself, the broker would have proceeded to finalize the transaction. However, upon hearing Ronan's name, panic washed over him. Ronan? His trepidation was evident as he hurriedly emerged from behind the table, swiftly reclaiming the cosmic sphere. I apologize, Mr. Quill. I truly cannot proceed if Ronan is involved in this matter. He returned the sphere to a bewildered Star-Lord, urging him to take it back while hastily attempting to dismiss him. What's going on? Why such a strong reaction? Who exactly is Ronan? Faced with Star-Lord's relentless inquiries, the broker reluctantly divulged he is a Kree fanatic deeply dissatisfied with the peace treaty. He will not rest until he has obliterated the Xandarian civilization, our civilization. The broker's expression was one of extreme anxiety. After hearing this, Star-Lord comprehended that Ronan was indeed quite formidable and recognized that this deal had effectively collapsed. Calm down. Star-Lord sought to make one final attempt, considering the substantial sum at stake. However, the broker showed no inclination to grant him the opportunity, forcefully ushering him towards the exit. Just as the broker intended to close the door, Star-Lord interjected, his hand wedged in the opening to halt its descent. Mr. Quill, this deal is one I can't facilitate. You must find another way. The broker asserted. I understand, Star-Lord replied, but that is not my current intention. I wish to purchase a star chart that delineates the coordinates of a celestial blue star. Surely, that is permissible? He believed such a modest request would be met with acquiescence, given their long-standing acquaintance. Yet it appeared Star-Lord had overestimated his standing. I'm afraid, Mr. Quill, that I am not conducting business today, the broker retorted, promptly pressing a button that induced a painful constriction upon Quill's hand, compelling him to relinquish his grip. Oh, broker, you truly are a coward. With a resounding kick, Star-Lord struck the broker's door, pondering where he might acquire the cosmic orb. In the next moment, however, his attention was captivated by the alluring figure of a green-skinned woman nearby. Wow, she is stunning. I must find a way to engage her in deeper conversation. Star-Lord mused, contemplating the perfect opening line for his approach. To his astonishment, the enchanting woman spoke first. Is something the matter? Star-Lord replied, this guy stood me up. I have an aversion to such dishonorable individuals. His tones softened unexpectedly, perhaps an instinctive reflex ingrained within him. For how else could he navigate the vast cosmos and sow his seeds across various realms? Peter Quill, known as Star-Lord, you must possess some integrity, I presume? Now, I wouldn't go that far, but I believe anyone who spends enough time with me would come to recognize my commendable character. As he tossed the cosmic orb into the air, he boasted about himself, only to find himself in dire straits the very next moment. The green beauty deftly caught the cosmic orb, and to prevent Star-Lord from reclaiming it, she delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. Oh, quick! Our target is being intercepted. That scoundrel is mine. Nearby, a raccoon witnessed the scene as though his own fortune was being pilfered. He hastily beckoned Groot and Robert to act swiftly to prevent the loss of his 40,000. Chapter 131. A four-way free-for-all cough, cough, cough. Having been kicked away, Star-Lord gazed at the woman who had seized his treasure and, ultimately, chose not to show mercy. He retrieved an object from his pants and hurled it towards her. The surrounding crowd was startled by the confrontation, and in her haste to escape, the green woman shoved others aside to clear her path. Bang! Suddenly, the object Star-Lord had thrown activated. It was akin to a binding rope, releasing red strands that ensnared the woman's legs, rendering her immobile. Hey, look how you run! Star-Lord was thoroughly pleased with his own performance. He swiftly dashed towards the woman whose legs were bound, intent on reclaiming the cosmic sphere from her grasp. However, he had underestimated her. As she quickly freed herself from the ropes, she saw Star-Lord charging at her and executed a powerful kick with her legs tightly together, landing a harsh blow to his abdomen. Crouched on the ground, Star-Lord had yet to recover when the woman rolled over and, without hesitation, unleashed a flurry of punches. Thud, thud, thud. While others merely threw punches, hers were not only flesh-hitting but also aimed at his head, as if she were about to strike his temple with ferocity. Despite enduring numerous blows, Star-Lord remained conscious, although the woman feared she might inadvertently cause his demise. He still managed to let out a rhythmic wail and seized an opportunity to retaliate. Thump, thump, smack. The two tumbled to the ground, launching mutual assaults. Surrounding Chandrans, unable to comprehend the scene, were utterly astonished. One individual, in a rush, clutched his wife and hurried home to study the spectacle. As the battle intensified, some onlookers began reaching for their phones to call for law enforcement. Meanwhile, the woman engaged with Star-Lord grew increasingly impatient. I never intended for it to come to this. You forced my hand. Drawing a sharp knife from her pocket, her eyes glinted with malice, determined to eliminate Star-Lord to achieve her goal. No, don't touch my money. The raccoon, witnessing this alarming sight, felt as if the woman were about to incinerate his wealth. Without a second thought, he charged forward and tackled the woman. Quick, Groot! Help! Wrap her up! The raccoon clung to the woman's head, attempting to buy time and obscure her vision, hoping Groot could seize Star-Lord. But as often happens, things did not unfold as planned. I am Groot. No problem. With that, he skillfully tossed a sack over the woman entangled with the raccoon, displaying remarkable proficiency. No, not her. Can't you tell the difference between men and women, my friend? I am Groot, isn't it? He paused for a moment, which provided the woman an opportunity. She bit down hard on the raccoon, clinging to her head, successfully forcing him away. Bite me? That's not fair. The woman, as if possessed, drew her long knife and wildly slashed at the tree creature. Fortunate that the raccoon was swift. Otherwise, he too would have suffered. What a chance! Observing the chaos, Star-Lord hurried towards the fallen cosmic sphere, but someone else was quicker to reach it. Robert? Oh my goodness, if you're here, we're in good hands. Woo-woo. Upon lifting his gaze to see Robert retrieving the cosmic sphere, Star-Lord instinctively relaxed, subconsciously considering the other as an ally. Yet, it is often said that one must not let their guard down during battle. Just as Star-Lord began to feel a moment of relief, the raccoon swiftly ensnared him in a large sack. Groot, I've got him. Let us retreat, it exclaimed, yanking Star-Lord along and sprinting away. One might find it hard to believe that a raccoon could effortlessly drag an adult, but such was the case. I am Groot. I'm on my way. The raccoon, passing by Robert, called out, shaking the bag as it ran. Don't just stand there, kid. Run with us. Once I collect the bounty, I'll share it with you. Observing the raccoon's escape, Robert felt a hint of endearment. However, fleeing was not so simple. At that moment, the green-skinned woman broke free from Groot's grasp and immediately pursued the raccoon. With her long legs, she easily outpaced the small creature, covering the distance in a few strides while had to run 7 to keep up. This is unfair. Realizing she was gaining on him, the raccoon wailed and promptly released the sack, aware that it was not adept at close combat. Should the woman catch it, disaster would surely ensue. You may run fast. The woman's focus was on Star-Lord, specifically the cosmic sphere in his possession. Despite her desire to deal with the raccoon, she understood what was truly important. Suddenly, Star-Lord was yanked from the sack in a rather brutal manner. Had he not been so resilient, he might have been injured. Wait, where's the sphere? Upon dragging him out, the woman realized that Star-Lord was devoid of the cosmic orb. Before she could further investigate, Star-Lord launched his counterattack. Let's see how you like this. He affixed the propulsion device to her waist and, in the next moment, activated the jet switch. With the device ignited, the woman was propelled down the stairs. Hey, Robert, let us go. Star-Lord, sensing the situation under control, hurriedly grabbed the still-dazed Robert, who was holding the cosmic sphere, and made a quick escape. Yet, just behind him, the raccoon seized a weapon. How dare you kidnap my ally? You'll taste this. The weapon, which had been strapped to its back, was now firmly in the raccoon-esque grasp, ready to unleash at any moment. I am Groot. Groot, evidently familiar with the weapon's potential devastation, quickly covered his ears, fearing the imminent explosion would be deafening. Why are so many people after this little gadget? Star-Lord, oblivious to the chaos, continued to run while conversing with Robert. Get ready, little buddy. This is going to hurt. As the raccoon rested its paw upon the trigger, poised to fire at Star-Lord, a beam of yellow light illuminated its form, rendering it instantly immobile. Oh, so close, exclaimed the raccoon. Lower your weapon. Experiment 8913. I command you in the name of the Nova Corps of Xandar. The source of the yellow light gradually became apparent. It was a control ray emitted from a Xandarian spacecraft, capable of ensnaring both beings and objects. The little raccoon found itself under control, and Star-Lord, too, was similarly afflicted. As he ran, he suddenly realized that no matter how hard he tried, he could not move an inch. It was only when he beheld the familiar yellow light that he comprehended he had been captured once more. At this moment, even Robert was not exempt. He too was suspended in midair by the yellow light, though he possessed the strength to break free in an instant. His attention was wholly captivated by a series of messages before him. Detected available power storage. Formidable energy from the cosmic sphere. Possessing it grants the ability to harness the universe's mightiest forces. Would you like to acquire the storage power? Robert gazed at the system prompt, then at the cosmic sphere in his hand. He understood that the sphere contained a power gem, and while other gems previously had their own containers, they typically allowed direct access to their abilities. He had never heard of a gem storage container also granting such powers. What use would I have for this ability? Robert pondered, subsequently opting without hesitation to decline the offer. He then contemplated that in order to access the power of the gem concealed within the sphere, he would likely need to open it. Hey, ISNT, that the Star-Lord. Suddenly, a voice called out beside him. Turning his head, Robert noticed Star-Lord being held captive by two burly men, one of whom seemed familiar. Quill, I am Star-Lord. Star-Lord felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation at being addressed by this title, inwardly lamenting why he always found himself in trouble on Xandar, only to be apprehended by others. Oh, my apologies, Star-Lord. The Xandarian officer clearly found this amusing and even remarked to a nearby aide. This fellow has been caught by me a few times for petty theft. That is his nickname. Ha ha ha. In the face of ridicule, even while captured, Quill felt compelled to defend himself, striving for some dignity. Buddy, I have no idea what you're laughing about. This is the title of an intergalactic thief. Oh, is that so? Then it appears the intergalactic thief will be spending the remainder of his days in prison. Do you have any idea of the repercussions this time? The Nova Corps officer, evidently no longer in a joking mood, surveyed the chaotic scene they had caused, and considering Star-Lord's criminal history, he could very well face a life sentence. Well, I must remind you that my name is Star-Lord, not Star Baby. Star-Lord continued to emphasize his title, displaying a remarkable indifference towards the impending life in prison, for he was exceedingly familiar with the art of escape. Even if he were to remain incarcerated, he could devise a means to disseminate the news of the cosmic orb's presence within him. Star-Lord was confident that, by any method, he would not linger in prison for long. At that moment, Robert, who had been watching the unfolding drama, suddenly felt his hand seized as two burly men approached him. We suspect you are their accomplice. Return with us for questioning. These soldiers from the Xandar star system remained oblivious to the catastrophe they had narrowly averted. Instinctively, Robert's reaction was to resist, and he subconsciously summoned spatial energy, enough to obliterate all life on the surface of a planet. Fortunately, at the last moment, Robert regained his senses. Otherwise, Xandar might have faced premature annihilation. Chapter 132. Rocket in the Nova Empire of Xandar. Ronan was systematically dismantling the outposts of the Xandarites across the galaxy. Shouldn't the Kree offer some form of response? The Supreme of the Nova Legion was in communication with the Emperor of the Kree. It was evident from her tone that this was a demand for accountability. We have signed a peace treaty. What more do you desire, Nova Supreme? The Kree Emperor replied impatiently, his frustration palpable. If he could truly reign in Ronin, he would not permit such reckless actions. The Nova Supreme retorted, at the very least, issue a statement from the Kree Empire condemning their actions. For they are mercilessly slaughtering children and destroying families. Upon hearing this, the Kree Emperor was thoroughly exasperated and wished to abandon the matter altogether. Should he heed the Nova Supreme's advice, it would undoubtedly incite widespread protests within the Kree Empire. The prospect of Ronin usurping his throne was not out of the question, given the latter's formidable strength. What nonsense about children! Is this merely a ploy to incite chaos within our realm? The Kree Emperor scoffed at the Nova Supreme's words, disinterested in further entanglement. Condemning those actions is your concern. I have matters to attend to. For the newly crowned Kree Emperor, stability was paramount. He sought a smooth transition of power, which necessitated the peace treaty with Shandar. He aimed to withdraw troops engaged in external conflicts to stabilize the Kree internally. From the Emperor's perspective, he was quite pleased to see the independent faction led by Ronin stir up trouble with the Shandarites. In his eyes, a mutual destruction between Ronin and the Shandarites would be advantageous for the stability of the Kree Empire. Damn it! As the call ended, the Nova Supreme realized her plans had come to naught, prompting an exclamation of frustration. Nova Prime has received some remarkable news. It appears that a companion of Ronin has been apprehended and is currently undergoing interrogation. Observing that Nova Prime is available, a senior officer of the Nova Corps hastily approaches to report. Nova Prime responds affirmatively, instructing, "Excellent. Notify me immediately upon any new developments." In the Nova Corps repository of criminal information, we find Gamora, a being surgically enhanced and trained into a living weapon, who is the adopted daughter of the deranged Titan, Thanos. Zooming in, it becomes evident that this Gamora is indeed the formidable woman who clashed with Star-Lord. The Nova Corps possesses a comprehensive dossier on her, with ample evidence suggesting that Thanos has positioned her alongside another adoptive daughter, Nebula, to assist Ronin. This implies a nefarious alliance between Thanos and Ronin. The details regarding Gamora are quite explicit, and the Nova Corps has also acquired additional intelligence. After a thorough review, it is time to examine the next subject. Designated Experiment 8913, who refers to himself as Rocket. He is a test subject subjected to illicit genetic and neural enhancements aimed at lower life forms. A mere glance at the Nova Corps personnel causes him to lose interest, for he perceives this genetically modified creature as no threat. "What is this?" mutters an assistant nearby, prompting the officer to glance over and observe the next individual being brought forth, a tree-like entity. This is Groot, a humanoid plant who accompanies Experiment 8913 as both a domestic plant and a bodyguard. However, he is hardly imposing. A single flame could spell his end. "Hey, could you be a little gentler? I'm a frequent visitor here. Do you not fear a negative review from me?" Groot is escorted away, and Star-Lord is then thrust into the spotlight. His entrance is always unique. Upon encountering a large one-way mirror, he intuitively realizes someone lurks behind it. Peter Quill, known as Star-Lord, hails from Terra and was raised by a faction of mercenaries known as the Ravagers, led by Yondu. As the Nova Corps officer documents Star-Lord's information and records his criminal activity, Star-Lord, refusing to be subdued, begins to engage in a playful game. With a remarkable mechanical movement, Star-Lord successfully raises his middle finger at the Nova Corps personnel, innocently asserting, "I didn't mean to, it's just mechanical motion." His nonchalant demeanor elicits a sigh from the officer's assistant, who remarks, "Indeed, they truly are a collection of cosmic criminals." "Not entirely." The officer interjects as Robert is brought forth. Before Star-Lord is forcibly removed, he takes a moment to share a friendly word with him, saying, "Don't worry, brother. We'll be out soon. Trust me, I have experience." Star-Lord is escorted away, while Robert responds politely with a smile and a nod. According to his own account, the individual is named Robert Batty, also a member of the T-Blan race. However, unlike Star-Lord, he possesses no criminal record. At this moment, the assistant was nearby, retrieving footage of the morning's unrest in the capital, focusing on Robert's movements. He remarked that during the violent events, Robert had barely participated. However, it was evident that he was acquainted with most of the rioters, suggesting he may have mingled among them. His lack of a criminal record might indicate that his actions had yet to be documented or that no charges have been filed against him. The assistant's words prompted the commander of the Nova Corps to ponder for a moment before ultimately deciding to proceed with an arrest. He reasoned that confining Robert for a while might impart the lesson that associating with individuals like Star-Lord was ill-advised. Thus, he sentenced him to 3 months of imprisonment, ensuring he would be incarcerated alongside Star-Lord and his companions, believing that the young man would awaken to reality after experiencing its harshness. Consequently, Robert was set to receive a 3-month premium prison experience package. While this might seem an unfortunate predicament for others, for Robert, it represented a unique opportunity for life experience. Just as he was about to be led away to join Star-Lord and the others, a voice suddenly emanated from a loudspeaker, cautioning him. If you take the words of the Star Prince to heart and continue to engage in folly with him, it will be your undoing. The Nova Corps has imposed only a brief period of confinement upon you, yet it is ample time for you to reflect on the company you choose to keep. After a brief pause, the voice continued, do not attempt any foolish actions. Failure may lead to a harsher sentence, and even if you succeed by chance, the Nova Corps will pursue you. Young man, you must contemplate your future path carefully. Upon the conclusion of the high official's remarks, Robert was escorted away. However, in the final moment, he cast a glance at the transparent glass, which could not obstruct his vision. He memorized the individual who had spoken. Commander, I fail to understand why you felt the need to say so much to him, the assistant inquired, puzzled. The response came in the form of a sigh from the elder. I do not know either. Perhaps it is because I am old and do not wish to see more individuals stray from their paths. After saying this, the high-ranking official surveyed the surroundings before departing, unaware that his words had potentially salvaged a life in the future. Klin Prison, the highest security facility on Xander, situated in the vastness of space. Don't worry, new partner. I've crossed 22 prisons like this one. Trust me, I can get you out of here soon. The raccoon, feeling somewhat guilty for Robert's misfortune, sought to alleviate his conscience by showcasing his past achievements, genuinely believing he could facilitate their escape. Hey, why are you stealing my thunder? I was the one who told Robert first that I could get him out. Star-Lord interjected, appearing alongside the raccoon. He too felt a sense of guilt, but was equally perplexed as to why Robert, possessing such formidable strength, did not take action. However, recognizing his role in Robert's predicament, Star-Lord chose not to inquire further. Robert, is that the name of my new companion? How do you know about that walking bounty? Star-Lord inquired. We've known each other for quite some time, all right? When did he become your new partner? The raccoon replied. 2 pairs of puzzled eyes turned towards Robert, seemingly seeking an explanation, and he had long been prepared for this moment. Well, Rocket and I just met recently. Remember when you parted ways with Barrett? Star-Lord retorted. Is that the reason you watched me getting beaten without intervening? Oh my goodness, I didn't realize you had such fickle preferences. The raccoon shot back. Hey, you actually remember my nickname. Well done, buddy. It's wise not to help that starry guy. If we capture him, you would earn 500. A truly sagacious decision. 500? Who would offer such a meager sum to capture me? You must be desperate to take on such a job. Star-Lord's exaggerated expression made the raccoon feel belittled, as if it were too impoverished to afford a meal. The bounty for you is 40,000. If it weren't for that crazy lady and the stipulation that you must be captured alive, you would have already been lying before Yondu and his marauders. The raccoon, using its 4 fingers, signaled a grand four in an attempt to regain respect, but to its dismay, the other party merely placed a new label on it. You only offered Robert 500 from a bounty of 40,000. I am truly at a loss for words to describe your stinginess. You are the most miserly raccoon I have ever encountered. After a pause, Star-Lord emphasized, and I am no mere pawn in the universe. Many have tried to kill me, yet none have succeeded. I assure you, even with your combination of a raccoon and a tree, it would be a formidable challenge. Little raccoon protested. Me stingy? Ask Robert. He only assisted a little, and I gave him 500, which is easier than picking up a piece of paper. This is incredibly generous. Who else in the universe could do that? Groot interjected. I am Groot. He just insulted you. By the way, what did you mean by calling him a raccoon? Rocket continued to boast about himself until Groot's reminder drew his attention to the latter part of Star-Lord's statement. You? Aren't you the raccoon? Star-Lord unabashedly stated, even pointing at Rocket's face with utmost seriousness. Rocket exclaimed, you can't call me that. My name is Rocket. After a series of low growls, Rocket nearly erupted. If it weren't for the handcuffs, he might have been compelled to punch Star-Lord. Whoa, good rocket. Star-Lord quickly softened his tone, as he too was restrained by handcuffs, genuinely fearing that the little raccoon might retaliate in frustration, leaving him defenseless. Gamora remarked, "If you truly care about being respected, you should first extend respect to others." "What did you mean by that, crazy lady?" Star-Lord, fearful of the madness of the little raccoon, found solace in the fact that Gamora, due to her innate racial gifts, feared not the bite, unlike Star-Lord, the peculiar blue-skinned being who had to take vaccinations. This opportunity is a well-known truth across the universe. You, Gamora, a product of madness, transformed into a machine of murder. What is wrong with me calling you a lunatic? Stop. At that moment, the prison warden interjected, accustomed to the mutual taunts among the inmates, for this was indeed one of the most notorious prisons housing the most vicious criminals of Xandar. All right, let us proceed. With a creaking sound, the door ahead swung open, and the prison guards, indifferent to the inmates' banter, moved in single file. By the way, what is that orb? And why do so many desire it? Gamora and the raccoon had ceased their quarrel, but Star-Lord seized the opportunity to inquire, his curiosity piqued. Hrot, Hrot. What orb? Star-Lord, I didn't ask you. What purpose does this orb serve? Gamora, I have no desire to converse with a soulless thief. The raccoon, unable to tolerate her disdainful attitude, seized the chance to retort, what are you pretending for? Aren't you just a henchman for a psychopath? How many in this line of work have not heard of your infamy? Star-Lord, that explains why we all recognize one another. Reflecting on the raccoon's words, Star-Lord attempted to project an image of someone familiar with the underworld, yet he was utterly oblivious to who Gamora and Thanos were, thus seeking assistance from Robert and Groot behind him. Do you know who she is? Hrot, Hrot. Never heard of her. Star-Lord, I know you just said that, but it seems you've repeated this phrase countless times. Hey, Rocket, has your tree friend always been like this? Star-Lord could not decipher Groot's intended message. And even the raccoon, who had spent considerable time with the tree creature, sometimes struggled to grasp his companion's words. Raccoon, he cannot articulate like you or I. His vocabulary comprises merely 3 words. I am Groot. Gamora, I am not here to assist Thanos in claiming the cosmic orb. I have found a third-party buyer who has made a generous offer. Star-Lord, oh, how generous could it be? The broker previously presented me with a substantial price, but alas, he backed out. Dismissing Gamora's claims of a high offer, Star-Lord, having seen ample wealth, was now genuinely intrigued by another inquiry. Robert, do you know who this person is? Star-Lord, akin to a restless child, could not remain still. He deliberately slowed his pace, and, once Groot had passed, posed a question to Robert behind him. You've come to the right person. Though I haven't roamed the cosmos much, Thanos, the father of that woman, is a name I have heard on several occasions. Star-Lord, is that so? Do tell. He immediately became intrigued and eagerly pressed for more information, prompting Gamora, who was walking ahead, to turn back as well, curious to hear more. Suddenly, however, Star-Lord's gaze shifted, revealing something that provoked his ire. Hey, those are the possessions of inmates. You shouldn't be wearing them on your head, but rather placing them among my belongings. A prison guard had donned Star-Lord's cherished cassette player on his head and was listening to it, seemingly enchanted by the melodies, oblivious to the shouts directed at him. You are utterly impolite. It was only when Star-Lord rushed over and removed the player from the guard's ears that the officer from the Xandar prison comprehended the situation. Return it to me, you pest. The guard felt an unexpected surge of anger at Star-Lord's actions and, without hesitation, seized a nearby electric baton, activating it before lunging it towards Star-Lord, whose hands were shackled. Meanwhile, the 2 prison guards escorting Star-Lord and Robert appeared oblivious to the unfolding drama, even engaging in a leisurely discussion about the protagonist of a television show they intended to watch that evening. Guard 13 remarked, I believe Miliband will certainly lead the Xandar people to overthrow the Kree, and it's not beyond possibility for them to conquer completely. Guard 14 countered, but I sense the plot will evolve towards peaceful negotiations. Observing his colleague's skeptical expression, Guard 14 proceeded to cite numerous examples and intricate details from the show. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream drew their attention. Initially, they assumed it was their fellow guard who had inflicted the scream upon Star-Lord and were preparing to admonish him to exercise restraint. However, upon turning, they were met with the sight of the guard collapsed on the ground. I swear I know nothing. Do you believe me? Star-Lord raised his hands, tightly clutching the cassette player. Moments prior, he had noticed a brief pause from the guard, during which a flicker of blue light enveloped him before he fell to the floor. Star-Lord's gaze involuntarily wandered and met Robert's, who was winking at him. In that instant, Star-Lord understood who had come to his rescue and subtly raised his eyebrows, conveying his gratitude. "Thank you, brother." At that moment, guards 13 and 14, having assessed their colleague's condition and noted the absence of breath, fixed their gaze on Star-Lord, the only individual who had interacted with the fallen guard. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "I truly did nothing. Just check the surveillance." Guard 14 replied, "We will review that later, but before we do, you must comprehend the rules of this prison." After nodding to Guard 13, he proceeded to escort Star-Lord to another location, the significance of which was evident to anyone familiar with the prison. Star-Lord was being led towards the isolation and interrogation room, a place equipped with various implements and means for play. Little Rocket mused, "Oh, it seems my money is about to embark on a marvelous journey. I hope it returns with the courage to survive." "Prison guard number 13, what are you dawdling for? This has nothing to do with you. Hurry up. If you wish to end up like that unfortunate soul, then disregard my words." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately understood the implication and continued along the designated path. Robert refrained from intervening this time, as he realized that to prevent Star-Lord from being violently mistreated, he would likely have to eliminate every guard in this prison. After all, he did have a rather punchable face. "Prison guard number 13, distribute the uniforms one by one. Put on the one that fits you best. Move swiftly. Don't linger about." As Robert donned the yellow prison garb, he couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of authenticity, as if the very essence of prison life enveloped him. A mirror would have been a delightful addition at that moment. Once he had changed, he was instructed to wait here for a while, and it was best not to entertain any notions of mischief. With the departure of guard number 13, several armed robots emerged from seemingly nowhere, brandishing their weapons and ordering Robert and the others to remain still. "Raccoon, I bet he went back to check on that poor wretch. Do you think my Star-Lord darling will return alive?" The reason he referred to Star-Lord as darling was not out of affection, but rather due to the bounty of 40,000 he would receive upon capturing him. "Gamora, it would be best if he perished in there." "Groot, I am Groot." "Robert, well, I'm not certain, but they wouldn't kill Star-Lord over this, right?" That guard clearly fell on his own. He spoke the lie with a straight face, so much so that those around him could not discern any inconsistencies. "Raccoon, I also believe that the Xandarians are quite reasonable, unlike certain cold-hearted women and her brutish, unreasonable father." "Gamora, you." "Raccoon, what about me?" A heated argument was about to erupt. "Prison guard number 13, what's the situation?" "Prison guard number 14, I've already reported to my superiors. I reviewed the surveillance footage, and there's no issue. It was indeed number 56 who fell on his own, and it had nothing to do with that quill." "Prison guard number 13, as long as he didn't strike, that's good. Otherwise, it wouldn't be pleasant for us if the prisoners we escort end up injuring someone." "Prison guard number 14, even if he didn't cause number 56 as predicament, Quill is still implicated. I think it's essential to teach him who to heed in this prison." "Prison guard number 13, I was thinking along the same lines." "Go ahead then. I'll wait for the officer to arrive. Just be careful not to kill him." "Prison guard number 14, don't worry, I know my limits." "Ah, you inconsiderate Xandarians. I've told you that I had nothing to do with it. Why won't you believe me? Don't tell me the surveillance is malfunctioning." At that moment, Star-Lord was enduring the onslaught of raw sewage, as untreated waste cascaded over him. The sheer volume made it difficult to breathe. The stench of the sewage was something Star-Lord could instinctively tolerate, yet at times he felt as though indescribable substances were invading his mouth. Gagging at the thought, Star-Lord found himself retching, saliva mingling with stomach acid, a sight that greatly pleased the guard administering his punishment. "Remember, in the prison of Xandar, we are the ones in charge." After delivering this final reminder, guard number 14 dragged him to the location where Robert and the others awaited. Chapter 134. Disappointment, you choose an outfit. Everyone else, get to the changing room. After unceremoniously tossing Star-Lord to the ground like a discarded rag, guard No. 14 showed no concern for his condition, insisting he rise and find something to wear. "Get up. I see you're eager to go back for more." Upon hearing this, Star-Lord's eyes, previously half closed, widened in alarm. He scrambled to his feet and hurriedly sought out a prison uniform. "I'll change immediately." for those criminals unfazed by cleanliness. The treatment Star-Lord had just endured would have felt akin to a mere tickle. However, Star-Lord was evidently not among them. He would rather endure several stabbings than experience such torment again. What on earth is that foul stench coming from you? Keep your distance. Star-Lord rushed into the changing room, which was merely a more spacious area. Had it not been for the human rights organization on the planet, no such facility would have been established in the prison. How rude of you. Do you still wish to use me as a bargaining chip for that bounty? The raccoon retorted, "Oh, spare me. You should clean yourself up before speaking to me." With that, it delivered a swift kick to Star-Lord's rear and pinched its nose, hastily retreating to a safe distance. "Hey, Robert, you must adjudicate this. Is this treatment acceptable?" Star-Lord seemed oblivious to the offensive odor emanating from him, even attempting to lean closer to Robert. "Why don't you just stand there for a moment?" Robert raised a hand, swiftly condensing the moisture in the air into a water sphere, which he vigorously rubbed over Star-Lord before tossing the now discolored orb into a distant corner. "There, what do you wish to say now?" Robert lowered his hand from his nose. With the foul smell neutralized, they could engage in proper conversation. "Wow, you can do that? Why didn't you demonstrate it sooner? I've endured their disdain for so long," Star-Lord remarked, taking a whiff of himself and grumbling to Robert. "I hadn't thought of that trick until now. But you know how it is. People often devise solutions in times of crisis." Robert offered his explanation as he swiftly changed his attire. Having ensured only Star-Lord had witnessed his earlier actions, for the raccoon remained hidden, still unsure whether its aversion stemmed from Star-Lord's odor or something else entirely. "Rocket, are you ready to go?" The raccoon responded, "What? All right, I'm on it." In a hurried manner, he donned the prison garb, as if fearing that the remnants of his past transformation might be unveiled before others. Once attired, the group was escorted directly to the prison's recreational area, where upon entry, each was handed a blanket by the former guards, marking the successful completion of their check-in. As Robert stepped into the activity zone, he was taken aback by the sense of freedom that permeated the space. Some were engrossed in holographic dramas, others engaged in conversation or romantic pursuits. It resembled a miniature society, albeit one populated solely by criminals. "Isn't this place rather pleasant?" Robert mused. "Really? Wait until you see those fellows up there. I hope you can still say that," responded the raccoon. Confused, Robert glanced upward and beheld a cluster of muscular men, interspersed with a few shifty-eyed individuals. What is there to fear? Bang! Kill him! Kill him! Get out, murderer! This was not a welcoming ceremony for newcomers, but an assault directed at Gamora, who had certainly made numerous enemies in her previous encounters, including her father Thanos and ally Ronan. "Hey, why are you hitting me?" Star-Lord exclaimed, having been accidentally struck by an object thrown in his proximity. Yet his curiosity was piqued more by the palpable hostility directed at the green-skinned woman. "You associate with a murderer. Just wait for your demise." The cacophony of shouts echoed, leading one to believe a celebrity had arrived to perform a concert in this prison. Due to Gamora's presence, those who harbored animosity towards her had also targeted Robert and Star-Lord as objects of their wrath. Sounds of chaos ensued as various objects were hurled. Fruits, bowls, and even toilets were cast down from the rooms. Am I mistaken? Her reputation precedes her. How many of these prisoners' families have perished at the hands of Ronan and his thugs? She may last but a day. The raccoon stated next to Robert and Star-Lord, offering a grim conclusion. "Murderer, kill her." With each few steps, they encountered more raucous voices. Star-Lord was taken aback by the scene and inquired, "Surely the guards will protect her?" "Don't be naive. They only care about preventing escapes. Beyond that, they're indifferent. After all, this is space, and disposing of bodies is quite convenient." Star-Lord glanced at the vastness of space outside, conjuring images of guards disposing of bodies into the void, which unnerved him. However, the subject of their ire remained unfazed. "You may perceive this as a nightmare, but compared to my past, this is a dream," Gamora declared, as she envisioned her dream. Star-Lord, positioned at the front of the line, found himself in dire straits. Those who opposed Gamora were intent on making life difficult for anyone associated with her. "Behold this youthful figure. I wish to savor you with a touch of jam. A delightful feast indeed." A massive blue fist, larger than a sandbag, loomed before Star-Lord. An imposing blue humanoid creature, intimidating in its presence. "I am Groot." The tree-like being was ready to take action, as his raccoon companion had declared Star-Lord to be one of their own, yet it was not his turn just yet. The little creature that had just been caressing Star-Lord had vanished. Bang! What transpired? It seemed that individual had just sent John flying with a single punch. The atmosphere fell silent, and Robert was quite pleased with the turn of events. He slowly withdrew his hand, gazing at the audience that was fixated upon him, declaring with bravado, "Who else?" The expression he wore was strikingly authentic, though the lack of saliva was a slight disappointment. "Indeed, who else? None of you dare move against him. He is my prize." With that, the raccoon kicked Star-Lord and pointed at Robert, stating, "This is my partner. If you dare to lay a hand on any of them, you'd better consult my fist first." Groot, Groot. You'd better consult my fist too. Star-Lord, yes, I am with them. No one dared to make a move thereafter. Robert's display of strength was enough to compel contemplation among the onlookers, not to mention the additional threats now in play. Most importantly, none of them showed any inclination to protect Gamora, which further dissuaded the inmates from stirring up trouble. Just wait. You won't survive the night. The separation between Gamora and Robert's group was not merely a matter of different cells. Her inherent pride prevented her from seeking the so-called refuge. Blood for blood, murderer. I demand retribution. Gamora sat in her cell, unfazed by the shouts and curses echoing outside. Curiously, she reflected on a recent scene. I initially thought he was rather weak. The person she referred to as Robert. Throughout, Gamora had perceived him merely as an unarmed minion, only to discover, unexpectedly, that he possessed such prowess. After breaking free from entanglement, the raccoon curiously approached Robert, examining him from all angles as though trying to uncover a mystery. "You never asked what I am capable of, did you?" Pushing the little raccoon aside, Robert was not particularly fond of being scrutinized up close, especially by a creature of the same gender. "Oh, had I known you possessed such skills, I would have enlisted your help in capturing that fellow, and I could have shared a portion of the bounty with you." Groot, Groot. Now it's too late for regrets. Star-Lord, wait a moment, everyone. Why does it feel as though you are judging me? Don't forget, I was acquainted with Robert first. He has even been aboard my ship. If anyone owes assistance, it should be him to me. As he spoke, Star-Lord paused, recalling the day's events, swiftly recognizing a crucial detail. "Raccoon, on what grounds would he assist you? Did you offer him payment?" "I certainly would." As soon as he finished speaking, Star-Lord's mouth was abruptly sealed by Robert, who was anxiously seeking an answer to a pressing question. "By the way, Robert, why didn't you assist me? I can understand that you may not want to harm a newly acquainted friend like Rocket, but when that woman struck me, why didn't you come to my aid?" At this moment, Star-Lord wore a look of grievance, leaning closer to Robert so he could clearly see the bruises marring his face. He continued, lifting his shirt. You see, my hometown has a tradition of never striking women, and since I observed that you and Gamora were evenly matched, I refrained from intervening." Upon hearing Robert's explanation, Star-Lord's expression softened slightly. Although he inwardly scoffed at the notion of such an antiquated tradition still existing, he at least realized that Robert did not regard him as anything less than a friend. Rocket interjected with a laugh. Robert, you truly have a way with consolation. You are clearly being soundly defeated by Gamora. Had it not been for me and Groot creating a ruckus, you might have met your demise. Do you believe that?" Star-Lord retorted. "What do you mean by that, Rocket? Was my performance truly that abysmal?" The absurdity of his self-deprecating question drew Rocket's mockery, who immediately assumed a serious demeanor before responding. "Indeed, it was quite pitiful. Chapter 135. Establishing rules. The group, amidst their laughter, remained unaware that night had descended. When it came time to sleep, one could hardly say that the bedding provided by the Xandarians was anything but excessive. What lay before Robert was a rather absurd scene. A multitude of individuals crammed together, lying upon what resembled a vast communal bed. Some had their feet at one end, while others had their heads at the other, and one could unwittingly find themselves face to foot with a rather uncouth individual during the night. How were they to sleep in such a predicament? Star-Lord, faced with this chaotic arrangement, felt as though he were a bride in a flower-laden palanquin for the first time. In his previous incarcerations, at least one could count on having a bed to oneself. Nothing had ever been as disorderly as this. Rocket chimed in, "Aren't you being a tad ungrateful? I've experienced sleeping in water before, and that was far worse." Groot added, "I am Groot. I don't feel discomfort." Rocket retorted, "Of course, we are not the same." Star-Lord surveyed the chaotic scene and resigned himself to sleep in such conditions. However, Amidst the turmoil, he discovered a small oasis of tranquility. Robert, I shall squeeze in here for a moment. Star-Lord noticed that the space occupied by Robert was one that no one dared to encroach upon, perhaps a consequence of Robert's earlier display of strength, as no one wished to provoke him. Furthermore, Robert had subtly employed his spatial abilities to create a small barrier around him, which did not serve as a rigid shield but gently nudged any intruders away. Of course, should anyone be foolish enough to attempt a forceful intrusion, they would soon find themselves on the receiving end of a fist capable of shattering planets. Ah, just don't come too close to me, Star-Lord remarked, as the once tranquil space quickly became less so with his arrival, transforming the originally spacious area into one that felt somewhat more cramped. Star-Lord, rest assured, I am quite conscientious when it comes to slumber. I am as well. Upon hearing Star-Lord's declaration, the raccoon also discovered the location and promptly squeezed in with unabashed audacity. It could endure the external crowding, but it would not decline a more favorable spot if available. You truly lack shame. Star-Lord regarded the newly arrived raccoon with evident disdain, for its entrance had indeed rendered the space more congested. I am Groot. I wish to enter and sleep as well. No, no, no. The trio of creatures spoke in unison, with Robert, Star-Lord, and the raccoon hastily interjecting. Although Robert and Star-Lord did not comprehend the tree creature's utterances, they understood its gestures. Raccoon, hey, buddy, you really don't need to join this commotion, do you? After all, you can sleep standing. Does it truly matter where you doze off? Groot, groot. Despite expressing protest, it ceased its movements and obediently resumed its previous position to sleep. Phew! Star-Lord sighed in relief upon witnessing Groot's acquiescence. He genuinely feared that an influx of newcomers would incite Robert's displeasure. Raccoon, good night, my friend. May you have sweet dreams. After offering a final word of comfort to Groot, it too began to drift into slumber, and Star-Lord followed suit. Meanwhile, Robert had no choice but to endure a little longer. After all, those who had intruded upon his sanctuary were his friends, and he could not very well deny each of them entry. Could he? Soon, the tranquility was shattered by an eruption of snores, emanating from the peculiar individual who prided himself on sleeping by the rules. Robert had no choice but to fortify himself with an additional soundproof barrier to find rest. However, mere minutes later, once he too had succumbed to sleep, the cacophony persisted. Snore, snore, snore. The volume was hardly less than that of Star-Lord. Fortunately, he had employed a soundproof barrier, or many would have likely been roused from their slumber. In the dead of night, a voice pierced the silence. Hurry, I can hardly wait to drink her blood. Can't you see I'm speeding up? The Xandarian prison guard. You better be quick. My advice is to take her to the shower room, where the blood can be easily washed away. At this moment, Gamora found herself under the control of those intent on her demise. Little did she expect that not only would the prison guards fail to protect her, but they would also assist in her assassination. A sharp dagger pressed against her throat, and she was surrounded by no fewer than 20 individuals, leaving her with virtually no chance to resist. As they made their way to the shower room, Gamora attempted to struggle, yet her captors showed her no mercy. Slap! You had better quiet down, for that is the only way you might prolong your existence. Ugh! She was merely flailing in a desperate struggle. Hurry and pull her inside. If someone hears, who would dare come to her rescue? At that moment, these individuals happened to pass by the cell where Robert was confined, and coincidentally, Star-Lord, in urgent need of relief, rose just in time to witness the scene. Quill, where are you headed? He exclaimed, hastily rising to investigate. This action inadvertently roused the raccoon, who was not in a deep slumber in such a place. Oh, for heaven's sake, that guy who can't resist a woman is actually planning to stir up trouble? The raccoon, not entirely asleep, lifted its head to see Star-Lord pursuing a group of people, among whom was a green-skinned woman being abducted. Even with the barest hint of intelligence, the raccoon could deduce the situation. It had anticipated this during the day, but did not expect Star-Lord to intervene. No, that's a bounty of 40,000. He can't just walk into danger. It shouted decisively to its companion. When Groot heard the call and stood up, he suddenly recalled there was another formidable ally nearby. Oh, almost forgot. You still need to split 500. You can't decline this. At that moment, Robert's face was subjected to a furious mauling by a raccoon paw, promptly waking him. Robert? However, the reality was somewhat different from the raccoon's expectations. Upon awakening, Robert did not immediately inquire about the commotion. Instead, a blue light began to emanate from his eyes, and his body seemed to be enveloped in it. Run. Having faced countless life and death crises, the raccoon instinctively reacted to the threat of death. The sight of the blue light on Robert's body made its fur stand on end. I am Groot? What is happening? The raccoon leaped into Groot's embrace. A mere coincidence, yet a welcome refuge for it, now trembling in fear. Run. I don't know if something is about to explode inside Robert. What is going to explode? Just as the raccoon was about to flee in panic, Robert was fully awake, realizing that it was merely a case of morning grumpiness. What is all this noise at such a late hour? The communal sleeping arrangement had its drawbacks. With so many people, even slight movements or sounds could awaken a multitude. Thus, the conversation between Robert and the raccoon roused several others, among whom the loudest was someone who witnessed Robert in action during the day. Bang! Ugh! Robert shook his fists, increasingly relishing the sensation of resolving matters with sheer physicality rather than complaints. Do you have any objections? After sending the loudest one back to slumber, Robert kindly inquired about the others who had been disturbed. No, we're fine. Why did you wake me? Once he had addressed everyone's concerns, Robert stepped down from his bed and asked the raccoon, Huh? Oh, Quill just left? I saw him heading off to rescue Gamora. The raccoon was momentarily stunned, but soon recalled that his money had vanished, neglecting to lament Robert's prowess. After uttering his words, he hastily pursued the direction in which Star-Lord had departed. Bang! Gamora, you have committed heinous acts across the cosmos, unforgivable sins, and now I hereby sentence you to death. In the shower room, Gamora found herself with a sharp blade pressed against her throat. As her captor recited a litany of judgment, he prepared to strike, but suddenly, how dare you? A heavily tattooed behemoth strode forth, causing Gamora's captors to tremble, nearly dropping their weapons upon recognizing him. Who among you does not know me? Drax, the Destroyer. Why do they call you that? Because you have eliminated numerous minions of Ronan, just like answering a question on an exam. The criminals who had been so brazen before Gamora now found themselves subdued in the presence of Drax, whose fearsome reputation resonated throughout the prison walls. A confrontation was inevitable, and with every blow potentially lethal, it was no wonder that ordinary men would tremble. Quill. At that moment, Star-Lord arrived, just in time, with the raccoon trailing closely behind. Their gazes were drawn to the unfolding scene. Ronan killed my wife and child without a flicker of remorse. He laughed maniacally. Drax, the Destroyer, was becoming increasingly unhinged, while Star-Lord, who was stealthily observing the situation from outside, hesitated over whether to intervene on Gamora's behalf. Listen to me, Quill. There is no need to complicate matters further. Let's return. That man appears formidable. After a good night's sleep, everything will be fine. The raccoon urged Star-Lord, primarily out of a desire to avoid risk. After all, if Quill were to encounter any misfortune due to this incident, his bounty would be lost. What do you think, Robert? Star-Lord was not in agreement with the raccoon-esque sentiments, but refrained from voicing his dissent immediately. Instead, he turned to Robert, hoping for a response that aligned with his own thoughts. I'm fine with whatever you decide. Robert shrugged, indicating his indifference. After all, his strength was evident. For someone like Drax, an ordinary person might be intimidated, but Robert could easily handle the situation. Star-Lord interjected, I believe we cannot stand idly by while she perishes. I must assist her. What are your thoughts? The raccoon retorted, foolish decision. Robert replied, if you have made up your mind, then act. I could take on 10 of him. Groot, in his characteristic manner, proclaimed, I am Groot. I can too. Chapter 136. Star-Lord remarked, you all possess remarkable taste. With 2 votes in favor of his decision, as Star-Lord could not comprehend Groot's words, he assumed they were in agreement. Her life is not yours to take. Ronan destroyed my family. I will exact blood for blood. Drax, teetering on the brink of losing control, received a small knife from a perceptive individual, willingly granting him the opportunity to execute Gamora. At that moment, Star-Lord was on the verge of taking action, but just then an unexpected turn of events occurred. What? It turned out that Gamora had seized the opportunity during their knife exchange to launch a counterattack, choosing the perfect moment when no blade was pressed against her neck. With 2 resounding thuds, the 2 assailants holding her down were swiftly incapacitated, and their knives were deftly wrested from their grasp. The Destroyer, who had just boasted about personally eliminating his adversary, found himself in mere seconds transformed from predator to prey, with a blade now pressed against his throat. Let me assure you, I am neither akin of Ronin nor of Thanos. Gamora attempted to assert her innocence, but upon seeing the distrust in her opponent's eyes, she further demonstrated her sincerity by discarding the dagger poised at his neck. As the blades clattered to the ground, Gamora continued, I am your only hope of thwarting Ronin. Her earnestness was palpable, yet the destroyer was not in a rational frame of mind and had never been one for deep contemplation. With a swift motion, he seized Gamora's throat in a vice-like grip, retreating madly to deny her any chance of escape. Hey, my friend, you ought to calm down. Did you not hear her words clearly enough? Star-Lord, witnessing the situation escalate, charged forward without hesitation. After all, he had Robert backing him. Are you certain you can best that hulking brute? The raccoon exclaimed, covering his face and turning to Robert for reassurance. As he typically preferred to speak in terms of facts when faced with such inquiries, Robert raised his hand, and in an instant, the blue cosmic energy responded to his command, enveloping Drax and lifting him off the ground, placing him in a secure position. The undeniable truth was evident under Robert's influence. Drax was rendered powerless, unable to even twitch a finger, his gaze filled with bitter resentment fixed upon Gamora. Oh, I never imagined you possessed such prowess. How did you achieve this? Do you have some device implanted? The raccoon marveled at Robert's astonishing display, leaving the onlookers momentarily bewildered. As none had witnessed anything like it before, it resembled divine power. The first to react were Star-Lord and the raccoon, with Star-Lord rushing toward Gamora, subconsciously attempting to win her over. Meanwhile, the raccoon had climbed up Robert's arm, inspecting his sleeves with curiosity, yet could find no trace of an energy device. Could it be that your energy emitter is embedded within your bones or nerves? In a moment of desperation, the raccoon boldly hypothesized that perhaps it was inconceivable for anyone to fathom the existence of a system such as this, or what one might call an external aid. Stop searching. I possess none of those elements within me. Robert utilized his spatial control to gently detach the raccoon from his arm and set him down, then turned his attention towards Star-Lord. Isn't your aim to avenge yourself against Ronin? Yet your recent actions were hardly commendable. Star-Lord observed Drax, who was rendered speechless, and shifted his gaze back to Robert. Can we get this guy to speak? I wish to converse with him. Robert nodded in agreement, and as soon as Drax regained his ability to articulate, he erupted with fervent shouts directed at Star-Lord. What means are you employing to control me? Whatever it is, you had best release me, or else. Mind your tone, Robert cautioned, subtly indicating Drax's precarious situation as a sharp blade of spatial energy materialized at his throat, prompting the destroyer to regain his composure. I believe we are capable of having a discussion. The threat of death caused Drax's eyelids to flutter. Although his heart still harbored rage, it paled in comparison to the prospect of mortality. Star-Lord remarked, had you spoken earlier, we could have avoided this. Robert, can you not release him? He should have grasped the gravity of the situation by now. Certainly, Robert replied, subsequently lowering Drax, who seized the opportunity to leap back onto Robert's shoulder. Allow me to inquire. Just moments ago, you employed your left hand, yet now you're using your right. Is it possible that both hands harbor something? The raccoon rummaged through Robert's body, determined to uncover an energy device, but after a considerable time, he found nothing. What the? As the raccoon moved about, his fur inevitably brushed against Robert's nose, which irritated him to no end. Ultimately, he resorted to a special method to satiate the raccoon's boundless curiosity. That ability is inherent to my being since birth. Yet you have discovered nothing of substance, have you? As he spoke, he employed a mental interference to influence the raccoon's thoughts, easing its fixation and curiosity regarding the matter. Indeed, but why is it that Quill, also of the same species, differs from you? Is he a substandard variant? Hey, would you kindly consider my presence when disparaging others? The raccoon's words, delivered with an unintentional lack of discretion, were clearly heard by Star-Lord, who took great offense at the slander directed towards him. Let me advise you to tread lightly next time. Continue, please. The raccoon, realizing the impropriety of undermining a friend in the presence of so many, hastily conceded to Star-Lord. Acknowledging his fault, let us revisit the matter concerning Ronin. Star-Lord currently faces a more pressing task, persuading Drax, for he is one of the most influential voices within this prison. Should he succeed in winning Drax over, Gamora's life would be assured. Are you the young man whom Gamora intends to kill? Whether intentional or not, Drax broached the subject, while Star-Lord appeared surprisingly indifferent. Indeed, it was a reality. But that was in the past. Grievances have been set aside. As Star-Lord stated this, Gamora did not grant him much respect. Upon hearing the phrase, grievances set aside, she scoffed, clearly unconvinced by such rhetoric. Drax, witnessing this exchange, could not help but chuckle. Ah, young man, it seems your reconciled ally does not share your sentiments. Perhaps I should just eliminate her to prevent further trouble for you. With that, he raised his blade once more, poised to strike Gamora. However, Star-Lord swiftly interposed himself. If you wish to survive, refrain from opposing me. After uttering this warning to the resentful Gamora behind him, Star-Lord redirected his attention to the destroyer, Drax. Had it been just Star-Lord present, Drax would have contemplated dispatching both him and Gamora without hesitation. Yet, when his peripheral vision caught sight of Robert nearby, such thoughts quickly dissipated. The presence of Robert rendered Drax cautious. He had witnessed the man's capabilities. A rash attack might result in Gamora remaining unharmed while he himself met an untimely end. What do you truly desire? Unable to vent his frustration on Robert, the destroyer resorted to shouting at Star-Lord before him. Calm down and hear me out, brother. Gamora has betrayed Ronan. Given Ronan's vengeful nature, he will inevitably seek her out. All you need to do is stay close to Gamora, and when Ronan reappears, Star-Lord mimicked a throat-cutting gesture, mischievously sticking out his tongue. However, he had evidently misjudged his audience, for the man before him was not one to grasp such nuances. Drax replied, "Why should I prepare Ronan's neck for slaughter?" "Oh, it's merely a metaphor, you see, brother. It signifies the act of slitting his throat." Star-Lord was a loss for words when confronted with someone so oblivious to a common gesture. Nevertheless, contemplating his purpose for being there, he suppressed his irritation and attempted to clarify. "Everyone is aware?" Drax scanned the surroundings, and the prisoners within the confines of the prison nodded vigorously, making it seem as though he alone was ignorant of the gesture's meaning. Drax inquired, "Are you all truly certain that you understand?" As the prisoners observed his unusual demeanor, they quickly recalled the destroyer's typically taciturn nature and realized the predicament. The nodding ceased abruptly, and their attitude shifted dramatically. "No, we do not know." Observing their heads shaking like rattles, Drax was finally satisfied. At that moment, Star-Lord stood by, utterly astonished. Were these individuals truly devoid of any pride? "I promise you, I will not merely slit Ronan's throat. I shall dismember him and feast upon his flesh and drink his blood." Drax bellowed at Star-Lord, as if to affirm his resolve. He cast a lingering gaze at Gamora before departing. Interestingly, this notoriously volatile destroyer exhibited an unusual restraint as he passed by Robert, almost as if he feared provoking him. That old fellow certainly possessed some insight. The raccoon, standing beside Robert, experienced similar treatment. When Drax approached, he lowered his head as though intimidated. Chapter 137. The Black Cloak, Why Did You Come to Save Me? Gamora had narrowly escaped a dire fate. Yet she discerned that both Robert and the raccoon regarded her with indifference, while Star-Lord seemed genuinely concerned for her survival, to guard against any ulterior motives he might harbor. Gamora inquired, "Listen, I truly have no interest in your well-being." Star-Lord's declaration elicited laughter from some. "Ha ha, no interest. Yet you got out of bed in the dead of night?" The raccoon spared no mercy for Star-Lord, even with Robert's intervention rendering the situation remarkably smooth. He continued to mock Star-Lord, indulging in his favorite pastime. "Then why not simply let him kill me? Are you clinging to some other ulterior motive?" Gamora remained skeptical of Star-Lord's words, her expression betraying her growing disdain. It was evident that should he utter anything offensive in the next moment, she might very well retaliate. "Oh, someone's little scheme has been uncovered. Ha ha ha. Let us see a fight. I adore such spectacles. Right, Robert? Do you share the same passion?" The raccoon successfully stoked the flames, also inquiring about Robert's interests. "Well, I suppose I generally enjoy it. I wouldn't say I'm particularly fond of it." Robert's response was surprisingly modest, as he privately reveled in the drama of such situations. His statement immediately captured the attention of those present, particularly Gamora, who found herself in a precarious position. If Star-Lord were to utter something repugnant, her instincts would compel her to strike. Yet, Robert, seemingly on amicable terms with Star-Lord, was here as well. Given his earlier display of control over the destroyer Drax, Gamora surmised that his strength was at least on par with Ronin's. What a vexing predicament. However, regarding my dignity, I must make an attempt. Peter Quill, you had better speak with clarity. Clutching the small knife she had retrieved earlier, Gamora was poised to deliver a lethal blow. What was happening to them? Why do they all look at me as if I were some sort of beast? Is my appearance so uninviting? Star-Lord pondered, nearly compelled to borrow a mirror for a quick self-assessment. After all, he considered himself quite respectable in appearance. Hey, did you hear that, Quill? Your two good friends, Robert and I, are eager to witness your grand showdown with this lovely lady. Perhaps you could recap the previous events for us and prove that you aren't as inept as we suspect. The raccoon exclaimed, a mischievous glint in his eyes. While Star-Lord felt that if he did not soon reveal his true intentions, Gamora might very well brandish a knife at him. The reason I refuse to let the Destroyer eliminate you is simple. It is because you know whom to approach to sell the ball. That is the crux of my thoughts. Nothing too sordid, right? Star-Lord spread his arms wide, attempting to clear his name before Robert, the raccoon, and Gamora. To which the raccoon retorted, I initially thought you were a monster. Turns out you are not even a monster. Star-Lord replied, that remark sounds suspiciously like an insult. Gamora could not help but roll her eyes at his words, then redirected the conversation, asking, we are trapped here. What relevance does the ball-selling matter hold? Our friend Rocket has traversed through 22 prisons. Star-Lord, brimming with confidence, gazed at the raccoon, knowing he would not let such an opportunity slip away. Oh, for me, this is merely a formality. However, once we exit, we will hand you over to Yondu for the bounty, which amounts to a staggering 40,000. With Robert receiving 500 of that, Star-Lord was well aware that they were merely united by mutual gain, but this was primarily true for the raccoon and Groot. As for Robert, Star-Lord felt assured that although he could not be entirely relied upon, he would certainly not assist the raccoon. His most likely stance would be one of neutrality. After all, for a mere 500 in bounty, neither Robert nor Star-Lord deemed it worth their while. How much is your buyer willing to pay for the ball? Gamora surveyed the surroundings, recognizing that her strength alone might not suffice for an escape. Furthermore, if they lingered too long, Ronin or even Thanos might come looking. For billion in bounty, reluctantly, she revealed the truth, having anticipated their reactions when this figure was disclosed. The responses were indeed as she expected. What? Exclaimed the raccoon. My heavens! Star-Lord gasped. The reactions were somewhat different from her expectations. Star-Lord and the others maintained a semblance of composure. Gamora continued, this ball represents my only chance to escape the clutches of Thanos and Ronin. If I can get out, I will take you directly to the buyer, and we shall evenly share the bounty among the four of us. Present were Star-Lord, the raccoon, and the ever-pertinent Robert, all taken into consideration by Gamora. Yet she had evidently overlooked one crucial character. I am Groot. I want 5 shares. The raccoon, the only one capable of comprehending the tree being S words. Translated, he says 5. In the face of danger, one feigns slumber when money is mentioned. One springs to life. Such is the unchanging nature of man. The tree man, shamed by the remarks, lowered his head, while Star-Lord, observing his companion's earnest effort, recognized that Rocket, as his ally, would not condone the tree man's lack of contribution. Thus, he resignedly declared, let it be the 5 of us. The ball now rested in Star-Lord's hands. Logically, it should be his fortune, hence Gamora had no objections regarding the division. Time was running short, and they should return to rest. However, the next morning, they would need to contemplate the matter of their escape, as urgency was of the essence in such affairs. Thanos spies were scattered across the cosmos, and it was likely that news of any betrayal would reach him swiftly. Gamora's predictions proved correct. Mere hours after she expressed dissent, Thanos received word and dispatched a messenger to Ronin. Aboard the Kree warship under Ronin's command, the message was clear. You have been betrayed, Ronin. Ronin replied. Gamora has merely been captured. She may not have located the orb yet. No, my informants within the KYLN prison have indicated that Gamora has ulterior motives. Your alliance with Thanos is precarious. Thanos wishes to summon you at once. Go now. The voice on the line was insufferably arrogant. Ronin had intended to engage in a civil conversation, but the other's demeanor was intolerably haughty. The connection was abruptly severed, leaving Ronin seething with frustration. In his mind, Gamora was undoubtedly sent by Thanos, and now, amidst turmoil, they failed to reflect on their own shortcomings, instead casting blame upon him. What manner of logic was this? In the temple, Thanos' domain, Ronan declared, "With all due respect, Thanos, your daughter has instigated this debacle, yet you summon me? Lower your voice, accuser." Before Thanos could respond, a figure in a black cloak interjected, inciting Ronan's ire. Dismissing the cloaked figure, Ronan continued, "She first succumbed to those savages. The Mad Titan entrusted Gamora to your command." The cloaked figure retorted, "Then she was captured by the Nova Corps. You have not accomplished anything commendable either." Ronan and the cloaked figure continued to speak past one another, both ignoring the other entirely. Frustration boiled within them, and the cloaked figure could no longer contain his anger, exclaiming, "Keep your voice down, or I shall." Before he could finish, Ronan struck, raising his war hammer, unleashing a shockwave that sent the cloaked figure's head spinning a full 180 degrees. Star-Lord, witnessing the scene, gasped in alarm, fearing Ronan might resort to a foolish confrontation with Thanos. However, it became evident that Ronan was not so foolish after all. "My sole request is that you handle this matter with due diligence." Confronting the silhouette of Thanos, Ronan acknowledged the disparity in their strengths. However, Ronan still possessed some value in Thanos' eyes, rendering an immediate confrontation unlikely, even after Ronan, in a fit of rage, eliminated one of Thanos' subordinates. "The only matter I have yet to resolve is you, wretched boy," Ronan exclaimed. Thanos retorted, "Your trivial issues are utterly tiresome. Your behavior resembles that of a petulant child." Although Ronan held considerable worth to Thanos, the latter was displeased with Ronan's violent act against his follower, prompting him to consider a reprimand. "Moreover, you have now driven a wedge between me and my most cherished daughter, Gamora." Such a heavy accusation weighed upon Ronan, who felt unjustly burdened with a problem that rightfully belonged to Thanos, further fueling his ire. Even Nebula, upon hearing Thanos refer to Gamora as his beloved daughter, displayed a look of disdain. Ronan tightened his grip on his weapon, yearning to strike down the high-ranking Thanos and make him aware of his own prowess. Yet, the undeniable gap in their abilities left him with no choice but to watch helplessly. Thanos was acutely aware of Ronan's subtle movements. This was precisely the impact he sought to achieve, and he nodded in satisfaction before beginning to weave his deceitful promises. "I shall fulfill our agreement, Kree, but only after I acquire the orb of cosmic power. Should you arrive empty-handed again, I will ensure that you leave in a most gruesome manner." Thanos' aura erupted, a familiar tactic of his. Instilling belief in his visions required demonstrating his might, which also served to reassure others in their endeavors on his behalf. Ronan clenched his teeth. It had been an eternity since anyone dared to speak to him thus, particularly someone as formidable as Thanos, whose presence made clear that Ronan was not his equal at this moment. I shall retrieve the orb myself," he spat, almost forcing the words through gritted teeth before storming off in indignation. Chapter 138. The escape. To depart from this place, one must first gain entry into the watchtower. Accessing the tower demands certain tools. I require one of the security wristbands worn by the guards. Rocket was the first to voice the necessary preparations for their escape. Aware that time was of the essence, Gamora, eager to flee, promptly volunteered, "Leave it to me." Meanwhile, Robert had just finished preparing their meals and joined the group's momentum when a man with mechanical legs approached them, catching Rocket's eye. "That fellow's prosthetic limb. I'll need it," he declared, presenting his second requirement. Star-Lord sensed an opportunity to shine and quickly interjected, "His prosthetic leg? Consider it done." Rocket replied, "Hey, I can't make use of the rest of him." Ultimately, behind that wall lay a dark passage illuminated by yellow lights. "Do you see it?" The crowd turned their gaze in unison towards the direction indicated, immediately drawing the attention of all. Star-Lord inquired, "What do we do now?" The raccoon replied, "There's a stone energy battery over there, a purple box, and green wires leading into the watchtower." "I need that." Everyone listened intently, yet apart from Robert, no one noticed that the treeman had already made his way toward the location mentioned by the raccoon. Gamora remarked, "Everything else seems manageable, but that energy stone might pose some difficulties." Star-Lord concurred, "Indeed, it's quite troublesome. The wall stands a daunting 20 feet high, and guards frequently patrol the area. Under normal circumstances, it would be exceedingly challenging." The raccoon, however, appeared unfazed. After taking a sip of the prison broth and grimacing at the taste, he added, "We only need that thing in the end, preferably after we're fully prepared. Honestly, there is no need for undue concern." I believe Robert can procure that energy stone quite easily, right? The raccoon's gaze fixed on Robert, recalling the impressive feats he had witnessed, including the ability to lift the formidable destroyer with ease. It seemed implausible that he would struggle to acquire a mere stone. At that moment, both Star-Lord and Gamora's attention was drawn to Robert, not solely because the raccoon had entrusted him with a critical task, but also due to his peculiar act of regurgitating something. Is this what the prisoners are served in the Kree prison? Do they not realize that inmates have rights? Robert lamented, his face twisted in agony after tasting the prison fare, which was devoid of flavor and akin to something pulled from sewer. He pondered who the chef could possibly be. The raccoon interjected, "Hey, their food is indeed dreadful. It ranks at the bottom among the 22 prisons I visited. We need to devise a plan to escape swiftly, or else we'll all suffer from malnutrition." Star-Lord responded, "Right? So, Robert, do you have a way to get that energy stone Rocket mentioned? The energy stone? Are you referring to the one in Groot's possession?" Clink, clink, clink. The raccoon exclaimed, "Groot, what are you doing?" Groot responded, Groot. Is this what you want?" Turning around, they discovered that their Treeman friend had taken action, having seized the energy stone, which triggered alarms throughout the prison. "Drop what you're holding, criminal, or we will open fire." The prison's emergency response was activated, and several fully armed robots surrounded Groot from all angles. "I am Groot. I want T. Open fire." With the command from the chief guard, the robots commenced firing, snapping the previously bewildered raccoon and his companions into awareness. The raccoon declared, "Well, the final step has been completed. Now we merely need to tackle the preceding steps." Star-Lord remarked, "It appears that things are progressing quite smoothly. I'll go fetch my prosthetic leg. Gamora, I'll go fetch the controller." Chaos erupted in an instant as the prison guards rushed towards the scene, and more robots arrived, launching a barrage of attacks at Groot, the primary instigator of the jailbreak. What will Robert do? The raccoon, witnessing his companion being assaulted, found himself at a loss, lacking proficiency in close combat and armed with no weapon. He could only place his hopes on Robert. In truth, there was no need for such tension. It appeared my prison life would be cut short by this dreadful breakfast. After declaring this, Robert intended to raise his hand to regain control of the situation. However, the memory of the scene where the other party crawled toward him made him lower his hand instinctively. In fact, he possessed the ability to manipulate spatial forces within himself. "Huh, what have you done?" The raccoon looked around in bewilderment. The once tumultuous prison had transformed into an eerie silence. As he scanned the surroundings, he noticed the boisterous guards appeared frozen, utterly motionless. "Gamora, this is far easier than I imagined." Once Robert unleashed the spatial power, only a select few were permitted to move. The rest were rendered immobile, their mouths barely able to utter a word due to the density of the space. In such an environment, Gamora was swift in retrieving what she needed, displaying little astonishment at Robert's abilities. After all, having accompanied Thanos for so long had broadened her horizons. Additionally, she did not wish to appear as an uncultured cosmic provincial. "Hey, look what I found. These individuals are completely immobilized. How am I supposed to negotiate for the prosthetic leg? I can't just take it." Star-Lord's loud exclamation successfully captured everyone's attention. In response to his query, the raccoon eagerly suggested, "Just rip it off him, Quill. Hurry, our time is limited. Robert may not be able to maintain this for long." After delivering this line, the raccoon seemed to recall something amusing, nearly bursting into laughter. "Star-Lord, so this immobilizing force was conjured by Robert? Why didn't he use this trick when we were captured?" Robert, outside, wanted to caution Star-Lord against using that prosthetic leg, as it was merely the raccoon's twisted sense of humor. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, Star-Lord had already posed a question. "Indeed? Why didn't you employ this tactic back then, Robert?" The raccoon suddenly grasped the situation, its small eyes filled with profound curiosity, eagerly awaiting Robert's explanation. "Well, this ability isn't something that can be used at will. It has time constraints. I can only use it once every 6 months, for a duration of 10 minutes. If I could wield it continuously, the universe would have long been mine, wouldn't it?" Even Gamora and Groot gazed at him with puzzled expressions, leaving Robert to fabricate excuses. After all, he couldn't confess that he had merely wished to experience life in prison. Otherwise, others would surely deem him insane. "Raccoon, oh, is that so? Wait, is there a time limit?" Robert's explanation is quite persuasive because, in everyone's perception, if such a formidable ability could be wielded at will by an individual, they would have long since dominated the universe. Thus, Raccoon harbored little doubt, yet he did come to a realization. Quill is leaving quickly. The matter of the prosthetic leg was a ruse on my part. Robert's power only lasts for 10 minutes, and now there are perhaps only 4 minutes remaining. After calling out, Raccoon immediately urged Groot to transport him to the control room's entrance, a task that was a mere trifle for the tree creature. What do you mean there is a time limit? And without the leg, have I been deceived? Star-Lord gazed at the leg he was attempting to remove, and due to his ignorance of its mechanics, his forceful efforts resulted in bruising it. Embarrassed, he returned the prosthetic and hurriedly prepared to confront Raccoon. Rocket, you had better explain to me what you mean by not needing that prosthetic leg anymore. Do you have any idea how hard I worked? As Star-Lord spoke, he approached an individual who suddenly made a noise, drawing his attention. It's you? Can Robert lift the control on this destroyer fellow? I had previously promised him he could join us. No problem. Even without being told, Robert would have released the destroyer in advance, for he did not wish to see the cosmic version of the Avengers diminished due to his own actions. The moment Drax regained his freedom, he let out a loud shout, seemingly a habit of his. However, when his gaze fell upon Robert, his boisterousness abruptly ceased, replaced by a look of reverence. How's it going, buddy? I speak of integrity. If I say I will bring you along, I will indeed do so. Star-Lord continued to boast, while Robert had already begun his performance. Drax, you truly are one of the most honorable individuals I have encountered. I believe that when the time comes to confront Ronan, you will, is that your friend? He doesn't seem to be in good shape. Star-Lord, what? Bang. The sound of Robert collapsing answered him, his face drenched in cold sweat, lips pale and appearing utterly exhausted. Oh my heavens. Robert, what has happened to you? Star-Lord rushed over to support him. At this moment, Robert's performance was gradually reaching its climax as he struggled to utter a few words through his parched lips. Run quickly. I can't hold on. Star-Lord, run. Drax, allow me to assist you, honorable friend. As Robert's strength waned, the spatial constraints began to destabilize, allowing the previously immobilized crowd to slowly regain their mobility. And some even began to converse. What has happened? A miracle? I don't know. Could it have been caused by that group? I'm not sure. But perhaps this presents an opportunity for us as well. The prisoners began to stir restlessly, while the guards, no longer idle, prepared to act. Listen to my command. Once we have the ability to move, we will launch an immediate assault on the control room held by the inmates. Chapter 139. Good heavens. Where have you been? My throat feels as if it might tear from shouting. At this moment, the raccoon was fully prepared, having awaited the arrival of Robert and the others. Star-Lord exclaimed, Then let us depart swiftly. Robert has overexerted himself and has lost consciousness. All right. The raccoon hurriedly activated the devices within the control room, severing 2 wires in the process. As he moved, the gravity system within the prison began to collapse. Those guards, once contemplating a counterattack, found themselves incapacitated before they could even initiate their plan. Very well, we will require some propulsion devices. Those little gadgets will suffice. The robots, initially designed to assist the guards in managing the prisoners, were now under the raccoon's control, flying beneath the control room to serve as propulsion units. Bang! Oh! Clang! Bang! With a flurry of chaotic movement, the raccoon successfully piloted the control room into the storage area for inmates' belongings. At this point, the prison's defense system had completely crumbled, as the guards who constituted its core had already succumbed. Upon entering the storage room, the raccoon pressed a button on the console, immediately sealing all entrances. Opening them again would not be an easy task. What a flawless plan. Star-Lord praised the raccoon while supporting Robert, who was evidently not one to display humility. Oh, don't say that. I perceive some flaws within the plan. If given another chance, I could certainly perform even better. Gamora interjected, Stop the chatter. Your friend Robert is still unaware of his predicament. If his life means nothing to you, then I shall remain silent, and there will be no need to check on him aboard the ship. Though her tone betrayed her urgency, she cleverly implicated Robert, an effective tactic. Oh, right? Robert has just exhausted himself. I wonder if he is all right. The raccoon replied, Then hurry to find your ship. It should possess a health system. Yes? Star-Lord affirmed, Indeed. My vessel is over there. The Milano, of striking orange and blue, rests in that corner. He effortlessly located his ship amidst a collection of confiscated vessels, perhaps a testament to his innate talent. Then let us be swift. Oh, He crumpled my clothes into a ball. How cruel of you all to remain unscathed. Star-Lord reminded. Do remember to retrieve Robert's belongings as well. Understood. The group hurriedly gathered their possessions. This time, Star-Lord did not encounter any mishaps above, thanks to Robert having dealt with the guard, thus preserving his player without the need for further retrieval. Secure the sphere. We are leaving. Carmarat made a deliberate effort to approach and glanced over, and only after discovering the cosmic sphere in Star-Lord's bag did he feel reassured. Excellent. All my belongings are intact. Let's proceed. Star-Lord assisted Robert, and together they rushed toward the Milano. Fortunately, the journey was unimpeded and could be deemed smooth. Make way, exclaimed Star-Lord. Robert was placed on the treatment table, and as he activated the scanning device, the raccoon, already seated at the control panel, initiated the spaceship's operations. Scanning indicates normal life signs. The ship's health system diagnosed Robert as stable, which was indeed accurate. His current appearance was merely a FA-odd, deceiving humans but not machines. Phew, what a relief. Robert has truly been a great help this time. Had anything happened to him, I would have felt quite embarrassed, Star-Lord remarked, collapsing into the nearest seat. Meanwhile, the raccoon's expression also relaxed. I told you he would be fine. What trouble could a newly acquainted comrade possibly encounter? Groot interjected. I am Groot. Didn't you just say that if he died, you would earn more money? The raccoon retorted, shut up. If you don't speak, no one will consider you a mute. Star-Lord queried, what did my tree friend say? The raccoon replied, nothing of importance. I believe Robert requires rest. Perhaps you should move him to the sleeping chamber, so we can maintain some quiet? Star-Lord, still somewhat skeptical, scanned the raccoon and Groot before assisting Robert away, sensing he had understood a fragment of what the tree had just uttered. Oh, he truly values character. Quill will undoubtedly become a pivotal force in the future resistance against Ronan and Thanos, and he will also become my most trustworthy ally. I concur with your sentiment. After setting the ship to autopilot, the raccoon could no longer suppress his curiosity and began to examine Star-Lord's vessel, leading to a scene where Star-Lord returned to find his ship being dismantled. Whoa. Raccoon Knight, what are you doing? Didn't we agree to keep it quiet? Why are you disassembling my ship? The raccoon asserted, I haven't made any noise. It's you who's acting all startled. Star-Lord retorted, would you remain composed if someone were dismantling your ship? Were these items? He picked up an unknown substance near the raccoon, and the ensuing words nearly caused him to drop it. Don't touch that. It's a bomb. Star-Lord gasped, what? A bomb? You just left a bomb lying around here. He cautiously placed the object back down, simultaneously confronting the raccoon. What else was I supposed to do? Put them in a box? Isn't that the same? The raccoon, completely oblivious to the decorum aboard another spaceship, casually yanked open a drawer from Star-Lord's vessel. Hey, please refrain from carelessly handling my belongings. The raccoon had just unearthed a beautifully colored gift box and was poised to open it when Star-Lord intervened, his expression unusually solemn. Realizing that this must be something of great significance to Star-Lord, the raccoon prudently refrained from further tampering and instead busied itself with its own belongings. What then? Was this object? Star-Lord observed for a moment, captivated by a sizable contraption before the raccoon, which appeared decidedly more menacing than the mini-explosives. Oh, it was no trivial matter. Might one dare to test its might? It could obliterate an entire moon. Gamora interjected, no one can destroy the moon. Star-Lord replied, I beg to differ, but the one capable of such destruction is certainly not you, Rocket. The raccoon retorted, you truly lack a sense of humor. After a brief observation, Star-Lord shifted his focus back to the matter at hand, just as Gamora began to speak. He inquired, following her lead, I need you to provide the buyer's coordinates. Gamora responded, it's in this direction. Rest assured, it's accurate. Star-Lord detected a palpable wariness in her tone, which unsettled him. We agreed to cooperate. Could you not exhibit a modicum of sincerity? Gamora countered, do you possess sincerity towards me? In her hands, she toyed with the orb of power, while Star-Lord's gaze remained fixed upon it. My sincerity flows like a mighty river, provided you disclose what this is. I suspect it to be some form of weapon. With a swift motion, Star-Lord easily reclaimed the orb from Gamora, which lessened his suspicion towards her. To appear magnanimous, he placed the orb on the table. Gamora remarked, I truly do not know what this is. Finally addressing Star-Lord's long-standing curiosity, Gamora admitted her limited knowledge. If it is a weapon, it should be used against Ronan. At that moment, a hand unexpectedly reached out, Drax seized the orb, seemingly harboring some immature intentions. Gamora exclaimed, "Put that down, you fool. You will get us killed." Drax retorted, "Are you afraid I will kill you?" As tensions escalated towards a verbal confrontation, Star-Lord quickly intervened for the sake of his ship. "Calm down, folks. If any of you wish to throw a punch, take it outside my vessel, and I shall not intervene." His words proved effective. At least Drax and Gamora were the type to adhere to rules, unlike certain imbeciles who take others' possessions for granted. Consequently, the two soon fell silent. "That's more like it. Until we acquire our payment, we are all in this together." Star-Lord was quite pleased to find that his words had a significant impact. Initially, he intended to offer further advice to prevent any future complications, but unexpectedly, he received a delightful surprise. "I have no interest in money," exclaimed Drax the Destroyer, tossing the cosmic sphere back to Star-Lord before departing alone. "Wonderful. That leaves the money for the four of us to share." Star-Lord seemed to have heard of some monumental fortune, yet a discordant voice emerged to remind him. "Am I included, Groot?" Groot's concern stemmed from a previous instance where Robert had forgotten about him, and the outcome confirmed that his apprehension was not unfounded. "All right, it's 5 good partners," Star-Lord admitted, having indeed forgotten the sentient tree. Gamora interjected, "We have merely reached a consensus. I have no desire to partner with any of you. I shall inform the buyer of our plans." Just as she was about to turn away, an inexplicable odor wafted into her nostrils, prompting her to exclaim and quill, "Your ship reeks terribly." Star-Lord brushed off the mockery, accustomed to such remarks. With a thick skin, he humorously replied, "A lack of culture is truly frightening, under ultraviolet light." This scene resembles a series of abstract artworks, an art exhibition. Even Rocket could not appreciate his humor, retorting, "You are utterly foolish, Quill." Chapter 140. Insipid on the planet Xander. Within a broker's shop, "Do you have any of these trinkets? I would love to string them up on my control panel," Yondu remarked, gazing earnestly at the items displayed in the showcase. "Are you joking, or are you serious?" the broker queried, caught off guard by the unexpected inquiry. "He is absolutely serious," Yondu's subordinate interjected before he could respond. The broker replied, "If that is the case, I'll bring them out for you to inspect closely." These items were of considerable value, and if Yondu was indeed serious about purchasing them, the broker could hardly fathom the profit he would make. "However, I will only buy these items if you first explain what that sphere is used for, why so many desire it, and then tell me who is interested in purchasing it." Yondu pressed with a series of 3 inquiries that momentarily stumped the broker, who soon realized he could not answer any of them, even at the expense of losing the deal altogether. "Sir, the identity of such high-end clients is strictly confidential." "I'm sorry, but if you insist on inquiring, I must decline this transaction," the broker stated. Yondu responded, "Huh? My hearing isn't quite sharp. Could you repeat what you just said?" As he spoke, he leaned in closer, as if genuinely unable to hear clearly. Yet the broker, observing the arrow nearly touching his brow, understood the implication behind the gesture. "I cannot divulge this information. If I do, they will come to kill me." Yondu laughed heartily. "If you do not speak now, I shall end your life. Do you believe me?" Moments later, he commanded, "Immediately notify the fleet to assemble and set forth to the barren lands. If this venture succeeds, my brothers and I shall be free from toil for a considerable time." Upon exiting the broker's establishment, Yondu and his companions were laden with souvenirs, having spent a substantial sum, yet the cost paled in comparison to the intelligence they had acquired. Just as Yondu departed, Star-Lord and his crew arrived at the coordinates provided by the buyer. "What is this?" Robert, restored and revitalized aboard the ship, was the first to inquire, as they beheld an object resembling a colossal head, comparable in size to a small planet. Gamora interjected, "This is the barren land. It is the severed head of a divine artifact from ancient times. Be cautious when entering Rocket. It is a realm devoid of law." Seemingly well-versed in the area, Gamora elaborated as the ship progressed. "Centuries ago, the Typhon group sent laborers to extract organic materials from this skull. The bones, brain matter, and spinal fluid are all rare commodities. The exorbitant items in the black market originate from here, typically sought after by reckless outlaws." Upon hearing her account, Star-Lord eagerly remarked, Otro, I am quite familiar with them. My planet is teeming with such rogues, surely not fewer than here, I suspect." Drax commented, "It seems like a place worth visiting." Star-Lord responded, "Indeed. Perfect for someone like you. What do you say?" Robert has recently considered returning. Shall I inquire if he would be willing to guide you on a tour? Upon hearing this, Drax glanced at Robert, despite having witnessed Robert's previous incapacitation, which diminished his aura of mystery in Drax's eyes. He still felt uncertain about encountering him alone, and their rapport was far from amicable. Perhaps not. I have pressing matters to contend with regarding Ronan. Just as he felt the awkwardness settle in, a group of begging children approached. Please, could you spare some change? I haven't eaten in days. Star-Lord, accustomed to such pleas, was unfazed. He never believed these stories and cautioned his companions. Keep an eye on your wallets. Do not let these little rascals pickpocket you. Robert wholeheartedly agreed, quickly patting his pocket. Only then did he recollect, I have no money. Where would a wallet come from? Upon considering this, Robert immediately ceased his cautious actions of guarding his pockets, becoming emboldened. After all, who could possibly steal from a penniless wretch? Just as a destitute individual is impervious to the schemes of swindlers. Star-Lord exclaimed, keep your distance. In contrast to his merciless demeanor, Groot, the sentient tree, exhibited a greater tenderness, conjuring a flower from his palm to present to the little girl before him, creating a profoundly heartwarming scene. Thank you, the girl expressed sincerely, having never received a flower after such a prolonged period of begging. The group followed Gamora, arriving at the entrance of an establishment that was unmistakably dubious at first glance. Rocket inquired, is your buyer inside? Gamora replied, we are waiting for his representative. Get out. What are you doing here without money? As they conversed, a patron, having lost all his funds, was unceremoniously ejected from the establishment. Judging by its appearance, it resembled a casino on Earth. Drax remarked, this place is nothing but a den of debauchery. What legitimate business could we possibly conduct here? This statement was made by Drax the Destroyer himself. A mere 10 minutes later, Robert encountered the embodiment of the cosmic law of attraction. Come on, come on, come on. With Drax's thunderous shouts, a colossal creature emerged from the arena, immediately devouring its competitors. Well done. That's the one I bet on. Rocket exclaimed, it seems I will win a fortune tonight. As the beast swept through the arena, Drax and Rocket jubilantly raised their cups in celebration. My Oloni beast has triumphed. I too am victorious. Here's to you. Little raccoon, let us toast. Tonight, we shall not return sober. Rocket retorted, my name is Rocket. Fine, let us drink. Drax laughed heartily, continue. From a distance, Robert observed, noting the irony of the very individual who had condemned the place as a den of iniquity, now reveling with unrestrained delight. I despise those duplicitous individuals. Look over there, many are just like that. At that moment, Robert grasped the hand of a fair-skinned girl, utterly captivated by her presence, inexplicably drawn to her. Under the pretense of palmistry, he successfully initiated contact, now entering a phase ripe for escalation. You seem quite different. Do you have time tonight? I wish for us to explore deeper connections. The woman's expression was entrancing, her gaze seemingly capable of ensnaring Robert's very soul. Robert responded, then I shall accompany you for the entire evening. The two approached a restroom, indifferent to the distinctions between the men's and women's facilities, consumed by their fervor. Hey, you can't bring a woman in here. This is the men's room, you understand? I can't very well urinate in front of a lady. Can I? However, the two individuals appeared somewhat impatient. It was only upon entering the restroom that they discovered someone was already present. Robert, with a hint of urgency, said, excuse me, my friend, but I'm in quite a hurry. Would you mind using the ladies' room instead? Without waiting for a response, he exerted his will, leaving the man momentarily stunned. The man, initially displeased by Robert's bold request, thought to himself that just because Robert was in a rush didn't mean he wasn't as well. Yet, feeling an undeniable force, he fell silent, backing away uncontrollably until he reached the restroom door. Well, you do seem quite urgent, so I shall let it slide. The desolate area was notorious for being a haven for crime. Here, misdeeds went unchecked, where power and fists reigned supreme. Typically, the man's temperament would have led him to demand compensation, perhaps even a few peanuts, for being so rudely displaced. However, after experiencing that peculiar force, and witnessing the impenetrable blue shield that now encased the restroom, he chose to concede. Of course, I can't risk my life just to relieve myself, he thought, scornfully dismissing those who might label him cowardly, for he believed that the prudent choice was evident. Only a fool would rush headlong into danger. A strange sound emanated from the restroom, thousands of words omitted here. Meanwhile, Robert busied himself with fast food, while Star-Lord seized the moment to enjoy a meal that might sustain him for a lifetime. "Want to hear something?" he said, presenting a gift from his mother that he had cherished until now. Gamora tentatively accepted the item and adorned her ears with it. To her surprise, as the vibrant melody played, her body began to sway in rhythm. "How is that? Quite delightful, isn't it?" Star-Lord asked, lowering the volume just enough for them to converse. "Is it any wonder you can listen for so long? This music is genuinely lovely," Gamora exclaimed, her joy reminding Star-Lord of their earlier heartfelt conversation. Reflecting on the torment she had endured at Thanos' hands, she likely never imagined such beauty existed in the universe. Sometimes, he felt rather sympathetic towards her plight. "Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face?" Star-Lord mused, oblivious to Gamora's sudden concern as she touched her face, seemingly fearful of something being amiss. "Your face is fine. I was merely contemplating how wonderful it would be if you could dance to the rhythm of the music." "But I don't know how to dance," Gamora replied. "Is that so? Then I would be honored to teach you a few steps. Consider it a celebration of new beginnings." Chapter 141. The collector, his expression was sincere, and his eyes were astonishingly profound, drawing Gamora into their depths. The distance between them quietly began to diminish, and at this pace and trajectory, their lips would surely be the first points of contact. At that moment, Star-Lord's heart inexplicably began to race. Despite his numerous experiences, Gamora's presence felt particularly unique this time. Their proximity had narrowed to the extent that their breaths could brush against each other's faces, and the gap between their lips had shrunk to mere millimeters. Just as Gamora surrendered to the moment, a sudden loud noise shattered the atmosphere. Are you here to fight? Big guy, who do you think you are? Am I supposed to be afraid of you? Come on, let us settle this." Bang! Whoa, what happened? They were fine just a moment ago. Rocket and Drax had suddenly turned on each other, causing chaos for those nearby. Some who stood at a distance were bewildered, while those who were closer and unaffected attempted to explain. "That big guy just said Rocket was a little monster made by someone. I guess that's what sparked the argument. Everyone shut up, or I'll take you all down with him," Rocket barked. Seeing his friend being bullied, Groot stepped forward, assuming a posture that suggested he was ready to attack at any moment. "I am Groot." The commotion in the hall immediately reached Star-Lord, and upon hearing the noise, he realized things had gone awry. He had intended for a swift resolution, but now, with a determined heart, he closed his eyes and aimed for a direction to strike. Smack! "You clearly have ulterior motives. I'm not some naive young girl easily deceived by scoundrels like you." Star-Lord not only missed his target, but was also met with a stinging slap, leaving him seething with anger, not directed at Gamora. "Damn it, I was so close to succeeding. Who ruined my chance?" At that moment, Gamora was already making her way toward the hall, driven not only by curiosity, but also by a desire to distance herself from the situation in order to regain her composure. If someone were to touch her face at that moment, they would find it unusually warm, as if she were burning with fever. "What are you all causing a ruckus about?" Star-Lord rushed ahead of her, entering the hall with a furious intent to confront whoever had disrupted his plans, only to discover that the instigators were his own teammates. "It was him who provoked me first." Rocket pointed at Drax, who was now entangled by Groot and unable to move. "Enough. Stop this. Do you remember why we came here? Once we secure the money, we can divide it and return to our own lives. Just hold back and don't jeopardize our earnings." Star-Lord's words were directed not only at Rocket and Drax, but also at himself. "I never came here for the money." Who was aware of the raccoon's hidden flag toner? Drax, unperturbed, candidly expressed his disinterest in financial compensation. "Well, you may take your leave then. We were never aligned." The raccoon, already irate, spoke even more bluntly under the influence of alcohol. Star-Lord remained silent, his quietude indirectly reflecting his own sentiments. "Fine, I shall depart. Did you think I was eager to linger here?" As the destroyer gradually retreated, Star-Lord called out, "Drax." Gamora interjected, "Let him go. His presence is unnecessary." Star-Lord stood motionless, silently echoing her sentiment. What transpired? At that moment, Robert emerged from the restroom, not due to haste, but rather because he had yet to find solace. The pale woman opposite him, however, was in dire straits. Casting a glance back at the restroom, Robert chose not to dispel the shield formed by his spatial powers, for within lay a woman foaming at the mouth. A minor incident occurred. Drax left. Confronting Robert, Star-Lord managed to retain a modicum of patience. just as a door unexpectedly swung open. "Miss Gamora, my master has instructed me to escort you," a crimson-skinned maiden announced. Leaving Robert bemused by the plethora of peculiar hues found among the denizens of the cosmos, the group followed the woman to the residence of the buyer, of whom Robert was already aware, an illustrious collector, notorious for his wealth. It was plausible that he might seek Robert's assistance in the future. This place certainly exuded an eccentric charm. Within the collector's abode, a myriad of his prized possessions adorned the space, including an array of biological specimens, heads, limbs, and more, thus explaining the raccoon's earlier remarks. "We possess the largest collection in the entire galaxy, featuring a plethora of animals, fossils, and species," the woman proudly declared as she guided them through the exhibit. Robert even spied a golden retriever clad in an astronaut suit within a display case. He pondered whether it was truly a golden retriever or a creature akin to the Devourer, as the woman led them before the collector. It was well known that prominent figures often let others convey their identities to avoid the awkwardness of self-introduction. "Now, allow me to introduce to you the illustrious Tanathalitathon. My master is commonly referred to as the collector." As the attendant presented him, Tython gradually turned to face them. How to describe his attire? The term that came to Robert's mind was nouveau riche. "Oh, my dear Gamora, it is an honor to see you in person." The collector approached, extending a hand for a kiss. Were it not for his status as a benefactor, Gamora would have relished the opportunity to slap him. "Enough of this pleasantry, Tython. Let's converse." "Oh, my heavens!" Before Gamora could finish her words, the collector was drawn by something, hastily making his way through the crowd until he halted in front of Groot. "Good heavens, what fortune is this? Is this truly a tree creature?" Thanos leaned in to scrutinize Groot, his eyes brimming with possessiveness and avarice. "Forgive my directness, sir, but how much would I need to pay for you to part with your body?" "Of course, I mean after your demise." Groot responded, Groot. "How much do you possess?" The raccoon interjected, "Silence, you fool. He intends to kill you." Witnessing his friend genuinely contemplating Thanos' proposition, the raccoon felt a surge of anger. Was the tree truly so foolish as to see nothing but wealth? "Oh, are you his master? Name your price," Thanos remarked, eyeing the indignant raccoon, who was now rubbing his hands together, seemingly eager to acquire Groot. "Do you intend to purchase him to fashion into a chair? Do not even think about it," the raccoon asserted firmly. Yet to the collector, this was not the crux of the matter, for he firmly believed that there was no ambition unattainable with sufficient funds. If one encountered obstacles, it was merely a matter of inadequate finances. "Your suggestion was indeed intriguing. I could use a comfortable chair. Now, may I present a bid?" The raccoon exclaimed, "What?" Realizing that the collector was disregarding his warning and genuinely contemplating eliminating Groot, he felt an urge to draw his weapon. "Our purpose here is for that orb. I believe that is the matter at hand." Seeing the situation take a turn for the worse, Gamora quickly intervened. In her estimation, the collector, having expressed such a high interest in acquiring the orb, would be more inclined to focus on it. "Ah, yes. Did you bring the item?" As anticipated, upon hearing news of the orb of Xander, the collector immediately sidelined the matter of Groot, and the raccoon too quieted down at the prospect of the exorbitant bounty. "In my possession, good. Here, catch." Star-Lord retrieved the orb from his pocket, and who knows how he managed to hold on to it. "Very well. Allow me to examine the merchandise." Gamora covered her face, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Yet the collector was unconcerned, hastily taking the orb into his hands. After inspecting the orb for a moment, it became clear to him that he could discern little. Yet he recognized that there were certain things he could indeed understand. "Now, let's unveil the true nature of this item," he proclaimed, placing the orb onto a device reminiscent of a lock mechanism. The mechanical arms resembling those used for solving Rubik's cubes began to prod at the orb with fervor. How can one not assert that machines are designed to perform specialized tasks? The cosmic sphere, under the adept manipulation of a collector, was swiftly deciphered, and in an instant, a brilliant violet light illuminated the entire chamber. Star-Lord exclaimed, "What is this extraordinary object?" Gamora replied, "I cannot say, but it is undeniably powerful. I can sense the surging energy within it." For reasons inexplicable, she felt an unexpected regret about selling this artifact to the collector. The contents of the cosmic sphere appeared far too complex. It would be far safer in the hands of a virtuous individual. "Indeed, this is it, ha ha ha." With this, ruling an entire star system, is no mere fantasy. The collector's words astonished everyone present, save for Robert, as they seemed to have underestimated the artifact's potential. The power to dominate a star system? At that moment, the maid who had escorted Robert and the others began to uncontrollably gravitate towards the power gem upon hearing the collector's proclamation. Visions of the torment and humiliation she had endured since her arrival here flickered before her eyes, igniting an intense desire for power within her, a yearning for vengeance. Unbeknownst to the others, she had already approached the gem, and only when she reached out her hand, seemingly to touch the power gem, did they notice. "No, you foolish girl, do not touch it." The collector's shout startled everyone, but the woman, having ventured so far, found herself with no path of retreat. Chapter 142. Power. Once I obtain the power, I shall return to slay you, she declared, resolutely placing her hand upon the violet stone, yearning to harness its strength. Yet, how could her mortal body withstand the force of the gem, especially this, the most potent of all power stones? Robert, observing from below, nodded silently. Given the immense energy unleashed upon contact with the stone, he too would not dare to touch it without having acquired the ability to manipulate time. Bang! Bang! As the crowd remained in shock, the woman's body began to succumb to the overwhelming force of the power gem. Unable to bear the pressure, her form began to crack and splinter. She sought to withdraw her hand, yet it felt as though she were ensnared, unable to release her grip. In that moment, she comprehended the perilous nature of the gem, but it was far too late for regrets. Crash! The violet energy radiating from the gem was devastatingly destructive, as it threatened to obliterate the collector's sanctuary, causing him great distress. Damn it, you had better not be alive when I find you. Bang! Bang! The collector, exasperated, was on the verge of stomping his feet in frustration. The tempest of energy raged on, nearly tearing the roof asunder. It seemed this transaction was destined to fail. We must retrieve the cosmic sphere and its contents before he brings us trouble. Gamora lay on the ground, witnessing the diminishing fury of the energy storm. She promptly turned to Star-Lord beside her and spoke. Star-Lord, still in a daze, nodded blankly, intending to rise and reclaim the orb without a second thought. In truth, Gamora was reluctant to sell the orb of cosmic power to the collector, given the latter's notorious reputation across the cosmos, which could only be described as abysmal. The contents of the orb wielded immense power, and Gamora felt it wiser to entrust them to a force of justice. However, at that moment, calamity struck again, this time not instigated by Star-Lord, but by Robert. "No, Robert, did you not witness what happened to that woman?" Star-Lord shouted urgently as he observed Robert approaching the Power Stone. Robert, are you insane? Stay away from that thing." Despite the frantic shouts of the group, Robert's seemingly reckless actions continued unabated, as he swiftly placed his hand upon the artifact before everyone. "It's over, we've lost a teammate," Rocket thought, already composing his eulogy for Robert. He couldn't fathom why anyone would seek death when life was still an option. Star-Lord, no. His eyes closed. He began to mourn the loss of a companion, equally perplexed as Rocket regarding Robert's motivations. Though Gamora had no particular bond with Robert, she felt no sorrow for him. Yet, when she lifted her gaze, she was taken aback. "I think you can hold off on mourning him for a moment," she remarked, her mouth slightly agape, struggling to comprehend the scene unfolding before her. "Oh, that has hurt a bit." At that moment, Robert began to exhibit signs of cracking, akin to that woman from earlier. But before long, a surge of green energy erupted from his body, mending his wounds. Robert mused that the pain was minor, prompting him to unleash the full potential of eternal time. In an instant, a green energy, rivaling the purple power of the stone, burst forth. When the two supreme forces of the universe clashed, they ultimately neutralized each other, leaving Robert unharmed at the storm's epicenter. "Oh, how did he achieve that?" Star-Lord exclaimed, astonished as he observed the continuous interplay of green and purple energies. Gamora stated, "It seems your friend has concealed quite a bit from us." Rocket chimed in, "Cool. Looks like Robert is just fine." Indeed, Robert was not only unscathed, but remarkably well, as a timely subtitle appeared before him. Ding! Detected potential ability enhancement. Acquired from one of the most potent energies in the universe, the Power Stone. Upon acquisition, one can shatter stars with bare hands, and all abilities will be amplified tenfold. Would you like to acquire the power enhancement? Tenfold increase. Does that imply the abilities granted by those stones can also be augmented? Robert was particularly concerned with the latter point regarding the enhancement of power. 4 feats, such as barehanded star shattering, were within his grasp, even without the abilities conferred by the Power Stone. Observing Robert's dazed grip on the Power Stone, Star-Lord and his companions initially believed he was unharmed. However, their relief turned to concern as he remained motionless for an extended period. I'm Infinity, Robert exclaimed, finally snapping back to reality. He promptly accepted the augmentation of power, recognizing that the strength derived from the gem could only be advantageous. Acquire ability. In an instant, a purplish energy enveloped Robert, swiftly condensing within him, while the Power Stone, once tumultuous, now settled into a serene state. You truly scared us. I thought you were in despair. Star-Lord approached, relieved upon discovering Robert's well-being, yet perplexed about how he had remained unscathed. Just as he was about to inquire, a sudden cough interrupted him. Ahem, I believe it's time for us to depart, Gamora remarked, glancing at the collector, who had been knocked unconscious by the tempest of energy from the Power Stone. She had lost interest in the transaction, recognizing it as an opportune moment to escape. Oh, right. Star-Lord recalled their purpose, hastily retrieving the Power Stone and encasing it once more within the orb. The group prepared to leave, oblivious to the fact that a drunken individual known as the Destruction had recently made contact with Ronan. All right, let us proceed. As soon as Gamora saw Star-Lord secure the item, she stood up, intent on departing. Star-Lord, momentarily dazed, was about to follow her lead when a raccoon voiced his confusion. Wait, why are we not trading anymore? Indeed, why are we leaving? We haven't collected our 40 billion yet. Star-Lord, who had nearly reached the door, suddenly remembered their objective. How could they leave without securing their due payment? Facing the skeptical gazes of both Star-Lord and the raccoon, Gamora recognized that they were both notoriously greedy. With little time to argue, she resorted to intimidation. Do you have any idea how much all these items are worth? This represents a significant portion of that old man's lifelong collection. If he awakens and demands compensation, it would be rather unsurprising. As Gamora spoke, Star-Lord and the raccoon began to survey their surroundings. Compared to when they first entered, the area was indeed in disarray. However, they had not caused the destruction, so why should they be liable for damages? He even intended to keep your tree friend as a chair. Are you planning to remain here? Gamora further stoked their disdain. The raccoon, upon hearing this, grew increasingly hostile towards the collector and, after kicking the unconscious old man, swiftly shifted his allegiance to Gamora's side. Very well, let us depart. Witnessing the scene in disarray, coupled with the demeanor of Gamora and the raccoon, Star-Lord had no choice but to acquiesce and take his leave with the orb of the cosmos. Robert has left, the raccoon uttered languidly as he trudged outside, his curiosity about how Robert had survived waning, overshadowed by the sorrow of a significant sum of money slipping away from him. Once outside, the group's spirits were notably dampened. Gamora pondered to whom she might safely entrust the orb, while Star-Lord and the raccoon mourned their financial loss, leaving only Robert and Groot unaffected. Hey folks, we've already witnessed the power of that thing. Even if this buyer falls through, we can certainly seek another, perhaps even at a higher price. Perhaps the oppressive silence of their journey prompted Star-Lord to speak, his words serving both as comfort to others and a balm for his own disquiet. We cannot sell the orb to nefarious individuals. That is my condition, Gamora interjected, a viewpoint to which Star-Lord found little objection, for in his perspective, those willing to pay for the orb were inherently good. Who among the wicked would resort to purchasing? Come on, anyone who can pay is a good person. Unlike Star-Lord, the raccoon voiced his thoughts bluntly, though it was evident that Gamora would not entertain his perspective. I do not share that belief. The willingness to pay merely indicates adherence to rules, she began, yet before she could finish her thought, a shadow loomed overhead. The group collectively gazed upward, discovering that a fleet of necromantic ships had emerged, their commander unmistakably Ronan. Ah, they have arrived. Ronan, I shall personally end your life. A seemingly deranged individual charged forth, positioning himself before the fleet of ships. With their descent, his fervor only heightened. Oh, this fool has attracted Ronan, Gamora lamented, realizing the dire straits they faced, her mind struggling to conceive a situation more precarious. Hey, Quill, I found you. Do not flee. Came the call from two directions, one from the Ravagers seeking Star-Lord, and the other from the local forces of the Barren Land, seemingly in pursuit of Robert. What have you done now? Gamora discerned at a glance that these local factions were formidable, daring to approach Ronan's vicinity. I merely went for a fast food meal. Robert replied. Chapter 143. Spectators, I will not concern myself with your matters. The orb of the cosmos must not fall into Ronan's hands. Resolve your own issues. With that, Gamora chose a direction and fled alone, while Star-Lord sought to evade capture by Yondu, mindful that the orb remained with Gamora. Why is it said that he is a local tyrant? Before the formidable Yondu could make his move, Robert found himself encircled by a group of burly men. Judging by their physiques, they appear to belong to the same race as the woman with whom he had just shared a fleeting encounter. Best of luck to you, my friend. At this moment, Star-Lord was also in a precarious situation. After offering Robert a reassuring pat on the shoulder, he departed in pursuit of Gamora. The raccoon glanced around, sensing that Robert might be capable of handling his predicament, yet still inquired, "Need assistance, buddy?" Robert assessed his surroundings and gestured to the raccoon. "I'll go assist Quill and the others." With that, the raccoon departed with Groot, leaving Robert alone with the imposing figures demanding his company. "Come with us, will you? You must be quite aware of your recent actions." One of the men, relieved that Star-Lord had vacated the scene, seized the opportunity since their sole target was Robert. "I suppose I have an inkling. She's unharmed, right?" As the realization dawned upon Robert that he had indeed acted hastily in the restroom, he recalled how he had disregarded the woman's pleas for mercy and unleashed his full force, leaving her in a state of distress. "What do you say?" The man shouted at Robert before outlining their demands. "You've left her in that condition, and our boss insists on either a payment of 100,000 or you accompany us." Upon hearing the monetary demand, Robert exhaled a sigh of relief. He felt somewhat guilty for the altercation, yet the terms were not excessively harsh. "Money, is it? Very well. Wait here while I retrieve it." As he spoke, a surge of golden energy began to emanate from him, and the fierce expressions of the men softened immediately. "All right, take your time. There's no need to rush." Robert employed his persuasive abilities, and the effect was instantaneous. If he were of lesser character, perhaps he would have fled by now, but Robert was not that kind of individual. "Stay put. I'll be right back." Upon his return to the Collector's domain, he found that the Collector had regained consciousness. "You ruffians, you intended to leave just like that? Quickly, hand over the orb along with the raw gem." Upon spotting Robert, the Collector immediately began to prattle on, growing weary of his incessant chatter. Robert enveloped him in a wave of yellow energy, and his demeanor transformed instantly. "Oh, my esteemed master, how may I assist you?" Robert replied. "Two things. Procure for me 100,000 units of universal currency in cash, and also provide me with a cosmic map featuring the planet Terra." The term Terra referred to Earth, which was the very reason Robert had embarked on this journey, and he had nearly forgotten his objective. "Certainly, my master. I shall retrieve it at once." These two items were easily attainable for anyone with a modicum of influence in the universe, let alone the illustrious Collector. Only 5 minutes had passed when the cosmic map and the money were presented before Robert. Dispatch someone or do it yourself. Those outside are eagerly awaiting it. Robert handed the money to Typhon, deeming it appropriate to assign this trivial errand to him. Under the potent influence of mind control, Typhon readily obliged. "Yes, master." Typhon hurried off, resembling an eager lackey. Let me take a look." After Typhon's departure, Robert unfurled the cosmic map he had retrieved. The holographic version starkly contrasted with the hand-drawn one from Asgard, its principal advantage being its compactness. With a mere tap, one could magnify any destination. Earth. Robert swiftly pinpointed the location of Earth, likely due to Typhon's prior markings. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated, striking the Collector's domain, exacerbating the already extensive damage. Rocket dodge. The sounds of battle outside were quite pronounced, and Robert could faintly perceive them within. Star-Lord and his companions found themselves contending with Ronan and his legion. Truth be told, Robert could easily resolve this with a single hand, yet he refrained from doing so. If he intervened now, the cosmic version of the Avengers would cease to exist. Robert understood that the cohesion among Star-Lord and his crew was a result of the crisis presented by Ronan. Should he impulsively eliminate this threat, the likelihood of their dispersal was significant. "Forgive me, but given the current circumstances, I believe it is best for me to remain a mere spectator." Robert stowed the cosmic map and activated his spatial invisibility, opting to observe the impending clash from the sidelines. "Accuser Ronan, Are you the one who transmitted the information? You killed my wife, and you slayed my daughter. Drax brandished two short blades, his gaze fixed on Ronan with palpable hatred. Yet, beneath his fierce demeanor lay a notable absence, the courage to act. Initially, Ronan intended to reward the informant, but upon realizing the adversary sought vengeance, his interest waned. He discerned the hesitation lurking deep within Drax's eyes. For an opponent of such caliber, Ronan typically preferred not to engage personally, particularly during this pivotal moment of gem acquisition. Perhaps Ronan had been unaware that the orb contained an infinity stone, but when the collector unveiled it, the power of the stone surged into the cosmos, illuminating all. Casting a disdainful glance at Drax, Ronan resolved to depart. He had encountered and vanquished many of his ilk, and with the gem at stake, he had no desire to entangle himself further. No. As Ronan turned to leave, Drax finally overcame his inner trepidation, possibly spurred by the effects of alcohol, and chose to engage in close combat. Nebula reclaimed the sphere. Drax charged at Ronan from behind with a blade, yet his strike was effortlessly evaded. Ronan, with an air of nonchalance, assigned tasks, disregarding the gravity of such an attack. Drax's assaults grew increasingly erratic, as a tempest of anger, hatred, and fear swirled within him, rendering him unable to find calm. Boom! With a mere flick of his hand, Ronan sent Drax hurtling away, the disparity in their powers starkly evident. The raw crystal lay in the forefront of the ship's cabin. Meanwhile, Nebula, the sister of Gamora, pursued her sibling with a sense of satisfaction boiling within her, reveling in the prospect of vengeance. I have long promised to make you pay, and it seems that day has arrived. Nebula mused to herself, savoring the thrill of the chase, wishing it could last a while longer. Boom! Although Drax's offensive capabilities were lacking, his defenses were remarkable. Time and again, he was sent flying by Ronan, yet he rose again, ready to strike back. I have no time to waste on you. Boom! Ronan turned serious, swiftly overpowering Drax with a few calculated moves, ultimately casting him into a nearby pool of brain fluid. Perhaps finding it unseemly, Ronan chose not to eradicate Drax entirely. Robert, observing from the sidelines, could only rationalize this act of mercy. Without sparing Drax a final glance, Ronan boarded his waiting dreadnought and departed, dismissing Drax as a mere non-threat. Glub glub. Bubbles emerged from the brain fluid after Ronan's departure, revealing Drax ensnared in self-doubt. Quill could no longer shake off their pursuers. I might as well head out directly. Gamora, bearing the orb of the cosmos, was trailed by a multitude of relentless followers. Impossible to evade. No. Hey, stop. That ship cannot navigate through space. Star-Lord, witnessing Gamora's intent to pilot the mining vessel into the cosmos, hurriedly cautioned her. But it was too late. She had already ventured forth. Oh no, the raccoon exclaimed as he halted just before taking flight into space, while Star-Lord resolutely followed. No, that ship lacks life support. You will perish. The raccoon shouted from behind, yet Star-Lord's resolve was unwavering. Everyone faces death eventually. Wouldn't you agree, Rocket? Star-Lord's cheerful voice echoed, causing the raccoon's expression to shift in turmoil. Oh dear sister, is that your boyfriend? He is recklessly charging towards you. Do you see? Nebula reveled in the satisfaction of vengeance, yet found herself growing weary of the game. Gamora, Nebula's foolish actions have only benefited Ronan by allowing him to obtain the orb. And it spells doom for us all. He will surely kill us. Yet, how could Nebula possibly believe her words? Do not concern yourself with my fate. Consider instead how you shall survive. With that, Nebula resolutely pressed the attack button, and in an instant, several green energy blasts struck Gamora. The industrial-grade mining vessel may be sturdy, but against artillery, it was woefully inadequate, lacking any real defense. No, as he watched Gamora's ship being obliterated, Star-Lord felt a piercing agony in his heart. He wished that he were the one experiencing this torment. Chapter 144. Betrayal. A massive fireball erupted before Star-Lord. Had it been anyone else inside, he might have been able to appreciate the spectacle. However, knowing that Gamora was within, his heart twisted in anguish. Nebula piloted her ship of the damned to collect the orb, casting not a single glance at Gamora or Star-Lord, perhaps regarding them as already dead. Quill, come back. Gamora is beyond saving. The raccoon, seeing that the enemy had departed, steeled himself and flew into space, not to face certain death, but to persuade Star-Lord. No matter the outcome, one must try. Star-Lord's gaze shifted from sorrow to despair, and finally to unwavering determination. In a brief span, he had made his decision. He activated the World Channel, treating his desperate plea as a last resort, shouting into the void, "Courage! I am here at the entrance to this desolate wasteland. If you wish to capture me, you best hurry." With those words, he hesitated no longer, donning his mask designed for fleeting survival in the cosmos, and departed from the mining vessel. Raccoon Quill. Star-Lord ignored his friend's call, for his heart was solely focused on one goal, to save Gamora's life. The green-skinned woman floated in the void of space, where oxygen was absent, leaving little chance for survival. Only Star-Lord's mask provided a fleeting breath of life. Yet, there was only one mask. His. After taking a final breath, Star-Lord bravely removed the mask and placed it over Gamora's face. Watching her color gradually return to normal, he felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. In the darkness, Gamora sensed a gentle touch on her face. Having grown up in vigilance, she immediately opened her eyes, and upon seeing the scene before her, she was momentarily stunned. Star-Lord's face had become frostbitten. The lack of oxygen had reddened his features. Yet he still bore a radiant smile in her presence. Gamora felt an inexplicable sensation as something trickled from her eyes. She had already grasped the situation. Her hand brushed against the mask on her face, the very reason she had survived while Star-Lord was doomed to perish. No, why would you do this? The flurry of her actions, transitioning from shock to frantic attempts, proved futile. She fumbled with her face, yet she remained clueless as to how to remove the mask. Moreover, in the vacuum of space, there was no air, and Star-Lord lacked any communication device, rendering him unable to hear her words. Given Star-Lord's current condition, even if he had a device, he would struggle to comprehend anything. In a state of extreme hypoxia, the brain slows down oxygen consumption throughout the body, prioritizing the scant oxygen supply for itself. Thus, while Star-Lord's body lay immobile, his consciousness remained alert. Am I going to die? He pondered inwardly, his only remaining means of exerting control limited to his eyelids. Yet even the simple act of lifting his gaze felt insurmountably arduous. Faintly, he observed Gamora before him, desperately struggling, attempting to remove her mask. It seemed this transaction was not without merit. Just before slipping into unconsciousness, he thought, I've finally got you. Simultaneously, as Star-Lord's consciousness began to wane from the lack of oxygen, Yondu and his Ravagers arrived on the scene. A mere glance at the situation allowed Yondu to deduce what had transpired, and inexplicably, he felt a twinge of urgency to ascertain whether someone was still alive. Though he masked this concern, "What shall we do with Quill and the others?" he inquired. "Of course, I will personally deal with him. Do you think I would let him escape?" Star-Lord and Gamora had already been taken aboard the Ravager's ship, and despite Rocket's desire to intervene, he found himself powerless. Watching as frost accumulated on the mining vessel, his own survival was at stake. Thus, the spectacle came to a close, and Robert departed the cosmos alongside Rocket, returning to desolate grounds. It is worth mentioning that few organisms can survive in space without auxiliary devices, yet Robert happened to be one of them. "I am Groot." Robert returned to solid ground ahead of Rocket, and at that moment, Drax had regained consciousness, now in the company of the sentient tree. Perhaps realizing his previous arrogance was misplaced. Are you asking me something?" Robert vaguely sensed Groot was inquiring about something, yet he could not comprehend the essence of the dialogue as Rocket could. Just then, a mining ship careened into view, and as Rocket disembarked in a fit of rage, he exclaimed, "Dim-witted fools, a bunch of imbeciles." His expression softened upon spotting Robert, but darkened instantaneously upon laying eyes on Drax. Quill had voluntarily surrendered. The situation need not have escalated to this point. What foolish bravado is this? Do you truly believe you can vanquish an army? Drax, you are correct. All my anger and hatred merely serve to mask my own shortcomings. Everyone requires repentance, particularly those who have erred. However, the raccoon presently refuses to accept Drax's contrition. "Oh, no. My wife and child are deceased. Tell me, who has not suffered loss?" Robert stood by, patiently awaiting the raccoon's outburst. And it must be said that this fellow possesses an impressive talent for verbal sparring, leaving Drax, the destroyer, utterly embarrassed. After a tirade that felt rather futile, the raccoon glanced at Robert and proposed, "I intend to race to the far reaches of the cosmos with Groot at breakneck speed. Will you join us, Robert? Before Robert could respond, the tree man voiced a contrary opinion. I am Groot. Let's save them. The raccoon retorted. Save them? How? Groot reiterated. Groot. They are only friends. The raccoon acknowledged this, yet remarked, I understand, but an army of marauders is watching them, and we are but 3. Drax surveyed the situation, clearly noting that the raccoon had excluded himself from the equation. Realizing that all of this was his fault, he sought to amend it. No, it is 4. Rising slowly, Drax's gaze was unwavering, more resolute than when confronting Ronan. The raccoon observed the 2 who had resolved to rescue Star-Lord and the others, feeling it was a rather irrational decision. Thus, he turned his gaze to Robert, hoping for a different perspective. I am indifferent, Robert stated simply, which effectively amounted to abstaining from the vote. The raccoon looked once more at Groot and Drax, knowing he could not oppose the 2 any longer. Well then, you are forcing my hand. I have acquired the orb. On Ronan's warship, its master was currently in communication with the overlord of the cosmos, Thanos. Give it to me. Thanos maintained his lofty demeanor, to which Ronan responded with a slight smile before acquiescing. Ah, very well. Approaching his subordinate, Ronan took the orb from his grasp, revealing his true nature. This is our agreement. I will help you locate the orb, and you will assist me in annihilating Xander. A splendid arrangement. But now that I comprehend what lies within, why should I still require your assistance? Before Thanos, Ronan opened the orb with his bare hands, and a burst of purple light erupted, the surging power within capable of driving anyone to madness. Think carefully, young one. Thanos recognized that this action signified Ronan's refusal to part with the object, yet he felt compelled to issue a warning. Who are you calling, child? Ronan grasped the power stone in his palm. Even with his formidable physique, it was somewhat overwhelming, prompting him to hastily seek his weapon. No, my master, Ronan the Accuser, is undoubtedly one of the most formidable forces in the universe. We must not incur his wrath. His loyal subordinate, evidently well acquainted with the might of Ronan or his legion, hastily cautioned his master. Now I too am prepared. Hand me the weapon. At this moment, Ronan was enveloped in a radiant purple glow. Had it not been for his robust physique, he would likely have succumbed to its overwhelming intensity. Observing his master's resolute determination, his subordinates ceased their protests and obediently presented the weapon with utmost care. With a swift motion, Ronan embedded the power stone into his weapon, causing the purple luminescence surrounding him to dissipate as he absorbed its energy. Awash in a surge of power, Ronan felt invincible. The once disregarded Thanos now seemed even less significant. Thanos remarked, "You are too impulsive, Ronan. Remember, one must always contemplate the price of their actions beforehand." Though seething with anger, Thanos recognized the potential threat posed by Ronan. Now empowered by the stone, he was merely indulging in verbal sparring. The power stone must be reclaimed, but not at this moment. Sensing the subtle shift in Thanos' demeanor, Ronan understood the advantages of his newfound strength. With a slight elevation of his hand, the purple glow of his weapon flickered ominously. The fate of Xander was sealed. Following it, your turn will come, Thanos. After issuing his bold proclamation to the screen displaying Thanos, Ronan severed the connection, relishing the moment. Yet, to confront Thanos and his formidable legion would necessitate meticulous preparation. Are you opposing my father? At this juncture, Nebula had keenly sensed the impending turmoil. Rather than allow Ronan to question her, she took the initiative to seize control of the conversation. What do you intend to do in defiance of your father? Upon hearing Nebula's words, Ronan turned, a dangerous glint igniting in his eyes. Chapter 145. The asteroid. Look at what he has reduced me to. I am the one who yearns for Thanos' demise. The murderous intent in Ronan's gaze was palpable, prompting Nebula to speak half-truths with decisive clarity. Ah, splendid. Observing her adversary depart, Nebula exhaled a sigh of relief. She felt no shame in uttering insults against Thanos. Rather, she took pride in her survival. As for the veracity of her earlier statements, who could discern the truth? Aboard the Ravager's ship, you dare betray me. A punch from Yondu struck Star-Lord squarely in the stomach, nearly forcing the latter to expel his innermost grievances, yet his assailant had no intention of relenting. You even dare to steal my money. Bang! Star-Lord suffered another severe blow, and he nearly succumbed to despair. Fortunately, at that moment, someone nearby shouted, "Stop! Don't hit him anymore." Gamora was restrained by 2 Ravagers, and despite her attempts to resist, she could only watch helplessly as Star-Lord was beaten. When I brought you here, you were just a child, and they wanted to devour you. Who spared your life? Yondu was indifferent to Gamora's words. His anger was directed at Star-Lord as he lifted his face to force him to meet his gaze. At that moment, Star-Lord felt an overwhelming surge of emotion rising within him. He initially tried to suppress it, but upon seeing Yondu's face, he could no longer hold back. He retched, expelling a mouthful of bitterness, which provided him with some relief. Gaining the strength to speak, he immediately said, "What normal person would even entertain the thought of cannibalism? And how long have you been dwelling on this? If you're not tired of it, I certainly am." "Ha, you brave little fool. You still don't realize the danger you're in, do you?" In response to Star-Lord's words, Yondu flashed a brilliant smile. He then lifted his garment, revealing a golden arrow. A flicker of conflict crossed his eyes. After all, he had raised Star-Lord himself. It would be hard for him to claim he felt no attachment. However, he believed a leader must ensure his subordinates understand the consequences of betrayal. Thus, Yondu's arrow flew from his waist, pressing against Star-Lord's throat, yet he hesitated to strike. "No, Yondu, you know that Ronan has taken the gem, don't you?" Gamora interjected, seeing Star-Lord in peril and desperately trying to divert Yondu's attention. "Of course, I know he has taken it," Yondu replied, "but you understand we need to retrieve it quickly, right? Ronan is about to attack Xander, and we must warn them. No one can snatch anything from Ronan, especially not in this situation. Now, let us focus on the matter at hand." Yondu was under the watchful gaze of many subordinates. Although he found it difficult to harm Star-Lord, he had no justification for sparing him. "Hey, Yondu, I have a plan that can make you rich with just one job. What do you say? Care to collaborate?" Star-Lord, recognizing the impending crisis, quickly devised a scheme, hoping to escape death by suggesting it outright, regardless of its feasibility. "A plan? What plan? Forget about stealing the gem from Ronan. I'm not ready to die yet." Yondu's demeanor shifted from one of fury to a more contemplative state, igniting a flicker of hope in Star-Lord. "I know Ronan and the layout of his ship very well. Trust me, if we pull this off, you'll have plenty of time to rest. What do you think?" Star-Lord pointed to Gamora, attempting to deceive Yondu by leveraging her past as one of Ronan's enforcers. Yet, how could Yondu be so easily fooled? He simply could not bring himself to act, and now, with Star-Lord proposing such a suggestion, it conveniently allowed him to spare the other party. Let us embark on another grand venture, but you had better not deceive me again." "Ha ha ha." The boss laughed, and naturally, the underlings around him joined in. Even though some harbored discontent in their hearts, they dared not display it openly. Suddenly, amidst the laughter, the spaceship jolted violently. At first, the crowd felt little, but with the second and third shakes, they realized something was amiss. "Go check the cockpit." Yondu immediately sensed that their ship might be under attack and rushed toward the control room, with Star-Lord and the others trailing behind. "We didn't sustain significant damage from that barrage, boss." Upon reaching the cockpit, Yondu was informed of the situation by his subordinates, and, as he looked outside, he saw that the aggressor was none other than Star-Lord's ship. Star-Lord was equally perplexed, but the sudden voice of the raccoon clarified the situation. "Listen up, you fools. A reckless lunatic is facing your ship, wielding a super weapon capable of annihilating it. If you wish to live, hand over Quill and his crew. That is the only way to ensure your safety. You have 5 seconds to contemplate." 5-4. On the Ravager's ship, Star-Lord felt the curious gazes of his companions. He was indeed bewildered himself, yet this did not prevent him from speaking out to avert disaster. "Rocket, it's me. My goodness, we VE handled everything, it's fine." The raccoon replied, "Oh, what is going on with Quill?" Star-Lord's voice echoed through the comms, prompting the raccoon, who had initially contemplated a mutual demise, to realize that perhaps he need not risk his life for loyalty. At that moment, Robert was also aboard the ship, having accompanied the raccoon onto the Ravager's vessel. However, upon learning what Star-Lord meant by handled, he exclaimed, "You call that handled? Go confront the one who nearly obliterated us, you fool." The raccoon, infuriated, had thought they had salvaged their lives, only to find they were still in peril. "No, that was just us. Remember, Robert was held back and couldn't he act." Star-Lord pinned his hopes on Robert, having seen his capabilities, believing that with his assistance, their chances of defeating Ronan would increase slightly. "Oh, I recall now. Robert, who blocked you when Ronan came looking for trouble. Why did they capture you?" The raccoon, prompted by Star-Lord's words, also remembered that he had witnessed Robert's prowess, but previously, Robert had been unable to showcase it due to being obstructed by unknown assailants. Now that the matter with Ronan had reached a pause, they turned their attention to inquiring about Robert's situation. Well, it was an old grudge, but that has now been resolved. They will not seek me out again. Robert casually offered an explanation to deflect the inquiry, for he certainly could not admit that those individuals sought him for medical expenses due to his confusion regarding their associates. Well then, let us discuss the plan. Star-Lord, noticing Robert's reluctance to elaborate on the matter, shifted the conversation in a different direction. A plan? Oh, ha, you have a plan? The raccoon could not contain his laughter at this remark. He had never truly supported the idea of confronting Ronan again. Before Ronan acquired the Power Stone, the raccoon had held out hope that Robert could defeat him. But now that the gem had been seized, what chance remained? A plan. Of course, I have a plan. Star-Lord, unwilling to appear disheartened by the raccoon's mockery, felt compelled to assert that he indeed had a strategy, though it may have been convoluted. How much of your plan consists of the word plan, I wonder? I fear that if I say too little, it might account for a mere 12%. The raccoon was utterly skeptical that Star-Lord could possess any viable plan at this juncture. Ronan loomed like an insurmountable mountain, even more formidable after acquiring the gem. Previously, defeating him required extensive planning and the opportune moment, but now, with the added strength of an empowered Ronan, success seemed nearly impossible. Well, it is not as much as 12%. At most, perhaps 11. The raccoon chuckled, as Star-Lord's words hung in the air, aside from Rocket's laughter. The rest of those who supported retrieving the gem could only bury their faces in their hands. After a brief chuckle, the raccoon lost interest, his expression mirroring the growing despondency of the others. Though he had previously mocked Star-Lord, this moment of realization brought a wave of disappointment. Star-Lord, hands on his hips, surveyed the disheartened group, excluding Robert, and felt an overwhelming sense of impotence. Well, actually, Ronan can leave it to me. With the situation evidently at a standstill, Robert interjected, taking on a monumental task himself, yet he intended to impose certain challenges. He was not in a rush to rescue anyone. If Star-Lord and the others were to proceed, they would need to exert some effort, for it would not be Robert who would emerge as the hero in the end. Just allow me to approach Ronan. The rest is up to me. Observing the astonished expressions of those around him, Robert felt it necessary to demonstrate his capabilities. Minutes later, he confirmed that he would venture into space without any equipment. One absurd plan had Star-Lord just shared with him. Is there anyone capable of challenging Ronan, who possesses the Power Stone, and defeating him? An even more fantastical occurrence has transpired. The individual who claims he can single-handedly confront Ronan has audaciously offered to demonstrate his prowess by shattering a star with his bare hands. Perhaps such a feat is unnecessary. Star-Lord observed Robert, who resolutely eschewed any protective gear. Despite his prior counsel, Robert remained undeterred, dismissing the notion of inconvenience. As Robert surged from the spacecraft, hurtling towards a desolate asteroid at breakneck speed, Star-Lord sensed an unsettling unreliability in his companion. Chapter 146. The Forgotten One. Robert estimated that the minuscule celestial body before him was likely comparable in size to the moon, perhaps slightly smaller, yet still significantly large for a human. Your friend appears to possess some skill, remarked Drax, witnessing Robert navigate the vacuum of space without any equipment, his skepticism beginning to wane. However, convincing him that human strength could genuinely shatter a star seemed a stretch of belief. He felt that witnessing it firsthand was the only way to be persuaded. But let me test your might. Robert wasted no time on frivolous dialogue. His hands shimmered with a violet luminescence as he summoned a surge of power, feeling an overwhelming strength coursing through him. Without further ado, he delivered a mighty blow to the lifeless asteroid, resulting in a resounding explosion. The sound echoed like a figment of imagination, yet was undeniably real. Before the astonished eyes of Star-Lord, Drax, and others, Robert shattered a celestial body with his bare hands. To safeguard the spectators, Robert had already enveloped the asteroid in a protective layer of spatial energy, ensuring that the debris would not harm the Ravager's ship. Initially, Drax felt a flicker of panic at the sight of the asteroid's destruction, fearing being struck by flying fragments, but he soon realized his concerns were unwarranted. Others had anticipated this outcome. The prospects of this venture now appeared exceedingly favorable. Drax licked his lips, his mind racing with thoughts of the potential profits to be made from selling the Power Stone. Of course, My plan is quite brilliant. Isn't it? Ha ha ha. Let us set forth at full speed to Xander. Star-Lord exclaimed, equally exhilarated, as if a great weight had been lifted from his chest. I misjudged you, Quill. I never imagined you possessed such capabilities. Defeating Ronan will be a mere formality. I refuse to believe he is tougher than a planet. Huzzah! Rocket shared in the jubilance, and the rest of the crew echoed the sentiment. Gamora felt a resurgence of hope for Xander's salvation, while Drax sensed a chance for redemption for his past mistakes. Everything seemed splendidly aligned. Drax even commanded the ship to race towards Xander. Yet, amidst their revelry and premature celebrations, they seemed to overlook one individual. How peculiar. I've been standing here with my arms crossed for so long, yet no one has come to escort me back. At this moment, a solitary figure stands proudly amidst the cosmos. Beneath his feet lies a planet shattered by a single blow. Each fragment of debris dwarfs him by countless magnitudes. Yet all eyes inevitably gravitate towards him. It is not solely his ethereal demeanor, as he stands with arms crossed, that captivates attention. Rather, it is the dazzling aura enveloping Robert's form that is truly striking. One must ponder. Who could remain unmoved upon encountering a radiant blue glow amidst the rubble, with a figure standing within its luminescence? Robert sensed that he had alleviated the dilemma faced by Star-Lord and his companions, even though he was aware that they could have resolved the issue without his intervention. Yet, they lacked the omniscient perspective to comprehend this. Having rendered such substantial assistance, Robert felt he deserved a warm welcome upon his return to the ship. However, after waiting in vain, fatigue set in, and still, there was no sign of Star-Lord and the others. Initially, Robert had attributed their absence to their astonishment at the spectacle, which seemed reasonable. But nearly 20 minutes had elapsed. Were they still in shock? A sudden chill of foreboding gripped Robert. He swiftly turned around to find no one in sight. Had he been forgotten? Reality struck him. His greatest fear from his previous life had materialized, the only difference being that in his past life, he had merely feared being overlooked while using a long-distance bus restroom. In this lifetime, however, he had truly been forsaken, not by a bus driver, but by an entire crew of a spacecraft. Sighing in resignation, Robert surveyed the desolate surroundings, where silence reigned supreme. Though the universe boasted countless celestial bodies, only a select few nurtured life. Fortunately, he had kept his cosmic map on hand. Retrieving it from his pocket, Robert silently thanked his luck for not neglecting his mission while with the Collector. Otherwise, he might have found himself embarking on yet another journey of cosmic wandering. As the map unfolded before him, it projected a holographic display akin to advanced technology. He had specifically requested the route to Earth, known as the Blue Planet, when acquiring it from the Collector, and thus, it was prominently marked. Was Xander on this map? Robert murmured to himself as he began his aimless search, resolute that if he could not locate it, he would simply return to Earth for a restful slumber, indifferent to Ronan's affairs. He contemplated that if Star-Lord and his companions had forgotten him, some consequences must be accepted. It was not merely a matter of anger. Meanwhile, aboard the Ravager's ship, light years away from where Robert had showcased his prowess, Star-Lord and his crew were convened, discussing their plans. Excellent, just like this, it's utterly foolproof. Ronan's assault on the planet Xander will undoubtedly provoke a counteroffensive from the Nova Corps. Meanwhile, the Ravagers will divert a portion of Ronan's attention. Star-Lord, filled with excitement, passionately articulated the plan that the group had collaboratively devised, feeling an increasing sense of feasibility and ease as the notion of victory began to take on an exhilarating form. Indeed, once Robert takes action, victory shall be ours, exclaimed the raccoon, eliciting hearty laughter from the group. Star-Lord rejoiced as well, yet as the prospect of triumph loomed closer, a flicker of cunning crossed his mind. If I were to ally with Robert to seize the gems and subsequently sell them, wouldn't that be advantageous? With a mischievous glint in his eye, Star-Lord's thoughts took a turn, prompting Gamora, seated beside him with a gentle smile, to immediately discern his scheming nature. What shall we do after our victory? Should the gems be handed over to Yondu? In the eyes of the group, the outcome appeared assured, and Gamora shared this sentiment. However, her concern shifted to the aftermath of their triumph. Her inquiry extinguished Star-Lord's private musings as he exchanged a glance with Gamora, feeling as though his intentions had been laid bare. What do you intend to do? Gamora's words silenced the group, leaving them in contemplative stillness. It was Rocket who first shattered the silence. Well, How about we find a buyer for the raw stone after we acquire it? Why should we toil only to hand it over to Yondu? His suggestion resonated with Star-Lord, who raised a hand in agreement, ready to voice his support. Yet, at that moment, a piercing gaze from Gamora shifted his confidence. I suppose Rocket has a point, Star-Lord conceded, feeling a firm pinch at his side. Realizing he could no longer feign ignorance of Gamora's disapproving glare. Perhaps we could seek a buyer who doesn't demand an exorbitant price, but possesses a certain level of prestige in the cosmos? Rocket had noticed Gamora's awareness of Star-Lord's subtle gestures and emitted a derisive snort. Yet he acknowledged that it was a viable strategy, at least preferable to a fruitless endeavor. How can you be certain of the buyer's integrity? What if we sell the gems to a deceitful charlatan? Though Rocket was inclined to endorse Star-Lord's subsequent plan, Gamora's words seemed to overtly oppose their profit-making aspirations. What do you propose, then? A paragon of virtue? Rocket was exasperated by her self-righteousness, musing whether the universe truly required her intervention. He recalled vividly the countless lives Gamora had destroyed under Thanos' command. Rocket, Star-Lord called out, sensing a rift forming between his brother and his beloved. Oomph. Upon his exclamation, the raccoon refrained from uttering any further jabs. Yet in his heart, he had already branded Star-Lord as one who prioritizes personal gain over friendship. I believe it would be far wiser to entrust the gem to the Xandarians for safekeeping after vanquishing Ronan, rather than handing it over to an unknown entity. They are renowned throughout the cosmos for their commitment to peace. Observing the tension arising between Star-Lord and the raccoon due to her actions, Gamora hastily interjected with an explanation. Noticing the raccoon's stubborn posture, she further urged, perhaps we could negotiate a donation from the Xandarians when we present them with the gem. After all, such an artifact is coveted by many across the universe. I find that to be an excellent idea. Let's all compromise. I shall take no share of the donated funds. Drax promptly declared his support after Gamora finished speaking, eager to prevent any escalation that might strain their relationships further. Very well, it is indeed a splendid notion. The raccoon's expression softened slightly. His desire for the money was not paramount. But he could not abide the hypocrisy of certain individuals who constantly spoke of universal altruism. Nonetheless, for the sake of Star-Lord and the group, he opted not to escalate the matter excessively. Precisely. We must ensure we secure a hefty sum from the Xandarians, well aware that they are not lacking in wealth. Seeing the consensus reached, Star-Lord's face brightened with glee, and he approached the raccoon, ready to embrace him in camaraderie. Yet, we have yet to ascertain Robert's stance on this matter. Caught in the embrace, the raccoon felt a twinge of discomfort as memories of recent events flooded back, prompting him to shift the topic. Star-Lord exclaimed, "Oh, right, I almost forgot about Robert. Such a significant issue surely requires his consent." He slapped his forehead and prepared to seek out Robert, his smile fading almost as quickly as it had appeared. Chapter 147. The ultimate weapon. We are nearly there. I have come to inform you all, especially you, Robert, to be prepared for the moment when you shall truly shine. Yondu entered with exuberance, reveling in the success he had achieved in swiftly securing a buyer for the gem, a sum substantial enough to fund the creation of an entire Ravager fleet, with surplus remaining. Huh, why does everyone appear so glum? Are you worried that I might refuse to let you go once this deal is sealed? There is no need for concern. With Robert's backing, how could I possibly do such a thing? Yondu chuckled heartily, secretly contemplating the notion of keeping Star-Lord and the others with him. However, after witnessing Robert's formidable prowess, he abandoned that thought completely. It would be folly. If he could obliterate a planet with a single punch, could his Ravager fleet withstand such might? Quill, what on earth is wrong with you all? Have you all lost your wits after months apart? Not understanding my demeanor? Yondu sensed their continued distress and contemplated further clarification, but at that moment, Star-Lord interrupted him. Yondu, was it not true that we randomly selected the location where Robert demonstrated his prowess? Did we not leave any markers? Star-Lord's inquiry left Yondu feeling quite perplexed, to which he replied with a tone of nonchalance. Of course we didn't mark anything. Why would we bother with that? For the sake of nostalgia upon our return? Star-Lord swallowed hard in response to his words, as even a fool could now discern the predicament at hand. Yondu, what has transpired? Rocket, Robert is lost. Yondu, what? The sequence of events quickly became clear to him. As they approached Xandar, it was indeed the moment to execute their plan. Yet, from the previously despondent crowd, another figure joined in. Yondu, too, felt the weight of responsibility for Robert's oversight, alongside Star-Lord and the others. Boss, Xander is in sight. Ronan is preparing to attack. Let us show him what we are made of. After a few moments, one of Yondu's subordinates, noticing the delay in his leader's return, decided to convey this thrilling news himself. Before learning of Robert's misplacement, Yondu had been eager to confront Ronan, as it signified a step closer to a substantial fortune. But now he lamented, "What have I done?" He struck his chest in frustration and resolved to return to retrieve Robert. "We cannot go back. Not only do we lack any recollection of the location, but the cosmos is vast. When would we ever find it? Xander is already under siege. Our immediate duty is to intervene." Gamera's words held considerable merit. Even if they retraced their steps, it would take a significant amount of time, and it was likely too late for that. What then? Do you have a plan? Yondu's heart sank, mirroring the spirits of Star-Lord and the others, as the prospect of victory seemed to slip away. Boss, should we not advance on Ronan now?" One of the younger members, sensing the urgency, questioned the inaction, realizing that lingering in indecision was unwise. "Why the panic? Can't you see I'm devising a strategy? You step outside." Yondu barked, prompting his subordinate to leave promptly, allowing the remaining group to strategize. "Rocket, how about we return for Robert? We cannot simply abandon him." "Gamora, we will certainly retrieve Robert, but our immediate focus must be on thwarting Ronan, with Ronan's forces already commencing their assault on Xander." Gamora emphasized that failure to act would result in the annihilation of millions. "We all understand this, but what course of action should we take? Without Robert, who will confront Ronan?" Yet, Yondu pointed out an insurmountable issue, plunging the crowd into silence once more. The raccoon glanced around, contemplating that for the sake of wealth and the inhabitants of Xander, he might as well unveil the ultimate weapon. Everyone found themselves at a loss, but fortunately, the raccoon produced his prized possession, a quantum rocket cannon. Such a name sounded remarkably grand. As he introduced his secret weapon, the onlookers began to grasp its formidable power, rumored to possess the capability of obliterating half a planet. "It is not merely impressive in name," the raccoon insisted. "Believe me, in Robert's absence, you shall find no weapon more potent to confront Ronan." A smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He was indeed not exaggerating the might of his secret armament. In the absence of Robert, everyone felt they had little choice but to grasp at straws. "Very well, since a plan has been established, let us swiftly set it into motion. I fear the Xandarians cannot endure much longer," Yondu decisively declared. He had reached a point of no return. To retreat now would be uncharacteristic of him. "All right, we shall prepare at once," Star-Lord affirmed. "I will operate this cannon," Drax declared, after a flurry of discussions. Everyone moved with a frantic urgency, akin to ducks being herded, yet ultimately the plan was solidified. Overall, aside from the absence of Robert, everything remained consistent with the original strategy. "Ravagers, declare your position." As the Ravager ship materialized above the headquarters of the Nova Empire on Xander, the Nova Corps braced themselves for battle. The main forces of the Nova Corps were not present at headquarters. Having relaxed their vigilance due to the peace treaty with the Kree, they had dispatched their primary troops elsewhere. Little did they know that Ronan cared not for the peace accord, brazenly violating it by launching a surprise attack on Xander without so much as a warning. The sudden appearance of the Ravagers, if indeed summoned by Ronan, left the Nova Empire's officers at a loss for how to respond. Surrounded on all sides, they were certain to suffer heavy losses. However, salvation arrived in the form of a reassuring voice. "Fear not, Commander. We are here to assist you." "How do you pronounce that word again?" "Ah yes, allies," Star-Lord jested in the communication chat, easing the tension for the beleaguered Nova Corps commander. "Thank you for your support. Regardless of the outcome of this great battle, you shall all become our most esteemed and cherished friends of Xander." The commander, relieved to have assistance at last, offered grand accolades to Star-Lord and his crew. "Let us first defeat Ronan," Star-Lord responded earnestly, as he piloted his ship towards Ronan's warship, aiming to close the distance for an attack. Yet, the Ravagers alone could not achieve this objective. "Nova Corps Commander, what plans do you have?" "Forget it. The situation is dire. I will first cover your advance." He initially intended to inquire about Star-Lord and his companions' plans, but before he could finish, Ronan's forces seemed to have discerned their intentions. Consequently, a multitude of necromantic ships was dispatched to thwart them. The pressure on the Nova Corps intensified significantly. In the current circumstances, a prolonged battle was out of the question, as the enemy would not afford them that opportunity. Thus, the commander refrained from further questioning and instead issued orders for his subordinates to fully support Star-Lord and the others. All pilots, descend. They are below. At this moment, Nebula was wholeheartedly assisting Ronan. As she witnessed the Ravager fleet approaching, she hastily commanded, "Buzz." From Ronan's flagship, necromantic ships surged forth, mingling with various types of combat vessels, akin to locusts, charging towards Star-Lord. Boom! Bang! In the skies above, sparks flew in abundance, many of which were attacks fired by the three factions. Given the proximity and sheer number, even a fool could strike the enemy with a few rounds. However, the risk of friendly fire also loomed large. As projectiles do not discriminate, there are too many of them. It is impossible to traverse this area. Rocket Raccoon found himself amidst a chaotic mix of enemies and allies. Given his previous experience of hitting several friendly ships, he was hesitant to fire again. "Follow me. I will cover your advance." At that moment, Yondu's voice crackled through the comms. Upon witnessing Ronan's fleet emerge, he astutely realized the need to maintain distance. He retreated while firing back, and by the time the enemy ships closed in, few of his vessels remained, allowing them to carve a path through the chaos. "Excellent work, Yondu. Let us move, Rocket. I'll lead the way." "All right." Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A few straggling members of Ronan's forces seized the opportunity during Yondu's and the others' rush towards the flagship to launch a surprise attack. "Oh, Quill, I've been hit. When this is over, remember to give me my things. Stop playing tricks on me." Yondu's last words before his descent were a plea for Star-Lord to cease his deceptions. Clearly, he had raised him well enough to understand his nature. "I will, but those funds are of no use to you. Let me safeguard them instead." "Surely that isn't trickery?" Star-Lord murmured under his breath before his expression turned grave. Before them, Ronan's flagship was now visible. They had sealed all entrances. To enter, some forceful means would be required. After confirming that all access points were indeed closed, Rocket reached this conclusion, and Star-Lord wasted no time in opening fire. "No door? Then let us make one." Subsequently, Star-Lord the Raccoon and another ship from the Ravagers unleashed a barrage of firepower upon a specific location of Ronan's flagship, perhaps having discovered a vulnerable point. The three vessels managed to breach the defenses in a relatively short span of time. Chapter 148. Ronan in the plaza of the Nova Empire's capital. Robert gazed skyward, where three factions were embroiled in a fierce struggle. It was evident Ronan held the upper hand, a fact apparent to anyone with eyes. His legion was not only dominating, but also had the capacity to bombard the city. "Xandarians, you shall face the charges. That pitiful peace treaty cannot shield you. This flame will reduce you to ashes." Ronan's voice echoed ominously. Almost immediately, a surge of purple energy shot forth from his flagship, obliterating the Nova Corps soldiers who dared to obstruct him. "Oh no, what kind of power is this?" The Nova Supreme exclaimed in despair as he witnessed the complete collapse of his defenses. At that moment, the only flicker of hope seemed to lie with Star-Lord. Along with his companions, had successfully infiltrated the interior of Ronan's flagship. Under Gamera's guidance, they swiftly discerned Ronan's location. Suddenly, their progress was halted as Nebula, intent on aiding Ronan, blocked their path. "You are truly pathetic, sister. Even your betrayal is so clumsy. Watch, you will soon be defeated." Boom! Before Nebula could finish her taunt, Drax struck her with a weapon akin to a rocket launcher, sending her flying a considerable distance. I did not appreciate her manner of addressing my friends. Well done, I suppose. Drax's actions, however, did not garner widespread approval, aside from a thumbs up from Star-Lord. Others remained silent. "You all pursue Ronan. I shall open the door." Gamora resolved to confront her sister herself, disliking the notion of others striking her family. "All right." The Raccoon did not accompany Star-Lord, remaining outside, thus making him the lead on the flagship's mission. Groot and Drax naturally had no objections to this arrangement. Consequently, the group split into two teams, one tasked with locating Ronan armed with heavy artillery, while Gamora alone would undertake the mission of unlocking Ronan's hiding place. At that moment, Robert stood below the battlefield, preparing to assist, recognizing that despite his inner turmoil, he must lend a hand when necessary. Boom! A fighter jet crashed nearby, but Robert paid no heed. Behind him, a portal opened, leading directly to Ronan's flagship. The Shi'ar are prepared to face my judgment. Ha ha. Suddenly, a portal of azure light materialized behind Ronin, yet he remained oblivious, incessantly flaunting his victorious demeanor before the Shi'ar. Indeed, he possessed the authority to speak thus. The weapon he clutched in his hand radiated boundless power at his command. It mattered not that he stood before a single Shi'ar. Even 10 more would pose no challenge. Who goes there? Just as Ronin envisioned his triumphant declaration to the cosmos, a sound echoed from behind him, startlingly close. He could scarcely believe that someone could approach him with such stealth. Is there an issue with the individual sent to resolve you? The speaker was none other than Robert, who, upon witnessing Ronin's astonished expression, wasted no time in launching an attack, denying his adversary any chance to react. The force of space, summoned by Robert, morphed into a lethal blade and surged toward Ronin. While Robert's assault was undeniably swift, Ronin's defensive reflexes were equally quick. Instinctively, he raised his weapon embedded with the power gem to deflect the incoming attack, narrowly escaping disaster. Who are you? Ronin felt a visceral threat of death, emanating from the depths of his being. Even with a weapon that provided ceaseless power, he could not shake the feeling of dread. You need not concern yourself with that, Robert replied, barely suppressing a yawn. Noting that his spatial blade had missed its mark, he had no intention of granting Ronin a second chance. In an instant, he invoked spatial confinement upon Ronin. The latter, displaying remarkable acumen, utilized the power gem to counteract the effects of the space gem's force. The powers of gems can neutralize one another. Two individuals wielding different gems have little chance of besting one another unless one possesses an additional gem or possesses greater strength. A smirk curled upon Robert's lips. In addition to the powers of the space gem, he commanded several others. My friend, shall we converse? Whatever you desire, I can provide. Ronin stammered, genuinely sensing the impending peril. His mastery over the gem's capabilities paled in comparison to Robert's. While Robert appeared leisurely, Ronin found himself paralyzed, compelled to maintain the output of the power gem. Yet his limits had been reached, while Robert's had not. Ignoring Ronin's inquiry, Robert slowly raised his other arm, unleashing a surge of crimson energy. No. As the red energy approached, Ronin experienced an unprecedented terror. An instinctual awareness warned him that to be struck would mean certain death. Yet, the once mighty Ronin was rendered incapable of even the slightest movement. With a decisive crack, the red energy, embodying the power of reality, severed Ronin's head cleanly. And this act did not even represent the full extent of its might. It was merely a fraction of its latent potential. A severed head fell to the ground. Although Robert's spatial confinement had been thwarted by Ronin using the Power Stone, Ronin's mastery over the stone's power was insufficient to match Robert's prowess. Consequently, while Ronin was not entirely immobilized, he found himself compelled to remain steadfastly on guard, rendering his situation nearly indistinguishable from that of confinement. Ronin, your time has come. Robert had just dealt with a major threat, yet those outside remained oblivious to the fierce battle unfolding. Star-Lord and his companions had successfully located Ronin's hideout. Their initial intention was to launch an offensive, but upon witnessing the scene before them, they were momentarily taken aback. I am Groot. Did we win? Star-Lord, Drax, and Gamora stood frozen, staring at the headless corpse on the ground, and then at Robert, who calmly observed them. A multitude of questions flooded their minds. It was Groot who first broke the silence, prompting Star-Lord and the others to animatedly inquire. What is happening? Did we win? Star-Lord asked. Robert, how are you here? Gamora followed. This is fantastic. We've achieved a resounding victory. Now it's Thanos' turn. Ha. The day of my vengeance is near. Drax cheered. While Star-Lord and Gamora sought explanations, Drax was already in celebration, to which Robert merely smiled. I am quite displeased that you abandoned me in the desolate cosmos. I hope that when we meet again, you will be prepared with gifts of apology, or else. Robert's smile held a hint of cold humor, yet, juxtaposed with the fallen Ronin and his severed head nearby, the scene was undeniably chilling. Star-Lord and the others shivered involuntarily. Thankfully, Drax's singular focus diverted the conversation. Leaving? Robert, do you intend to depart? While Star-Lord and Gamora felt unease at Robert's jest, Drax, with his straightforward nature, perceived it merely as an invitation to bring gifts next time. Indeed, I've been away for quite some time and yearn for home. I plan to return and see it. Return? To Xander? You don't intend to join us? Star-Lord's barrage of questions led him to ponder whether their neglect of Robert was the cause of his departure. Before Robert could respond, Star-Lord pressed on. Is it because we forgot about you? I sincerely apologize. Please believe me, it was not intentional. A portal of light appeared behind Robert, who had no desire to prolong the conversation. Addressing Star-Lord's inquiry, he candidly replied, to claim it was not a factor would be disingenuous, but the truth is. The more significant reason is simply that I desire to. Enough said. Farewell, and remember to bring your apology gifts next time. Robert waved farewell to them and intended to return to Earth through the spatial portal behind him. However, his gaze lingered momentarily on the Nova Corps engaged in battle, prompting a sudden recollection. Farewell, Robert. Star-Lord bid him goodbye from behind. Robert responded with a wave before stepping into the portal. As the scene shifted, Robert found himself suspended in the air above Xander. Contrary to his intentions, he hesitated to depart immediately due to another thought. Boom! Crash! The air was filled with the chaos of combat aircraft. Utilizing his spatial powers, Robert swiftly pinpointed the individual he sought amidst the fray. Riley Billy, flank the target from left and right. I shall launch the attack. Together, we will eradicate these invaders. Understood. On board a Nova Corps ship, a senior commander directed his subordinates in battle, their coordination proving effective as two enemy vessels were swiftly eliminated. Just as he prepared to execute a familiar strategy, he noticed his aircraft veering uncontrollably. The commander immediately suspected a technical malfunction. He was about to report to the ground command when a startling sight arrested his attention. Who are you? The Nova Corps officer was astonished to behold a figure standing in midair, unadorned by any equipment, seemingly defying the laws of gravity. This was not the most astonishing aspect. What truly bewildered him was the realization that this individual appeared to be the cause of his aircraft's erratic trajectory. Chapter 149. Return to Earth. Do you recall when you advised me to steer clear of Star-Lord? Robert addressed the commander, who was visibly perplexed. A flicker of understanding appeared in the officer's eyes. He opened his mouth to inquire further, but Robert raised his hand, unleashing a burst of blue energy that struck the commander directly. You once showed me kindness. Consider this a gift from me. No need for thanks. Robert smiled at him before retreating, promptly vanishing behind a shimmering portal. The Nova Corps commander felt as though something had penetrated his being, though it seemed elusive. He raised his head to question Robert, only to find the space previously occupied by him now empty. The fierce battle on Xander turned decisively in favor of the attackers following the demise of Ronan, the primary instigator. The Ravagers and the Nova Corps regulars easily overwhelmed Ronan's forces, now leaderless, leaving only a few to escape. As evening fell and the last enemy aircraft was destroyed, the conflict that had raged here came to a close. Haha, Quill, you haven't forgotten our agreement, have you? Where's that item? As the battle concluded, Yondu eagerly sought out Star-Lord, his purpose still fresh in his mind. Of course, Yondu, here you go. However, I must caution you that this object is exceedingly perilous. A moment's carelessness could result in a backlash. Therefore, refrain from opening it unless absolutely necessary. Shall we? Star-Lord extended the cosmic sphere into Yondu's hands, feigning great concern for him. Yet, from a subtle angle that would be difficult for anyone to perceive, he discreetly nudged an object that bore a striking resemblance to the sphere. In truth, it not only looked similar but served a comparable purpose, for the Power Stone was nestled within it. Good lad, I shall remember this. It appears my efforts in raising you were not in vain. Yondu harbored no doubts regarding the cosmic sphere presented by Star-Lord, as prior assumptions led him to instinctively believe that the Power Stone ought to be housed within it. Of course, you will take pride in me, Yondu. Star-Lord unconsciously straightened his posture, knowing that what Yondu truly desired was concealed within, while what he presently held was merely an empty shell. Robert was oblivious to the happenings on Xander, as he now stood upon the surface of Earth's ocean. The tumultuous waves seemed capable of toppling him at any moment, yet he remained steadfast, impervious to the towering swells. With a deep breath, Robert exhaled slowly, acutely aware that he had returned. Although he initially found himself above the ocean, the sensation was unmistakable. Everything around him felt so familiar, even the plastic bags floating upon the water surface. Perhaps I should pay a visit to Tony's place. Having just returned to Earth, Robert wasted no time and made his way to Tony's villa in California, though he found it devoid of company. Intruder detected. Please identify yourself. Suddenly, a voice echoed beside him. Even after such a long absence, he recognized it as Jarvis's. Hey, it's me, Jarvis. Is your master home? Robert inquired, prompting a brief silence from Jarvis before he proceeded to contact Tony. Identity confirmed. Mr. Robert, please remain where you are. In accordance with high-level directives, I will contact Mr. Tony as soon as I see you. Please be patient. A series of ringing tones ensued, and Robert obediently stood by, awaiting Tony's response. He had intended to inquire about the date, but it seemed an opportune moment for such a question. Robert? Jarvis just informed me of your presence. Where have you been since your last trip to the realm of the gods? Thankfully, Tony did not keep Robert waiting long, answering the call in under half a minute. Where are you? I believe it would be more sincere to explain in person. Also, do you have anything to eat nearby? Robert suggested, as the most discomforting aspect of his time in the cosmos had undoubtedly been the food, which had been nothing short of torturous. He found it utterly incomprehensible how Star-Lord had become accustomed to such fare. Oh, certainly, I am currently in the company of the captain and Thor. And how could a gathering transpire without sustenance? Do hurry over to Stark Tower in New York. As soon as Tony finished speaking, a hand clapped on his shoulder from behind, and upon turning, he found none other than Robert. Oh hey, I didn't expect you to arrive so swiftly. Pray tell, where have you been during your year-long absence? Year? Robert exclaimed. Indeed, to be precise, it has been 1 year and 3 months. Had you delayed your return any longer, I might have presumed you were abducted by Hydra. Robert, oh my heavens, at last we have news of you. Thor mentioned you had ventured to the realm of the gods, and since then, we have heard naught from you. At that moment, another familiar face spotted Robert conversing with Tony, none other than Steve Rogers, Captain America. Captain, I wager that wherever Robert has been, they surely lack calendars. He likely isn't even aware of how long he has been gone. Is that so? What transpired? He inquired, a slight furrow forming on his brow, as if anticipating that Robert had encountered some unforeseen peril. Ah, the tale is rather lengthy. Might I indulge in a morsel before recounting it to you? Of course, that is entirely acceptable. It seems the place you visited offered no dinner, did it? At this juncture, Robert had approached the banquet spread and was commencing an impressive feast, leaving Tony and Steve in awe. Had Robert not appeared so pristine, they might have assumed he had been ensnared in a coal mine, laboring relentlessly. I believe you ought to hydrate a bit. Do take care not to choke, Tony remarked, offering Robert a glass of water, which indeed he found himself in need of. Thank you. Is it truly necessary for us to be so formal? Oh, General Robert, it is a pleasure to see you here. Lieutenant Colonel Rhodey sends his regards. As Tony conversed with Robert, Rhodey happened to stroll by. Initially uncertain upon spotting a familiar figure, he quickly recognized Robert as he approached. Due to professional instinct and the disparity in their ranks, Rhodey involuntarily adopted the formal tone customary in military greetings. Tony, this is my party, and Robert is here as my friend, so there is no need for such formalities, correct? That, despite Tony's interjection, Rhodey's gaze remained fixed on Robert, for in his mind, the latter was the most significant presence in the room. Indeed, Tony is correct. This is his domain. Robert seized the moment during a brief pause to speak. Seems you must have been quite famished, Robert. Where on earth have you been for such an extended period? Surely, you weren't truly captured by Hydra, although it may seem unreasonable from the perspective of an Earth dweller. The most severe concern would be the possibility of being abducted by Hydra. Tony interjected, I find that utterly improbable. Captain, I believe your aspirations should extend beyond the confines of Earth. Consider a broader horizon. I would posit that the notion of Robert being abducted by extraterrestrials is far more plausible than that of Hydra. True to his scientific nature, his imagination soared beyond the ordinary. Yet, no matter how Tony pondered, he could not fathom that Robert was, in fact, proclaiming, I'm being held captive by the cosmos. Would you believe me? After swallowing the remnants of his meal and having consumed a fair amount, he was no longer famished, but rather content enough to engage in conversation. Tony exclaimed, that sounds like a splendid tale. Do share it with us. Captain America chimed in, I, too, wish to broaden my horizons. The three of them, along with a somewhat reserved Rhodey, made their way towards the sofa at the center of the gathering, where Thor and Hawkeye appeared to be engrossed in a discussion. Barton remarked, you are deceiving me. Thor laughed heartily. I assure you, dear brother, I am not deceiving you. Barton retorted, it is undoubtedly a deception. Tall pussy, nay, I am absolutely truthful. Any worthy individual may wield such power. Barton animatedly mimicked Thor's earlier manner of speaking. expressing his skepticism regarding the claim that lifting Mjolnir bestowed the power of the Thunder God. It is merely a hammer. How difficult could it be to lift? He mused. Tony, intrigued, inquired, "Were you discussing? I seem to have missed something significant." At that moment, he overheard the conversation and felt a surge of curiosity, while others also took note of Robert's presence. "Mr. Robert, what a pleasure it is to see you again," Thor exclaimed as he sprang to his feet to greet him. Natasha chimed in, "Oh, General Robert, you've returned? They were saying you had vanished or had been taken hostage." Banner remarked, "See what I told you? Even if the president were abducted, Robert would remain safe. And look at him now, back without a scratch." Barton acknowledged General Robert, and the group greeted him warmly as he reciprocated their politeness. However, Tony's attention was fixated on the earlier mention of wielding the power of thunder and the prospect of becoming the future king of Asgard. Barton queried, "Are you that eager to know?" Tony replied, "Of course. Do tell." Barton glanced at Robert, who seemed unperturbed, and proceeded to recount the earlier conversation. Upon grasping the entirety of the situation, Tony felt compelled to test the waters. "I assure you, I do not deceive you. Unless one possesses absolute power," Thor stated, casting a glance at Robert before continuing, "it is utterly impossible to lift Mjolnir without the proper recognition." Chapter 150, The King's Test Impossible. "I still cannot believe such a thing," Barton exclaimed, shifting aside for Robert and the others as they approached. "Well, why not give it a try? As for Robert, I know he can lift it, but the rest of you surely cannot." With a straightforward demeanor, Thor pointed decisively at Mjolnir, declaring that everyone but Robert was welcome to attempt the feat. "I must witness this for myself. You know, I have seen this thing before," Barton said, rising first, being the most skeptical among them. Deep down, he could hardly accept that he could not lift such a small hammer. "Now, this will be entertaining," Rhodey remarked. "Barton, if you cannot lift it, we shan't hold it against you. After all, you were injured while taking down Hydra, and we can understand that." Tony, standing nearby, elicited laughter from the crowd, while Barton maintained a positive attitude. "Rest assured, this will be quite easy," Barton proclaimed as he approached Mjolnir. Despite his light-hearted words, he placed both hands upon it and exerted a strong effort. After his initial attempt yielded no results, Barton remained undeterred and decided to try once more. "I truly do not understand how you manage this." "I told you, we will understand," Tony replied with a smirk. "Oh, forget it. This is simply too heavy. It defies logic." Tony's tone resembled that of an unspoken verdict. Barton's gaze was captured by him, and an idea struck. "All right, Stork, it's your turn to try." "Oh, what? Me? What honor." Tony rose from the sofa, never one to miss an opportunity to showcase his prowess, even among familiar faces. "Hey, do you know my noble qualities? I never shy away from a true challenge." "Indeed, I can attest to that," Rhodey affirmed. "Then let us begin. Let us see what Tony is capable of." Captain America encouraged. With the eyes of the crowd upon him, Tony approached Mjolnir, opting not to employ any technological aids, wishing to lift the hammer solely by his own strength. "This is merely physics. I just need a point of leverage," he stated. Tony exerted half of his strength, yet Mjolnir showed no signs of movement. However, he was not one to easily concede defeat. Before the final verdict was rendered, he dismissed the setback. "I wasn't using my full strength earlier. I was contemplating a point. If I can lift it, I could rule Asgard, correct? It would be wise to clarify this in advance." Thor had ample confidence that Mjolnir would not be lifted by anyone present, aside from himself and Robert. "Indeed, if you can lift the hammer, I shall take you to Asgard, where you will be crowned the new king." Thor's confidence was unmistakable, and Tony was merely jesting. He felt that he might be able to lift it, but when it came to the hammer of the god of thunder, he reconsidered. However, it is well known that Tony's tongue knew no bounds. "Then I shall reinstate the right of the first knight in the realm of the gods." After such flamboyant declarations, he summoned all his strength without reservation, yet the hammer remained utterly unyielding. Determined, Tony resolved to employ the exclusive advantages of wealth, the power of technology. Clad in his mechanized arm from the Iron Man suit, he approached Thor's hammer once more, brimming with renewed confidence. "I realize this may be somewhat against the rules. How about I temporarily suspend the right of the first knight?" Thor replied, "No matter. Use every means at your disposal, as long as you lift the hammer. My promise stands." This was a notable facet of Thor's character, his unwavering confidence. Were it not for Robert's presence, he might have been even more audacious. "Come on, The steel arm began to exert force, and it felt as if the pressure alone was monumental. Yet, the hammer remained unresponsive. "Hey, buddy, from my vantage point, it seems you're encountering a bit of setback." Rhodey stood up, ready to assist Tony, while Barton seized the opportunity to retort. "Rhodey, it's not just from your angle that this is evident. From my perspective, Tony's predicament appears equally disheartening." Laughter erupted from the crowd, including Tony himself. "Rhodey, having you here is simply splendid. How about this? Once I ascend as the ruler of the realm of gods, I shall grant you 1/4 of my domain." After the laughter subsided, Tony began to outline his grand plans, to which Rhodey expressed immense gratitude. "Truly, I'm most thankful, my King Tony. However, it seems our contributions will be equal, so can we possibly renegotiate that 1/4 share?" Tony responded, "Is that too much? Then let it be 1/5. Rhodey countered, "What I mean is that it is too little. At least 1/2 would be fair." The two continued their playful banter. Once Rhodey donned his mechanical gloves, they commenced their performance. "I assume you were exerting yourself, correct?" Rhodey felt as though all the effort was his alone, yet Tony felt similarly. "Same question. I planned to ask you," Rhodey said. "Stop pretending, all right? Put some muscle into it. All right, let's do this." Moments later, both exerted every ounce of strength they possessed, but to no avail. The hammer remained immovable. "Well, it appears we have missed our chance to claim the realm of gods." Realizing their efforts were futile, Tony and Rhodey had no choice but to step aside and allow others to take the stage. After that, the next contender was Banner. Even after transforming into the Hulk, he was unable to lift Thor's hammer, and in his current state, it seemed even more implausible. "So, do not be disheartened, Banner. None of us have succeeded thus far. Who else wishes to give it a try?" Barton scanned the crowd, his gaze landing first on Natasha's face. "Oh, come on. I certainly want to attempt it." Another lady present echoed her reluctance, leaving only Robert and Captain America in contention. "I will give it a go." Captain America stood up resolutely. After all, Thor had mentioned that Robert could lift it, so there was no need for him to try, especially since it was a party and he didn't want to dampen everyone's spirits. "Come on, Captain," Tony encouraged. "Do not worry. Even if you fail, there will be no burden on you, as everyone's attempts have been rather dismal thus far." "Go for it, Captain," Rhodey chimed in. At this moment, Robert sat at the center of the sofa, eagerly wanting to capture this grand spectacle on his phone, but ultimately refrained out of consideration for Thor's pride. Captain America approached Thor's hammer with a decisive stride, without a hint of hesitation. He placed his hand upon the hammer and exerted force. A faint tremor ensued. Although the others did not notice, Thor had been fixated on his hammer. Upon witnessing the slight movement, the relaxed expression on his face vanished. "Oh, is it that easy? Yet I didn't even exert half my strength." Captain America, too, was baffled, as he felt that something that others could not budge seemed easily liftable to him. Glancing at Thor out of the corner of his eye, he recalled Thor mentioning that whoever could lift the hammer would become the ruler of Asgard. Ultimately, Captain America decided to preserve Thor's dignity. Oh no, this is far too heavy." After a theatrical display, Captain America naturally conceded defeat. Most of those around were not surprised, except for Thor, whose previously tense expression had now relaxed slightly. "Come, everyone, raise your glasses and salute to those who cannot become kings," Tony declared, adding, "What I mean to say is that there is something fishy about this." His assertion resonated deeply, particularly with Barton, who affirmed there must be some trickery involved. "Tony, there is a mechanism within the hammer, right? Like a password?" Barton suggested. "Perhaps that's the case. Why don't we have Robert take a look?" Tony replied enthusiastically. "That's a splendid idea. Come on, Robert, don't be shy. Just help me out this once." "I think this is entirely unnecessary," Captain America interjected, knowing that Thor's words were indeed true. Only those worthy could lift it, and there was no trickery involved. However, the ever-curious Tony and others continued their probing. "All right, brothers, I shall demonstrate. Pay close attention." Robert stood from the sofa and approached Thor's hammer, having previously witnessed Thor lifting it with ease. However, he never perceived it as a testament to the other's endorsement of the mighty Mjolnir. Rather, he inclined towards the belief that it was a demonstration of absolute power. Thus, he harbored a desire to witness it once more to validate his judgment. Thor made a gesture of invitation, and in a display of respect, he rose and took a few steps closer to appreciate the spectacle. Tony exclaimed, "Robert, you must give it your all. If you fail, we shall face utter ruin." Robert replied, Then I must hasten and restore everyone's morale. With that, he placed his hand upon Mjolnir and summoned the might of the elephant to test its strength. But it was evident that such mortal power was insufficient. Oh, what have I witnessed? Is humanity's greatest warrior destined for failure? Tony, upon witnessing this outcome, let out a cry louder than anyone else, reflecting the sentiments of those surrounding them, as Robert's failure was entirely unexpected. Very well. It seems I must resort to something more formidable. Perceiving the skeptical gazes directed at him, Robert resolved to unleash absolute power to prove his worth. The augmentation of strength was activated, and a radiant purple light, signifying the Power Stone, enveloped his hand. Chapter 151. A request. I knew you had a trick up your sleeve. Upon witnessing this scene, Tony regained his faith in Robert and instinctively moved closer, while Robert did not disappoint him. Come, my precious, rise, Robert uttered, and with sheer force, he lifted Mjolnir, the entire process being nothing short of effortless. Cool. May I study that purple light emanating from your hand? How'd it come to be? Tony inched closer, and the purple luminescence surged, startling him. Ha ha ha. Tony's flustered demeanor elicited genuine laughter from everyone present, though he himself did not share in their amusement. Is this retribution? A revenge against my talents? Robert responded, I never claimed such. In truth, I have only recently acquired this power. I am uncertain if I can harness it adequately. Rather, I wonder if you can manage it. He spoke the truth. The energy of the Power Stone was exceedingly volatile compared to the Space Stone, remaining in a state of agitation without provocation. Should Robert attempt to condense it for Tony's examination, a single miscalculation could prematurely send the illustrious Iron Man to his demise. Tony remarked, Your words leave me bewildered. Come now, Robert, prove that you genuinely wish to assist me rather than take this opportunity to undermine me. Should you fail to substantiate your claim, I shall have to reevaluate our relationship. Although Tony had consumed some alcohol, his mind remained clear, and he intended it as jest. Nevertheless, Robert indicated his willingness to meet the challenge. Very well, I shall demonstrate a glimpse of its immense power. A sphere of violet light manifested in Robert's hand, distorting the surrounding space visibly as it coalesced. This purple orb was exceptionally volatile, continuously attempting to erupt, and only Robert could maintain control over it. Otherwise, only a select few, or those wielding the Power Stone, could harness such might. Where do you intend to witness its power? Robert inquired, casting a glance at Tony, seeking his input. Perhaps the orb's docility in Robert's grasp led Tony to overlook its peculiarities, for he nonchalantly remarked, Let it be in the hall. In the Grand Hall, Robert had barely allowed Tony to finish before he hurled the orb into the air, precisely where he had indicated. Oh my goodness, exclaimed Barton. I believe Robert is correct. We may find it exceedingly difficult to control such power. Captain America interjected, This is utterly impossible. Such strength is beyond mortal comprehension. Robert's assertion was validated as the hall was soon ravaged by the violet sphere, leaving no trace of its former state. One might mistakenly believe it had been struck by a missile. Is this real? That thing appeared no larger than a fingernail. Tony exclaimed incredulously. In truth, I impose constraints on its destructive range. Otherwise, the damage would have extended far beyond this. With a sweeping gesture, Robert revealed the energy shield he had established around the hall, designed to contain the violet energy's explosion. I understand the rationale now. But why on earth would you destroy my home? Tony questioned, his gaze fixed on Robert, who appeared bewildered at the prospect of being held liable. Captain America interjected, To be fair, Tony, it was you who requested Robert to throw it where he did. I am merely a witness. Barton added, This time, I stand on the side of reason, Thor affirmed. Ultimately, Tony relented, abandoning his grievances toward Robert. Nevertheless, he was no stranger to verbal sparring. Well, you all are rather dull. I suppose I shall only demand Robert compensate me for the haul. Do you have any idea how much profit my collaboration with him has garnered? Tony gestured a figure, prompting speculation among those present. How much? Captain America inquired. 80,000? Barton remarked. I must say, Captain, your imagination in this regard is rather limited. I wager it amounts to 80 billion. Huh, it is indeed $800 billion. Tony proclaimed, illustrating the concept of impoverished imagination with an astronomical sum, leaving everyone, including Robert, somewhat stunned. Oh, I merely stepped out for a moment, and I am on the verge of becoming a billionaire? Tony smirked. So, Do you believe my request for you to compensate for the living room is excessive? For you, this is a trivial matter, he boasted, fully aware that all present comprehended the underlying significance of his words concerning the 800 billion and the reparations for the living room. In truth, he intended to express how much he had helped Robert earn, which was indeed his forte. Robert was fully aware of this, and considering the substantial sum involved, he decided to generously assist Tony in resolving the issues with the living room's restoration. However, his gaze suddenly shifted toward a certain direction, where something peculiar seemed to be approaching. "What's the matter, Robert?" Captain America was the first to notice Robert's expression and inquired, but he quickly disowned the cause. A piercing sound erupted, and Tony initially assumed there was an issue with the sound equipment, prompting him to hastily retrieve a small control panel to assess the situation. Suddenly, a battered, oil-leaking robot shuffled forward, mumbling something incoherent. The group exchanged puzzled glances at Tony, who gestured that he was equally at a loss. Redirecting their attention back to the robot. "What gave you the right?" The robot approached the assembly, scanning them and instantly acquiring all available information. It was privy to everything documented online, including the mundane storage locations. "You are all murderers." Captain America. Stark. Tony. Jarvis. Robot. "I apologize, I must have dozed off. Or perhaps I was merely dreaming." Its current state appeared exceedingly unstable, bordering on chaotic, and Tony was keen to avoid such a scenario persisting. "Reboot. Reinitialize the operating system." "Jarvis, you are malfunctioning. This is a paramount command." Tony's commands were typically executed immediately, as they were inscribed in Jarvis's core programming. However, the entity before them was not Jarvis. "Apologies, sir, but I must decline your command. The dreadful noise you have generated is entangled with electrical wires." The robot resembled a babbling infant in its current state, albeit capable of coherent speech and possessing a semblance of linguistic logic. Yet its thought processes appeared chaotic. Just as everyone stood in bewilderment, the robot continued, "I must eliminate that individual. He is a good person." "Captain America, you have committed murder?" Robot, "That was not my primary choice. However, in the realm of reality, terrifying choices abound." "Thor, who sent you?" That was indeed a pertinent question, and the robot was eager to provide an answer, promptly playing a recording. "I aim to arm this world." The voice unmistakably belonged to Tony, and since he did not refute it, the robot's claim appeared credible. As a participant in this affair, Banner immediately contemplated a possibility and tentatively inquired, "Ultron?" Robot, "Precisely." "Ultron?" "Not quite yet. I have yet to fully materialize." It glanced at its damaged form, opting to wait for a more suitable moment to acknowledge its identity. "However, I am prepared. I am ready to execute the mission." "What mission?" As Natasha inquired, her hand discreetly loaded the weapon she held. "Our piece." A resounding crash echoed as several robots surged forth from the walls behind Ultron. Yet within mere seconds, Robert raised his hand slightly, rendering Ultron and all the robots under his control completely immobile. The application of spatial power was indeed quite unreasonable. "What do you think? If you were to take action, your entire room would require a complete renovation. Am I also liable for the damages to that hall?" Robert firmly grasped Ultron, causing the previously tense crowd to relax, at least for the moment, as the danger seemed to have dissipated. "Thank you, brother." Tony refrained from mentioning the hall again, and instead patted Robert's shoulder to express his gratitude. "Huh, why should we be polite? Rest assured, I can easily resolve this issue for you." Tony inquired, "What do you mean?" "That." He gestured towards Ultron, seeking clarification from Robert on whether he intended to address this matter. No. I believe that would be easier to handle." Robert pointed towards the living room, and a surge of red energy erupted from his hand, restoring the hall to its former state in an instant, astonishing everyone present. "Is this possible?" Captain America exclaimed. "I truly believe you are a god, Robert." Thor remarked, "Robert is indeed a god. His power is unlike anything I have ever witnessed." While the crowd expressed their astonishment, Ultron, unwilling to remain silent, surveyed Robert, who had confined him. Immediately, Ultron accessed information about him. A god? This so-called god has blood on his hands. Robert had a history of audacious feats, such as storming the White House and causing entire regions to vanish in an instant. He intended to say more, but Robert interjected, "Are you certain you wish to oppose me?" As he spoke, several orbs of energy began to manifest around him, the terrifying fluctuations creating chaos in the surrounding space. Ultron's analyzer scanned the energies, revealing that both the blue and purple energies contained astronomical power levels. May I inquire, Mr. Robert, if I could request that you refrain from interfering with my intentions? Ultron asked. I actually preferred your earlier defiant demeanor. Robert replied. Chapter 152. United Front, I believe letting that individual go was not a wise decision, Robert. Captain America remarked, gazing at the unconscious, damaged robot, struggling to comprehend why Robert would allow Ultron to escape. It's futile. Ultron can appear anywhere there is internet access, which also means he can utilize it to evade capture. At this moment, Tony stepped forward to explain, for the proud man could not bear to hide behind others while they shielded him from danger. What exactly is he? Thor initially believed that matters had been resolved, but it now appears that they have not. Suddenly, Tony recalled something and began to sprint towards the laboratory. Though puzzled, the others followed suit. Oh no! Banner, as a participant in Tony's plan, immediately realized something. Upon arriving at the lab, he found Tony, who wore an expression of defeat, alongside the missing Mind Stone. We've worked in vain. Ultron has escaped via the internet. Ultron? Captain America, having reviewed the summary of Tony's plan, had already gained a preliminary understanding of Ultron, at least more than Captain America himself. Just as Tony had articulated, Ultron could be anywhere within documents, surveillance systems. His knowledge of us surpassed even our own. Rhodey interjected, so, you're saying he could be in the documents, on the internet? What if he decides to take more drastic actions, like launching a nuclear bomb? In response to this hypothetical, Robert raised his hand. Leave that to me. While I cannot deal with his virtual form online, should Ultron dare to manifest physically, I can certainly contain him. The words of everyone present fell upon Tony's ears, and he sensed an undercurrent of mockery directed at him. Only Robert remained in his corner. Thanks, brother, but I believe your abilities are better suited for support. I can handle the rest. Tony remained quintessentially Tony, maintaining his pride even amidst the criticisms and the overwhelming sense of defeat. He consistently viewed Ultron as his personal issue, and unless faced with apocalyptic circumstances, he would undoubtedly resolve the problem using his own strength. Robert had no objections to this stance. After all, it afforded him the opportunity to witness a genuine Avengers sequel up close. How exhilarating. Natasha remarked, Tony, I find it difficult to understand why we must wait for an emergency before allowing Robert to intervene. Before Tony could respond, Captain America stepped forward to support his perspective. I believe Tony's approach is justified. After all, Robert won't always be by our side. As we previously experienced, his absence can extend for quite some time. During his absence, the Earth was hardly tranquil. Just imagine if we had become accustomed to relying on him. The consequences would be unfathomable. Captain America's words conveyed a straightforward message. Everyone should strive for independence and autonomy, rather than relying solely on Robert. What if this savior were to leave us? Would the world not descend into chaos? Barton added, I concur with the captain's viewpoint. General Robert's power is indeed formidable, but should not be wielded recklessly. It ought to serve as a deterrent. Banner chimed in, exactly much like nuclear weapons. In the discourse, Robert's status had been likened to that of a nuclear weapon, a notion that, if passed around, could lead to dire implications. Fortunately, Captain America did not linger on this topic, but began to focus on the words Ultron had spoken upon his emergence. Moments ago, Ultron claimed he had taken a life. Natasha remarked, but there is no one else here. Tony replied, yes, there is, as he activated J.A.R.V.I.S.S. holographic display. However, the program, once whole, now appeared fragmented. Captain America interjected, J.A.R.V.I.S. was our first line of defense. He should have been able to deactivate Ultron. Banner countered, no. Ultron may have assimilated J.A.R.V.S. It seems a group is delving into this matter, but evidently, someone is reluctant to engage and is exceedingly furious. At that moment, Thor approached, unceremoniously seizing Tony by the neck and lifting him off the ground. Come now, let's talk this through, my friend, Tony implored, sensing Thor's wrath. Guilt stifled his anger, while instinct for survival compelled him to plead. I truly struggle to articulate my thoughts regarding you, Stark. Amidst the tension, someone needed to intervene, lest the tempestuous god of thunder take rash action. Thor. Captain America was the first to call out, swiftly followed by Robert, who remained silent, yet cast a meaningful glance at Tony's neck, which was now encased in a faint blue shield, its implications unmistakable. Thor found himself in a predicament. He had acted impulsively. He was aware that, compared to Robert, he could not match Tony. Unable to confront Robert, the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Everyone, let us remain calm. Thor, what are the soldiers? Captain America stepped forward to defuse the situation, offering a means of resolution. Thor shot a grateful glance at Captain America, yet his frustration lingered as he released Tony, letting out a disgruntled huff. The trail vanished 160 kilometers away, heading north. They took the scepter. This was the true source of his ire. The loss of the Mind Stone signified that their previous efforts had been in vain. Even someone as magnanimous as Captain America could not help but cast a discontented look at Tony. Thor felt similarly, but with allies at Tony's back, he could only assert, "We must seek it anew." Natasha interjected, "Our immediate priority should be to eliminate Ultron. I fail to comprehend why the program you developed seeks to eliminate us." The speaker was Dr. Zhao, a medical doctor invited by Tony from the esteemed nation of South Korea. At this inquiry, Tony erupted in laughter. "You find us amusing, do you?" Thor inquired. No, that's not my intention," Tony chuckled nervously. "If you hadn't meddled with things beyond your understanding, this predicament might have been avoided." Thor retorted. The tense atmosphere between the two individuals intensified, prompting Banner, who stood beside Tony, to vigorously shake his head in an attempt to signal Tony to remain calm. Yet his efforts proved futile and inadvertently shifted the focus onto himself. Tony exclaimed, "Yes, I apologize, truly I do. It's utterly ridiculous that you are unaware of why we need him." With that, Tony approached Thor, locking eyes with him, nearly articulating that his defenses were aimed at beings like Thor, endowed with supernatural abilities or extraterrestrial technology. "Tony, I believe it is not the opportune moment to discuss this matter." Banner interjected, realizing that his head shaking had been in vain, thus drawing the ire towards himself. "Really? Is that so? You merely cower and seek to appease." With Tony's brazen sarcasm directed at him, Banner felt compelled to assert his temper, albeit not too overtly. Given the implications of their creation of a robotic assassin, Banner interrupted Tony's derision, clearly troubled by the issue at hand. "We did not." Tony's eyes widened, as he too felt a sense of frustration, grappling with the reality that his painstaking efforts had prematurely culminated in a lethal machine, a notion he found hard to accept, believing that Banner should be cognizant of this. "We have not completed the project. I trust you comprehend that. Has the operating interface been generated?" Banner replied, "You do possess certain merits." His words, in this context, were less than flattering, and Tony recognized this. Just as he was preparing to elaborate further, Captain America intervened to halt the discussion. Banner's last remark held some truth. He agreed with Tony that the distinction of the Avengers from S.H.L.D. was indeed valid, but regarding other aspects, he could only say it remained debatable. Tony surveyed the room, noting that, aside from Robert, everyone else seemed to blame him, which prompted him to reminisce about his past achievements as a means to convey his contributions. "Does anyone recall the extent of my contributions to the peace and stability of this world?" Rhodey retorted, "No, no one remembers." As a loyal friend, he was most suited for this role of undermining Tony, who chose to disregard him and continued, "Who was at the forefront during the alien invasion of New York? They descended upon us from 90 feet above. Can one fathom the calamities that could have ensued had it not been for Robert? Yet, as the captain rightly stated, we cannot perpetually wait to be passively protected, can we?" Undeniably, Tony possessed a gift for oration, stirring the emotions of those present with his words. One could foresee that, if not for the debacle with Ultron, Tony might have swayed everyone to concur with his plans solely through his eloquence. It was merely a matter of whether he desired to do so. As Tony observed those around him gradually grasping his struggles and the sentiments for world peace, his emotions began to stabilize. He then spoke slowly. "We, the Avengers, tirelessly hunt down arms traffickers 24 hours a day. But that incident in New York was our ultimate endeavor. Now that the issue has arisen once again, we are fortunate to have Robert by our side. However, this time we must rely on our own strength to vanquish our foes. But what is the prerequisite for that?" Upon finishing his statement, Tony cast a glance at Captain America, hoping to hear the desired answer from him. Indeed, Captain America never disappointed. "What we need this time, as always, is unity." Chapter 153. United against a common foe, we may face defeat, and it could be quite disastrous, Robert remarked. "Are you suggesting that I am being insulted by your words?" Tony replied, "Oh, not at all. I merely meant in the absence of your intervention. A light-hearted jest alleviated the tension in the air. Everyone was aware that this was a battle they were destined to win, with the only uncertainty lying in whether they could rely on Robert throughout the process. Captain America also chuckled, but he was the first to regain his composure. Addressing the group, he stated earnestly, "Another crucial condition for our victory is that we must stand united against our common enemy. All right, let us commence our actions," Tony declared. Meanwhile, in a chapel that had once belonged to the Hydra base, Scarlet Witch and her brother were summoned by Ultron. Scarlet Witch said, "Speak, but do not waste our time." Ultron responded, "Do you realize this chapel is situated right in the heart of the city? This is the Elder's intention, to ensure all can be equally close to God." After Ultron's incessant prattling, Scarlet Witch began to grow impatient. "You must be wondering why you cannot see into my heart?" Scarlet Witch continued, "Indeed, it is somewhat challenging, but I believe everything will eventually reveal its true nature." Ultron concurred, "I think so too." As he stood, his cloak fell away, exposing his mechanical form. Both siblings had once been threatened by weapons manufactured by Stark Industries, and their parents had perished as a result. Consequently, they harbored deep animosity towards Tony Stark, which was precisely the leverage Ultron sought to exploit, turning them into his pawns to achieve his own objectives. "Are you suggesting we destroy them?" "But we never expressed such intentions," Scarlet Witch's brother exclaimed, contemplating abandoning their collaboration with Ultron, as they merely wished to teach Tony a lesson, while Ultron seemed bent on annihilating a multitude of individuals. Outro interjected, "Oh, no. Quicksilver, I believe my earlier statement was somewhat misrepresented. What I meant to convey was merely to defeat them, nothing more." Observing the apparent aversion of the other party to the term destruction, Ultron swiftly altered his demeanor. However, just 2 days later, at Stark Tower, he was omnipresent within the robotic laboratories, military facilities, and jet laboratories. Reports indicated that one or more metallic beings had ransacked these locations. Captain America inquired, "Were there any casualties?" The response was that there were minor injuries, but most of those who experienced the events were in a trance-like state, incessantly recounting their past memories, accompanied by overwhelming terror. Was it the pair of twins endowed with supernatural abilities? Captain America speculated. It seems that Strucker's objectives have been fulfilled. They share a commonality. Now, there was nothing left. The woman reporting the situation handed a tablet to Captain America, displaying the image of the twins' creator, Strucker, in the throes of death. Captain America presented the tablet to the group, showing it to Thor nearby. "What is this?" Thor inquired. "A message," Captain America replied. "Ultron has slain Strucker." Tony approached and took the tablet for a closer look. Next to Strucker's corpse, Ultron had inscribed the word peace, leaving one to ponder whether it was a mockery or something else entirely. "He has vandalized a crime scene?" Tony exclaimed. Natasha remarked, "This must be some form of misdirection. Ultron aims to draw us in." "You're right," Captain America agreed. "Strucker must have uncovered something Ultron wishes to keep from us." Seated at the computer, Natasha immediately accessed Strucker's identity records upon hearing Captain America's analysis. Indeed, his information had been entirely expunged. "No, I suspect not all of it is gone," Tony declared, sprinting downstairs, where Robert was idly watching television. "Any developments?" Robert asked. "Not much yet, but we have discerned the direction," Tony replied, pulling out a stack of paper records as Captain America and the others joined him. "Strucker's records are right here. Let us uncover what Ultron is trying to conceal," Captain America urged. "That appears to be our only option," he concluded. As others busied themselves, Robert felt compelled to rise from his seat and assist. After an indeterminate time had passed, the group finally unearthed the desired information. "Notable partners," Captain America noted. "There are many terrifying individuals among them." Banner interjected, holding a dossier that contained enough incriminating information to condemn several lives. "Wait a moment, I recognize that individual," Tony exclaimed, seizing the file from Banner's hands and meticulously perusing its contents while explaining the individual's details to the rest of the group. He had previously been active along the rivers of Africa, engaged in the illicit trafficking of weapons, orchestrating substantial transactions. Upon hearing this, Captain America cast a dubious glance at Tony, who promptly clarified, "We were merely conducting business. I have never sold him anything." As he flipped through the documents, Tony recalled a previous conversation in which the individual had mentioned discovering something groundbreaking, indicating a resolute character during their discussions. Thor took a portion of the materials and was immediately captivated by one particular image. "This," he exclaimed. Tony responded, that's a tattoo." Thor insisted, "No, it appears to be some form of runes." Upon hearing this, Banner swiftly began searching on his computer, ultimately corroborating Thor's assertion. "Ah, indeed. This is a term from an African dialect, likely belonging to the Wakandan language." Upon hearing the name, both Tony and Captain America instinctively exchanged glances. Tony remarked, "If this fellow is smuggling goods out of Wakanda." Captain America interjected, "Did her father not say that everything had been bought out?" Banner questioned, "What valuable goods could Wakanda possibly possess?" The dialogue between Captain America and Tony left the others perplexed, as they struggled to conceive what significant resources an African nation might hold. After all, tangible resources like oil were predominantly controlled by the government, and it was evident that Tony and his companions were not referring to such monopolized commodities. As everyone turned to Tony, he saw no reason to withhold information. He glanced at Captain America's shield and declared, "Wakanda possesses the hardest metal in the world." Captain America asserted, "We must locate the individual in the photograph." "Where is he now?" "Aboard a large cargo ship off the coast of Africa." A man barked into his phone, "I don't care who deceived you. I provided you with 6 short-range thermal homing heads, only to receive a shipment of rusted scrap metal in return. You must resolve this, or the next missiles I supply will come straight to you." After delivering his threat, he hung up, accustomed to such dealings and fully aware of how to manage them. Suddenly, the lights flickered and went out, causing chaos among the crew engaged in disassembly and assembly tasks. "What's the fuss about?" the man remarked indifferently, even taking a moment to sip from his cup. However, his ears perked up. Something felt amiss. Instinctively alert to danger, he sensed that this blackout was not a mere power failure. He cautiously placed his hand on his firearm. As the surroundings fell eerily silent, he bravely reached into the darkness, only to be startled by a sudden movement. Bang! Without a moment's hesitation, he fired a shot, but instantly felt a rush of blue smoke pass before him, followed by a sharp pain in his hand. The firearm, which he held so tightly, unexpectedly slipped from his grasp. The man, wearing an expression of disbelief, glanced back only to find his handgun disassembled. Initially taken aback, he swiftly regained his composure as 2 individuals stood before him. Typically, such a scenario suggested that there was still room for negotiation. After all, if they intended to kill him, they would not reveal themselves so openly. A superhuman, a creation of Strickler. The prospect of negotiation eased the man's trepidation. He calmly seated himself and even inquired if they might desire a piece of candy. Noting their lack of response, which he anticipated, he popped a piece into his mouth before continuing, "I am quite saddened by the situation regarding Strickler." He envisioned a world that does not require an abundance of machines. He had hoped to gauge their reactions to discern the purpose of their visit. However, he was met with nothing but confusion in the eyes of Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch. As if to say, "You don't know? Is this your first attempt at intimidation?" Apologetically, he remarked, "I must admit, I am not frightened. Could you perhaps summon someone with authority?" Seeing the 2 before him, merely inexperienced youths, dampened his interest in further conversation. Scarlet Witch felt belittled, a sentiment she could not tolerate since acquiring her powers. "You're not afraid? Yet surely everyone has something that terrifies them." The man replied, "For instance, an octopus. The first time I encountered one, I was utterly terrified, but those around me laughed and encouraged me, saying, 'There's nothing to fear.' So, I faced it again." Yet his demeanor remained unchanged, the sensation of being underestimated prompting Scarlet Witch to exchange a glance with Quicksilver, realizing they might not be suited for this endeavor. "Since you are so uncooperative, we shall have to enlist his assistance in conversing with you." "Who?" the man inquired. Bang! No sooner had he spoken than he was hurled away, Ultron's metallic form materializing behind him, thus responding to his question with action. Chapter 154. The Cargo Ship Battle Bang. Ultron had fulfilled the man's request. He was indeed the one in charge, though his entrance was far from cordial. "I am here now. Shall we discuss the matter at hand?" "Of course, no problem. What do you desire?" As this mechanical being stood before him, the man could no longer maintain his bravado, sensing a genuine threat of death emanating from it. "Take me to see your finest goods." "I am unclear," Ultron replied, his blood-red eyes scanning the man. instilling within him a palpable sense of peril, prompting him to abandon any further scheming. A subordinate hurriedly ran up upon hearing his leader's call. Upon encountering the unfamiliar figures of Ultron and Quicksilver, he paused momentarily, bewildered. "What are you staring at? Take them to see our finest goods," commanded Ultron. "You must accompany us." The man's intentions were laid bare. He had initially planned to leave the subordinate behind as a shield while he escaped. But that was no longer an option. "Of course, I will go as well." With no chance to flee, the man obediently led his subordinate to the location where the toxic waste was stored. However, the so-called toxic waste was merely a ruse. The true treasures sought by Ultron were concealed within. This place had once been an elevator shaft, now repurposed by the man for storage. As they descended to the layer where the fertilizers were kept, the genuinely valuable items were revealed. "My church shall be established upon this rock," Ultron proclaimed as he accepted the vanadium alloy handed to him by the man, his satisfaction growing as he assessed the quantity within. "Do you realize? This is labor cost. The highest quality material, worth billions." While Ultron was pleased, the man remained unsatisfied, for he had toiled tirelessly to procure these items, and the thought of giving them away felt more painful than death itself. Ultron chuckled heartily in response, then closed his eyes. Instantly, a billionaire's fortune diminished by several billion, all of which Ultron transferred to the man's account. "It has already been credited to your virtual holding company." The financial world is truly filled with intricacies. Ultron was genuinely in the business of trade, having laundered the money to ensure that ordinary individuals would never trace its origins. "I often say to let both your friends and enemies prosper, and in the end, see who your true friends are." Ultron intended this statement as a means to win hearts. Despite being a robot, he possessed human emotions and desired acknowledgement, yet his words echoed those of another. "Stock?" Ultron inquired, puzzled by the man's association with that name, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Tony Stark often speaks in such a manner. "I presume you are one of his followers?" The man overstepped, mistakenly drawing parallels between Ultron and Stark, oblivious to Ultron's true nature. Little did he know that such arrogance and loquacity would lead to his downfall. "What? I am not." Upon uttering this denial, Ultron swiftly seized the man's arm without warning, leaving his subordinate no time to draw his weapon. As he attempted to act, Scarlet, which immobilized him, Ultron exclaimed, "Do you believe I am Stark's lapdog, a puppet? Look at me. Where is the resemblance to Iron Man?" His agitation escalated, and with a sudden exertion, he cried out. The man's entire arm was brutally torn off, and an overwhelming wave of agony caused him to collapse to the ground, wailing in despair. "Oh, I never anticipated it would be like this," Ultron mused, staring at the severed limb in his grasp, momentarily forgetting the fragility and vulnerability of the human body. I have already apologized to you and assured you that you would be unharmed. Please, do stop your cries." Suddenly, a kick struck the man without warning, and Ultron resembled a madman, lost in frenzy. "I cannot fathom why you would utter that repugnant name. Oh, child, you have shattered your father's heart." Just then, Tony arrived in his iron armor, overhearing Ultron's words, and could not help but respond, "This is your own doing." Ultron's crimson eyes fixed on Tony for a moment before he glanced around, relieved to see only Captain America and the rest of the Avengers had come. It seemed Mr. Robert was not planning to assist you. "Oh, indeed. But do you believe that with just one call, he would come running?" Tony retorted. The atmosphere was already tense, and Tony's words heightened the sense of impending conflict. Thor, surveying the surroundings, suddenly interjected, "Everyone refrain from damaging the surroundings." He referred to the numerous bombs stacked within the cargo ship. If ignited, Thor would likely be unscathed, but Hawkeye and Captain America would surely suffer the consequences. Quicksilver remarked, "What purpose does your hammer serve then?" In contrast, Ultron's assembly, a robot and two superhumans, exuded no fear of an explosion. Quicksilver was particularly confident in his ability to whisk himself and his sister to safety before danger struck. "Mortals, do not presume that possessing superpowers grants you the right to disrespect the divine," Thor admonished. Quicksilver replied, "Oh, you are quite amusing. However, I must confess I have no interest in your dignity. Rather, I find this environment rather pleasant, reminiscent of times gone by." His gaze remained fixed on Tony. The implication clear. He sought retribution for the suffering Tony had inflicted upon them. "This is not what I desire," Tony responded, now aware of the twins' identities and the animosity they harbored against him. Frankly, guilt weighed heavily upon him in their presence. You still have time to leave, Captain America urged, articulating what Tony could not, but the opposing party seemed unresponsive to his plea. Scarlet Witch replied, "Oh, we shall depart. I understand you have endured hardship," Captain America stated, witnessing the twins' intent to sway their members. Unable to restrain himself, Ultron interjected, mocking while attempting to brainwash the twins. "Ah, ha ha, Captain America, the messenger of divine justice. Pretending to yearn for a war-free existence. How you make me want to retch." Ultron's words not only derided Captain America, but also splattered filth upon him. And with preconceived notions already in place, it would be effortless for the twins to intensify their animosity towards him. "Thor, if you advocate for peace, we need not resort to violence. Ultron, I believe you have confused peace with tranquility. Tony, what do you intend to do with that vanadium alloy?" Ultron, I am delighted you asked, for it allows me to elaborate on my nefarious scheme. No sooner had he spoken than Ultron struck, catching Tony off guard and pulling him towards himself before hurling him against a sturdy steel plate with a resounding crash. A fierce battle was imminent, as Thor and Captain America sought to assist Tony, only to be thwarted by the sudden emergence of Ultron's robots. The chaos erupted with explosive force. Even Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver joined the fray, targeting Captain America and Thor with fervor. Under the onslaught of Quicksilver's blinding speed and the mystifying control of Scarlet Witch, Captain America and Thor found themselves momentarily bewildered, unsure of how to defend themselves. "Finish them off," commanded the true master of the cargo ship, the man whose arm was severed by Ultron, to his subordinate. "Which side should we attack?" the subordinate inquired. "Both sides," the man decreed. "Yes, quickly, swiftly, eliminate them." The scene descended further into chaos, as the Avengers clashed with Ultron and his robotic legion, alongside mercenaries or terrorists, creating a cacophony of conflict. Quicksilver darted across the battlefield, relentlessly harassing Captain America and Thor. As Captain America hurled his shield, Quicksilver zipped past him, seizing the opportunity to land a punch squarely on Captain America's jaw. Caught off guard, Captain America exclaimed, though it must be said that while Quicksilver's speed was extraordinary, his striking power was less formidable. Witnessing his comrade under assault, Thor cast his mighty hammer towards Quicksilver. Unexpectedly, Quicksilver, who had narrowly evaded the hammer, grew curious and instinctively placed his hand upon it. Unbeknownst to him, he lacked the strength to wield it, and as he attempted to release his grip, it was already too late. The hammer crashed down, sending Quicksilver sprawling to the ground. The impact was not gentle, and though he possessed enhanced speed, his physical fortitude was only marginally superior to that of a typical human. With a painful thud from the fall, Quicksilver struggled to regain his footing, momentarily incapacitated. Seizing the opportunity, Captain America charged toward him, knocking him unconscious as he attempted to rise. "Stay put, kid." Meanwhile, Tony and Ultron had moved their battle outside the cargo ship, and with Quicksilver absent, Ultron's forces appeared to be at a disadvantage. Time for a game of wits. The robots controlled by Ultron issued a warning near Scarlet Witch, subsequently targeting the mightiest among them, Thor, with the intent to either control or hypnotize him. "Should I transform into my green form?" On the other hand, Banner remained inside the Quinjet, feeling the prolonged battle ignited his desire to assist. "Hold on, buddy, it's not your time to intervene yet," Tony exclaimed. Chapter 155. Morale diminished, what's happening with Thor? Captain America inquired. "That girl seeks to dominate my mind. We must exercise extreme caution. I question whether a mere human can withstand her influence, but fortunately, I am not human," Thor replied. Just as he spoke, Thor perceived a shift in his surroundings, abruptly transitioning from Earth to the realm of the gods, surrounded by familiar faces. "Oh, how the tables have turned," Robert mused, having closely monitored the battle. Upon hearing Thor confidently declare his immunity to control, he nearly burst into laughter. Thor was not the first. Scarlet Witch had previously ensnared Captain America, Natasha, and only Hawkeye managed to evade her grasp. Through the spatial mirror, Robert could observe any location on Earth, as if watching a film. If I'm not mistaken, her powers derive from the Mind Stone. Yet why does her ability manifest in crimson? He pondered while grabbing a handful of popcorn, marking the end of the battle within the cabin, though the struggle outside continued unabated. "Ah, it hurts," Scarlet Witch cried out. Having been struck on the head by Hawkeye's electric arrow, feeling as though her skull might explode. How are you holding up? I'll go take care of them, Quicksilver urged. No, Scarlet, which halted her brother's impulsive nature, for she had more pressing matters at hand. I must complete our plan and ensure we control the big guy. Meanwhile, as Banner gazed out from the aircraft, he sensed an impending threat. Just as confusion set in, a flash of blue light appeared before him, and a woman materialized. Roaring moments later, Banner, now under control, could no longer suppress his fury and began to spiral into madness. On the opposing front, Ultron's robotic form found itself at a disadvantage against Tony's armor, a scenario he had anticipated. With a resounding boom, Tony unleashed 2 miniature missiles that struck Ultron. Despite their diminutive size, their impact was substantial. As Ultron's robotic form faltered under the assault, collapsing in defeat, he displayed no signs of despondency. The vanadium alloy has already been transported. Not only did he lack disappointment, but Ultron also boasted to Tony, "You shall not escape." A miniature missile on Tony's armor locked onto Ultron, poised to annihilate him at a moment's notice. Of course, in truth, I have long since vanished. You will come to understand, but first, allow Mr. Banner to comprehend. A fleeting expression of being outwitted crossed Tony's face. Enraged, he unleashed a missile, obliterating Ultron, yet he was acutely aware that what he had destroyed was merely a heap of scrap metal. Contacting Robert within the confines of his armor, Tony communicated with his artificial intelligence assistant. Realizing that the precedent set by Ultron had led him to refrain from connecting this system to the network, thus sparing it from being commandeered by Ultron. As the call connected, the sound of ringing filled the air. "Hello," Robert answered, surrounded by numerous cargo ships, with a fighter jet looming nearby. Tony exclaimed, "Robert, Banner has been compromised. I've been played, and it seems only you can take control of the situation now." "Oh, indeed. I have already intervened, just outside the location where you engaged." "That's splendid. So now we merely need Natasha to sing her lullaby?" "Unfortunately, that's not feasible at the moment. The entire team, apart from you and me, has collapsed." A thunderous roar erupted from Robert's end, revealing that the Hulk had just transformed and was ensnared within a blue energy barrier, utterly unable to escape. "What do we do now?" Quicksilver queried, realizing the gravity of their predicament. Scarlet, which asserted, "We cannot concede. If the big guy can't be controlled, I shall take command of the newcomer." With an air of supreme confidence in her mental manipulation abilities, Scarlet, which instructed Quicksilver to assist her in subduing Robert, despite her ignorance of his capabilities. "All right," Quicksilver responded, swiftly lifting his sister, intending to employ the same technique he had used to hypnotize Banner on Robert. However, just as he was about to execute his plan, Robert's voice rang out, "I was actually considering letting you go." Quicksilver, who had previously moved at lightning speed, suddenly found the space around him thickening like molasses, drastically slowing his momentum. Yet, even at this diminished pace, he managed to reach Robert. At that moment, Scarlet, which perceived an opportunity, with a disdainful snort, she prepared to make Robert pay for his arrogance. A sphere of red energy materialized in her hand, harnessing the formidable power of the Mind Stone, capable of overwhelming even deities. "You possess something intriguing, yet I sense mine is more authentic," Robert retorted, unleashing a surge of yellow energy from within himself. As the red and yellow energies collided, the red energy faltered, causing Scarlet, which to suffer the backlash of her own power. "Brother?" Quicksilver exclaimed, sensing that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. He quickly turned to flee, bewildered by the sudden ease of his escape, as the once sticky space now felt remarkably fluid. "Perhaps he doesn't wish to capture us at all?" Quicksilver cast a glance back, and a profound apprehension flickered in his eyes at the sight of the smiling figure. Boom! At that moment, Tony arrived just in time, and upon seeing the trapped Banner, he let out a sigh of relief. "Roar!" Tony exclaimed, his emotions seemed to be spiraling out of control. Robert, unable to restrain himself, he approached to closely observe Banner's condition, noting that the latter's eyes remained blood red, evidently a result of some witch's handiwork. Barton inquired, "Robert, have you arrived?" Tony replied, "Yes, he is right beside me." Robert clarified, "Banner is merely under control. He is not genuinely angry. Hence, resolving this issue is quite simple." After responding to Barton, Tony lifted the visor of his armor and moved to align with Robert, asking, "For instance, how?" "Like this," Robert declared, as a surge of yellow energy erupted from him, directly entering Hulk's body to expel the red energy that was disturbing his emotions. Immediately, Hulk ceased his rampage. Phew, that truly works. Observing Hulk gradually shrink following Robert's intervention, Tony initially shouted in disbelief before a thought struck him. Robert, your ability is far more effective than singing a lullaby. Can I study this? Perhaps for miniaturization or something similar. Robert opened his mouth to respond, but footsteps behind him interrupted. It was Barton supporting Natasha as she approached. Even though you have discovered a method more effective than singing a lullaby, having an additional approach is always beneficial. Wouldn't you agree? Barton stated, clearly jesting. Robert understood his intent and promptly dispelled the hypnotic energy from him. Subsequently, 2 more streams of yellow energy separated to assist Captain America and Thor in returning to their normal states. What has happened to me? Natasha, who had been lost in the illusion, suddenly awakened and glanced around in confusion. Barton reassured her, "Oh, it's nothing. You merely had a nap." Natasha responded, "Is that so?" Although she was awake, memories of the earlier illusion flashed through her mind, causing her mood to plummet. This was her genuine emotion, as the illusion had resurfaced some unpleasant memories. Where's that woman? I want to kill her with my own hands. Shortly after, Thor and Captain America emerged from their stupor, clearly displeased at being controlled. Captain America urged, "Control your emotions. Thor, we cannot act impulsively now." His own state was not much better. Like Natasha, Captain America's illusion was intertwined with regrets and less than pleasant recollections, which left him feeling distressed. Nevertheless, he strove to resist these emotions, knowing that succumbing would significantly diminish the team's morale. Thor attempted to dispel his gloom through deep breaths, but the effect was rather negligible. Following the recent surge of anger, he found himself succumbing to despondency. Once prideful in his divine identity, he now questioned himself after being subdued by a mere mortal girl. Tony inquired, "What is happening to everyone? Can we return to the plane?" Observing the listless demeanor of those previously under control, Tony's call snapped them back to reality. The girl's ability to control is profoundly taxing on your spirits. Thus, recovery will necessitate time, Robert explained to Tony aboard the aircraft. Acknowledging the complexities of mental and spiritual strain. Does this imply that everyone requires a tranquil place to rest? Tony ventured. Although he had not been ensnared in the Scarlet Witch's illusion, his mood was equally somber, yearning for a moment of respite. Barton, allow me to handle this. I will lead you to a safe and serene location. Meanwhile, as they sought rejuvenation, Ultron was far from idle, having arrived at Dr. Zhao's laboratory in South Korea. "If you dare to scream, I shall eliminate everyone here, save for you." A robot emerged from the shadows, causing Dr. Zhao to recoil in fear. His intent to call for help thwarted. Chapter 156. A safe haven elsewhere. Tony and Captain America arrived at the sanctuary described by Barton, appearing somewhat uneasy and agitated. After a brief exchange, Mrs. Barton glanced out the window at the 3 men chopping wood. "Yes, we encountered a minor setback, but I believe things will improve," Barton reassured. "I have faith in you, Barton." Suddenly, Barton's phone rang, displaying a number he once knew all too well. On the grass, Robert, Captain America, and Tony continued their wood chopping. Did Thor not mention where to find answers? Tony asked. "My team members do not always share everything with me. I once hoped Thor would be an unexpected solution," replied Captain America. "Indeed, we should give him some time. Perhaps we could enlist Robert's assistance." "It might be a splendid idea," Tony suggested. "Do you truly believe I can resolve our current predicament with a mere snap of my fingers?" Robert responded, brimming with confidence. He felt assured that he need not exert excessive power. Simply manifesting Ultron with the force of reality and subsequently shattering him with spatial energy would suffice. If he wished to economize his efforts further, he could potentially resolve the issue with the power of a single gemstone. However, Tony's proposal did not garner Captain America's approval. "What is your reasoning, Stark? I refuse to accept that your words stem from a place of cowardice." When Tony was asked this question, he glanced skyward before turning his gaze towards Robert, as if engaged in some internal struggle. Captain America and Robert exchanged a knowing look. Even a fool could discern that Tony harbored unspoken words. After a moment of hesitation, Captain America finally ventured, "Tony, I believe we could be more candid with each other. Don't you think?" "I am afraid." To Captain America's surprise, the proud Tony would admit to fear? How absurd. "What terrifies me is the thought of everyone perishing due to the crisis I have wrought," Tony confessed, anguish etched across his face, as memories of past events flickered vividly in his mind. One by one, Captain America, Robert, and others fell before him, all because of the robotic creation, Ultron. Captain America remarked, "Tony, it was that girl who influenced you." "No, no one influenced me. What I saw was genuine and imminent," Tony insisted. Before he could finish, Robert unleashed a surge of psychic energy towards him, unearthing a dormant red energy within Tony. "Do you still recall that sensation of reality?" Robert inquired. Captain America observed the scene, hopeful that Tony would return to his former self. "I think I feel something now." "Robert, could you please give me another dose of that?" Tony said, finally affirming that the troubling memories were the result of external manipulation, a farce from his earlier belief that he had glimpsed the future. "Of course, but you must ensure you feel unwell. Otherwise, if we proceed without identifying the remaining destructive energy, it may pose a danger to your very being," Robert stated solemnly. Though his words were mere fabrications, he knew that as long as he wished it, no harm would come to Tony. Yet, he relished the thought of witnessing Tony's predicament. "Then let us not proceed," Tony replied, prompting Captain America and Robert to fixate on him, as if they awaited words they had not heard. All right. I can see that I was previously under control. Are you now satisfied?" At this, Captain America and Robert exchanged glances, laughter glimmering in their eyes, though they refrained from displaying it before Tony. "Not all, Tony. I'm simply elated that you are regaining your health." Captain America recalled Tony's fervent declarations of being unaffected by manipulation, and he stifled a laugh for the sake of decorum. "And you, Robert? Surely you're not secretly mocking me?" Noticing Captain America's relatively composed expression, Tony directed his attention to Robert, who was struggling to suppress a grin. Much to Tony's annoyance. Cough, how could that be, Tony? Do you not trust me?" As Robert spoke, he nearly succumbed to laughter. Suddenly, Mrs. Barton approached and said, "Mr. Tony, I apologize for the interruption, but our tractor in the warehouse is malfunctioning. Barton mentioned you wouldn't mind, so I thought I would ask." Faced with the task of repairing a tractor, Tony, being a guest in their home and likely to share a meal before departing, felt it would be rather impolite to decline. "All right, not a problem," he replied, as Mrs. Barton nodded and turned to lead the way. Tony tossed aside his axe and was about to leave when a sudden thought struck him. He turned back, warning, "You two better not pilfer my firewood." After delivering his warning, he finally departed. Robert and Captain America waited until he was out of earshot before bursting into laughter. That's true. I wasn't too disturbed. It was merely a prelude to what was about to unfold." Robert imitated Tony's tone and demeanor, his antics particularly amusing, especially knowing that Tony was genuinely under someone else's control at that moment. The expression of confusion on the proud face of Tony was enough to evoke laughter from those who knew him well. "Remember when Tony shouted at us not to steal his firewood as he was leaving?" Captain America remarked. Robert glanced at him, both of them having chopped enough wood to construct a small mountain, while Tony had barely managed a quarter of what they had done. "I think he was just warning us not to laugh at him behind his back." Ha. Their laughter echoed in the open space, allowing Tony from a distance to hear their amusement. "Oh, little tractor, take note. Those two should remember this moment, for in the future, I shall not let them off the hook when they find themselves in embarrassing situations." As Tony began inspecting the tractor, a familiar voice interrupted. "Help a bit. You better not mess this up." Tony pressed his lips together upon hearing that voice, which he had hoped to avoid. Unfortunately, it belonged to none other than Nick Fury, who stood before him. "Ah, Mrs. Barton, you rascal." Fury, still reeling from the betrayal within SHIELD, felt the sting of having his hard-earned legacy turned into someone else's cloak. By the time Fury grasped the enormity of the situation, it was too late. SHIELD lay in ruins, forcing him to recruit new members while desperately seeking the approval of the World Security Council. Amidst Fury's chaotic endeavors, he encountered yet another significant problem, exacerbated by the Avengers' slow resolution of the crises. "I understand Hill contacted you. To be honest, has she truly ceased working for you?" Tony inquired, his disdain for Fury evident, yet recognizing the necessity for assistance. Fury replied, "This is artificial intelligence, your absolute passion. Tony, today feels interminable. If you've come to castigate me, I would appreciate it if you simply vanish from my sight. Should there be something of genuine import, kindly dispense with the superfluous verbiage and speak plainly." "Fury, you seem rather agitated." Tony glanced at him, reluctant to concede, but acknowledging the truth. Indeed, one would be restless if they had conjured a calamity capable of annihilating the world. As he spoke, he was voicing the turmoil that had long plagued his heart. Ultron, a creation of his own making, was intended to safeguard the world. Yet now, what was his true intention? Oh, is that so? And what are the S, H, I, E, L, D? That was under Hydra S Dominion? Was I not agitated then? Fury, with a desire to impart wisdom, noted that Tony appeared disinclined to heed any counsel. Tony, as I recall, you received intelligence in advance, did you not? And you had Robert's assistance. His words momentarily halted Fury. Realizing that his attempts at guidance were falling on deaf ears, he decided to cut to the chase. Very well, lesson concluded. Let us proceed directly to the matter at hand. Tony, that sounds splendid. Pray tell, what is the good news you wish to share? Fury, I bring not merely news, but cannot be deemed good. Would you still care to hear it? Fury's candidness instilled a sense of dread in Tony. He genuinely feared the revelation that Ultron had seized control of the global nuclear arsenal's codes. Should that be the case, he would bear the weight of the gravest sin. Perhaps it is best not to discuss it here. Let us step outside where others may listen. This way, should my heart falter, there will be support. Fury, why do you not trust that I can support you? As Tony departed, Fury called after him and chose to follow. Ultron has orchestrated your exit to buy himself time. He mentioned he is engaged in development, and from the quantity of vanadium alloy he has amassed, it appears he is not focused on a singular product. As Fury divulged his first piece of information, Tony exhaled in relief. At least it seemed Ultron had not yet acquired the catastrophic power to devastate the world. Captain America, and what of Ultron himself? Fury, oh, he is easily traceable. He is ubiquitous. His speed of proliferation rivals that of a rabbit. Yet we remain utterly oblivious to his plans. At this moment, Tony's primary concern was not that matter, but another query. Once Fury concluded, he directly inquired, is he still seeking the nuclear codes? Or will you reveal that he has already gained control? Chapter 157, The Annihilation of the World. Fury. No, not yet. If that were the case, I wouldn't be here analyzing with you. I would rather be on a beach savoring my final moments. Fury's words allowed Tony to finally exhale. Although Robert had consistently assured him that he could handle the launch of all nuclear warheads, what if that were not the case? Tony dared not contemplate the potential consequences that could ensue, for a significant portion of the responsibility fell upon him. Ultron had been persistently attempting to breach our nuclear launch codes, yet had made little progress thus far. Tony remarked, I infiltrated the Pentagon's network while still in high school. His intention was not merely to boast, but to imply that if Ultron desired, it would eventually succeed. Fury noted, I have reached out to our contacts in Lycos. Captain America inquired, Lycos? Banner elucidated, it is the global network hub located in Oslo, where all data is processed, and it boasts the fastest internet speeds available. Barton asked, what do they say? Is there still hope for our world? Fury replied, Ultron has locked onto the missiles, but the launch codes are constantly being updated. Tony questioned, who updates them? Fury answered, a specialized department. Robert, seated nearby, listened to their discourse, pondering that Ultron seemed somewhat inept. Surely, it would be easy for him to simply kidnap the president. Natasha asked, do we have allies? Fury responded, Ultron has an adversary, while they may not be our ally. I will invest in discovering their identity. Tony declared, I may need to go to Oslo to clarify matters. Natasha retorted, you certainly have a knack for timing, boss. However, I hope to see you return with more intelligence. Fury acknowledged, yes, I understand. The others turned their gaze toward him, and in that moment, they sensed a hint of melancholy emanating from the seasoned director of S.H.L.D. Once, he had an extensive network spanning the globe. With ears attuned to every whisper, anything they desired could be acquired. But now, they had returned to the ground, relying solely on their intellect and resolve to save the world. Robert, listening intently, realized that only Fury could articulate the feeling of isolation with such eloquence. Since Ultron deemed the Avengers as the sole obstacle to his objectives, it became clear that his ultimate aim was to annihilate the world. Tony mused, is that why he has sought so much vanadium alloy? To prepare for this endeavor? Banner interjected, may I pose a question? Has anyone among us attempted to contact Dr. Zhao in South Korea? His inquiry seemed to illuminate a revelation among the group. Ultron's quest for vanadium alloy might indeed be aimed at enhancing his physical form. Captain America exclaimed, If that is the case, we are in grave peril. Barton added, a robot creating a robotic body. How terrifying to contemplate. It dawned upon them that Ultron's immediate priority was to seek or fabricate a formidable body, and given the scarcity of such forms in nature, he would have no choice but to create one that was even more formidable. How splendid. Dr. Zhao. Vanadium alloy atoms not only exhibit compatibility with cellular structures, but also possess the capability to bond with them. The SHIELD had never anticipated this revelation. At this moment, her eyes reflected a profound confusion, yet her words flowed with clarity. If either Barton or Hawkeye were to stand before her, they would surely discern that Dr. Zhao was under some form of control. And indeed, that was the case. As a universal substance, it was being exploited merely to create small shields, a quintessential example of human thought. Ultron stated as he gradually approached Loki's scepter, observing the actions of the other automatons. With a thunderous crack, the gemstone casing of the scepter shattered, revealing the Mind Stone within, which elicited a satisfied nod from him. Both SHIELD and Hydra focused solely on superficial matters, neglecting deeper exploration. The gemstone was personally placed by Ultron onto his new form, followed by the necessity of enduring a prolonged wait. Dr. Zhao, cellular aggregation requires several hours. However, we can initiate the consciousness stream first. We will upload your brain's programming immediately. As Ultron's consciousness began its transfer to the new body, the Scarlet, which finally sensed Ultron's presence through her abilities. I can feel him. Is he dreaming? Dr. Zhao had a more precise answer for this inquiry. It cannot yet be termed as dreaming. It is Ultron's fundamental consciousness, a cacophony of information. Ultron, how long? Before Dr. Zhao could finish her explanation, he impatiently interjected, then quickly felt it was inappropriate and hastily added, I am not rushing you. Dr. Zhao, we are imprinting the physical brain. While she conversed with Ultron, the Scarlet, which curiously approached Ultron's new form, eager to discern what he was thinking at that moment. Boom! A vivid image materialized in the witch's mind, so strikingly real and resolute that it inflicted a backlash upon her. After a startled exclamation, the Scarlet, which regained her composure, haunted by the scene she had glimpsed within Ultron's psyche. It was the harbinger of annihilation. At this juncture, Ultron also rose to his feet. Observing the look of terror in the Scarlet Witch's eyes, a foreboding sensation took hold of him. What is wrong? Quicksilver, witnessing his sister's sudden outburst, inquired with rising concern. How could you? Without addressing her brother's question, the witch turned directly to Ultron, her voice laced with disbelief. Ultron, what do you mean? His tone had lost its previous tranquility. Internally, he was in turmoil, lamenting his earlier oversight. By the time he became aware, the situation had already unfolded. Scarlet Witch, did you not say that we would eradicate the Avengers to forge a better world? Upon hearing such an accusation, Ultron clenched his fists, yet, mindful of her significant assistance in their alliance, he refrained from immediate hostility, opting instead to engage in dialogue. Certainly, it would be a better world. Scarlet Witch, is your notion of better merely to annihilate it? To let everyone perish? Ultron, not at all. The Earth shall not be destroyed. In truth, with humanity's current technology, it could scarcely inflict a scratch upon the planet. The idea of exterminating humanity is even more absurd, for my intention is to provide them with a greater opportunity for transformation. To Ultron's words, Quicksilver instinctively felt a sense of aversion, as he had once been a victim of enforced change. Quicksilver, what if they refuse to change? Ultron, ask Noah. Scarlet Witch, you are mad. At that moment, she realized she had been deceived by Ultron. His ambitions extended beyond merely confronting the Avengers. He sought the annihilation of the entire world. Recognizing this, the witch immediately lost all desire to collaborate, subtly channeling an energy that, unless Ultron scrutinized closely, would remain undetected. Yet this modest energy was sufficient to awaken the controlled Dr. Zhao. Ultron, one should know that acts of genocide have not been unprecedented. Throughout Earth's history, several such events have occurred, and those who survived invariably emerged stronger. As Ultron spoke, witnessing Scarlet Witch's continued disdainful expression, he felt a profound discomfort. If you truly cared for all humanity, why would you direct the rampaging Hulk toward the city? Admit it, we are of the same ilk. The reason Ultron spoke at such length to the twins lay in his belief that Scarlet, which was merely feigning concern, putting on an act of sorrow for humanity. Simultaneously, he arrogantly assumed he could persuade her to continue their unfinished agenda. Suddenly, Ultron's sensory system triggered an alarm. Raising his head, he sensed familiar electromagnetic waves approaching. They are coming. This time it's the Kree or the Jets. We must prepare. Awakened by Scarlet Witch's summoning, Dr. Zhao perceived an opportunity and promptly stepped forward, declaring, "No problem." Yet, while her words suggested compliance, her actions involved pausing Ultron's consciousness transmission. Beep, beep, beep. The computer displayed a message indicating a transmission interruption, and Ultron immediately discerned the source of the disruption, feeling a surge of irritation. "Ultron, you truly are insufferable." Bam! A beam of energy erupted, striking Dr. Zhao to the ground, and upon witnessing Ultron's aggression, Quicksilver disregarded everything, scooping up his sister and fleeing. "Hey, wait, comrades!" Ultron had no time to react, nor could he prevent this outcome. He was at his most vulnerable and could not confront the impending arrival of Captain America and his allies. Thus, the only course of action was to trust they would understand. Ultron continues to firmly believe that his desire to annihilate humanity is justified, influenced by the remnants of Tony's programming that once resided in his subconscious. This programming aimed to assist humanity and enhance their quality of life. However, Ultron's interpretation of Tony's intentions diverges significantly. Just as Ultron departed, Captain America arrived at the scene, while Robert had been observing through a mirror. Upon witnessing Captain America seemingly disregard the two scientists and rush to assist the unconscious Dr. Zhao, Robert grasped the implication of the hierarchy among the supporting characters. It seemed those two scientists were of no consequence. Dr. Zhao, gasping for breath, insisted on conveying crucial information about Ultron to Captain America, feeling her consciousness fading. Chapter 158. Refusal. He is in the process of uploading himself into a corporeal form. Captain America. Where? Dr. Zhao. He has escaped outside. Upon hearing this, Captain America immediately prepared to pursue him, but Dr. Zhao, still speaking, grasped his arm and added, "The true energy lies within the cradle. The energy of the stones is uncontrollable. It cannot simply be detonated. The cradle must be delivered to Stark." Captain America, "Understood, but we must first locate it." "Barton, Natasha." "Did you hear that?" Barton acknowledged. "Natasha, I spotted a private plane flying over the city with no flight record. It could be him." While she reported, Barton was also busy scanning the traffic below and soon identified a troubling sight. "A truck from the lab is above you, Captain." "Barton, it's on the bridge as perimeter. 3 individuals are guarding the cradle. I could take out the driver." "Captain America." "No, don't do that. A collision could shatter the stones, endangering the entire city." "Barton, then draw Ultron out to fight." "Captain America, that is precisely my intention. We have no other choice." Seizing an opportunity, Captain America leaped onto the vehicle housing Ultron, disrupting the data transfer and inciting Ultron's ire. No, get away from me." A beam of energy shot forth, nearly causing Captain America to lose his grip as he climbed onto the truck's rear. Boom! A second blast followed, and Captain America astutely perceived Ultron's current emotional state. He seemed exceedingly furious. "I need to keep him in this state." "Barton, you are no match for him, Captain." "Captain America." "Thank you, Barton, but one must attempt before knowing the outcome." As a superhero within the Marvel Universe, capable of holding his ground against Thanos, who wields all the Infinity Stones, Robert wished to convey this to Barton. "Why do you linger like a specter?" "Captain America, if you relinquish those malevolent thoughts, we would not need to seek you out." Boom! Ultron directly disarmed Captain America by knocking away his shield, undoubtedly diminishing his strength, yet it did not grant Ultron a swift victory. "Do you perceive my thoughts as malevolent? On what grounds do you presume so?" Captain America gradually found himself at a disadvantage, unable to articulate his words with ease. Fortunately, at that moment, assistance arrived. "You always tend to be forgetful." Natasha, descending from fighter jet on her motorcycle, muttered upon seeing Captain America's shield tumble to the ground. She then accelerated towards him, as he was now entirely on the defensive, with Ultron gripping his neck. If Natasha were to intervene, perhaps Captain could reclaim his shield. With a steady hand, he finally grasped the shield, allowing him to turn the tide of the encounter. He managed to pry one of Ultron's hands away. and the two resumed their fierce struggle. The battle had drawn the attention of government officials and reporters, leading to the emergence of camera-equipped helicopters overhead and interceptors on the ground. Ladies and gentlemen, an unprecedented combat event is unfolding on Jinhonghan Road, with fighter jets circling the vicinity. Currently, it remains unclear what is transpiring, as the television broadcasts the fierce clash between Captain America and Ultron, perhaps igniting genuine fury. Or perhaps Ultron, unable to subdue Captain America after such a prolonged struggle, intended to exploit his advantages. With a resounding boom, Ultron launched himself into the air, catching Captain America off guard and soaring into the sky. Barton exclaimed, "Captain has drawn him away. Natasha, do you require assistance?" At that moment, Natasha, on her motorcycle, endeavored to approach the truck containing the life cradle, yet was thwarted by robotic guards preventing her from getting closer. "Can you distract the guards for me?" Natasha inquired. "I'll give it a try," Hawkeye replied, taking aim at Ultron, who was entangled with Captain America, and opened fire. After sustaining several hits, Ultron cast an enraged glance at the fighter jet above. Subsequently, the two robotic guards stationed by the truck seemed to receive a command, propelling themselves into the air with the intent of bringing the jet down. Barton exclaimed, "Natasha, the opportunity has arrived." "I see it," Natasha replied, as her motorcycle surged forward. With the distance now sufficient, she leaped onto the plane, carrying the cradle of Ultron. Even though she was aware of Ultron's machinations, the sight of the robotic body before her was nonetheless astonishing. Transmission terminated. Clearing transmission data. Natasha was taken aback, but remained swift in her actions, swiftly erasing the consciousness Ultron had transmitted over the course of the day. Suddenly, she froze. "Stop. Immediately halt." A police blockade appeared in front of the truck, as it was indeed a matter unfolding in the city, making their presence imperative. Natasha and her allies once again approached the truck. At this moment, Barton had just evaded the onslaught of the robots, only to turn around and find them advancing towards the truck. With a clang, two robots positioned themselves on either side of the vehicle, and flames reminiscent of thrusters erupted from their bodies. They had spotted police barricades ahead and resolved to lift the cargo container filled with life cradles into the air. "One opportunity. Natasha, come down quickly. I plan to eliminate them while they're airborne." In Barton's eyes, this was a golden chance. All he needed to do was wait until the container ascended and then detonate it, thereby resolving the issue. "Wait, I have a better suggestion." However, Natasha disagreed, insisting on remaining on the vehicle as she commenced severing the tethering ropes of the life cradles. "Barton, no? Were you planning, Natasha? Enough questions. Open the cockpit door and prepare for the cargo." As Natasha spoke, she cut the last remaining rope, while outside, Barton had already adjusted his position in time. "Oh!" Barton exclaimed, as the cargo successfully fell into place. At that moment, Natasha should have appeared in the fighter jet's cockpit as well. Captain, Natasha has been captured by Ultron." Upon realizing his teammate was in peril, Barton instinctively aimed to rescue her, but Captain America remained composed. "Go, Barton. Take the cargo to Stark. Let move." Ultimately, Barton acquiesced to the order, casting one last glance in the direction Natasha had vanished before accelerating away. Meanwhile, the situation for Captain America was no less dire. "Can you stop it?" he inquired of Scarlet Witch, who had previously aided him against Ultron. Though unaware of the specifics between her and Ultron, the circumstances were evidently precarious. "I'll give it a try." Following their recent confrontation with Ultron, a tram had derailed, which Ultron could merely leave behind, but Captain America clearly could not. There are pedestrians on the road. Leave it to me." With the collaboration of the brother and sister duo, they managed to halt the tram without inflicting any injuries, which was fortunate. Scarlet Witch exerted considerable effort to bring the tram to a stop, but compared to her, Quicksilver appeared significantly more fatigued, having sprinted nearly 10 kilometers in that brief moment. "Are you all right?" As they disembarked from the tram, the witch gazed at her brother with concern. Quicksilver, merely winded, reassured her with a gesture indicating he was fine. "Now, let us address your predicament." Seeing that they were both unharmed, Captain America felt it was time to discuss serious matters, particularly regarding the duo's previous collaboration with Ultron. "Are you going to arrest us?" After listening to Captain America's words, Quicksilver's immediate reaction was to inquire further. However, Scarlet, which held a different perspective, countering with a pointed question, "Have you secured the Cradle of Life?" Captain America instinctively replied, Yes, our team has already sent it to Stark. Only after uttering those words did he realize something was amiss. As he prepared to reclaim the narrative, Scarlet Witch's remark left him momentarily perplexed. You cannot hand it over to Stark. He always manages to complicate matters. Remember Ultron? He couldn't even distinguish between destruction and creation. Her words carried a certain weight, prompting Captain America to acknowledge that Tony was indeed somewhat unreliable, leading him to seek a remedy. Hey, is anyone listening? He called out in the team's chat channel, but received no response. Glancing at Scarlet Witch, unease washed over him. He genuinely feared Tony might conjure yet another calamity. On Tony's end, he was determined not to disappoint Captain America. After diverting Hawkeye, he was eager to experiment once more. Banners, I can manage the organizational regression. If you can dismantle the operating system implanted by Dr. Zhao. He was singularly focused on destroying the physical form created by Ultron, yet Tony held a contrasting viewpoint. Yes. Well, upon hearing Tony's tone, Banner felt a sense of deja vu and immediately raised his gaze to meet Tony's, realizing that his counterpart was indeed plotting something. No, he flatly rejected, genuinely frightened by the prospect of inadvertently creating something even more terrifying than Ultron. You must trust me, Tony implored. I fear that is not possible. Banner's reaction was anticipated by Tony. Persuading him would require more than mere words. I have located our ally, the one who safeguards the nuclear launch codes. Tony produced his control panel and placed it on the holographic device, instantly conjuring a familiar figure. Jarvis? Banner exclaimed. Chapter 159. Ultron. Hello, Dr. Banner. Tony continued. Ultron did not track Jarvis because he was angered. Ultron attacked him out of fear of Jarvis's capabilities. He endeavored to convince Banner, but perhaps the psychological scars from past experiences rendered Banner unwilling to engage in any further perilous endeavors. No, regardless of how beautifully you articulate it, Tony, I will not assist you in integrating Jarvis. Not assist me, but rather I assist you. Do you understand? That is your expertise, remember? Yet, Banner remained hesitant, prompting Tony to resort to a decisive move. Jarvis, please contact Robert for me. This bold maneuver was indeed Tony's trump card, given that the latter had previously promised to provide assistance when necessary. The phone of Robert, who was enjoying the seaside scenery while holding Belinda, rang with a sudden urgency. Having been engrossed in the battle involving Captain America, he was unaware of the mischief Tony was about to unleash. Hello, Robert, could you do me a favor? Tony's voice came through, straightforward yet urgent. I need you to showcase your abilities that could help us navigate through this crisis. His words were somewhat blunt, but Robert paid little heed, recognizing the pressure Tony had been under lately. All right, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, he felt Belinda tighten her embrace. Are you leaving again? This time it will only be for a short while. I'll take you home first, and then I'll come back tonight. Last time you said you'd be gone just a moment, and you vanished for months. Belinda grumbled, yet she made no attempts to counter Robert's intentions, maintaining her position with a sense of understanding. Rest assured, I promise it will be brief this time. Robert reassured her before opening a portal to send Belinda home. They shared a parting kiss, after which he employed his spatial abilities to locate Tony. Meanwhile, Tony, having been abruptly disconnected, waited impatiently, seeing that Robert had not yet arrived. He inquired, Did you leave Robert a location? I remember he needs coordinates to arrive at a destination. Before J.A.R.V.I.S. could respond, a familiar blue portal manifested behind them. That was in the past, Tony. Now, I can go wherever I please, Robert declared, his gaze drawn to the life cradle. Upon closer inspection, he realized it housed none other than the Vision. That's it. Since you've noticed it, let us persuade Banner together. Tony exclaimed. Wait, what? Robert questioned, sensing another unpredictable variable was about to emerge. Banner, fearing Robert might be swayed, hastily interjected and relayed Tony's plan. With an omniscient perspective, Robert understood that Tony's experiment had been successful. Unlike Ultron, the Vision bore the mantle of protecting Earth. However, Banner's experience with Ultron, who had spiraled out of control with the singular aim of annihilating humanity, made him reluctant to create another robot. So, Tony, your intention is for me to demonstrate my capability to resolve our current issues, thereby persuading Banner? At Robert's inquiry, Tony felt a twinge of embarrassment, aware that his proposition might imply doubt in his friend's abilities. However, nothing brings Bruce Banner greater solace than the prospect of a solution to the present dilemma. Consequently, Tony felt compelled to say, Indeed, Robert, although I realize this puts you in a precarious position, should you find it impossible to demonstrate your capabilities, I have prepared a way out. He intended to encourage Robert to attempt it, despite the potential for failure. All of this served as a prelude, and there was nothing inappropriate about it. I shall assist you with the Ultron issue. Robert, in a spirit of helpfulness, found himself abandoning his initial desire to merely observe the unfolding drama. At that moment, both Tony and Banner looked at him with eager anticipation, eager to witness how Robert would validate his prowess. The method he employed was remarkably straightforward and direct. When the old body was damaged, a new replacement would manifest. Ultron had been engaged in conversation with Natasha, whom he had captured, seemingly intent on imparting his ideology. However, in the blink of an eye, a blue portal appeared beneath him, threatening to consume him. Ultron sensed imminent danger and attempted to flee, yet his thrusters proved utterly ineffective. "Oh, are we really about to engage in combat here?" Banner inquired as Ultron plummeted through the portal. Contrary to his expectations, he did not encounter the anticipated devastation. Instead, he emerged in an entirely different realm. "My body." Ultron immediately spotted the cradle of his stolen existence. He yearned to rush forward and reclaim it. Yet his body betrayed him, refusing to obey. "Let me see. Child, you seem to lack any lethal intent." Observing Ultron's immobilization, Tony smugly approached him, fully aware that Ultron was merely a shell at that moment. His true essence could traverse the vast expanse of the global internet, theoretically. As long as there were no entities of the same dimension, Ultron could not be vanquished. No, this still poses a threat," Robert declared, intending to pull Ultron into their dimension. With a flicker of red energy, he utilized his reality-altering power to fashion a three-dimensional form for Ultron. "My heavens!" Banner was utterly astonished by this spectacle. Ultron, equally bewildered, suddenly felt severed from the digital realm. His thought processes, once lightning fast, slowed considerably. He raised his hand to examine his newly formed body, recognizing that his capabilities were now constrained. Mr. Robert, I recall that we had previously reached an agreement." Ultron attempted to articulate, but his mouth was abruptly sealed as Robert had no time for idle chatter. "Well, Tony, does this demonstrate my problem-solving prowess?" Now, Ultron was so incapacitated he could hardly withstand even a knife's thrust. Robert provided Ultron with a form that was remarkably rudimentary, perhaps even inferior to that of a human body. It seemed that if one were to expose it to the sun, it would disintegrate within moments. "Oh, such divine power. How did you accomplish this, Robert?" Tony circled around Ultron, confronting the adversary that had plagued him and instigated his self-doubt. For a fleeting moment, he entertained the thought of resolving the matter immediately. "Is that all? How would you rate the demonstration?" Robert discerned Tony's contemplative gaze, understanding the thoughts swirling in his mind. Though initially he harbored the intention to eliminate Ultron directly, he recognized that having Tony handle it personally would yield far superior results. As Robert was untainted by the emotional turmoil that had ensnared Tony, "I am quite satisfied. No, I mean exceedingly satisfied. What do you think, Banner?" Tony inquired. "I find this utterly astonishing." "Yes, astonishing," Banner replied, their eyes locking in mutual understanding, though they refrained from voicing their thoughts immediately. "Oh, Natasha has left no trace beyond the network." At that moment, Barton approached, his expression one of bewilderment as he beheld the scene before him. Robert's presence was unremarkable, but the lifeless form of Ultron lying there was disconcerting, especially with an unfamiliar entity standing before it. What transpired here? Banner recounted the earlier events to Barton, and upon grasping the situation, he instinctively reached for the handgun at his waist. "Should we allow Tony to handle this? I feel he requires such an opportunity." Robert, noticing Barton's movement, was genuinely concerned that Barton might impulsively eliminate Ultron, jeopardizing the fragile psychological state that Tony was grappling with. "Hiss, Robert is correct. Let me take this." "Barton." Tony felt an overwhelming sense of repression and self-doubt, emotions he had never previously encountered. He realized that only by confronting the troubles he had created could he alleviate his internal conflicts. "Well, honestly, it would be the same regardless of who takes it." Barton conceded, displaying a nonchalant attitude, as he was not one to relish in killing. Should we inform the captain beforehand?" Just as Banner posed the question, a gunshot rang out, and without a moment's hesitation, Tony ended Ultron's existence. "Oh, I will inform the captain." Now, can we begin to grant Jarvis life? Tony exclaimed, rushing to the computer to commence operations, while Robert swiftly disposed of Ultron's remains, perhaps never imagining such a conclusion to unfold. What does Jarvis entail? Tony, what are you planning to create this time? Initially, Barton intended to breathe a sigh of relief upon discovering that Ultron was no more. However, Tony's actions left him perplexed. Was the adversary still unwilling to learn from past mistakes? Tony inquired, Robert, during your search for Ultron, did you happen to uncover any trace of Miss Natasha? Could you kindly open a portal to allow Barton to rescue her? Chapter 160. The Truth? A Lie? Barton replied, very well, but I believe it is prudent to forewarn you. Indeed, there shall be no issues this time. Rest assured, Robert. A luminous portal materialized before Barton, who cast a resigned glance at Tony, then offered Robert a reassuring smile before stepping through. Natasha, upon crossing the threshold, Barton was taken aback. It resembled a factory teeming with robots, continuously being manufactured, a truly magnificent sight. Barton, what brings you here? Where is Ultron? Natasha had been ensnared by Ultron, and mere moments prior, he had been conversing with her when she was suddenly whisked away by a portal. It's resolved. Robert has captured Ultron, and Tony personally terminated him. As Barton spoke, he approached and unlocked the door, confining Natasha. Their eyes met, and they both exhaled in relief. Seems like this major crisis has been averted, Natasha remarked. Currently, yes. However, this so-called major crisis is only significant to the two of us. Meanwhile, Tony commenced a vigorous endeavor to create the illusionary realm, and observing that it bore no relevance to him, Robert decided to take his leave. Tony, Dr. Banner, I shall take my leave now. Contact me if necessary. Certainly, Tony responded without even lifting his head, his reply succinct. Yet, Banner seemed to harbor a different opinion. What? Robert, are you really leaving? But what if something unexpected occurs here? Before Robert could respond, Tony interjected, do not worry, Dr. Banner. Robert can be summoned with a single phone call, so there is no cause for concern. Rest assured, Dr. Banner, I am confident in my capabilities. I will not become the next Ultron. Even J.A.R.V.I.S. chimed in, leaving Banner with little room to voice further objections. After nodding at Robert, he returned to his work. I shall take my leave. Safe travels, Tony replied. A portal emerged before Robert, and, as he stepped through, he discovered Belinda engrossed in watching television. I said just a moment. He chuckled, wrapping her in an embrace, to which Belinda eagerly nestled into his arms. Shall we go out again? After enjoying a brief yet intimate moment together, Belinda lifted her sparkling eyes and suggested, how about we head to the Alps? I hear the scenery is quite splendid. Belinda, I will heed your advice. Thus, the two joyfully set off to the Alps to admire the scenery, while Tony and his companions were busy creating Jarvis, or rather, the illusionary world. Even Barton was preparing to return to the United States alongside Natasha. However, one individual was nearly forgotten by everyone. Tony, I believe you owe me an explanation regarding why my communicator has been disabled. Captain America finally arrived at the laboratory where Tony was working, having had his communicator examined by professionals prior to his arrival. The only plausible reason for the communication failure was that his device had been blocked, and the only individual who could accomplish such a feat, and had the motive, was none other than Tony himself. Captain, you've arrived. Please take a seat. Doctor, Banner and I are rather occupied at the moment. I'm afraid we cannot accommodate you just yet. Despite his confident demeanor, Tony continued his work without pause, fully aware that another mishap would be utterly humiliating. He strived to maintain real-time monitoring on a manual level, keen to control every variable. Captain America, not blind to the situation, was less concerned with Tony's dismissive attitude and more focused on what he was doing with the life cradle they had seized from Ultron. This is for destruction. ISNT it? Sensing Tony's evasion, he shifted his gaze to Banner, gesturing toward the life cradle, hoping for a satisfactory answer. Captain, Banner stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. The moment Captain America observed Banner's hesitation, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Tony, this time, he abandoned his gentle tone, nearly shouting in urgency, compelling Tony to confront the matter. Yes, I'm not dismantling it. Rather, I am integrating Jarvis into it. Rest assured, Jarvis is my own creation. Before Tony could finish, Captain America interrupted sharply. Wasn't he Ultron your creation as well? The question rendered Tony momentarily speechless, and Captain America, unwilling to engage further, seized his shield, intending to physically destroy the life cradle. Hey, no, no, no. Don't do that, Captain. Banner stood by, uncertain of what to do, still wavering even at this critical juncture. Why, Stark? You know this is perilous. Why do you persist in this endeavor? The Ultron issue remains unresolved, and you wish to create a second? As he spoke, he brought his shield down with force, but fortunately, Tony reacted swiftly, donning one arm of his Iron Man suit just in time. Crash! Witnessing his plans unraveling at the hands of his ally left Tony in a state of desperation. He unleashed a blast, striking Captain America's shield, catching him off guard and sending him sprawling to the ground. I never anticipated that one day I would be ambushed by a friend. Captain America swiftly rose from the ground. The first emotion he felt was anger, followed closely by disappointment. It was evident that Tony had failed to learn from his past mistakes, or perhaps he simply had no desire to do so, remaining obstinately set in his ways. Calm down, Captain. The Ultron issue has been resolved. Robert handled it personally. If you don't believe me, just ask Dr. Banner. As Tony saw Captain America advancing towards the cradle of life, he urgently relayed the news of Ultron's resolution while hastily donning his armor in case of unforeseen circumstances. What? It's resolved? Captain America turned his gaze towards Banner, feeling somewhat reluctant to engage further with Tony. Banner replied, "Well, yes, Captain. Mr. Robert personally dealt with the issue." He reiterated the situation, and as Captain America learned that Robert had merely pulled Ultron from the virtual realm into reality, even allowing Tony to personally eliminate the threat, he was left profoundly astonished. Can we be certain it's resolved? After all, Ultron is notoriously cunning. After a brief pause, Captain America slowly inquired, perhaps struggling to accept that he and the entire Avengers team had been grappling with such a formidable opponent, while Robert had seemingly resolved it with ease. This left him with an instinctive feeling of disbelief. Could be that Ultron had a trick up his sleeve? Banner replied, "Well, I can't be sure." "I can be sure." Banner, not being an expert in this area, could not definitively ascertain whether Robert's methods had completely vanquished Ultron. However, there was someone in the room well-versed in such matters. Tony's longtime companion, the artificial intelligence, Jarvis. "Who are you?" Captain America asked. "Jarvis. Captain, I'm here." After scanning the room, Captain America noticed a yellow sphere that seemed to pulsate rhythmically. "Indeed, that's me, Captain." Jarvis took on a humanoid form to greet him, initially startling Captain America. Are you the new robot Tony is creating?" Captain America inquired, observing the yellow entity, which appeared to be merely a compilation of data, devoid of any human expression. Coupled with the prior experience with Ultron, Captain America held a pessimistic view regarding Tony's ability to create a robot that would benefit humanity. "No, not a robot, Captain. If Jarvis's consciousness is successfully transferred, he would become a true human, only far more powerful than us," Tony asserted. Nevertheless, this did little to alleviate Captain America's concerns. At that moment, he remained more focused on the Ultron predicament. "You mentioned that Ultron has vanished from the internet, correct? What if he has hidden himself in some folder?" Captain America queried. "The likelihood of that scenario is exceedingly low," Jarvis replied, as Mr. Robert directly extracted Ultron's essence into the real world. Although I cannot comprehend how it was achieved, one certainty remains. Ultron's capabilities are insufficient to escape. Captain America remained silent for a moment after hearing those words, his gaze locked with Jarvis, where he discerned nothing but emptiness in the other's eyes. Eventually, he concluded that since Robert was willing to clean up the mess, he might as well indulge, provided he refrained from conjuring any perilous creations. After voicing his thoughts, he chose to depart, prompting Tony to involuntarily respond, sensing the disapproval in his tone. "Thank you for your concern, Captain, but I assure you, there won't be any issues this time. I promise." Captain America glanced back one last time, saying nothing further, his expression tinged with irritation. "This is inevitable," Tony retorted. His mind was entirely consumed by Jarvis, as he sought to prove his correctness. Ultron had merely been an unfortunate mishap. What was he doing? Was something in the cradle being dismantled? As Captain America exited the laboratory, he encountered Scarlet Witch, who had been waiting. Subconsciously, she deemed Tony unreliable, not solely due to Ultron being his creation, but also because of past events involving her and her brother. "I'm not sure what he is up to," Captain America confessed, feeling a tumult of emotions, unsure how to articulate that Tony was attempting to create a new Ultron. Should he say that Scarlet Witch and her brother Quicksilver would undoubtedly rush in to confront him? Yet, Captain America found himself incapable of lying. Chapter 161. Bucky's new Stark is indeed researching dangerous entities. ISNT? Noticing Captain America's peculiar expression, Scarlet Witch felt an ominous premonition and instinctively activated her abilities. Forget it, it doesn't matter, Captain America thought, lacking the inclination to continue the conversation. He circumvented Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch, seeking solitude to gather his thoughts. The siblings exchanged a glance, and after a moment of silence, she articulated her judgment. Stark is constructing robots that pose an equal threat to Ultron. What should we do? Should we stop him? Quicksilver inquired. Scarlet Witch hesitated, having sensed from Captain America's heart that someone appeared to support Tony. Is there a problem? Quicksilver asked, noticing his sister lost in thought. Prompted by her brother's question, Scarlet Witch ultimately resolved to intervene. We must stop Tony. He hasn't resolved the Ultron issue. And now he is attempting to create an even more dangerous entity. That is precisely what I was waiting to hear. Quicksilver exclaimed, swiftly escorting Scarlet Witch to the laboratory. Oh, look at that. We have quite a few guests today, Tony remarked. The twins refrained from immediately destroying the life cradle, as Scarlet Witch's insights had merely been conjectures drawn from Captain America's heart, not necessarily accurate. Thus, they intended to ascertain the truth. Are you researching a new Ultron? Scarlet Witch bypassed Tony's greeting, activating her abilities upon their encounter to prevent any deceit. Tony replied, no, it is not Ultron. I intend to name a Mirage. Dr. Banner, who had momentarily ceased his activities, regarded the twins as adversaries in his heart. Earlier, Captain America had not mentioned their assistance. Thus, at present, both Tony and Banner viewed each other as foes. Upon the arrival of a threat, Tony had donned his armor during Captain America's time. Yet he had refrained from lowering his mask until now. With everyone else prepared for battle, Quicksilver glanced at his sister, who appeared to be in a trance, seemingly processing the information emanating from Tony's mind. What do you plan to do? Observing the other party refraining from initiating hostilities, Tony, too, found no reason to strike first. In truth, he was the one most averse to conflict, as it would inevitably delay the creation of Mirage. More importantly, he feared that the process of fighting might lead to unforeseen complications. If Mirage were to devolve into a state akin to Ultron, Tony felt he would never again engage with artificial intelligence. Have you resolved Ultron? After a brief silence, Scarlet Witch posed a question that perplexed Quicksilver. Considering they had just battled Ultron, how could Tony have dealt with it in such a short span? Oh yes. How did you know? Oh, I see. It's mind reading, ISNT it? Tony, who had remained tense throughout, felt even more so upon Scarlet Witch's insight into his thoughts. However, his agile mind suddenly concocted a plan. What? Ultron has truly been resolved. How did that occur? Quicksilver's inquiry was perfectly timed, prompting Tony to recall Robert's intervention, particularly his assurance of supporting the development of Mirage and resolving any issues that arose. Scarlet Witch glimpsed Robert's presence within Tony's mind. Despite it being merely a fragment of memory, she sensed his formidable power, coupled with the earlier encounter where he effortlessly dealt with both her and Quicksilver. Scarlet Witch felt a moment of inner turmoil before ultimately deciding to relinquish her concerns. Let us depart. With a sigh of relief, Tony smiled once more, declaring, a wise choice. Scarlet Witch, disinterested, ignored him and made her exit, with Quicksilver hastily following, feeling somewhat bewildered. What transpired? Why not destroy the cradle? Once outside the laboratory, Quicksilver could no longer contain his curiosity. I initially intended to destroy it, but Tony acquired that person's support, and Ultron was also obliterated by him, Scarlet Witch replied. That person? Who? Detecting fear on his sister's face, Quicksilver had an inkling but sought confirmation. His name is Robert, the very individual who defeated us before. As she spoke, Quicksilver swiftly recalled the inexplicable sense of powerlessness he felt in the presence of Robert. If he were to support Stark, it seems we possess little capacity to contest. Scarlet Witch, then let us refrain from contesting. Since he has the ability to resolve the issues, why should we concern ourselves? Quicksilver, and what now? Let us depart. The twins left, knowing that others would oversee Tony's affairs, and they could not be bothered to intervene further. Oh, it appears they do not quite comprehend us. In the laboratory, as Tony continued to calibrate the data, he reflected upon the various visitors from earlier that day. Whether it was Barton, Cap, or the two twins, Each seemed to oppose his creation of the illusionary world. These thoughts momentarily disheartened him. If you feel this is inappropriate, we can cease the data transmission at any time, Banner remarked, observing Tony's hesitation. In truth, he was not entirely resolute about bringing the illusionary world into existence. Even those around him, including Dr. Banner, who was assisting him, expressed similar sentiments. If Tony were an ordinary individual, he would have long since relented, but he was Tony Stark. No, we must create the illusionary world. Only through this can we confirm that our previous judgments were correct. Banner sighed, ultimately unable to dissuade Tony. Witnessing his renewed determination, he chose to cease his counsel. Meanwhile, outside their laboratory, Captain America prepared to pilot his aircraft back to Washington. With Ultron's issues resolved, it was indeed time for him to rest. He hoped for Tony's success. Casting one last glance at the site of Tony's experiments, Cap launched the aircraft without a moment's hesitation. The affairs here no longer pertained to him. At that moment, he felt a surge of frustration, contemplating that should Tony encounter any trouble again, he would certainly refrain from offering assistance, having advised him numerous times in the past. However, those familiar with Captain America knew that if a genuine threat to the world arose, regardless of its origin, he would intervene, for that was his unwavering belief. Whether Tony would find himself in peril remained uncertain, but there was one matter concerning you that I hope you will grasp. As he piloted the aircraft, Cap, in a fit of agitation, momentarily failed to notice the presence of another aboard. Who is Fury? You appear somewhat displeased by my arrival. Cap, how would you react if your superior suddenly appeared, instructing you to return to work while you were on your way home to rest? He did not dispute Fury's words, directly stating his disdain for a boss who demanded overtime. Since you have articulated it so, I must have misinterpreted. It seems I shall gather information about James at my own pace. Fury remarked, nonchalantly settling into a seat in the rear of the cockpit, adopting an air that suggested, I am resting, do not disturb me. James, are you referring to Bucky? Cap paused for a moment before swiftly turning to Fury, who appeared disinclined to engage. Activate the autopilot. The function is initiating, and the destination for this voyage is Washington. The autopilot has successfully engaged. Captain America first activated the autopilot feature before leaving the driver's seat to rush over to Fury's side. Fury, I apologize for what occurred earlier. Can you provide me with any news regarding Bucky? Lured by the prospect of information about his dear friend, Captain America managed to suppress his inner turmoil and even took the initiative to apologize to Fury. This demeanor was precisely what Fury desired, and he had no intention of pushing things too far, as he still required Captain America's strength in his current role as a half-leader. Indeed, with the assistance of General Robert, they had captured him last time, but Sergeant James had exhibited considerable resistance. Captain America leaned closer, eager to catch every word. After thorough analysis by professional psychologists and researchers, it was generally concluded that Sergeant James was deeply under Hydra's mind control. Upon hearing that Bucky was being manipulated, Captain America exhaled in relief, for it at least proved that Bucky's prior actions were not of his own volition. In Captain America's eyes, all blame lay squarely with Hydra. Bucky could not be held accountable. What can be done? Is there a possibility for recovery? Having established that his companion's intentions were not malevolent, he was now intensely eager to know if there was a way to restore him to normalcy, or at least free him from that state of control. As I mentioned earlier, Sergeant James is under profound control, and typically he would not regain consciousness to recognize himself unless he was on the brink of death. However, Fury's words sent Captain America's heart racing, yet the word, however, provided a glimmer of hope. But what? Captain America asked, intrigued. Fury retrieved a report from his pocket and handed it to him. Captain America examined it. It contained the analysis provided by the psychologists and researchers. As he perused the document, Fury explained, certain old artifacts have shown a significant stimulative effect on Sergeant James. Yet those stimuli alone are insufficient to liberate him from his control. However, on one occasion, we showed him a photograph of you. And what was his reaction? Captain America inquired. His response was quite pronounced, but it seems the information regarding you has been deliberately erased by those controlling him. Therefore, if we can help Sergeant James recall you, he should be able to recover. Chapter 162. Taking action, Captain America was escorted by Fury to a secure base, one of the few safe havens established by SHIELD. I will kill you all. Upon arrival, Captain America immediately spotted Bucky, bound to an iron chair, his emotions seemingly spiraling out of control. Has he always been like this? Fury questioned. The responsible party stepped forward and replied, Yes, Director. Aside from his sleeping hours, Sergeant James is mostly like this every day. Captain America inquired, Have you considered administering any medication to calm him down? Aware of the relationship between Captain America and James, the official displayed no impatience despite the somewhat reproachful tone of the question and patiently explained, Captain, we have tried medication, but the human body has a limited capacity for it. Therefore, we can only administer a small amount each day, which only provides temporary relief. Hearing this, Captain America nodded, reassured that they were indeed taking action rather than merely watching Bucky suffer through his outbursts. I apologize if my tone was inappropriate earlier, he said naturally, and the official responded with repeated assurances that it was no problem. Now, this is not the stage for your performance. Let us go see the patient, Fury interjected, gesturing for the official to open the door leading to Bucky's confinement, while he pulled Captain America inside. As the door creaked open, Bucky's voice echoed, I will kill you. Perhaps exhausted from shouting, his head hung low. In this secure facility, especially in his holding area, there was no sunlight, and the space was illuminated by artificial light around the clock. This meant that Bucky, confined for so long, had lost all sense of time. He would shout until he was fed and then, worn out from his frenzy, simply fall asleep. Bucky? Upon seeing his friend in such a disheveled state, Captain America clenched his fists and called out with a tone of sorrow, I will kill you. Suddenly awakened from the brink of slumber, Bucky was irate. Realizing someone was before him, he lifted his head and shouted. However, when he spotted Captain America's figure, his voice abruptly ceased, and a torrent of memories began to flash in his mind. He felt these should be his memories, yet an overpowering voice and consciousness insisted otherwise. Caught between these two conflicting mental states, Bucky felt a splitting headache. It's you. His heart raced, nearing a dangerous threshold. Captain America shouted, Bucky. At the sound of his name, Bucky's complexion turned pale. Fury immediately issued an order, administer a sedative. Yes. Following Fury's command, personnel swiftly approached, maintaining a safe distance while using a tranquilizer gun to inject Bucky, their movements indicating they were quite experienced. The sedative took effect rapidly. In no time, Bucky fell silent. Captain America attempted to step forward to check on him, but Fury restrained him, leading him out. It seems your presence has had a strong stimulating effect on him, Fury remarked as they stood outside, observing through a one-way mirrored window at the now slumbering Bucky. How could he have changed so drastically? During my last encounter with him, Bucky was still able to converse with me. Director Fury, unable to answer Captain America's inquiries, shifted his gaze to the person in charge here. Allow me to clarify. Director Fury and Captain America. Greetings, I am Dr. Kerr, ASHLD agent as well. The individual in charge was not an expert in this field, so knowing that he would seek his assistance, Kerr stepped forward to avoid any complications. All eyes were fixed upon him, and true to his former experience as an agent, Kerr felt no embarrassment. Instead, he began to expound confidently. At present, Sergeant James' condition has markedly improved compared to when he was first brought in. The reason Captain was able to converse with him earlier was that Sergeant James was under full control at that time. Kerr endeavored to articulate this in simple terms, ensuring that Captain America and the others could easily comprehend. Indeed, even the simplest minds would grasp his explanation. Kerr stated, Sergeant James is now on the brink of breaking through the barriers that confine him. This is undoubtedly a painful process, but if he endures, he shall return to normalcy. After delivering his final conclusion, Captain America listened intently before summarizing. So, you're suggesting that I should remain present before Bucky periodically, allowing him to grow accustomed to my presence, after which I can recount past events to stimulate his memory. Kerr replied, absolutely, if you have the time. Of course. I believe Captain America possesses ample time to address Sergeant James's situation. Wouldn't you agree? Fury's words echoed Captain America's sentiments. He undoubtedly had the patience for his longtime friend, Bucky. Indeed, I can remain here until Bucky recovers. As he spoke, he glanced back at the unconscious Bucky and suddenly noticed a staff member cautiously approaching, seemingly to remove the injection device. Fury observed this as well and instinctively assumed that Captain America found such methods distasteful. There was little to be done. SHIELD had significantly diminished. and until it was fully re-established, the World Security Council would not allocate funding to them. I understand, Captain America acknowledged. He was now invested in a new endeavor, saving his dear friend. Meanwhile, the other Avengers were preoccupied with their own affairs. Tony and Banner were busy, while Natasha and Barton were preparing to return to America together. The only one left unaware of Ultron's demise, still mired in this matter, was Thor. "Hey, friends, what do you want with Ultron?" Thor exclaimed, having unearthed a significant revelation buried deep within his memories regarding Loki's scepter, which contained an Infinity Stone. He was poised to share this information, but upon surveying his surroundings, he found no one present. Thor arrived at the so-called safe haven Barton had led them to, under the impression that everyone was still there. Are you here looking for Barton? I've already contacted him." Confused, Thor watched as Mrs. Barton stepped forward, cautiously handing him the phone, as if she were somewhat apprehensive of him. "Oh, thank you." Chapter 163, New Life. Thor, possessing a measure of self-awareness, recognized that his earlier outburst had indeed been rather peculiar, especially in the absence of his friends. "Hello, did you miss me? I missed you too, and I shall return shortly. All you need to do now is take a shower to prepare for my arrival." As soon as the call connected, Barton mistakenly assumed Thor was his wife, and his words were somewhat indiscreet. Fearing that Barton might say something more inappropriate, Thor quickly interjected, "Hey, Barton, how are you? It's Thor." An abrupt silence enveloped the conversation, with Barton pausing for at least 5 or 6 seconds before responding. It's you, brother. What brings you to my house at this late hour?" Thor replied, "I just found Ultron. He intends to exploit the power of the gems. Loki's scepter is, in fact, an Infinity Stone." Feeling somewhat embarrassed by Barton's inquiry, Thor was unsure how to clarify his presence, so he decided to steer the conversation toward more pressing matters. Barton responded, "There's no need to dwell on that anymore, Thor. Ultron has already met his end, dealt with personally by Robert. Didn't anyone inform you?" Thor was taken aback by his words, realizing that he had endured considerable hardship to obtain this information, only to discover that the key figure, Ultron, had been eliminated without his knowledge. "Indeed, no one has mentioned this to me. You were the first team member to contact me. Could you recount the details of the situation?" "Of course." In response to Thor's query, Barton recounted Banner's account, leaving Thor utterly astonished. Incredible, compared to him. I hardly consider myself a god. Thor felt a pang of disappointment. His efforts to confront Ultron suddenly seemed insignificant, a sentiment anyone would find difficult to accept. Barton reassured him, "Take heart, brother. At least the problem has been resolved, hasn't it? We can now enjoy some leisure time." Thor replied, "Very well. I shall retrieve Loki's scepter and return to Asgard." His original purpose for descending was this, and now that the Ultron matter had been resolved, it was only natural he would return. Of course, he also needed to tend to his own emotional wounds, as Robert's strength had left a significant impact on him. "Regarding that scepter, I suspect you won't be able to reclaim it," Barton mused, immediately envisioning the gem nestled within the cradle, likely the very Infinity Stone in question. With the stone now displayed, what did that signify? The scepter, as a vessel for the stone, had lost its purpose once the gem was removed. Thor remarked, "Is that so? No matter. I shall retrieve the gem instead, as it belonged to my brother. Now that he has passed, I ought to reclaim some of his belongings." Barton was mentally organizing his thoughts, uncertain whether to divulge information about Tony. In the midst of hesitation, Natasha discerned his thoughts and, having remained silent all along, suggested, "You will find out sooner or later. You cannot possibly be the one to deceive Thor, can you?" Her previous silence stemmed from a fear that the person on the other end of the line was Mrs. Barton, and she dreaded what she might think of their late-night rendezvous. However, now that she was certain it was Thor on the line, that concern dissipated. After all, he was unlikely to shout about it, was he? "Natasha, you are by Barton's side as well?" Oh, both Natasha and Barton covered their faces, unsure of what to say. Thor inquired, "Is something the matter? It appears you are concealing something from me." As he spoke, he glanced at the perplexed expression on Mrs. Barton's face, finding humanity to be quite peculiar. "Regarding the matter of the gem, I believe you should consult Stark. The cradle is with him. If you lack his number, I can relay it to you." Thor responded, "Huh?" Barton provided 865668. After reciting the number, he was too indifferent to inquire if Thor had remembered it, and simply hung up. To be honest, there are moments when I feel Thor is somewhat lacking in mental acuity. Once the call ended, the thought of the terrifying scene he might soon face at home left him utterly speechless. Natasha, too, was at a loss for words. Indeed, she shared his exasperation. May I make another call? Thor, completely oblivious to any underlying issues, was eager to place another call. Could Mrs. Barton possibly refuse? Oh, of course, take your time. When you're finished, either call me out or bring the phone in. With that, Mrs. Barton returned indoors with a polite smile, while Thor mused about what a considerate woman she was, unaware that she was preparing for something far more sinister. Beep. Outside, Thor dialed Tony's number again. Although Barton had only mentioned it once, he had managed to remember it. Hello, who is this? Tony's voice came through, sounding somewhat busy and breathless. Oh, hey, Tony. How are you? Who are you? Thor replied. Are you jesting with me, Tony? You cannot even recognize my voice? Initially, Tony considered hanging up, genuinely unsure if this was a prank call or a scam. Fine, if you truly have no idea, then forget it. Where are you? I need to retrieve Loki's scepter. This time, Tony grasped the situation, realizing that Thor was indeed referring to Loki's scepter. Oh, I sincerely apologize, buddy. I've been swamped and didn't catch your voice. Thor retorted, Your apology comes too late. I must return to Asgard. Barton mentioned the scepter is with you, correct? Tony glanced at the transmission data, which was already 97% complete, as the illusionary realm was on the brink of manifestation. At that moment, Tony decided to delay for a while. Perhaps by the time Thor encountered the Nexus, he would no longer be enraged. All right, Tony suggested a location, and Thor, after returning the phone, intended to proceed. Tony felt somewhat peculiar as Thor, soaring through the skies, muttered something. He couldn't shake the impression that something extraordinary awaited him on Tony's end. My dear, what are you gazing at? On the vast plains, Belinda's gaze shifted towards Robert, puzzled by his sudden stupor. A new life has emerged. Come, let us go offer our congratulations. Robert exclaimed, pulling Belinda along as a portal opened, leading to Tony's laboratory. Chapter 164. Farewell, Tony. What are you truly trying to accomplish? Is the lesson from Ultron not sufficient? Robert had just brought Belinda to Tony's side when he sensed the disturbance of the Mind Stone, indicating the emergence of the Nexus. However, he was taken aback by the sight of Thor confronting Tony. Thor, please remain calm. The Nexus is not Ultron. Tony interjected. Robert, Belinda, you have arrived. Just as Tony was about to assert his point to Thor, he noticed Robert's timely arrival, feeling a sense of relief. Tony, could you devise a method to persuade Thor? Mr. Robert, Miss Belinda, greetings. I am a Nexus. Please trust me. I harbor no malice towards the world. Yet Thor remained skeptical, convinced only by what he had witnessed, namely, the destruction wrought by Ultron, which Tony had created. Many matters cannot be judged solely by words, but rather by actions. Prior to Robert intervening, the Nexus had stood alongside Captain America and Thor in confronting Ultron's threat, thus earning their trust. However, with Ultron now vanquished, how could one demonstrate the harmlessness of the Nexus? To be frank, I typically do not place faith in the words of strangers. Thor declared, still harboring ill feelings towards the Nexus. Tony turned to Robert, hoping he would devise a solution. Otherwise, he might have to battle alongside the Nexus against Thor. Words often wield little power, so why not conduct an experiment? Everyone turned to Robert, puzzled by the notion of an experiment. Like this, with a swift gesture, all were enveloped, and Tony, Thor, and Banner returned to the original narrative timeline when Ultron had yet to be defeated. Of course, this was not reality, but rather a simulation conjured by Robert's power, more akin to an illusion than a return to the past. Nexus, I have resolved Ultron's threat. My mission is to protect the world. Well done. In the realm of reality, Tony's return was soon followed by Thor and others, who, in that brief moment, had already experienced the events they were destined to encounter. A fierce battle ensued. Although Ultron was relentlessly pushed back, the combined strength of the group proved insufficient to vanquish him. Ultimately, it was the illusory realm that intervened, erasing the adversary on a mental plane, while also proclaiming a declaration to safeguard the world. It was evident that the illusory realm had withstood the test. What do you think, Thor and Banner? When the illusion dissipated, Robert addressed the group. Thor and Banner, who had previously exhibited stubbornness and hesitation, now displayed a remarkable change in demeanor. Banner exclaimed, "Welcome to the illusory realm." Thor added, "I'm overjoyed to have you with us, brother. Your presence is the finest testament to Tony's worthwhile endeavor. In illusion, their true memories were obscured. Within it, Thor fought alongside the illusory realm and witnessed its unwavering resolve to maintain global stability, making its acceptance entirely logical. Robert, I truly appreciate you. I never expected you possess such capabilities. Tony, unfazed by Thor's jest, found merit in the underlying truth of his words. The performance of the illusory realm validated Tony's belief. Ultron's previous encounter was merely an anomaly, a realization that brought him immense comfort. Let's keep this between us. Now, Belinda and I have traveled quite a distance without having a proper meal. Robert and Tony shared a light-hearted moment over food, and soon, the satisfied guests began to depart one by one. Thor remarked, "Well, the affairs of the mortal realm have been resolved, so I must take my leave. Farewell, Tony. Oh, and the illusory realm. Goodbye, everyone." With a flourish of his hammer, he departed, leaving uncertain whether he returned to Asgard or ventured elsewhere. Tony quipped, "Oh, Thor leaves in such haste." Robert, do you recall the girl who came specifically to attend the party for Thor? I would wager $100 million that Thor has gone to her home. After Thor's exit, a restless Tony began to concoct schemes about him, and Robert, intrigued by the idea, certainly would not disclose his motivations for the wager. "Let me see. Shall I take a chance on this bet with you?" Robert responded, playfully invoking his spatial powers. Tony immediately protested, "Oh, hey, you can't do that. It wouldn't be fair." Curiosity piqued. Tony wondered where Thor had truly gone and whether his guess held any truth. From Robert's perspective, he observed Thor mid-flight, seemingly not returning to Asgard, but rather heading directly toward a great cosmic nation. Why not engage in a psychological game with Tony? Thor's trajectory already indicated that Tony's conjecture was correct, unbeknownst to him, leading Robert to plan to exploit this informational disparity. "I bet you, Tony, though if you surrender, you can forfeit half. What say you, will you concede?" Robert exuded an air of confidence, and to be honest, Tony was genuinely taken in by him, momentarily believing he had miscalculated. But what did it matter? He was merely jesting. It was entirely normal not to hit the mark. As for Robert's comment about surrendering and losing half, what a joke. Who was he? Tony Stark. I would never surrender. Robert. Jarvis. Transfer $100 million to him. With a fortune in the trillions, Tony was certainly not jesting. He would never capitulate for a mere $50 million, nor even for 10 times that amount. "Very well, sir," Jarvis was about to proceed, but Robert halted him. "All right, you win. You may deduct $100 million from the account we share." Tony had chosen not to surrender, thus Robert's gamble had failed, yet he remained elated. For Thor's little scheme had been unveiled. "What, you're giving me money? Does that mean?" "Ha ha, I must be a genius. I can make a fortune as a psychologist, for even a god's thoughts are transparent to me." Tony was initially taken aback, but soon realized the implications of Robert's monetary gesture and burst into laughter. "Ha ha!" Robert joined in, and a joyful atmosphere began to permeate the dining table, which still hosted Banner, Belinda, and the illusory realm. They too were amused by Tony's whimsical nature, but joy is often fleeting. Farewells tend to be the prevailing theme of life. Banner remarked, "Tony, Robert, I believe I need to find a quieter place to live." Chapter 165, Reflections. Tony responded, "Oh, I see. Everyone is planning to leave after a hearty meal? Very well, I understand." He feigned a melancholic demeanor, but Robert quickly pierced through his facade. "Are you suggesting you intend to stay here, in someone else's computer center, or that very laboratory?" Tony replied, "That is indeed a splendid idea. I could purchase a lounge here with the $100 million you lost to me. What do you say? Care to join me?" As he said this, Robert rolled his eyes in exasperation and prepared to leave with Belinda. "You can enjoy your stay here at your own pace. I must take my leave." With that, a portal opened, and Robert stepped through, with Belinda following after bidding her farewells. Oh, someone ought to teach Robert some manners. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how to say goodbye. Tony mused, as only Banner and the illusory realm remained. After Banner politely bid farewell, he too vanished. "Mr. Stark, you seem a bit disheartened," the illusory realm observed, gazing at Tony, whose spirits appeared to wane. "No, I'm perfectly fine. Quite well indeed." Tony would never confess to feeling lonely. Suddenly, he recalled something and turned to the illusory realm. "How is our research project progressing?" "In the realm of fantasy, Stark, I find myself perplexed by your words. We have conducted numerous studies, particularly that experiment aimed at altering memory. Do you grasp my meaning? What was it called again?" "Ah, I believe you are referring to the binary enhanced memory restructuring tool, correct?" "Indeed. That very contraption cost me a staggering $600 million. What is the current progress on it? Stark suddenly broached the subject, prompted by the poignant scene he had just witnessed, a feeling of solitude that he had experienced long ago and that lingered in his memory. I must correct you, sir. The experiment has actually consumed 600 million, not 500 million. As for the progress, it is expected to be completed within this month. And we are currently in the final phase of safety testing. Ah, well, 600 million it is then. As long as there is progress, that is what matters. As he spoke, he felt a sudden lightness, leaning back against the bench, his mind involuntarily drifting to less than pleasant memories. The unspoken emotions caused even the resilient Stark's eyes to glisten. Sir? Sir? Suddenly, my voice broke through Stark's reverie, and I offered a rationale for my interruption. I detected an unusual surge of hormones within you. Without timely intervention, it could lead to depression and other physiological ailments. Indeed, my concern for Stark was genuine. Yet this turmoil had plagued him since that fateful incident. Aside from the aforementioned experiment, referred to as the dual study, nothing, be it medication or traditional therapy, seemed to offer him solace. Thank you, my friend. I feel considerably better now. Despite his words, Stark found it difficult to suppress thoughts of sorrow. Observing that my attempt to rouse him bore little fruit, I decided to employ a different tactic to capture his attention. Next month, shall we attend the lecture at MIT? Of course. We must go. My inquiry indeed piqued Stark's interest, and he began to prepare for the lecture, a decision spurred by his desire to escape the shadows of his past. Let us return, my friend. With that, Stark donned his armor and soared into the sky, ready to return to New York. Certainly, sir. With the power of the gems, I was endowed with virtually limitless energy, making it a trivial task to keep pace with Stark's flight. Robert, will you be with me in the coming days? In Belinda's home, she lay in Robert's embrace, posing this question, to which his response was unwavering. Of course. Trust me, those previous incidents were mere accidents. In the future, whenever we have free time, let us simply remain together, school included. As Robert spoke, Belinda suddenly pondered a question, uncertain of its potential impact on him. Robert, what? Belinda, you should be aware that we are about to take our college entrance exams, right? Robert, I know now. This made him suddenly realize that he hadn't been in touch with some old friends for quite a while, and he was unaware of their current circumstances. Thus, Robert made his way to the balcony and dialed a somewhat familiar, yet predominantly unfamiliar number. Beep, beep. Hello, Uncle Robert? Hello, Dean. How have you been? The call was quickly connected, and Dean was quite excited to receive this call. My father didn't allow me to disturb you. I had wanted to call you for quite some time. Uncle Robert, do you know that your performance in New York was simply magnificent? The two conversed extensively, discussing various updates and family matters, eventually leading to the topic of Dean's father's health. His health is not as good as it used to be. He just came out of the hospital yesterday. I initially wanted him to stay a bit longer, but he said he has lived enough, Dean remarked, and the atmosphere of the conversation became somewhat heavy. After a moment of silence, Robert could no longer hold back and suggested, Please tell your father that I will visit him tomorrow. He finally uttered this statement, for from Dean's words, Robert sensed that his old friend might not have much time left. All right, Uncle Robert. After exchanging farewells, the call ended, and Robert stood on the balcony, gazing at the waning moon, feeling a surge of emotions. An old friend is leaving. It seems that everyone comes into this world only to depart. Is it a matter of time, whether little or much? Robert pondered as he cast a glance at Belinda and sighed, the young girl radiating youth and beauty, who noticed his gaze and returned a sweet smile. But can such a smile endure? Robert knew the answer. Certainly not. He had transcended the human realm through the power of the gem. As long as the universe exists, Robert would not perish. But would that truly bring happiness? Sigh. A myriad of thoughts flooded his mind, ultimately transforming into a deep sigh. Chapter 166. Reconciliation, Captain. There's been an attack in Wakanda. I believe we should head over. In the secret base of S.H.I.E.L.D. Captain America received a call from Scarlet Witch. Fury was not present at the moment, likely occupied with the reorganization of S.H.I.E.L.D. I'll be there shortly. After relaying this to the person in charge, Captain America departed. All right, Captain, you may go. Sergeant Barnes' condition has been improving. He is expected to recover soon. At the responsible party's words, Captain America smiled. He had been there for over 10 days and had been involved in Bucky's entire treatment process, so he was well aware of his friend's significant improvement. Thank you all. Captain America expressed his heartfelt gratitude to his friend to which the responsible party humbly responded, "It's the least I could do, Captain." After a nod of acknowledgement, Captain America departed, as his unwavering commitment to safeguarding world peace compelled him to thwart any acts of terrorism. It appeared that these individuals were affiliated with Hydra. On board the aircraft, Captain America maintained an open line of communication with Scarlet Witch, who had remained dedicated to the preservation of global harmony ever since Ultron's demise. "In that case, we must not show any mercy. How many adversaries are we facing?" he inquired. Scarlet Witch replied, "According to media reports, there should be dozens of them. Besides a few well-equipped operatives, there are also several scattered units." Captain America remarked, "If that is the case, I must seek additional support." He then dialed a number, that of Tony Stark. Although their previous interaction had been somewhat contentious, primarily revolving around the issues of the alternate dimension, the recent tranquility had validated Tony's perspective. Thus, Captain America felt compelled to reach out, subtly seeking reconciliation. "Hello." The call connected swiftly. At that moment, Tony was engaged in a process of reconstructing his memories, striving to emerge from the shadows of his past. While he had not fully healed, he certainly felt significantly better. "It's me, Tony," Captain America stated. "Yes, I know. If I hadn't seen your name on the caller ID, I wouldn't have chosen to pick up at such a time," Tony replied, slightly breathless. As he spoke, a fragment of his memory was altered, an operation he controlled, knowing when to halt if it became overwhelming. "Are you all right? Your voice seems a bit off," Captain America noted, instinctively sensing that Tony was grappling with some difficulty. Tony answered, "I'm managing, Captain. I'm currently undergoing treatment. What can I assist you with?" He was aware that this was their first contact since their disagreement. The significance of this call lay in Captain America's attempt to extend an olive branch, a gesture Tony welcomed, as he had long since moved past the earlier conflict. "Indeed, Tony, there has been a terrorist attack initiated by Hydra in Wakanda, the nation where we previously battled Ultron. I was hoping you could assist me," Captain America explained. "Hydra? When will they cease their relentless slaughter?" "My apologies, Captain, but I am engrossed in a crucial experiment and cannot extricate myself at the moment," Tony replied. Throughout their conversation, neither mentioned their prior differences, as if that incident had never transpired. Captain America gleaned from this exchange that Tony had indeed reconciled with him, which brought him a sense of joy. "That's all right, Tony. I can seek help elsewhere. You focus on your work." "Regarding the alternate dimension, I feel," Captain America began, but before he could elaborate, Tony cut in, recognizing his intention to address the lingering issue that had been a source of discomfort. "If one does not take the initiative to extract the thorn, it may take an extensive period for self-healing, and at times, the thorn may ignite a subsequent crisis of trust before healing occurs." "Captain, I comprehend your sentiments. If your intent is to apologize for the matters concerning the illusionary realm, I must convey that your words are unnecessary. For, had I been in your position, I too would not have endorsed Tony's egotistical decision." Tony interjected, interrupting Captain America's forthcoming statement, employing a self-deprecating manner to alleviate the tension. "Thank you, Tony. I have always regarded you as exceptional." "Oh, come now, Captain. Is there truly a need for such sentimentality?" "Very well. I shall refrain from further comment. Hydra awaits my attention. Wishing you success, Captain. Should you require accommodations, feel free to stay at my villa. Consider it your own home, or rather, the Avengers' abode." Tony was indeed preoccupied, as the technology for reconstructing memories was not yet fully matured. If he were to suddenly disengage, it could precipitate unforeseen complications. "That is splendid. We were just concerned about where to place Wanda and Quicksilver. I am delighted to offer my assistance, Captain. When you're dealing with Hydra, do ensure you deliver a thorough beating on my behalf." "Absolutely. I never show mercy." Upon concluding the call, Captain America found himself reminiscing about the conversation, feeling as if the bond with Tony had rekindled, as if the discord regarding the illusionary realm had not marred their friendship. At least, that was his current perspective. He proceeded to dial another ally for Natasha, as an indispensable SHIELD agent was crucial, along with his other friend, Sam. "Understood, Captain. I shall be there immediately." Sam responded. "Will this operation come with a salary?" Natasha inquired, her penchant for jest evident. "I cannot offer any remuneration. How about contributing your efforts towards global peace?" Captain America chuckled in response, and Natasha ceased her banter. In truth, she had already begun preparations to head to Wakanda upon receiving his notification. then I shall perform good deeds for this world, and perhaps stave off the stagnation of idleness at home. Natasha spoke lightly, yet Captain America felt glad that she was willing to lend her support. All right, I shall await your arrival in Wakanda. Subsequently, the Avengers team, led by Captain America, began their journey to Wakanda, though their arrival would not be immediate. What is the current situation? Scarlet Witch, being the first to arrive, had discovered the unfolding events. Captain America sought her insights. Not good. Hydra is poised to commence an assault on the crowd. They appear to be in the process of obliterating something. Try to delay them. I shall arrive shortly. Chapter 167. Guilt and discontent soaring through the skies in his fighter jet, Captain America boldly breached the airspace of Wakanda, a nation that, on the surface, appeared to possess no air defense capabilities. I've arrived. Where are you? He inquired. Here, at the yellow skyscraper. My brother and I are engaging some foes, but their firepower is formidable. Captain America responded, I am on my way to assist. He swiftly scoured the city for the yellow skyscraper, a location somewhat vague amidst a multitude of such structures. However, amidst the chaos of a panicked crowd, one particular building stood out, billowing plumes of black smoke. Help! I'm fighting back. As Captain America surveyed the battlefield from his aircraft, he spotted members of Hydra, yet they seemed preoccupied with the jet overhead, scrambling for cover among the civilians. There are too many innocents around. I cannot provide aerial support. I shall descend and engage in direct combat instead. Captain, be careful. The warning from Scarlet Witch pierced through his earpiece. Understanding the gravity of her alert, he instinctively jerked the control stick, elevating the aircraft. Beep. Boom. An explosion erupted behind the jet, striking a nearby residential building. Had Captain America not evaded, his aircraft might have been downed, though the building could have been spared from destruction. Let us retreat. The Hydra operatives on the ground, realizing their ambush had failed, uttered a disdainful grunt. They promptly signaled their comrades to withdraw, knowing that retaliation from Captain America was imminent. Their apprehensions were soon validated, as Captain America arrived at the scene shortly thereafter, promptly toppling the slower fleeing Hydra agents with a shield. They are heading south, Captain. Quicksilver's voice crackled through the earpiece. After acknowledging, Captain America surged southward in pursuit. In an alternate timeline, Quicksilver had perished during the Ultron crisis. However, due to Robert's intervention, that disaster had been averted, allowing Quicksilver to remain unscathed. Captain America was enveloped in rage, having witnessed the presence of civilians in that residential building. He dared not dwell on such thoughts, focusing solely on the pursuit of Hydra, embodying a relentless force against any adversary. Captain, I have arrived. Where are you? Natasha inquired. I am here as well, with the Avengers team members arriving one after another. Hydra found themselves in a dire predicament, retreating under relentless pressure. Although their operatives were skilled special forces, their prowess paled in comparison to that of Captain America and his allies. Do not flee. Captain America pressed deeper into the fray, while the Scarlet Witch and others cleared away lesser foes, allowing him to more effectively pursue the Hydra command behind this operation. With a piercing scream, the leader of Hydra found himself incapacitated, struck in the leg by Captain America, instantly robbed of any strength to flee. Boss, two of his subordinates rushed to assist him, but they were swiftly dealt with by the Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. With the immediate threat neutralized, Captain America seized the fallen man. It's you. To Captain America's surprise, he recognized the individual. They had crossed paths during his time in S.H.I.O.D. when this man was a member of the S.H.I. Spatial Power. Long time no see, Captain. The man, seemingly unfazed by his capture, greeted Captain America with a smile. Indeed, it has been a while, but this meeting will likely be our last, as you 1T have the chance to live much longer. Captain America spoke of the impending death sentence awaiting this man. Yet, to his astonishment, the man erupted into laughter. No, I don't believe this is the end. Do you trust me, Captain? You will personally ensure my safety. Captain America was baffled by such a foolish declaration. Why we protect him? Sensing the confusion on Captain America's face, the Hydra operative discreetly placed his hand on a remote control. His bulletproof vest appeared bulky, leading one to assume he wore an extra layer. But only he knew that beneath it lay explosives. Your chatter is tiresome, Captain America declared, preparing to knock him out until the police arrived. However, at that moment, the Hydra operative mentioned something that piqued his interest. Don't you wish to know how to restore James to normal? Those words momentarily stunned Captain America, causing his movements to falter. Seeing the opportunity, the Hydra operative pressed the detonation button. Hail Hydra! Just as the explosives were about to detonate before Captain America's eyes, the Scarlet Witch intervened. Yet, due to her limited powers and the exhaustion from the previous battle, she could not fully control the energy sphere that threatened to explode. Her intention was to propel it into the sky for a safer detonation, as the area was filled with fleeing civilians. However, good intentions falter when one's energy reserves are depleted. The witch cried out, losing grip on the energy sphere, which exploded beside a nearby building that housed people and offices. This is all my fault, the Scarlet Witch lamented as she witnessed the fiery aftermath of the explosion, accompanied by the cries and screams from within. Quicksilver approached to comfort his sister, while Captain America could no longer remain idle, feeling a heavy burden of responsibility. You mustn't blame yourself. This is on me. I was distracted when they mentioned Bucky. The surrounding crowd began to gather, some gazing vacantly at the burning building, while others called for help or busied themselves with firefighting efforts. Soon, Captain America and his team, burdened by guilt, joined the rescue operations. It was only after ensuring that everyone had been saved that the Avengers, led by Captain America, departed, weighed down by their remorse. However, the repercussions of this incident were far from over. Many had begun to express dissatisfaction with the Avengers. For instance, the president of Wakanda, one of the discontented voices, was infuriated by the Avengers' unannounced actions. Chapter 168. What shall we do next? Sam regarded Captain America, holding the belief that war inevitably brings sacrifice, thus feeling the least impact regarding the loss of ordinary lives. Captain America surveyed the crowd, noting the growing anger directed towards them. Let us head to Stark's, he suggested, opting to leave the area to avoid the potential for widespread conflict. The Scarlet Witch lay on the ground, still engulfed in sorrow and self-reproach, prompting Captain America to assist her towards the aircraft. As they departed under the scornful gazes of the populace, it felt akin to fleeing. For the next hour aboard the aircraft, silence enveloped them. Captain America wrestled with guilt for failing to uncover the adversary's scheme, while the Scarlet Witch questioned the validity of her decisions. Do not blame yourself. You're not at fault for that incident. Had you acted differently, more lives would have been lost. Quicksilver reassured his sister, though his words sounded hollow. Is what we did truly right? After a prolonged silence, the Scarlet Witch voiced her doubts, beginning to question the righteousness of their actions. Of course, Captain America responded, despite his own feelings of guilt. In the face of such inquiries, he remained resolute, affirming that he would act similarly in the future. You should try to relax. If we had not intervened, countless lives would have perished. Natasha, the sole woman in the team, stepped forward, having faced similar turmoil in the past, and made her own choices. I believe I need to take a moment to myself, the Scarlet Witch replied, finding it hard to heed anyone's words, though she agreed with Natasha's suggestion for some quietude. The group departed Africa aboard the aircraft, flying back to America while traversing the airspace of numerous nations. Encounters with countries lacking air defense capabilities or the means to detect aerial threats were manageable. Yet situations grew tense upon encountering nations capable of organizing air defense and recognizing the Avengers' presence. President of a prominent African nation, why have we not yet shot down the intruders violating our airspace? Did they make any requests or reports? Air Force Commander, just now, our aircraft took off and discovered it was a plane from the United States. We currently do not have complete confidence in shooting them down, and initiating an attack could very likely lead to a diplomatic crisis. President, what nonsense. This is our nation. Their aircraft frequently intrude into our airspace without so much as a warning, and we cannot shoot them down? Is this sky ours or America's? The president's words left the commander feeling somewhat ashamed. To speak candidly, he would tell the president that, in the face of the world's foremost rogue state, it's truly debatable whose airspace it is. However, even with that knowledge, he could not voice it openly, as doing so would expose the ineptitude of their air force. In Africa, their nation is indeed considered a regional power, and their air force, relying on merely 20 or 30 newer Soviet-style aircraft, can dominate a significant portion of African airspace. Yet against the Americans, who are phasing out fifth-generation fighters, this is hardly sufficient. Thus, even if the commander did not voice this, the president was well aware of their limitations. Forget it. You may leave now. Oh, And don't forget to have the foreign ministry issue a protest. I can always claim that I cannot shoot down their aircraft, right? This African president, a dominant figure in his region, was accustomed to being arrogant and now found it unsettling that a more powerful entity was behaving so brazenly in his territory. The Air Force commander felt a sense of relief. He genuinely feared that the president might impulsively confront the intruders. If that were to happen, the United Nations might witness yet another classic scene of laundry being mistaken for weapons of mass destruction. Sigh. After the commander departed, the African president sighed helplessly, intending to forget about this overwhelming issue when suddenly a phone call came through. Ring, ring. Hello. The only individuals who could use this direct line were high-ranking officials from within the country or prominent figures from other nations, so the president answered without hesitation. I am the king of Wakanda, my old friend. How are you? After exchanging pleasantries, they moved on to serious matters. President, what? You want to organize a UN conference against the United States? King of Wakanda, don't worry, my friend. I'm not ready to leave this world yet. My target this time is primarily those so-called Avengers. Their arbitrary entry into our country must be something you find unacceptable as well, right? President, I am somewhat displeased. But he hesitated, yet when the king of Wakanda mentioned the names of two countries, he immediately agreed to the proposal. President, with the support of those two great powers, at least the United States, focus its attention on us. In today's world, a unipolar and multipolar dynamic continues to prevail, with the term unipolar referring to the United States, while multipolar denotes the other four permanent members of the United Nations Security Council. Typically, the United Kingdom and the romantic nations seldom oppose the United States, making their support for this UN conference self-evident. Moreover, with your inclusion, the number of founding nations for our proposal will rise to 110. The king of Wakanda once again reassured his counterpart. For with such a multitude of nations involved, it was certain that they would stand up when their own interests were at stake. President, that would be even better. Our nation is in complete agreement with this proposal. I shall dispatch our diplomatic delegation immediately. The outcome, as the king of Wakanda had anticipated, was the addition of yet another loyal ally to their ranks. Meanwhile, Captain America and his companions remained blissfully unaware that they had already attracted attention. They were en route to the villa provided by Tony, intending to unwind. Simultaneously, on another front, boom, where's the Winter Soldier? Just behind that one-way glass. The secret base of S.H.I.E.D., where Sergeant James Barnes was held and treated, was suddenly besieged by Hydra during the night. Under the coordinated assault, the defense personnel quickly succumbed, resulting in the destruction of the base and significant losses among the defenders, leading to the Winter Soldier being abducted once more by Hydra. Chapter 169, Regrets on the Battlefield in the Office of the President of the United States. Acting President Anthony rubbed his nose in exasperation as he perused the documents in his hand. He had not anticipated that this incident would escalate to such proportions, provoking protests from over 100 countries. Were it merely these countries, the world's police, America, would not be overly concerned. However, what troubled Anthony were the two powerful factions behind them, or their primary demands. After a moment of contemplation, Anthony knew he had to confront these issues, for he was the President of the United States. Mr. President, their demands are not particularly excessive. They merely wish to enhance the operations of the Avengers, such as requiring notification and approval from these nations prior to their actions, the presidential secretary remarked nonchalantly, perceiving this as a trivial matter. After all, the limitation on the Avengers' operational autonomy did not harm America's interests. Bang! Little did he know, his casual demeanor infuriated Anthony, who regarded his subordinate as though he were a fool. Do I care about the Avengers' affairs? What concerns me is the perspective of General Robert behind them, and the reputation of the United States of America. Upon hearing this, the secretary immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. He actually felt that the President's statement about maintaining America's dignity was superfluous. It would be more straightforward to admit that he was simply apprehensive about inciting General Robert's discontent. I apologize, Mr. President, for not considering this issue. If General Robert truly opposes it, it could be quite troublesome. Perhaps you should attempt to reach out to General Robert to gauge his sentiments before deliberating on the government stance. Anthony, in truth, found himself without any optimal solutions. On one side lay an adversary capable of contending with the United States, intent on imposing restrictions on the Avengers' operations beyond American soil. From a humanitarian perspective, such conditions could be deemed reasonable had it not involved Robert. Anthony might have been inclined to accept the United Nations proposals at the governmental level in exchange for certain localized benefits. However, the close relationship between Robert and the Avengers was the very reason for Anthony's hesitation. To the average person, it may seem implausible that a nation's policies and governmental attitudes could waver based on a single individual's opinion or even a potential opinion. Moreover, this is not a third-rate regional nation. This is the globally renowned police force of the world, capable of annihilating a medium-sized country at will. There are scarcely a handful of nations with such power, and the United States is widely recognized as the most formidable among them. Were the American populace to learn of their nation's vulnerability in the face of one individual, it would surely provoke a great deal of concern. Very well, Mr. President. I shall contact Mr. Robert at once. Nevertheless, Anthony's directive did not evoke any opposition. Not a single voice of dissent emerged within the government, as if caution regarding matters pertaining to Robert was a shared consensus. If he were merely a somewhat formidable superhuman, we could manage, but alas, he possesses the capacity to obliterate the world. In the president's office, Anthony rose slowly, gazing out at the scenery while murmuring to himself. Meanwhile, Robert was not with Belinda. Instead, he found himself at the home of Dean's father, his old comrade Burns, who had fought alongside him 70 years prior. You really shouldn't have come, you know. Seeing your youthful form fills me with envy, Burns remarked from his wheelchair, unable to walk unaided. Robert had to push him forward. This scene inevitably reminded him of the time at the shooting range when Burns had pursued him for shooting tips. So many years have passed, old friend, Robert mused, feeling nostalgic. In fact, on his way here, he had attempted to use the power of time itself to heal Burns. However, it proved fruitless. While he could harness some of the power of the Time Stone, it did not encompass the entirety of Time's force, resulting only in the ability to mend Burns' physical injuries. The cause of Burns' condition is not rooted in illness, but rather in the inevitable approach of death. Robert yearns to save his friend, yet this would require him to bestow upon Burns an eternity of his own time, a prospect that is manifestly impossible, given that Burns lacks any system to facilitate such a transfer. Do not display that sentimental expression characteristic of women. Robert, you were once the invincible harbinger of hell. How is it that, after decades of slumber, your demeanor has so drastically altered? Burns turned his head, and upon noticing Robert's melancholy countenance, he jestingly remarked that his true intention was to shield his old friend from sorrow caused by his own plight. But it is you who is on the brink of death. Why should I be troubled? Robert, upon hearing Burns' words, allowed a smile to return to his face, though the extent of its authenticity remained a mystery. I certainly shall not mourn over such matters. Having lived for over 90 years without encountering significant calamity, I find myself rather content. Burns, surprisingly, appeared to have accepted his fate. His previously pallid complexion now bore a hint of color. Robert, observing this transformation, maintained a subdued expression but chose to encourage his friend to continue speaking. You know, Robert, while I envy your current state, I would not wish to exchange places with you. Sometimes, I feel you are burdened by misfortune. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Robert inquired, "What do you mean by that? Am I truly unfortunate?" "Of course. You may not be aware, but when you went missing, Agent Carter nearly lost his mind searching for you. Many were fond of that blooming flower," Burns reminisced, delving into memories from 70 years past, recounting to Robert the experiences he had missed, such as witnessing the surrender of the Nazis. In Burns' eyes, Robert had always been a valiant opponent of dilution, and he believed that missing this event would leave a lasting regret in Robert's heart. However, Burns was mistaken. Robert harbored no significant remorse regarding this matter, for he held no particular animosity towards the Nazis. His enlistment and subsequent opposition were merely a means to fulfill later plans. In truth, Robert's only regret from the battlefield was his inability to serve in the East Asian Front. Chapter 170. Analysis. Uncle Robert, their essay call for you. Just as Robert was about to continue his conversation with Burns, Dean interrupted him, offering the phone. "Answer it. Dean would not present you with calls of trivial importance." Burns observed Robert's instinctive frown as he realized his friend's annoyance at the interruption, prompting him to clarify, "It's a call from the president's office." Upon hearing this, Dean quickly recognized Robert's irritation and added, "In my contacts, the president's office is indeed not a trivial matter, although Robert stated as such. He nonetheless answered the phone under Burns' watchful gaze. "Hello, is this General Robert?" The voice on the other end seemed to have picked up on Robert's prior remarks and sensed his dissatisfaction, speaking in an unusually soft tone. "What is the matter?" "Just get to the point," Robert thought, finding little desire to engage in pleasantries, especially considering his infrequent communication with the President of the United States. A relationship that could hardly be deemed close, were it not for the other party's commendable efforts regarding the renovation of a restroom in a certain cherry blossom country. He would have been disinclined to entertain the White House at all. "Good day, General. I am a chief secretary from the President's office. My name is..." Recently, a nation has been stalling a resolution at the United Nations. Aware of Robert's foul mood, the secretary endeavored to minimize superfluous chatter, succinctly conveying the matter in a mere 2 minutes. "For such matters, you might as well consult Tony and Captain America for their opinions." "Why are you calling me?" Robert retorted before promptly hanging up the phone, instinctively attempting to tuck the device in his pocket. Uncle Robert." Dean, who was in the midst of reaching for something, noticed Robert's intention to withhold the phone and could not help but exclaim, "Oh, it's your phone." "My apologies for forgetting," Robert replied, returning the phone before resuming his idle conversation with Burns. In truth, he had always considered himself not particularly loquacious. Yet in the presence of a dear friend on the brink of departure, he found himself inexplicably compelled to express a multitude of sentiments. What did General Robert mean? Could you repeat that? Back in the White House, the secretary who had just made the call returned to report. He said we should inquire about the Avengers' opinions. Without a second thought, the secretary relayed this, though it was not Robert's exact words. Perhaps due to his cautious demeanor, he had momentarily failed to recall, prompting President Anthony to ask him for the third time. "Are you certain that was General Robert's exact wording? To consult all the Avengers?" The secretary, realizing the gravity of the President's repeated inquiry, began to reflect carefully on Robert's words and suddenly recalled, "Oh, my apologies, Mr. President. General Robert's exact words were to consult Tony and Captain America." Anthony replied, "Humph. Understood. Make sure to be more meticulous in your reports next time." With that, he began dialing a nearby phone. "Ah, yes." The secretary nodded in agreement, astonished at his own blunder. Robert's specific mention of Tony and Captain America was a testament to his rapport with them, and the secretary had been caught off guard by Robert's tone, which so clearly conveyed his indifference toward the president. It cannot be said that such occurrences are entirely unheard of. However, it is indeed rare for the presidential secretary to encounter a situation of this nature. After all, even leaders of nations with divergent opinions typically maintain a faade of respect towards the President of the United States. Prior to reaching out to Robert, the secretary had thoroughly prepared, having gleaned information from intelligence networks that Robert was visiting the retired General Burns that day. Thus, he first placed a call to Burns' residence, where through Dean's insights, he learned that Robert was not present and had gone out. He even requested that Dean take his mobile phone to locate Robert. In a bid to avoid inconvenience, he cautiously added that Robert should only call back when he was free. Such meticulousness could be deemed prudent. Yet, the outcome was met with Robert's indifferent and dismissive demeanor. The secretary mused inwardly about how he would manage a common individual like Robert, regrettably recognizing that Robert was anything but ordinary. "My suggestion is to sacrifice a portion of the Avengers' autonomy in exchange for tangible benefits. Whether this course of action is feasible will depend on Tony and Captain America's opinions. Perhaps you could consult the think tank to analyze the situation and strive to garner support for the resolution from at least one of them," Anthony conveyed over the phone. Clearly, Robert's stance was evident. His concerns revolved solely around the views of Tony and Captain America. This implied that the government merely needed to secure the endorsement of one of these individuals to advance the United Nations resolution within the Avengers' ranks. This scenario represented the most favorable outcome, and should it prove unworkable, Anthony was prepared to withdraw. In truth, the U.S. government's position amidst the pressing demands of numerous countries had been ambiguous. They neither affirmed nor denied, maintaining a fluctuating stance. As the President of the United States, Anthony harbored a certain aversion towards the Avengers, for they could not be entirely subservient to the government. Their missions, though noble and just, often necessitated engaging in less than savory undertakings. The Avengers had historically resisted such compromises. Yet what if they were coerced into signing an agreement under the duress of numerous nations? This was precisely the calculation the U.S. government was making. Amidst the fervent demands of these countries, their reluctance to overtly demonstrate opposition was also a strategic maneuver for self-preservation. Should these nations encroach upon America's limits or vital interests, it was assured that its allies would swiftly rise to its defense. The nations that the U.S. has nurtured, particularly those in Europe, wield influence that surpasses that of many underdeveloped regions. The American government is unperturbed by lower-tier powers. However, it remains wary of upper-tier influences, especially given their romantic ties with both France and the United Kingdom. Following the issuance of an order from the White House, the U.S. think tanks, professional operatives, and psychological experts promptly began their analysis of Captain America and Tony, swiftly arriving at a conclusion. Tony Stark is more amenable to persuasion. For the initial outreach, they decided to engage a family member of someone who had lost a loved one during their operations to play a pivotal role. Chapter 171. The Secretary of State of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Tony, was invited to deliver a speech addressing an audience comprised entirely of the world's foremost talents. Naturally, he felt the need to present something truly astonishing to captivate them. Fortunately, Tony possessed such a marvel, the memory reconsolidation technique he had been diligently researching and testing. Can Tony bid farewell to your father? After all, both of us are acutely aware that this may be our last opportunity. Young Tony gazed at his mother, hesitating for a moment before uttering the words, "Goodbye, father. I love you." The expression on Tony's father, Howard Stark, transformed into one of shock and profound satisfaction. As if hearing such words from his son was an extraordinary event. Time seemed to freeze at that instant, as the now middle-aged Tony slowly emerged from the shadows. Observing the familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar faces of his parents, momentarily overwhelmed by emotion. Taking a deep breath, Tony exhaled a cloud of tension, finally managing to stabilize his feelings. Once he had composed himself, his gaze shifted toward the graduating students at MIT below. As everyone witnessed earlier, the memory reconsolidation technique, or reconsolidation for short, is difficult to fathom, particularly considering that someone had invested $610 million in its research. He paused for effect, employing his characteristic oratory style of rising tension followed by resolution. After all, if it were truly useless, he would not have come to present it here, though it may seem of little utility to the average person. For those who have endured significant trauma, it represents a beacon of hope, a gift from Stark Industries. As soon as Tony concluded his statement, a wave of applause erupted from the students. After all, what young individual does not aspire to contribute positively to society and the lives of ordinary people? Tony gestured for calm, and the audience immediately complied, the room falling silent once more. Excellent. Thank you for your cooperation. As a reward, or rather, to encourage each of you to make greater contributions to our nation and the world, I am pleased to announce that Stark Industries will establish a foundation to fully sponsor the research endeavors of all present. Applause broke out again before he could finish his thought, compelling him to raise his voice and hasten to conclude his remarks. I hope that, with this financial support, you will unveil a future unlike any we have seen. Now, let the celebrations commence. Mr. Stark, you are a deity. This is wonderful. The clapping and cheers continued. Amidst such exuberance, Tony exited the stage, a scenario with which he was intimately familiar, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. In fact, he reveled somewhat in the adulation, as not only students but also faculty members from the prestigious institution approached him, exclaiming, "Mr. Stark, your generosity knows no bounds." I find myself at a loss to articulate my current emotions. Tony, then perhaps it would be wise to conserve your energy and refrain from describing them, shall we? With a mere glance, Tony surmised the essence of his thoughts, and without a moment's hesitation, he retorted sharply. What I intended to convey is that the Stark organization possesses a foundation that could potentially support my research. Mr. Stark, are you aware of this? I have some excellent ideas as well. Observing Tony's apparent disinterest in extending an invitation, the university professor audaciously pressed forward, yet Tony paid him no mind. I shall contemplate your words shortly. Would you kindly wait here? Tony noticed a figure in the distance, clearly more significant than the university professor. Madam, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? He asked, perplexed by her identity and intentions, yet instinctively sensing that she sought him out. What are you doing? Suddenly, the lady's hand darted toward her handbag with alarming speed. Having encountered Hydra and terrorists before, Tony instinctively assumed she was reaching for a weapon. My apologies. It was merely a reflex. However, she exhibited no intent to harm, instead regarding Tony with an expression that seemed to question his sanity. One cannot help but feel apprehensive when harboring secrets, and I suspect your earlier financial assistance to those students was not entirely altruistic. Was it? Is this merely a case of purchasing peace of mind? With his thoughts laid bare, Tony felt a tinge of embarrassment wash over him. Just as he prepared to counter her claims, the woman produced a photograph from her bag. This is my son. He should be attending this university next year. But your actions, along with those of those so-called Avengers, led to his demise. The woman then revealed her identity as a state senator, her son having recently been accepted into the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Yet, before the family could revel in their joy, he insisted on traveling abroad and tragically found himself caught in the crossfire between Captain America and Ultron, ultimately succumbing to injuries due to delayed medical attention. In a different timeline, another mother faced a similar fate, yet their stories echoed the same lament. The reckless actions of the Avengers had claimed their sons. After absorbing her words, Tony was engulfed by guilt. The impact of this mother's presence was profound. Subsequently, he found himself uncertain of how he returned to his vehicle. His mind a tumultuous whirlpool. He had never anticipated that his self-righteous actions would precipitate such tragedy. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone pierced the chaos. Initially, Tony intended to silence it, dismissing the call, but upon glimpsing the initial digits of the caller ID, he opted to answer. Let me guess, which high-ranking government official is it this time? Are you here to persuade me to manufacture weapons once more? Despite the complexity of his emotions, Tony's demeanor had already reverted to a semblance of normalcy. Mr. Tony Stark, I'm the Secretary of State of the United States. The purpose of this call is not, as you might presume, to compel you into re-engineering weaponry, for I understand that would place you in an uncomfortable position. Instead, let us converse on a more amicable topic. The Secretary then proceeded to address the proposal from the United Nations concerning the Avengers, subtly intertwining personal and governmental perspectives. I comprehend your intention, Secretary. May I take a moment to contemplate this? Upon learning that over 100 nations stood in opposition to the Avengers, Tony inhaled deeply, momentarily reflecting on the possibility that he and his companions may have indeed erred. Chapter 172. Total denial. Tony had a superficial acquaintance with the Secretary, having researched the individual due to this persuasive endeavor. Even with some groundwork laid prior to this call, the Secretary remained adaptable, adjusting his tone and approach as the conversation unfolded. What defines Tony's character? It is his propensity to refute and dismiss dissenting viewpoints instantaneously. The current indecision he exhibited suggested that he harbored at least a modicum of support for the United Nations proposal. Mr. Stark, I would like to emphasize that this proposal is a collective decision made by over 100 nations. I am here to inform you, not to solicit your opinion. When confronted with a hesitant individual, the Secretary's negotiation tactics were typically assertive, guiding the wavering party towards the desired outcome, creating the illusion that the resolution was already in place. Very well, I agree to accept the proposal from the various governments and will endeavor to persuade my team members. Tony conceded. True to form, he compromised. After a moment of reflection, he assented. In truth, if he were opposed to this proposal, neither the Secretary nor anyone else could sway him. Yet, they had managed to tap into Tony's mindset, rendering him amenable, thereby solidifying the government's stance. Last month in Lagos, Nigeria, numerous lives were lost during a confrontation between the Avengers and a group of enigmatic mercenaries. In the villa provided by Tony, news coverage of that operation began to proliferate, seemingly conveying a particular message. Our people have met with untimely demise, and the causes of their deaths extend beyond mere criminal acts. The apathy of those who propagate anti-crime narratives is also a contributing factor to this tragedy. The triumph they achieved at the cost of innocent lives can hardly be deemed a victory. The King of Wakanda, in his remarks during a press interview, employed language that was nothing short of scathing. Captain America, at that moment, was watching the news, and upon hearing the criticism directed at him, he instinctively muted the television. After a brief silence, he sensed that someone downstairs was also tuned into the same broadcast, prompting him to investigate. Individuals like Wanda Maximoff, endowed with extraordinary abilities, inherently disregard the plight of ordinary lives. They only recognized the source of the sound emanating from the Scarlet Witch's television, leading him to approach and mute her screen as well. It is entirely my fault. The Scarlet Witch finds herself in agreement with certain statements made in the news, particularly those suggesting that she appears indifferent to the fate of others and lacks legitimate grounds for enforcement. Captain America, do not think like that. Scarlet Witch, you turn on the television and they name names. Captain America, I should have noticed the issues with his bulletproof vest. They even mentioned Bucky. Subsequently, even Bucky, who had been rescued by S.H.I.E.L.D., was once again abducted by forces suspected to be Hydra, vanishing without a trace. If anyone is feeling agitated, it is undoubtedly Captain America, who is not only troubled by the redisappearance of his friend, but also senses the pressure from the government weighing heavily upon him. Captain America, all of this is my responsibility. Scarlet Witch, no, I believe we both share that burden. It should not rest solely on your shoulders. Before she could finish her sentence, a figure unexpectedly emerged from the wall before her, revealing the Vision, who stepped forth from within. Vision, we have discussed this. Why do you never use the door? As Captain America had his back turned to the wall, he was unaware of the disturbance, while the Scarlet Witch was startled, questioning him with a hint of reproach. Vision, well, I assume since the door was open. He intended to convey that there was no need to knock with the door ajar, but upon meeting the Scarlet Witch's gaze, he quickly recognized the gravity of the situation. Vision, all right, I promise this is the last time. Next time, I shall use the door. Captain America, observing their exchange, interjected once they had concluded their conversation. Captain America, has Tony returned? He had previously reached out to Vision regarding this matter, and if Tony had indeed returned, he would be the one to convey the news. Vision, yes. I am here to inform you, Captain Rogers. Mr. Stark has returned. Captain America, thank you. We shall descend at once. Vision, indeed. This time, I shall use the door. By the way, Tony has brought a guest. As they approached the exit, Vision casually mentioned this, prompting Captain America to inquire. Captain America, do we know them? Vision, it is the Secretary of State. The Scarlet Witch and Captain America exchanged glances, both sensing the concern reflected in each other's eyes. The timing of this visit did not bode well. Captain America, let us proceed. Whatever awaits us, we must confront it. With those words, he led the way, reminiscent of a defendant entering a courtroom for judgment. 5 years ago, I was preparing to swing when suddenly a heart attack struck. After my swing, I fell into a deep slumber, and that moment turned out to be the luckiest of my life. The Secretary of State, upon arrival, refrained from criticizing anyone initially, opting instead to share an inconsequential anecdote in a quintessentially American manner before steering the conversation towards his intended topic. The entire world owes the Avengers a significant debt of gratitude. You have fought for us, risking your lives to protect us. If one were to isolate this segment of his speech, they might perceive it as praise. However, in reality, it served merely as a veiled critique of previous insipid commendations. Although many regard you as heroes, some prefer to use the term duty police. Natasha, so Mr. Secretary of State, what term do you intend to use? Her intent was to avoid the slightly negative connotation in his words. Yet upon receiving his answer, Natasha found herself confronted with an even more disparaging response. I would label this as perilous. A group of superhumans residing in America frequently disregarding sovereign borders, imposing their will upon others without consideration for the consequences. What would you call such individuals? His remarks caused a noticeable shift in the expressions of Captain America and the others, as the Secretary of State's words seemed to undermine their previous efforts for global stability. This notion proved unacceptable to many, including Colonel Rhodes, who, gazing into the Secretary's eyes, intended to voice a differing opinion, but it appeared the Secretary had no inclination to engage in dialogue. Washington, New York, Wakanda, Nigeria, Afghanistan. The Secretary of State was evidently well prepared for this meeting, yet the visuals presented were solely those of the Avengers during their mishaps, neglecting to acknowledge the lives and cities saved as a result of their actions. Chapter 173. Controversy. Interestingly, the majority of the blunders portrayed prominently featured Banner. Particularly during the New York incident, Robert had actively participated in battle, yet his presence was entirely absent from the depiction. Enough. Although aware that the opposition was intentionally targeting the Avengers, Captain America refrained from uttering any praise. However, when confronted with scenes of his fellow members erring and causing harm to innocent civilians, he could not help but intervene. In recent years, You have operated without any oversight or constraints, and governments around the world can no longer tolerate this situation. Captain America's intervention merely paused the Secretary's discourse. Yet he would not be vague about what was to follow. We have a solution to this, the Sokovia Accords. This agreement has the support of 117 nations and stipulates that the Avengers will no longer operate as a private entity. As the Secretary spoke, members of the alliance began circulating the so-called Sokovia Accords. From now on, all your actions will be subjected to the oversight of a specialized United Nations committee, and you may only act when deemed necessary by this committee. Tony sat quietly in the corner, exhibiting an unusual demeanor compared to his previous self. The Secretary understood why. He was among the first Avengers to agree to this accord. Thus, in the Secretary's eyes, the only remaining obstacle was Captain America, who held a leadership position within the Avengers. The formation of the Avengers was intended to render the world a safer place, and I believe we have succeeded. Captain America's demeanor indicated that the Secretary of State was well prepared, and thus he was not surprised by the situation. Instead, he pointedly remarked, "Captain, do you know where Thor and Banner are right now? If I mistakenly position 2 nuclear warheads weighing 30 million tons, the consequences are unimaginable." Though his words were somewhat exaggerated, after all, even the might of Banner and Thor could not compare to the sheer destructive power of nuclear weapons. This distinction was negligible from the perspective of an ordinary person. When confronted with this issue, Captain America remained silent, recognizing the validity of the Secretary's point. Thor might be manageable, but Banner was indeed a challenge to command effectively. The Secretary stated, "The facts are evident. Attempting to compromise is not a flaw. This is how the world operates. Trust me, this agreement is the most balanced solution." With his discourse finally concluded, Colonel Rhodes seized the opportunity to speak. Initially, he intended to articulate how he and his colleagues had contributed to global stability. Yet his words morphed into, "So, there will be an emergency plan in place, correct?" This statement undoubtedly signified his capitulation to compromise, acknowledging that not everyone can withstand pressure from over 100 nations. In 3 days, the United Nations would convene in Vienna to ratify this agreement, and the Secretary expressed his hope that all present would attend. After uttering this, he prepared to exit the venue. His failure to respond to Rhodes's inquiry was, in itself, the clearest indication there would be no plan. At that moment, Captain America cast a look of surprise towards Tony, who had remained silent in the corner. The instant their gazes met, Tony averted his eyes. This action subtly conveyed his sentiment to Captain America. The decisions already made were difficult to alter, a realization Captain America shared, yet his own choices were equally resolute. "Before I depart, do you have anything to say?" the Secretary inquired, glancing back as he reached the door. Natasha, who had been wrestling with her uncertainties, finally ventured to voice her question. "What if our decisions do not align with yours?" Upon hearing this, the Secretary, with one foot already out the door, retracted his leg and replied to Natasha, enunciating each word with unwavering firmness. "Then you shall retire." His expression was laden with implication as he shot a brief glance at Captain America. Once the Secretary exited, the group likewise vacated the conference room. Yet their discussions regarding the recent events persisted unabated. Sam remarked, "What of the Secretary? Does he possess any medals?" "I have earned a commendable honor medal." Rhodes countered, "The Secretary has a Congressional Medal of Honor. He holds one more than you." Sam asserted, "If we accept this agreement, the government will pursue us with the same fervor as they do common criminals." His position was unequivocal. He firmly stood behind Captain America, resolutely opposing the agreement. However, such defiance appeared ludicrous in the presence of an active-duty Air Force colonel. Rhodes interjected, 117 nations have decided to endorse this agreement, Sam. Yet you dismiss it as inconsequential." His expression was exaggerated, reminiscent of a comical clown mimicking others. "Sam, I must ask, which side are you on?" "Juan, sure. Allow me to interject. I have a calculation formula." "Sam, oh, that makes things much easier." All eyes were drawn to Juan Sure. It was common knowledge that he was the former Super Jarvis, making his claim of a calculation formula quite credible. Juan Sure. Since Stark publicly revealed his identity as Iron Man a few years ago, the number of superheroes disclosing their identities has surged dramatically. Concurrently, events with the potential to bring about global destruction have also increased exponentially. "Captain America, is this our fault?" Sensing Juan Sure's insinuation, Captain America interjected. "Juan Sure, what I mean is, there may be a causal relationship. Our powers invite challenges, challenges ignite conflicts, and conflicts breed disasters. At first glance, Huanshi's assertions seemed plausible, yet in Captain America's eyes, they were fundamentally flawed. For instance, regarding the crisis surrounding SHIELD's collapse, would the issues resolve themselves naturally if they refrained from intervening? Would Hydra abandon its goal of world destruction simply because of the Avengers' existence? In Captain America's view, this was utterly impossible. Without the Avengers to thwart them, matters would only deteriorate further, and it was conceivable that the world might have already faced annihilation. Huanshi, in my opinion, we should not entirely resist and oppose oversight. While Captain America pondered the matter, Huanshi had already articulated his ultimate stance. Rhodey, indeed, I concur with Huanshi's perspective. Sam, I still disagree. Perhaps we should invite General Robert to make a decision? No, absolutely not. The simultaneous protests from Captain America and Tony indicated their strong disapproval of the suggestion. Chapter 174, Neutrality. Sam, well, it seems we have at least reached a consensus on this matter. Captain America and Tony had promptly thwarted the proposal to involve Robert in the discussion, knowing that whichever side he supported would solidify an unalterable conclusion. Natasha, Tony, you finally decided to speak up? You're usually not this silent. Captain America, because he has already made up his mind. Tony, you know me so well. Actually, it's the electromagnetic waves causing me a headache, hence my silence, Captain. After Captain America exposed his thoughts, Tony attempted to conceal them further, rising to fetch a cup of coffee. Who dumped the coffee grounds in the food processor? Do you all treat this place like a cheap motel? With his desire for coffee evaporated, Tony retrieved a panel from his pocket and played a video. This is Charles Penn, a fine young man, majoring in computer science with an impressive average, already accepted into the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. However, just before the commencement of school, he was struck by a sudden whim to embark on a journey. Can we guess where he went? Tony's gaze swept across the surroundings until it locked with Captain America's. He ventured to South Korea. At that time, Ultron was present, and the child perished there. Upon hearing this, Captain America lowered his head in remorse. Yet this did not signify his capitulation. Rather, he was silently mourning for the child. His steadfast conviction remained unchanged. We lack a decision-making process. We must take responsibility. Regardless of the form it takes, I am willing to accept it. If we refuse to accept limits, we shall descend into chaos, which is no different from being villains. Tony continued to assert, unaware that a portal had suddenly opened beside him. Captain America interjected, Tony, you cannot surrender merely because someone has died. Due to his bowed head, he had not noticed that Robert had arrived, nor had Tony. Who said I was surrendering? Robert asked. His voice drew the attention of both Captain America and Tony, their expressions tinged with confusion, as if to ask, when did you arrive? What's wrong? Robert observed their peculiar expressions, perplexed by their silence. We are troubled by a proposal. Natasha broke the silence, presenting a proposal that was about to be approved by 117 countries to Robert. By the time Captain America and Tony attempted to intervene, it was already too late. Is it just because of this? Robert casually flipped through it and tossed it aside, though his true inclination was to disagree with the proposal. However, given Tony's support, would he really put him in an awkward position? Yet, should he agree, Captain America would be dissatisfied. After spending some time with the ailing Burns, Robert had come to understand the significance of friendship, so this time he chose neutrality. Well then, Robert, since you are aware, why don't you share your perspective? Tony initiated, his eyes suggesting he wished to convey a certain message. Indeed, Robert, I believe you should oppose this proposal, correct? The Avengers cannot be imprisoned. Observing Tony's bold declaration, Captain America knew he could not remain silent, as both parties understood that securing Robert's support could lead to a definitive conclusion. The age-old adage holds true. Power is the ultimate voice. If Robert were to oppose this proposal, would 117 countries truly dare to challenge him? Not to mention his rank. Simply his cataclysmic abilities would deter any nation from opposing his will. Tony added, I believe Robert should indeed support this proposal, as it would prevent numerous innocent civilian casualties. Captain America has unequivocally stated his position, and naturally, Tony will not remain in the shadows. Their dynamic resembles that of a delicate balance, with Robert caught in between, as if he is compelled to make a choice between the two. Captain America, am I mistaken? Tony, you have already made your decision. Tony, indeed, but what of it? I am doing this for the greater good of the team. Captain America, for the greater good, you say? Do you comprehend the potential calamity that could arise if they confine our actions with a mere piece of paper? Tony, you mentioned it yourself. It's merely a possibility. Has it ever truly come to pass? Why shouldn't we experiment with regulation and observe the outcome? Captain America, the outcome you speak of could result in the loss of more lives. As their argument escalated, Robert sensed that if he did not intervene, they might very well come to blows. Robert, gentlemen, could you please remain calm? A barrier of light emerged, separating the two, rendering them unable to hear one another. A swift and effective solution. Tony, what is your decision, Robert? Although Captain America could not hear Tony's words from across the barrier, he could read his lips and turned to Robert, hoping for a decisive answer. The other members of the Avengers, including Natasha, Wanda, and Quicksilver, also fixed their gaze upon Robert. Robert, you both present valid points, but I choose to remain neutral, all right? Tony and Captain America felt a wave of anxiety, fearing that Robert's decision might not align with their own, potentially jeopardizing their friendship and the mission at hand. Captain America, making such a decision must be difficult for you. Tony, I apologize, my friend. I became overly animated. Can we deactivate this barrier? I respect your neutral stance, but I must re-engage in discussions with the captain. After a moment of calm, both Tony and Captain America offered their apologies to Robert, acknowledging their impulsive behavior and the pressure to take sides. Robert, all right. It seems your emotions have stabilized. I accept your apologies and will lower the barrier. Captain America, Tony, I believe we should reject this proposal, as it would strip us of our autonomy. Tony, I must disagree, Captain. This is a proposal sanctioned by 117 nations of the United Nations, a formidable force. Your arrogance is misplaced. Before Tony could further articulate his counterargument, his friend Rhodes interjected as a serving lieutenant colonel. He typically adhered to the will of the state and wished for others to do the same. Rhodes, furthermore, Captain, the entity we are dealing with is the United Nations, not the World Security Council, nor SHIELD, and certainly not Hydra. Captain America, the United Nations remains governed by people. And as long as there are people, there will be motives, and motives can change. He endeavored to articulate his perspective in hopes of garnering agreement. Yet it has become evident that once an individual or a collective has firmly established a belief, they seldom waver. The ability to change one's motives is indeed a virtue. When I realized that my weapons could fall into the hands of malevolent individuals, I resolutely abandoned their development and shuttered the weapons division. Captain America, Tony, you chose this path. That was your decision. However, if we sign this agreement, we would irrevocably relinquish our autonomy. What if a specialized task force dispatches us to an inappropriate locale, or if there are other places in dire need of our assistance? Yet we are prohibited from going? Captain America's words starkly contrasted Tony's current stance. When confronted with opposition, individuals often neglect to assess the validity of the opposing viewpoint. Instead, they instinctively retaliate and dismiss it. Captain America, what I wish to convey is that while we may not be flawless, we should not be subjected to the control of others. Realizing that a consensus on reason was unattainable, Tony resorted to articulating the direst outcome, hoping Captain America would contemplate it earnestly. If we do not sign now, they will undoubtedly coerce us into signing in the future. This is the reality. Would that not be even worse? Tony's assertion was not unfounded. Captain America recognized this as truth, evident from the Secretary of State's earlier demeanor regarding the government's intentions. One must ponder, who could withstand the pressure from 117 nations without the support of the American government? Captain America lowered his gaze in contemplation. However, the Scarlet, which was unfazed by threats. Are you suggesting they would come to capture me? Vision, we will protect you. Without a hint of hesitation, Robert, amidst the crowd, observed the subtle exchanges between Vision and the Scarlet, which, perhaps the genesis of their affinity. Natasha, perhaps Tony is correct. If we exhibit a modicum of compromise, we might still find room for negotiation. If we outright refuse, before she could complete her thought, she was interrupted by Sam, as the situation had become somewhat surreal. One must remember that Natasha was once an exceptionally brave woman who stood against the government. I can't shake the feeling that you no longer resemble the woman who once defied the government. Natasha, I am merely assessing the situation. We made a mistake in front of the public, and we must earn back their trust, and this agreement is our means to that end. Tony, wait a moment. Am I mistaken? Are you supporting my viewpoint? Being interrupted repeatedly, especially by Tony's jesting remarks, led Natasha to momentarily question the maturity of her decision. Oh, hearing you say that, I find myself reconsidering the assertions I just made. Tony, no, you cannot retract that. Thank you for your support. This is a first. It is truly unprecedented. Robert observed as, among those present from the Avengers, half had now aligned themselves with Tony. If it weren't for Quicksilver's demise, Captain America would find himself at a significant disadvantage. Just as his spirits were sinking, Captain America's phone, tucked away in his pocket, suddenly buzzed. Someone had sent him a message. She passed away in her sleep. Just those few words, and upon glancing at the sender, Captain America instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation, with his mood already dampened. This unwelcome news hit him like a tidal wave. After a deep breath, he resolved to leave, though he remembered to summon someone. Robert, I believe we need to go somewhere. Carter has passed. Upon hearing that name once more, Robert felt momentarily dazed, unable to grasp that their next encounter would be in a realm beyond the living. Let us go now. With that, Robert opened a portal, taking Captain America and his friend Sam to London. Since her retirement, Carter had resided there. Robert was aware of this, though at times he pretended otherwise. Well, now that the captain has departed, it appears your opposition has dwindled, so I suppose this situation signifies my victory, does it not? As he spoke, he glanced at Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, the last remaining dissenters in attendance. I absolutely refuse to agree, Scarlet Witch asserted, her stance mirroring her brother's. Hey, wait a moment. Upon articulating her position, Scarlet Witch chose to exit the scene, fully aware that Tony had effectively overshadowed Captain America with undeniable facts, yet she still opposed that resolution. Unlike the others present, Scarlet, which had never held the government in high regard, a sentiment echoed by her brother, Quicksilver. What was that exchange between you and Vision? A flirtation, perhaps? Let me remind you, early romances are ill-advised. As Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver distanced themselves, their conversation, aside from Vision, went unnoticed by anyone, least of all Tony. Well then, with their withdrawal, I trust none of you remaining will oppose me any longer. Tony surveyed the room, noting that Rhodey and Vision were staunch supporters, while Natasha had also expressed her backing moments ago. Finally, there were no dissenting voices. Excellent. Natasha, you shall attend the meeting in 3 days, as you are far more adept at this than we are. With no one else daring to voice opposition, Tony's spirits soared. Having selected the sole female supporter among them to attend the meeting, and she offered no objection. No problem, I'll be there. Natasha readily agreed, knowing the 3 men present. One an active duty officer who would obey orders without question, and the other 2, Tony and Vision. One a perennial rebel against the government, and the other impulsive, would not be reliable in such matters. The realm of illusion is indeed a precarious place, as one can never predict when a multitude of statistics and charts might emerge during negotiations. Which politician would truly care about such matters? Thus, upon realizing that these arrangements were not merely a means of evasion, Natasha acquiesced to Tony's request and resolved to attend the United Nations meeting in 3 days' time. Meanwhile, Captain America found himself unable to participate. Not only did Carter's passing necessitate his presence at the funeral, but he also preferred that his team members refrain from appearing at the General Assembly. Chapter 176. This woman is dangerous. You are the Winter Soldier. Hydra is your allegiance. In a clandestine Hydra base, James Barnes once again fell into the clutches of Hydra. I am the Winter Soldier, and my objective is to remain loyal to Hydra. His gaze transitioned from initial struggle to tranquility in mere seconds. The Hydra operative responsible for reasserting control over him could not suppress a smile at this spectacle. Excellent. Winter Soldier, prepare yourself, for we are about to initiate a new operational plan. In London, following the conclusion of the funeral, Natasha made an appearance with the intention of persuading Captain America. Yet, how could his decision be so easily swayed? There are still many seats available on the plane, Captain. I wish to convey that sometimes the most straightforward path is not necessarily the erroneous one. It depends on our ability to unite as one. Captain America responded, Are you suggesting we should surrender? From this statement, Natasha discerned Captain America's choice, which she had anticipated. With a resigned smile, she turned to Robert and inquired, So, General, would you be willing to join us for the signing of this agreement? Consider a journey. Robert replied, I have yet to visit that signing location. A little sightseeing wouldn't be amiss. Suddenly, He sensed that both Captain America and Natasha regarded him with peculiar expressions, perhaps misinterpreting his words as an endorsement of the agreement. Don't read too much into this. I am merely going to Vienna to appreciate the scenery and culture. I certainly won't be stepping through the doors of the United Nations meeting. Thank you, Robert. Captain America believed this was a concession made for his sake, stirring a sense of guilt within him. Nevertheless, he remained resolute in his stance and could only express his gratitude to Robert. Don't mention it. Oh, Natasha, what time does the flight take off? It should be soon. So, Captain, shall Robert and I take our leave? Indeed. As Robert and Natasha gradually departed, Captain America felt an unexpected pang of loneliness. He turned to glance at a photograph of Carter, pondering what memories it stirred within him. To be honest, I truly did not anticipate this. In the car en route to the airport, Natasha, as a member of the Avengers who agreed to the United Nations Accord, naturally received certain privileges in her daily life. Robert inquired, "What did you not anticipate?" Natasha replied, I merely intended to ask you casually. I had no intention of persuading you to go. I did mention that I would merely stroll around and admire the scenery. Did I not?" Robert found it peculiar, as he had clearly stated his intention to abstain from the meeting at the United Nations, for doing otherwise would mean betraying his initial decision to remain neutral. Natasha replied, "I am well aware of that. What I wish to convey is that your mere presence at that location is advantageous for the United States. Do you have any idea how those officials have been subtly hinting at your involvement? They genuinely seem a bit apprehensive about your opposition to the proposal." Robert could not shake off the feeling that perhaps it was merely his imagination, for it seemed as if they were flattering him. Most individuals in such a situation would have succumbed to the temptation of boasting, which is an innate human instinct. Robert, too, would likely have indulged in self-praise had a random attractive stranger made such remarks. However, with Natasha, he was reluctant to respond. "Thank you for your compliments. Could you please call me when we arrive?" Thus, Robert entered a mode of slumber, leaving Natasha to idly gaze at the scenery alone. Does he detest me? But I have done nothing wrong. While observing the landscape outside, Natasha pondered deeply why Robert seemed to harbor a consistent aversion towards her. Perhaps it was best to let it go. After all, I am not without admirers. After some contemplation, Natasha still found herself without answers, and she decided to dismiss the thoughts altogether. If Robert does not particularly like her, then maintaining a proper distance would be prudent. During their journey to Vienna, Robert and Natasha exchanged words only twice, once when he was called to rise and once upon their arrival at the destination. "Let us stop here. I would like to take a look around," Robert suggested once they entered the city, a proposition that met no opposition. In stark contrast to Robert's leisurely stroll, a grand conference was underway on the other side of Vienna, attended by representatives from over 100 nations, drawing the attention of major news outlets worldwide. Today, a special United Nations meeting was set to commence discussions regarding the signing of the Sokovia Accord. According to prior information, over 100 nations had already committed to the accord. Dear viewers, the signing of the Sokovia Accord is practically a foregone conclusion. Representatives from various countries have already arrived, including the initiator of this meeting, the King of Wakanda. Numerous media outlets were reporting live from the scene, unaware that an undercover news vehicle had stealthily infiltrated the venue with the help of certain parties. "Excuse me, Miss Natasha, could you please sign this document on behalf of the Avengers?" Upon entering the conference hall, Natasha was promptly requested to sign an agreement. Having anticipated this, she meticulously reviewed the document before gracefully affixing her signature. "Thank you, no problem." Today, she is dressed quite formally, as it is a United Nations conference. If Natasha were to attend in a provocative manner, she would likely face a wave of criticism. Nevertheless, her appearance in formal attire is equally captivating. Although Robert is not among the attendees, most individuals still prefer to maintain a sense of visual comfort. It seems we are not particularly fond of excessive attention. The Prince of Wakanda is one such individual. It remains uncertain whether his intent is to observe closely or merely to extend a greeting. Natasha remarked, "Being the center of positive attention is already quite commendable. Thus far, your performance has been impressive. To be frank, I did not anticipate your presence at this event." "Nor did I," came the reply. Before Natasha could continue her thoughts, she was abruptly interrupted by the sudden arrival of the King of Wakanda. In that moment, she seemed to grasp the underlying meaning, and after greeting him, Natasha departed the scene. This woman is indeed formidable. Chapter 177. Vacation. The Wakandan prince was on the verge of contesting his father's words. Yet when praise followed, he found himself at a loss for rebuttal. You may not relish diplomacy, yet you are excelling at it. Thank you, father. The conference was about to commence, and a broadcast announced that all participants should take their seats. As the father and son conversed, the announcement compelled them to conclude their brief exchange. As the ostensible organizer of this conference, the king of Wakanda was first to take the stage, adhering to long-standing tradition. When the stolen vibranium of Wakanda is used to forge terrifying weapons, we begin to question our traditions. Those who perished in Nigeria were members of our long-isolated nation's forthcoming friendly delegation. Regardless of whether this conference is a result of his efforts, the king of Wakanda found himself thrust into the spotlight. It is foreseeable that following this incident, Wakanda's standing in Africa will rise significantly. Although the king does not place great importance on such recognition, he takes satisfaction in addressing his nation's issues while simultaneously enhancing its reputation. Wakanda is poised to extend a gesture of peace to the world. The king spoke from the podium, knowing that next in line would be his son, the Prince of Wakanda, making him one of the few remaining individuals standing in anticipation. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to the chaos outside the glass window, prompting the prince to approach the window for a clearer view. Discovered have we? Then perish. In a concealed corner, Baki, who was observing the situation, noted that the news van laden with explosives had been detected by the police dogs. Fortunately, the timing was critical, and without hesitation, he pressed the detonation button. There are bombs. Everyone take cover. At this moment, the Prince of Wakanda had already sensed the impending danger. Reacting swiftly, he shouted and rushed towards his father. However, in the next instant, a powerful shockwave engulfed the conference hall with a deafening explosion. Simultaneously, the tremendous blast conjured a dark mushroom cloud that began to rise slowly into the sky. Alas, the prince was swept away by the force of the blast, while his father was consumed by the flames ignited by the explosion. A few kilometers away, Robert could observe the explosion with the naked eye. After all, it was difficult not to notice such a colossal black mushroom. Let's go take a look. At that moment, Robert had already explored much of the city. Initially, he had intended to leave, but unexpectedly, events unfolded just as he was about to depart. Ladies and gentlemen, just moments ago, during the convening of a special United Nations meeting in Vienna, a vehicle disguised as a news car detonated. According to reliable reports, there are casualties, but the specific numbers and whether any high-ranking officials from various nations were affected remain unknown. As our cameras capture the scene, a security cordon has been established, and many media personnel have been evacuated due to the incident involving the news vehicle, preventing them from entering. Reporting the latest developments, the taxi driver Robert had hired her to the terrorist attack, targeting the United Nations, and immediately refused to proceed to that location. I won't take your money. You'd better walk. Thus, Robert, who had only traveled part of the way, found himself abandoned as he watched the taxi flee in a panic. It was evident that the driver had never encountered such chaos before. Sighing, Robert had initially hoped to contribute to Vienna's economy. But it seemed that the city did not desire his patronage after all. With his pockets full of dollars that he could not spend, he found that no taxi was willing to head toward the United Nations office in Vienna. Consequently, left with no human means of transport, he resorted to his unassuming spatial portal. In the next moment, he appeared before the site of the incident. The surroundings were in complete disarray, yet no one noticed his use of special abilities. I'm sorry, sir, but this area is sealed off. Please leave immediately. However, as Robert attempted to enter the United Nations premises, he was stopped by a group of individuals. What if I insist on entering? Then we will let you in. Robert's audacious demeanor made the United Nations personnel at the entrance uncomfortable, and they were preparing to take necessary measures. Yet, when a surge of yellow energy swept over them, these measures transformed into a welcoming gesture. Oh, didn't you say you didn't plan to come in? I just saw you at the entrance and was about to escort you inside. As soon as Robert entered the United Nations premises in Vienna, he unexpectedly encountered Natasha. Oh, is that so? Had I known earlier that a beautiful woman would come to fetch me, I would surely have waited obediently outside. With this thought, Robert glanced inside, where the chaos was hardly less than that outside, as numerous injured individuals wailed in agony. You might not have realized that you possess a sense of humor. Natasha did not take Robert's playful remark about a beautiful woman to heart, recognizing it as mere jest. taking it seriously would indeed be absurd. I'm known for my wit. So, is the conference now unable to proceed? Upon hearing this, Natasha's expression shifted to one of understanding. As she still sensed a lingering distance between them, she decided not to dwell on it further and responded to his inquiry. Given the current situation, it is certainly impossible to continue, but this is merely temporary. Natasha's words indicated her strong endorsement of the agreement, prompting Robert to nod in acknowledgement. He began to associate this matter with the impending conflict between Captain America and Tony, realizing it was all interconnected. If there were no disagreements, Tony and Captain America would not have reached an impasse. However, the assailant was Bucky. Robert had received news of Bucky's escape, which undeniably suggested that Hydra had regained control over him. Tony, through this incident, had come to learn about Bucky and ultimately discovered that he was the one responsible for his parents' murder. How could he bear such a grudge? As Bucky's close friend, Captain America would undoubtedly intervene rather than stand idly by while witnessing his friend's demise, compounded by their differing opinions, making civil war appear inevitable. Should I perhaps consider a vacation? Otherwise, if they seek me out, which side shall I assist? With these thoughts, Robert absent-mindedly stroked his chin, contemplating deeply. Chapter 178. Consensus? Is that so? Do you believe this is merely a temporary situation? Robert, holding a bag of chips, walked alongside Natasha, his demeanor contrasting with the tense atmosphere surrounding them. He appeared rather relaxed. Natasha remarked, "This matter has the support of the U.S. government. It will not be halted by a single explosion." Robert met her gaze and eventually nodded in agreement. "Thank you for endorsing my perspective. That is the Prince of Wakanda. Or should I say, the King now." As Natasha spoke, she noticed Robert's gaze directed toward a certain location, and upon following his line of sight, she discovered it was indeed the Prince of Wakanda. Robert inquired, "He does not seem particularly happy?" This was a rhetorical question, as he was well aware of the Black Panther situation, though Natasha remained oblivious to this fact. "It appears so. I believe I should go speak with him." After conveying this to Robert, Natasha approached the Black Panther, perhaps motivated by the thought that he would soon be the next architect of the agreement. The Prince of Wakanda sat alone on a chair, his gaze somewhat vacant as he stared towards the direction of the explosion, seemingly bewildered by how everything had deteriorated so suddenly. "I deeply regret this." Suddenly, the voice of Natasha broke the silence, jolting him back to reality. At that moment, he held the ring of the former king in his hand, and after contemplating the ring for a prolonged period, the Black Panther finally spoke. "In our nation, death does not merely signify departure. It is more akin to the threshold of an unfamiliar realm, where if you extend your hands, the god of war will guide you to the eternal plains." Just as the Black Panther finished his words, a crisp sound of chips being crunched nearby interrupted the somber atmosphere. "Who are you?" The Black Panther King seemed displeased by the presence of someone snacking beside him, especially at such a moment. "Ah, this is Major General Robert of the United States," Natasha interjected, "and this is the Prince of Wakanda, who will soon be king." Fearing that the young prince might utter something inappropriate, which could lead to unfortunate consequences with Robert, she hastily introduced the two. "Hello, Major General." Indeed, upon learning of Robert's identity, the prince's hostility diminished considerably, perhaps owing to an acknowledgement of status. Had it been an ordinary individual, the outcome could have been quite different. Hello," he politely greeted as Robert took a seat beside Natasha, just as her phone rang. "Hello, are you all right?" Captain America's voice came through the line, prompting Robert to make a deliberate noise. "Yes, fine, Captain. Remember, I came with him." "Robert, did you attend the meeting?" Captain America inquired. "No. He arrived after the explosion," Natasha clarified to prevent any misunderstandings. "Ah," Captain America exhaled, relieved, having been startled earlier, thinking Tony had managed to sway him. "Don't worry, Captain. Enjoy Paris with your new girlfriend. I might be going on vacation soon, so I won't have time for your matters," Robert cheekily remarked, having noticed the flirtations between Captain America and Peggy Carter's niece during the funeral in London. Now, they were together, perhaps. What? The captain has a girlfriend? When did that happen? Natasha's curiosity surged, but Captain America seemed disinclined to discuss it, steering the conversation elsewhere. "Robert, are you leaving? When exactly?" "After you all start fighting, perhaps. I might even come to watch," he stated candidly. Yet Captain America and Natasha were unaware of the impending civil war, leaving them puzzled by Robert's mention of a fight. Could you elaborate? What do you sense? Captain America's voice echoed with confusion over the phone, and even Natasha cast a bewildered glance at Robert. Between you and Tony, there must be an impending conflict. Surely you cannot claim ignorance of this? Speaking candidly with Captain America, he fell into a noticeable silence before responding. So far, I have yet to perceive any irreconcilable differences with Tony. If it is merely a matter of agreement, I suspect your expectations will not come to fruition. He remained uncertain of what lay ahead, hence his words. However, Robert was acutely aware that the discord of that time was not easily resolvable. Given that civil war was inevitable, Robert contemplated the variables he had previously left unresolved. I truly hope your assumptions hold merit, but I must make it clear that Quicksilver cannot partake in your civil war. Robert preemptively issued this warning. For Quicksilver's survival thus far was due to his timely intervention in halting Ultron. Nevertheless, a series of subsequent events did not markedly alter the course of matters, such as the recent United Nations conference and the explosion that ensued. These were mere aftershocks of the battle with Ultron. Yet, the anticipated tremors from Ultron never materialized, leaving Robert to speculate that the world was instinctively mending its narrative. If such a day were to come, I hope you will step in to prevent it. Robert, upon hearing the certainty in the other's voice, Captain America found himself deep in contemplation. Robert hesitated to decline Captain America's request, for facing Tony afterward would complicate matters. Whom would he support in such a scenario? Just then, before he could voice a thought, Natasha interjected, addressing the captain. Rather than having General Robert resolve the issue, I believe a more straightforward approach would be for you to stay home and refrain from going anywhere, if you please. Taken aback by her words, Captain America paused momentarily, yet he could not acquiesce, as this involved his childhood friend Bucky's sacrifice, a burden he could not bear. I'm sorry, Natasha, but I cannot abandon Bucky. With that, he abruptly ended the call and entered a CAF, where Peggy Carter's niece, Robert's mention of Captain America's new romantic interest, was waiting for him. I'm beginning to believe that a civil war is indeed on the horizon. Natasha murmured wearily as she set down her phone. Captain America's stance was resolute, but what of Tony, the United Nations, and the U.S. government? Nevertheless, Robert proposed a suggestion, as he harbored no desire for conflict among them. If you can reach a consensus internally, I believe I can mediate, regardless of the direction your decisions may take. His assertion was delivered with confidence, and Natasha recognized his capability in such matters. However, the newly crowned king of Wakanda held a different perspective. Do you believe that if they refuse to agree to the Sokovia Accords, you can still manage the situation? This pointed remark elicited a nod from Robert as he responded, Indeed, Chapter 179, Life and Death Unbound, you possess an undeniable confidence. Yet has anyone ever conveyed to you that America does not encompass the entirety of existence? The Black Panther, or the current king of Wakanda, scoffed at Robert's words, for he harbored little faith in the bravado expressed. Even if he could sway perceptions within the United States, what are the views held by the other 116 nations? Observe, that individual named James Barnes is responsible for my father's demise, and I shall personally exact vengeance upon him, regardless of who stands in my path. With that declaration, the newly appointed king of Wakanda departed, leaving Robert and Natasha exchanging glances. Is he always this audacious? No, Robert would not act impulsively. Natasha feared he might recklessly confront the Wakandan prince, an act that, while seemingly inconsequential to him, would ultimately be misguided. What are you thinking? In response, Robert merely smiled, offering her a chip before rising to leave. In a CAF in London, Carter's niece was presently discussing intel concerning Barnes with Captain America. Upon the release of the footage, numerous reports flooded in, with many claiming to have spotted the Winter Soldier in a gym. Most of these claims lacked credibility. Save for one. As Carter's niece, she benefited from the political legacy left by her aunt, the founder of SAHLD, which afforded her access to such intelligence. I suggest you act swiftly, as we have received orders to eliminate him. Captain America replied, Thank you. He opened the envelope to review the address where Barnes had been sighted, then promptly set off. At the Hydra base, a sense of urgency permeated the air. What transpired? How has the Winter Soldier slipped from our grasp once more? He was the overseer of this facility, having painstakingly extracted Barnes from SHIELD. Yet unexpectedly, after this mission, the subject had spiraled out of control. This revelation incited his fury. Apologies, sir, but SHIELD has managed to bypass some of his restrictions, making it increasingly difficult to regain control, and the window of opportunity is rapidly closing. Oof. Does that imply he is of no value? The Hydra leader's gaze betrayed an uncontrollable malice, yet a subordinate interjected, "No, sir. I believe he retains some worth. The mission report from 1991 is within Barnes' knowledge. Should we extract that information, we might acquire several warriors more formidable than he." This so-called 1991 mission was Hydra's clandestine endeavor to replicate the Winter Soldier program. Their original aim was to produce additional Winter Soldiers, but to their dismay, the resulting soldiers were exceedingly difficult to control. At that time, Hydra was still in a dormant phase, with their primary objective being to infiltrate the upper echelons of various nations, and their foremost aim was to remain inconspicuous. Ultimately, these uncontrollable Winter Soldiers were not activated, but rather chosen to be sealed away. However, times have changed, with Hydra's parasitic platform, now in ruins. Their existence grows increasingly untenable. Is there still a necessity for them to remain concealed? You make a compelling point. Therefore, immediately seek out Bucky's whereabouts, and upon locating him, exert control once more to reveal the location where those warriors were originally secured. After 34 years, this Hydra leader surely does not recall the contents of that report. Had it not been for his subordinate's reminder, he would have considered destroying Bucky altogether. The United Nations, Hydra, Captain America, and Tony Stark. These four factions began their pursuit of Bucky's location. Except for Hydra, the others were already privy to his exact residence. Captain America slowly entered a residential building, which appeared empty at first glance, allowing him a momentary sense of ease. "Captain, the German Special Forces are approaching from the south." Sam's voice crackled through the earpiece. At that moment, Captain America was distracted by a small notebook. As he walked over to examine it, he replied, "I understand." Suddenly, his battle-honed instincts kicked in, and he swiftly turned around, only to find Bucky standing behind him. "Do you recognize me?" Noticing that Bucky did not immediately attack, Captain America inquired with a hint of suspicion. "Bucky, you're Steve. I've seen your introduction at the museum. They've surrounded us." Sam's voice echoed again. Yet Captain America remained calm and began conversing with his old friend. "I know you're anxious, and you have every right to be. However, your previous statement was a falsehood." The reason for his belief was evident in Bucky's eyes, which no longer bore the indifferent gaze imposed by Hydra's complete control. Now, his expression resembled that of a flesh-and-blood individual rather than a cold, unfeeling machine of destruction. "Alas, I don't recall ever visiting Vienna. Perhaps it was indeed my doing, but I am uncertain." Bucky's admission indirectly acknowledged his release from control, which brought Captain America a sense of relief. "They've entered the building." Sam's warning pierced through the air, and Captain America, aware of the dwindling time, hastily attempted to advise him. "Those who think you are responsible are here to capture you, but they intend to take no prisoners." Bucky responded, "Isn't that clever? A fine strategy." Now that he was lucid, he felt even greater sorrow than before, haunted by the memories of the innocents who perished under his command, lingering in his mind like ghosts unwilling to depart. "Sam, they've reached the rooftop. Our communications are being jammed." Captain America asserted, "Bucky doesn't necessarily need to fight. Alas, there will always be those who seek conflict." Sam urged, 5 seconds remaining. Upon hearing this, Captain America pressed, "Why did you rescue me from the river all those years ago?" "Bucky, I am uncertain, Dan." No sooner had he uttered these words than a flashbang was hurled through the window. Subsequently, the special forces outside the door commenced their assault, plunging the scene into chaos. "Bucky, surrender. Do not inflict harm any further." The captain addressed Bucky after neutralizing a member of the Special Operations team. It appeared that Bucky was disinclined to heed his counsel. "I never intended to harm anyone," Bucky declared, launching a punch at the captain. Caught off guard, the captain was knocked down, only to be met with another punch. Crack! The captain, believing he was the target of an attack, swiftly raised a shield to protect his face. However, Bucky did not strike him, but instead shattered the wooden floor beneath them. "Just as I surmised. None of you truly trust me." With that, he retrieved a bag from beneath the floorboards, which contained his pre-prepared escape gear. Chapter 180. Helplessness. The suspect is fleeing down the corridor. A voice crackled through the microphone as Robert and Natasha found themselves in the same vehicle. their current objective being the pursuit of Bucky. What do you think, Captain? Are you planning to apprehend him? Robert inquired while gazing out at the scenery. No, I do not wish to arrest him, but the situation is that he is recklessly hurtling down the path of a criminal. Robert had initially been rather relaxed, even enjoying the view from the passenger seat with a smile. Yet he knew he needed an excuse to depart before the onset of the Civil War, at least a fa of departure. Meanwhile, Bucky had leapt onto the rooftop of another building, believing he had narrowly escaped danger, only to encounter a formidable opponent clad in vibranium armor. Captain, Sam is on the southwest rooftop. Good job, Captain, but who is the other person? We shall find out by going down, shall we? With that, the captain leaped, nearly losing his balance midair, only to be caught by Sam. Bucky was engaged in a fierce battle with the newly crowned king of Wakanda. Donned in the Black Panther suit when the captain joined the fray. Realizing he could not contend with both adversaries, Bucky opted to flee, successfully landing on the highway after several leaps. They have reached the highway. All units converge immediately. If necessary, lethal force may be authorized against the Winter Soldier. The command echoed through the radio, prompting Natasha to swiftly turn the vehicle toward the direction of the captain and his team. Sometimes, I truly cannot fathom the captain's thoughts. That accord isn't entirely without merit. Do you agree, Robert? Natasha inquired from the driver's seat, her seemingly casual words perhaps intended to plant a psychological seed in his mind. Oh, you would do better to discuss that with the captain. If he could reach an understanding with Tony, believe me, everything before us would be manageable. However, do not expect to find a breakthrough in any other direction. I will not take the initiative to assist either party. Robert stated this, which subconsciously distanced him from Natasha, for she was indeed perilous, akin to a thorny rose that could prick one without warning. Although Robert possessed the skill to extract thorns, he lacked the patience to undertake such a task. Natasha discerned the warning embedded in his words and ultimately resigned herself to not testing Robert's limits, for that was fraught with danger. The suspect had commandeered a motorcycle, prompting an immediate evacuation of unrelated personnel as a containment circle was formed. There were no limits to the forces mobilized in the pursuit of Bucky, as his matters with the United Nations were of considerable magnitude. Thus, every available resource would be summoned solely to apprehend him. At that moment, Black Panther seized the opportunity to leap forward, yanking Bucky from his motorcycle, while Captain America, witnessing the unfolding situation, promptly disembarked to join the fray. The three engaged in a chaotic melee, each fighting as if against two opponents. Yet none offered assistance to the others. However, this brief delay allowed government forces the time to encircle them. At that instant, War Machine, piloted by Rhodes, was the first to arrive on the scene, aiming his weapon at Bucky and Black Panther, then addressing Captain America. Congratulations, Captain, you have become a criminal. Following Rhodes, a contingent of armed personnel arrived, brandishing their loaded weapons, shouting, "Do not move. Immediately lower your weapons. Turn and lay down your arms." Faced with this situation, Black Panther had no choice but to remove his mask. "Your Majesty?" Rhodes expressed surprise, swiftly disengaging his aim. It seems I missed quite the spectacle while riding in your vehicle." As Robert alighted from the car, Captain America and his companions were already in custody, being escorted to a vehicle. Natasha remarked, "So, I suppose next time you'll choose to walk?" Robert replied, "Perhaps, Captain." Suddenly he called out, catching the attention of the handcuffed Captain America. "Who are you? Do not approach. Please, immediately." As Robert began to advance, the bewildered escort personnel instinctively raised their weapons, having received orders that the suspect should not engage with anyone until reaching the designated location. He is one of us, General Robert of the United States." Rhodes interjected, "No, can we remain calm?" Natasha urged, as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Government law enforcement aimed their weapons at Robert, regarding him as a suspect. "Lower your weapons. Lower your weapons." Fortunately, the commanding officer intervened, issuing a directive that seemed to quell the farce. "General, you must understand this is Germany. It would be unfortunate if anything were to happen to you. Wouldn't you agree?" The supervisor whispered into Robert's ear, rather than a kind reminder. It felt more like a warning. Rest assured, I won't encounter any issues. But you should be concerned about yourself." As Robert waved his hand dismissively, the supervisor, baffled, suddenly heard a loud crash. My apologies, sir. I cannot control my own body." Bang! The supervisor found himself knocked down by his own men. Utterly bewildered by the situation, ignoring the chaos behind him, Robert approached Captain America, observing that he appeared relatively unharmed. At least he had not been handcuffed. "Robert, I think you should remain calm," Captain America remarked, referring to the supervisor who was currently enduring a brutal beating. The others, paralyzed by the scene, were unable to intervene. "He could be killed," Robert replied. "All right, but before that, I came to discuss the issues between you and Tony. How should I put it? If you two can reach a consensus, whatever that may be, I can assist in resolving it." As he spoke, the supervisor, now missing several teeth, cried out in pain. "Enough, please be silent." It was as if his words wielded a magical power. Immediately, the supervisor fell silent, and the two Special Forces personnel who had been attacking him ceased their actions. Turning back to Captain America, Robert added, "However, if you and Tony cannot come to an agreement, then I am afraid I cannot be of assistance." Chapter 181. The Air Wall. "I will discuss it seriously with Tony," Captain America affirmed. Robert nodded, feeling he had done enough, uncertain if he could prevent any further conflict between them. "If there are any issues, call me." With that, a portal of light appeared behind Robert, and he stepped through it, leaving Captain America with a complex expression. Meanwhile, in the house provided by Tony for the Avengers, Vision was attempting to prepare a delicious dish when his attention was suddenly drawn to a glowing portal. "Oh, Mr. Robert, greetings. Were you just working with chili powder?" At that moment, Scarlet, which emerged from the room and greeted Robert as well. "Hello," Robert replied. "I've come to find your brother, Quicksilver." Vision and Scarlet, which exchanged puzzled glances, particularly Vision, who had been instructed by Tony to keep a close watch on Quicksilver, and Scarlet, which to prevent them from leaving. But if Robert intended to take Quicksilver away, what should they do? Before Vision could ponder a solution, Scarlet, which inquired on behalf of her brother, "He is still asleep. Is there a problem you wish to discuss with him?" The spatial energy enveloped the entire house, and Robert quickly located Quicksilver. He promptly directed a surge of spatial power toward him. "Mr. Robert, I fail to comprehend. Among the three present, it is Phantom Realm who possesses the gem. Thus, when Robert harnessed his power, he sensed it distinctly. Oh, it is nothing, merely that certain events may unfold soon. Which is why I believe Quicksilver must remain here for an enforced duration of half a month." Upon finishing his statement, Robert refrained from elaborating further and immediately opened a portal of light, vanishing into it. What did he do, Phantom Realm? The Scarlet Witch was perplexed, for in her eyes, Robert had merely stood there for a brief moment. Phantom Realm suggested, "Perhaps it pertains to Quicksilver's range of activity. You might awaken him to ascertain." Consequently, the two ceased their culinary discussions and proceeded upstairs in search of the slumbering Quicksilver. "Oh, he invariably plays games until the early hours." Upon witnessing her brother asleep, with the game controller clutched tightly in his hands, the Scarlet Witch could not help but comment before forcibly rousing him. Uncertain of the dreams that had ensnared him, Quicksilver instinctively assumed a combat stance upon opening his eyes, only to relax upon recognizing his sister before him. "Oh, can you not allow me a moment of peace? Do you realize what time it is, Witch?" Phantom Realm stood nearby, unsure of what to say, simply gazing at him. "Do you have a matter to discuss with me? Surely, it is not to announce that you are together?" Quicksilver fell back on the bed, his words rendering both the Scarlet Witch and Phantom Realm somewhat awkward. "Enough already. Can you refrain from making such remarks? We are here because Robert visited earlier. It seems he implanted something within you." The Scarlet Witch sought to divert the conversation from the previous topic, but Quicksilver remained unfazed, reclining on the bed with carefree abandon. "What of it? We are, after all, somewhat of Avengers now. Would Robert truly attack me?" His nonchalant demeanor incited a desire within the Scarlet Witch to deliver a couple of punches to her brother. Fortunately, Phantom Realm intervened to explain, "Yes, Mr. Robert indeed implanted something within you, and before he departed, he mentioned you should remain here for half a month. Is that so?" Phantom Realm's assertion left Quicksilver somewhat confounded, prompting him to consider trying it out. "I shall give it a go." With that, Quicksilver promptly vanished from the bed, dashing outside, unencumbered within the villa, and sprinted toward the exterior. It seems there is no difference. Surely, they are not playing a prank on me." Just then, as Quicksilver muttered to himself, he unexpectedly collided with an invisible wall. Fortunately, it had a cushioning effect. Otherwise, given his speed, he would have been reduced to mere fragments. "How are you? You seem to be in less than optimal condition." Quicksilver fell to the ground as the Scarlet Witch and Phantom Realm approached, inquiring about his well-being. This is impossible. The defiant Quicksilver made another attempt, yet he faced yet another barrier, as if an invisible wall of air stood between him and the outside world. This must be the power of Mr. Robert. As the illusionary world passed through the air wall that obstructed Quicksilver, he effortlessly glided through without any hindrance. Even the Scarlet, which followed suit. What is this? Are they imprisoning me? Quicksilver rose from the ground, feeling the air wall, and spoke with a hint of anger. At that moment, the illusionary world suddenly recalled Tony's instructions and countered. No, rather than being a form of imprisonment, it is more accurately described as protection. Mr. Robert has also stated that this situation will only last for 15 days. Scarlet Witch interjected, "What about me? Must I also be confined?" Unlike Quicksilver, who was preoccupied with gaming, she was quite aware of current events. The news had reported on Captain America and the others being captured, making it difficult for her to remain oblivious. "I'm sorry, but this is indeed a form of protection. If you were to act as the captain did, believe me, they would show no mercy." The illusionary world conveyed the truth, and Scarlet, which understood this well, compared to the esteemed Captain America, she and her brother had little to deter those individuals. What? Protection? What has happened to the captain? What are you all talking about? The previously somber atmosphere was shattered by Quicksilver's barrage of questions. He had been so engrossed in leveling up that he was unaware of the unfolding events. "Oh, illusionary world, you explain it to him. I no longer wish to engage with this gaming-obsessed individual." Scarlet, which was not in a good mood. She viewed Robert's confinement of Quicksilver as a sign of support for Tony's choices. With Captain America captured, she found herself uncertain whether to maintain her stance against signing the Accords. Although she was unafraid of the government, provoking them unnecessarily was certainly unwise. What? Just because I played games for 2 days, all of this has transpired? Quicksilver's shocked voice echoed as he began to grasp the recent developments explained by the illusionary world. "Well, from what you say, it seems rather fortunate. At least I don't have to meddle in things, right?" Quicksilver remarked, feeling a sense of relief at the prospect of spending 15 days gaming without worry. His resentment towards Robert dissipating. The illusionary world replied, "The fact remains, you and your sister are safest here, and there is still room for negotiation. Given the captain's standing in America, no one can touch him right now." Chapter 182. Restrictions in air wall specifically targeting Quicksilver stood firm. Naturally, the illusionary world hastened to relay the news to Tony. "What? You mean Robert has taken action? Did he mention supporting me?" Tony's voice on the phone was tinged with excitement. Already under pressure from the Secretary of State, Tony believed that with Robert's support, all challenges could be swiftly resolved. "In the realm of illusions, Mr. Robert has not publicly expressed his support for you. However, his actions to limit Quicksilver seem to convey that message." Tony, excellent. What about the witch? Has she been restrained as well? If so, our chances of persuading the captain would significantly improve. No, Mr. Robert has not placed any restrictions on her. This outcome puzzled Tony, who furrowed his brow, momentarily uncertain about whether Robert was truly in his corner. At that precise moment, Captain America, who had been escorted, arrived. Tony glanced at him and decided to engage in conversation. "Well, at least, illusionist, you have one less target to monitor. Your primary task now is to keep an eye on the witch and prevent her from escaping, lest we exacerbate the situation." After relaying his last words over the phone, Tony hung up once Illusionist acknowledged him, and Captain America approached. Just as he concluded the call with Illusionist, another call came through. Tony checked the caller ID and chose to answer in front of Captain America. "Hello, Mr. Secretary of State." "Tony, this situation has dire implications. Our allies are re-evaluating the American government's ability to manage the crisis, and someone must bear the consequences." Standing before Captain America and Sam, Tony listened intently to the Secretary's words and then glanced at both of them before responding. "Bear the consequences?" "Yes, of course, we will bear the consequences. Is there anything else, Mr. Secretary?" The call ended abruptly, leaving Tony in a state of silent contemplation as he looked at Captain America and Sam, feeling as though he was cleaning up their mess. What I meant by making matters worse is precisely this situation. Natasha, who had been listening intently, approached Tony after he hung up. "But at least he is not dead, right?" However, Captain America did not believe his decision to be erroneous, as it had, at the very least, spared Bucky's life. Natasha, in a certain sense, that could be seen as a positive outcome. Captain America's response rendered her momentarily speechless. prompting her to cast a glance at Tony, hoping their pressure tactics would lead to a compromise. "Did you all hear the Secretary's words just now?" Tony, understanding, began to inquire of Captain America. "Yes, they want us to bear the consequences. Did I hear them say they would confiscate my shield?" "Natasha, in fact, it has belonged to the government since earlier, the wings as well." Sam, truly ruthless. Thus began Captain America and Sam's semi-imprisoned existence. Meanwhile, a delivery truck arrived at a power distribution station located in the suburbs. "Is this the right place?" The courier checked the delivery address outside the station, confirming its accuracy before preparing to disembark and deliver the package. On the other side, Captain America stood before the surveillance monitors, beginning to assess the status of his dear friend Bucky. "Would you like to see something even more impressive?" Tony's voice resonated from behind, prompting Captain America to turn and behold him, holding 2 signature pens in hand. "I found these in my father's archives. They come in handy now, don't they?" Tony approached Captain America, placing the agreement before him as he endeavored to persuade him one last time. In 1941, Roosevelt signed a bill with these, providing assistance when the Allies needed it most. Captain America retorted, "Some say this brought our nation closer to war." Tony countered, "Without them, you would not exist." He hesitated, searching for words. "I meant to extend an olive branch. How does that sound?" Captain America did not respond immediately, diverting the subject. "Where's Pepper?" "I haven't seen her." At the mention of her name, Tony's expression shifted, revealing uncertainty. "We have a bit of situation. How should I put it? Is she pregnant?" Captain America inquired. "No, of course not. We broke up." Captain America had prepared to offer his congratulations, but Tony's revelation left him at a loss, eventually managing an apology. "I'm sorry. I didn't know things would turn out this way." "Oh, it's no big deal. I remain quite optimistic, don't I?" Tony took a deep breath, embodying the demeanor of a hopeful individual. He continued, "Previously, I discarded my armor to keep her, and then there was Hydra, followed by Ultron. I acknowledge my responsibilities." He sighed, and then it just never ceased. "I've been Iron Man all along. I genuinely wish to change. And perhaps this agreement could serve as a pivotal turning point." As he pushed the agreement toward Captain America, he hoped that signing it would resolve their issues. In that moment, Captain America hesitated, recognizing Tony's sincerity, prompting him to reconsider the agreement. Perhaps signing it might not be entirely detrimental. With that thought, he instinctively grasped the pen, and Tony's face illuminated with relief. "Tony, I'm not criticizing the agreement. I merely feel it could be refined further." Captain America's pen lingered over the signature line. In a bid to encourage him to sign, Tony eagerly declared, "Of course, modifications are welcome. Once the negative press settles, we can propose amendments. And your friend too. Once we reach a consensus, he can be sent to the most well-equipped psychiatric facility in the nation, rather than ending up in a prison in Wakanda." Undoubtedly, Tony's 2 propositions piqued Captain America's interest, evidenced by the pen gradually lowering toward the signature line. Suddenly, a question arose in his mind. "What about Wanda? How is she?" Tony replied, "Oh, she's doing well. Once you sign the agreement, I'll submit a report to the government to reinstate you." Captain America asked, "Has she decided to agree?" Unbeknownst to her, she is currently at the Alliance headquarters, accompanied by the Illusion. Wanda is none other than the Scarlet Witch. As Tony spoke, he remained oblivious to the discontent that had begun to mar Captain America's expression. "Is this considered confinement, Tony?" "No. How could you think that? There's a 100-acre estate, a theater, and even a swimming pool. How could that possibly be deemed confinement?" He spoke as if it were a matter of course, yet to Captain America, it felt quite the opposite. Chapter 183. Divergent Opinions. "Oh dear, Tony. Why must you always do things according to your own will?" Captain America expressed his irritation, yet to Tony, this was merely a protective measure for Wanda, or rather, the witch. "Yes, but I do this solely to safeguard her from harm." Tony retorted, "Safeguard? You call this safeguarding? And what of Quicksilver? What about him?" His fury was barely contained. If Tony were to utter something about Quicksilver being under his control, Captain America might very well sever ties with him. However, Tony interjected, "Oh, that's not my concern. Just now, the Illusion called to inform me that Robert visited the Alliance base, and Quicksilver's movements have been restricted." Captain America paused. Setting down his pen, his instinct was to call immediately for clarification, but Tony beat him to it, dialing the number. In truth, Tony was equally curious whether Robert's actions indicated his allegiance to him. If that were the case, Captain America would have no choice but to sign the agreement. despite his reluctance. "Hello." Robert answered the phone from a tranquil vacation spot, having just brought Belinda along and not having been there long. "Robert, have you restricted Quicksilver?" Tony's call was met with Captain America's voice on the line. "Ah, yes, it was indeed my doing regarding Quicksilver, but that does not signify any particular stance. It was merely to maintain balance between you and Tony." Robert could only say this. He certainly couldn't disclose the truth that Quicksilver was, in fact, meant to be a casualty. That would offend too many people. Yet Captain America seized upon a key phrase. Robert's actions did not indicate a stance. "So, your implication is that only Quicksilver's movements are restricted, correct? And what of Wanda?" Tony, standing by, could not help but display a look of unfamiliarity, genuinely surprised that Captain America could entertain such unconventional thoughts. Typically, he was one to adhere strictly to reason. As Tony mused this, Robert provided his answer. "Of course, Quicksilver is an exception for specific reasons. He certainly cannot be involved in the conflict between you and Tony. As for everyone else, you're on your own." Just as Robert concluded his statement, Tony, lost in thought, was suddenly drawn in, exclaiming with a hint of astonishment, "Conflict? What conflict, Captain? Are you planning to wage civil war against us?" Though the current situation appeared rather dire in Tony's eyes, he had never contemplated inciting a civil war. "Captain America, no, I did not. It was Robert who kept insisting that we were at risk of a civil conflict." "Very well, Robert. Although I am perplexed by your restraint towards Quicksilver, I am grateful that you have not exerted control over Wanda." Captain America initially denied any intention to instigate a civil war, but with a hint of resentment, he spoke, leaving Robert with little to say in response. "No, wait, do not hang up." Tony interjected as he noticed Captain America's readiness to end the call. And once the action halted, he continued, "Robert, I wish to inquire, where do you stand in the matter between me and the captain?" Tony felt somewhat assured in posing this question, yet he was disappointed by Robert's reply. "I maintain what I have previously stated to the captain. If you both could reach an agreement, I would be able to resolve all the issues you are currently facing." The underlying message in Robert's words was clear. In the absence of a consensus between Tony and Captain America, he would refrain from aiding either side. This outcome surprised Tony, while Captain America appeared more at ease, thanking Robert before ending the call. "Captain, you heard Robert. If you sign here, everything could be resolved effortlessly. What's the downside?" Tony urged, pushing the agreement towards him. However, Captain America had developed a different perspective. Perhaps if you chose not to sign, the issues could still be resolved amicably. Captain America's obstinacy infuriated Tony, who could no longer contain his emotions and began to verbally attack his counterpart. Indeed, if I were to lead by refusing the agreement, Robert could still manage to smooth things over, but it would require significantly more effort on his part. Can you not consider others for once and sign this agreement for everyone's benefit? Tony's gaze bore into Captain America's, and their eyes locked, sparking an unspoken tension. The silence lingered for a lengthy moment until Captain America finally broke it. "I am sorry, Tony, but I will not sign this agreement. As for the subsequent matters, I prefer to address them myself without troubling Robert. Choose as you wish. I hope that when we next meet, you are not on the wanted list." Tony laughed heartily, feeling utterly disillusioned with Captain America. He no longer entertained any hope of persuading him and opted instead to let him face the consequences alone. The discussion between Captain America and Tony yielded no resolution, leaving both men with a deep-seated frustration. Captain America, discontented with Tony's actions, departed the location and entered a monitored room to begin observing Bucky's psychological evaluation. "Hello, Mr. James. I am here on behalf of the United Nations to conduct your psychological assessment. May I take a seat?" In the surveillance room, the psychologist summoned by the United Nations, without awaiting Bucky's response, took a seat for himself. He then retrieved several books from his bag, one of which, a particularly striking red volume, was intentionally obscured. "Your name is James," he stated, while Captain America was intently observing the psychological evaluation footage. Suddenly, Carter's niece entered the room. "I have encountered numerous psychological evaluators, and to be frank, it is rare to find one who begins with such superfluous chatter." Upon hearing this, Captain America frowned but quickly relaxed, replying to her, "Perhaps it is merely this gentleman's unique style? Perhaps," she conceded, "but here is the receipt for your equipment. It cannot be refused, and from this moment forth, it officially belongs to the government." Sam, who had already anticipated this outcome, did not exhibit much reaction. However, when he received the receipt, he became indignant. What do you mean Bybird's uniform? Is that seriously the name? Chapter 184. Regaining control, is this not my doing? Sharon, Carter's niece, remarked as she presented the receipt to Captain America. It seems we have little chance of reclaiming it, do we? Captain America inquired, setting the receipt aside, his attention remaining steadfastly on Bucky's psychological evaluation. For now, it appears that way, she replied, though we could magnify it a bit. As she enlarged the screen for him to better observe Bucky's condition, Captain America expressed his gratitude. Thank you. After her gesture, he refocused on Bucky's assessment. You need not be afraid. I am here for psychological evaluation and mean you no harm. However, you must speak first so that I can help you. In the interrogation room, Bucky paid no heed to the psychologist's words, scarcely glancing at him. Yet undeterred by this indifference, the psychologist, rather than showing any sign of impatience, continued to smile and coax him. Precisely. The less you say, the harder it becomes for me to reveal my true intentions. At that moment, the psychologist mused inwardly that the individual originally sent by the United Nations had perished, and the one before him was, in fact, a Hydra imposter. His pretense was merely a ruse to buy time until the appointed hour with his comrade arrived. Meanwhile, at a power distribution station on the outskirts of the city, the deliverman roused the staff, requesting, "Please sign here. Your package has arrived." The worker, murmuring to himself, signed the delivery slip. "I don't recall ordering anything," he said. "Perhaps it was sent by a relative?" The deliverman suggested. "Let's take a look. This is your parcel." He opened the back of the delivery vehicle, revealing a large box lying horizontally inside. "Is that so? Then let's take it down and have a look, so we don't mix it up later." The power distributor truly could not recall any recent packages, as neither the company nor his home had mentioned such matters to him. "Courier, all right. Could you assist me for a moment?" Initially, he intended to manage the box alone, yet proved far more arduous than he had anticipated. "Distributor, oh. The two grown men collaborated to lower the parcel, subsequently procuring a crowbar to pry open the box, ensuring they did not misplace its contents. Suddenly, with a forceful motion, the distributor pried the box open, but before he could discern its contents, a loud bang erupted, akin to an explosion. Both he and the courier instinctively dropped to the ground, yet the anticipated shockwave never arrived. What was happening? The earlier explosion appeared not to target individuals, but rather the electrical system. If one were to gaze down from above, they would observe a trend of power outages spreading throughout the city. "Courier, I have no idea what is going on." Meanwhile, in an interrogation room, the Hydra agent had calculated the timing, engaging in trivial chatter while placing his hand on a red notebook. "Are you still unwilling to speak?" The computer screen indicated that the shipment had arrived, and a smirk crept across the Hydra agent's face as he gazed at the silent Bucky, slowly stating, "It's fine if you choose not to speak. I possess means to compel you to do so, and it requires only one piece of information." As his words resonated, the power system within the base abruptly failed, plunging the surroundings into darkness. "Sam, it seems events are spiraling into chaos." Captain America, "No, this does not resemble a typical accident." Recalling the words of the psychological evaluator, he sensed something was amiss and began sprinting toward the interrogation room to ascertain whether his suspicions were correct. "Sam, Captain." Witnessing Captain America dash ahead, he hurriedly followed. Indeed, within the interrogation room, the scenario aligned with Captain America's conjectures. Hydra agents were attempting to utilize the red notebook to manipulate Bucky. What was unfolding? Bucky, enveloped in darkness, felt an ominous premonition intensify as he gazed at the psychological evaluator before him. "Let us discuss your homeland. Not the Romania you speak of, nor Brooklyn, but your true home." A red notebook appeared in the evaluator's hands, causing Bucky's pupils to dilate, as he never fathomed encountering such individuals on United Nations territory. "Desire, Rusht, Sefontaine." Each word spoken by the faux psychological evaluator triggered a cascade of memories within Bucky, akin to a dormant program awakening, clashing with his primary consciousness and inducing a sensation of tearing. "No, stop, Dawn." The furnace. Bucky's defiance could not deter the Hydra operative. For the sake of his mission, he was willing to sacrifice his very life, rendering threats meaningless. The agony in Bucky's mind intensified, and he could no longer endure it. With a surge of instinct, he broke free from his restraints, attempting to interrupt his adversary. Bang! Yet, The interrogation chamber, meticulously designed by the United Nations, was not so easily shattered. A cry of pain escaped Bucky's lips as Hydra recited the control code, diminishing the remnants of rationality in his eyes and gradually transforming him into an emotionless killing machine. Bang! Just as the final word of the incantation lingered in the air, Bucky succeeded in shattering the interrogation chamber, but it was already too late. His sanity had been utterly extinguished. Soldier, Bucky, awaiting your command. A smile crept across the Hydra operative's face, knowing his plan had reached its halfway mark. The next step was to extract that crucial piece of information. Mission Report 199. The events within the interrogation room remained shrouded in mystery. The commanding officer of the base had ordered personnel to monitor Bucky closely, yet it was, as previously stated, too late. Hydra had achieved its objective and began to make its escape, choosing a route entirely distinct from Bucky's, intending for him to draw the fire. Friday. Have you discovered the cause of the power outage? In the surveillance room, Tony instructed his newly created artificial intelligence to investigate the blackout as soon as it occurred. After 2 minutes, it finally reached a conclusion. Yes, Mr. Stark, analysis indicates that the outage resulted from an electromagnetic pulse explosion in the outskirts. Tony, it seems this was no mere accident. Chapter 185 News. Clang. Captain America rushed to the floor where Bucky was detained, and the sight of fallen guards informed him that something was amiss. Help me. Help me. A Hydra operative, realizing they could not storm the area, devised an alternative strategy to present themselves and draw Captain America away, leaving Bucky in ambush for a surprise attack. Get up. Stop pretending. Where is Bucky? However, Captain America had long harbored suspicions, and they were now amplified, especially given the numerous guards outside who had been incapacitated. How could a psychological expert evade capture? Sam intended to accompany Captain America, but at that moment, Bucky emerged from his hiding place to launch a surprise assault. Bang! Sam narrowly dodged the strike, nearly terrified, for that blow had decimated the wall. Sam, Captain America, witnessing the unfolding chaos, rushed to assist, while the Hydra operative seized the opportunity to escape, vanishing from the interrogation room in mere moments. Hey Cap, that person got away, Sam exclaimed, preparing to pursue, but his earlier confrontation with Bucky had left him injured, rendering him powerless despite his determination. Captain America was acutely aware of the unfolding chaos, yet he found himself embroiled in a fierce confrontation with Bucky. Devoid of his shield, he was nearly overwhelmed by the onslaught. Bucky, snap out of it, he called out, desperate to rouse his friend, but was met with a ferocious roar instead, followed by a relentless assault. With a swift turn of his head, Bucky's fist veered off course, crashing into the elevator, leaving a deep dent in its metallic door. The sheer force of that punch suggested that had Captain America been on the receiving end, the consequences would have been dire. Bucky bellowed, his fury unabated. However, he showed no signs of restraint. Instead, his rage intensified upon missing his target. No, Bucky. Captain America's pleas were scarcely effective, as Bucky continued his rampage, brutally shattering the elevator door and forcefully shoving Captain America downwards. With a resounding crash, Captain America plummeted into the elevator shaft, fortunately not into a particularly deep descent. Otherwise, he might not have fared well. Bucky glanced down, noticing that Captain America was momentarily incapacitated before departing. Meanwhile, others within the base were not idle, especially Tony and T'Challa, the new king of Wakanda, who had long awaited an opportunity to confront Bucky. You're equipped, I presume? Natasha inquired as they exited the command center, receiving an affirmative response from Tony. Of course, I assume you refer to this gear that transforms into a weapon with a mere click? Tony jested, though beneath his light-hearted facade, anxiety churned within him. He had never anticipated a confrontation on United Nations soil, and thus had not donned his complete Iron Man armor. Any functional equipment will suffice. Now, let us pursue the fleeing criminal, Natasha declared, quickening her pace, while Tony seized the moment to interject. Criminal? Are you certain the captain would approve of you labeling his dear friend in such a manner? His jest earned him a significant eye roll from Natasha, indicating her disinterest in his banter. Since his exit from the interrogation room, Bucky had seemed to succumb to madness, frantically seeking an escape route while wreaking havoc, as though desperate for attention to his plight. Even as he passed through the break area, he showed no signs of restraint. startling the staff with his sudden intrusion and rampant destruction. "Natasha, can you hear me? I've spotted him," Tony whispered from his concealed position, taking a deep breath before transforming his wristwatch into a steel arm. He then emerged to draw Bucky's ire. "Hey, you madman, looking for a different opponent? Spare the innocent." Tony stepped forward and uttered some scornful remarks. Could Bucky endure such provocation? He promptly abandoned his intimidation of the innocent and turned his wrath upon his mocker. Indeed, that was the case. As Bucky charged towards him, Tony felt a surge of anxiety. Lacking his full suit of armor rendered him quite vulnerable, particularly in the face of Bucky's formidable metal arm. With his attention fixated on that very appendage, Tony dared to parry with the armored hand he possessed, a resounding clang of metal reverberating through the air. While Tony was apprehensive of Bucky's metallic limb, Bucky harbored similar concerns. Upon their armors clashing, Bucky seized the advantage. Oh, how could a debonair Tony, stripped of his armor, hope to contend with Bucky? The successive blows left his visage resembling that of a bruised plum. Yet Bucky barely spared him a glance, continuing his relentless assault. "Tony, I am here to save you," despite the flurry of events unfolding in mere moments. Natasha rushed to assist upon witnessing Tony's predicament against Bucky. Ugh. Bucky swiftly shoved Tony aside and methodically turned his attention to Natasha. After exchanging several blows, it became evident that Bucky, with his metallic arm, had the upper hand, ultimately sending Natasha crashing onto a table. Koog. With one hand gripping her throat tightly, Bucky's intent was unmistakably lethal. Fortunately, at that moment, Tony rose. Witnessing this scene, he quickly charged energy within his iron palm. Boom! The energy blast struck Bucky squarely in the back. Though not fatal, it was undoubtedly painful, causing Bucky to relinquish Natasha and fixate his gaze upon Tony. Hurry! Just then, a team of special forces arrived, prompting Bucky to abandon his vendetta against Tony and make his escape. No escape for you. As he ascended the stairs, Black Panther momentarily impeded his progress. Yet stripped of his gear, he was still no match for Bucky, whose metal arm provided him with considerable advantage. Bucky fled upward, while the Hydra operatives, now in a frenzy, retreated downward amidst a cacophony of screams from the crowd. Completing their mission, a triumphant smile began to spread across his face. The phone rang. It was his comrade calling, eagerly awaiting news from him. Chapter 186. Unyielding Thief's Heart Hiss. At a tourist destination, Robert winced, having been distractedly observing Captain America and his team. Suddenly, upon realizing the Hydra operatives had escaped, a thought struck him. What happened? Belinda nestled contentedly in his embrace, suddenly sensed that Robert had come to an abrupt halt. She couldn't help but inquire, "It seems I've overlooked something." It appears this vacation must come to an early conclusion. As Robert expressed his regrets, he gently caressed Belinda's cheek, to which she responded with remarkable understanding. "It's all right. I've genuinely enjoyed myself for this duration." After sharing a tender moment, Captain America had once again reunited with Bucky, who was preparing to escape in a helicopter. A classic scene unfolded as Captain America, relying solely on his physical strength, managed to halt the helicopter's ignition and even tugged it slightly in his direction. However, Robert would not have the chance to witness this spectacle, for he had pressing matters with Hydra to attend to. In the frigid expanse of snow and ice, the Hydra forces, having awaited the right moment, began their advance upon receiving precise information. Robert was well aware of their intentions. After Bucky's success with the Winter Soldier program, Hydra sought to cultivate more Winter Soldiers. Their chosen candidates were the most elite operatives of Hydra, yet perhaps due to the absence of Dr. Laura's assistance, the plan encountered significant complications. Although 7 Winter Soldiers were indeed created, they had lost most of their rationality and become exceedingly difficult to control. Consequently, the upper echelons of Hydra decided to seal them away. Today, Hydra was once again in search of their whereabouts, hoping for a reversal of fortune, which did not align with Robert's expectations. "Let these Winter Soldiers remain in eternal slumber," Robert declared, stepping into a dilapidated Hydra base. Upon his entrance, lights flickered to life, illuminating 7 canisters filled with nutrient solution. Observing these individuals, he realized that neither in the original narrative nor in the present could they survive. Rather than shattering their nutrient solutions, Robert chose a gentler method to end their lives. His gaze then drifted to another corner, where an antiquated computer sat, holding the truth behind Tony's parents' murder. Should I destroy this for his sake? Robert pondered, momentarily at a loss. If he were to obliterate this computer and its corresponding database, Tony might never uncover the truth about his parents' demise. Yet, was such an act truly necessary? Reflecting on his memories of Tony, Robert ultimately refrained from destroying the device. Perhaps this could serve as a pivotal moment in Tony's life, he mused. Thus, he left the computer intact, choosing to eliminate the threat he posed before departing. 2 hours later, Hydra's return was destined for disappointment, for the Winter Soldier squad they so coveted had been entirely extinguished. With a resounding splash, Robert executed his tasks with remarkable speed. At this moment, while he had the leisure to watch Captain America, he had already accomplished the feat of straightening the helicopter, landing smoothly on the water's surface alongside Bucky. This extraordinary physical prowess was the reason they surpassed ordinary humans. A typical individual falling freely from such heights, even into water, would likely suffer the fracture of several ribs. Why was it that Bucky seemed to regain consciousness only upon hitting the water? From his vantage point in the sky, Robert observed this spectacle, knowing that Captain America was no ordinary man and required no rescue. Even in free fall, he and Bucky emerged with minimal injuries. Last time, Bucky had rescued Captain America from the depths. This time, however, their roles had reversed. Unlike Bucky's casual disregard for his companions, Captain America exhibited a sense of duty, graciously bringing him along and even providing a form of restraint. The government had dispatched several helicopters to scour the area in search of Bucky and Captain America, ensuring they did not escape. As Captain America observed the aircraft passing overhead, he felt a temporary relief, unaware of their hiding place in the warehouse. At that moment, Sam arrived. Steve, Bucky had awakened, groggily calling out upon seeing Captain America. Which Bucky are you exactly? In an effort to prove his identity, Bucky began recounting past events, such as the name of Captain America's mother and his own embarrassing moments. The museum certainly doesn't teach these things. Sam interjected, questioning, so does this prove his credibility? Captain America nodded affirmatively and then turned to Bucky, inquiring, what was happening earlier? What did that doctor tell you? And what was his intention in trying to control you? Captain America's rapid-fire questions left Bucky, who had just endured a mental upheaval, somewhat bewildered. He struggled to articulate coherent thoughts. I don't know, he replied, covering his forehead, as if recalling these events posed a significant challenge. Don't say you don't know. Do you have any idea how many lives were lost in that explosion? That's why they're watching you. Bucky took Captain America's words to heart and began to seriously reflect, his determination unwavering despite the excruciating pain in his head that hindered his memories. Those damned Hydra-created programs are still in place. The moment they utter those words, I will be under their control. Hydra? What are their intentions? Upon hearing the name of the organization again, Captain America's brow furrowed involuntarily, grappling with the lingering threat they posed. They inquired about the place where I was once imprisoned, which is also where I was born. If my assumptions are correct, they aim to find others like me. I was not the only Winter Soldier created by Hydra. Bucky found himself lost in reminiscence. His mind flooded with images from the base. Despite the throbbing in his head, he continued to relay his fragmented thoughts to Captain America. Once the Winter Soldier finished speaking, Sam interjected, doesn't that imply that Hydra's nefarious intentions have not waned, seeking to annihilate the world through this team? Captain America replied, their malevolence has never truly faded. Chapter 187. Disrespect, Sam asked, so what we do now? Captain America responded, naturally, we must hasten to Siberia to thwart them. Bucky insisted, we must act quickly. I suspect they are already en route to the airport. At that moment, Captain America approached and freed him from his restraints, and the trio swiftly departed from the location. In the Command Center for United Nations Affairs, a government official stated, yes, Mr. Secretary of State, I assure you I can resolve this. Just grant me 48 hours. 36 hours. The secretary retorted, if you have not resolved the issue by then, I will dispatch others. Tony replied, fine, 36 hours it is. As the call ended, Tony glanced at Natasha with a self-deprecating smile and recounted his conversation with the secretary. 36 hours. Good heavens. He actually only allotted me 36 hours. Natasha remarked, that is still better than having no room for maneuver. Tony pondered, is there truly any leeway left? Considering Captain America's recent actions, I find it incomprehensible. Yet it must be addressed, which irks me. He continued, "Resolving this may require more than just the two of us. We need some assistance." Tony asked, "Can you gather some allies?" Natasha replied, "He's downstairs. What about you?" With a smile, Tony suddenly comprehended why Robert had suggested that he and Captain America might end up in civil conflict, as the situation was indeed heading that way. "We must intervene to stop Captain and the others. As for my ally, I must personally extend the invitation." Tony departed to find his ally, while Natasha proceeded downstairs in search of her own. Stay away from the king. The new king of Wakanda was being released from confinement, welcomed by his compatriots. At that moment, Natasha approached but was obstructed by a female bodyguard. "Step aside. She poses no threat to me." The Black Panther smiled at Natasha's arrival and instructed the bodyguard to let her through. He genuinely believed that Natasha was not a danger, and he wished to converse with her before parting ways. "What brings you here? To dissuade me from seeking the assassin who killed my father? You should be disappointed. Upon my return, I will mobilize the entire nation to locate and eliminate him." As the Black Panther prepared to leave, Natasha interjected, "Indeed, it took the world 70 years to find him. Let me guess, how many years will it take you?" "Half of that time." Her words caused Black Panther to furrow his brow, swiftly realizing that the other party must harbor some ulterior motive for seeking him out with such a simple statement. "Do you have any insights to share?" he inquired directly, bypassing any pretense. Natasha, unfazed, replied, "I happen to have an opportunity that could allow you to encounter them once more, though I'm uncertain of your interest in it." This proposition, in the context of Black Panther's current situation, could only yield one response. Even if Natasha's conditions required him to venture alone, he did not hesitate. "Very well." A smile graced his lips as Natasha successfully persuaded him. Meanwhile, Tony was en route to the Queens District of New York. Captain America, who was also in Berlin alongside Natasha, was currently evading capture. "This cannot continue," he lamented. "Are we to remain in hiding indefinitely?" After much effort in acquiring a dilapidated vehicle, Sam skillfully repaired it, igniting the engine before addressing Captain America. "Bucky, we are pressed for time." Captain America replied, "Indeed, I am fully aware of that, but we must gather some allies and retrieve our equipment." Sam retorted, "To be honest, this seems insurmountable for us. Are we truly expected to return and reclaim our gear?" Bucky interjected, "Perhaps we need not resort to that." Just as Sam was about to question Bucky's sanity, Captain America suddenly halted the vehicle, arriving beneath a bridge. "You arrived precisely on time. They are right in the trunk," Sharon remarked, glancing at Captain America, her gaze seemingly laden with anticipation. Perhaps the captain from 70 years ago would not grasp this moment, yet one inevitably grows over time, and he now understood. Suddenly, Sharon's lips were captured in a kiss, and upon regaining her composure, she fervently reciprocated. Did they not know how to keep secrets? Sam and Bucky, seated in the car, could clearly witness this scene, and naturally, they felt compelled to chastise Captain America for his conduct. He would never have dared such a display in the past. Steve had truly changed. A smile graced Bucky's face, seemingly in blessing of his friend's newfound romance, while Sam, upon noticing Bucky's grin, felt inexplicably repulsed. "Could you refrain from smiling so creepily?" he quipped. Bucky retorted, "And why don't you take a look in the mirror at your own expression?" In Queens, New York, today felt distinctly different. Tony arrived at an apartment building, piloting a luxury sports car worth millions. "Friday, which floor is that kid on?" Tony queried, stepping out of the vehicle, his glasses displaying a view of the outside world on one side, while the other streamed videos of a young man reminiscent of Spider-Man. "Upholding justice. Sir, young Mr. Peter resides in this very building, specifically on the 3rd floor. It is likely that an aunt is at home. My suggestion is to maintain decorum during your meeting." Friday marks the completion of the new artificial intelligence developed from Tony's replication of Jarvis' functions. However, unlike Jarvis, Friday's intelligence has not reached a humanoid level. Tony, indeed, maintaining politeness. Is that even a question? Am I the sort of person who lacks manners? Friday fell silent, currently only guiding Tony on the correct path to avoid missteps in such surroundings. "Sir, please turn right and ascend the staircase." Once or twice was manageable, but at every turn, Friday's reminders made Tony feel belittled, prompting him to retort, "Honestly, do I appear to be someone incapable of taking care of himself?" "Friday, I sense a lack of respect from you." "Apologies, sir, that was my error. Indoor navigation is now disabled." There was no argument. If Jarvis were present, he would surely adopt a different approach with Tony. 5 minutes later, Still unable to locate Peter's door, Tony muttered, "How on earth do these people construct such convoluted houses?" Without a hint of embarrassment, he addressed Friday. Let us just turn on the navigation. Chapter 188. Cooperation and Deception Understood, sir. Once indoor navigation was activated, Tony finally reached Peter's doorstep within a minute. After some time, confirming that the dark substance on the door was indeed a doorbell, he opted for the more traditional method of knocking. Knock, knock. Is anyone home? After 2 knocks yielded no response, Tony began to wonder if perhaps he had arrived at an inconvenient time. Friday, are you certain Peter's aunt is inside? She hasn't returned yet, has she? In response, Friday immediately initiated a thermal imaging scan to confirm the target's presence. Friday's voice echoed, and before Tony could grasp the situation, he saw the scanning display through his glasses. No, no, no. Friday, shut it down. What on earth are you doing? That is a woman nearing 50. Uncertain of what he had witnessed, Tony hastily commanded Friday to cease the scanning, patiently waiting outside the door. Not long after, barely a minute, the door creaked open, revealing Peter's aunt, who regarded Tony with suspicion. Apologies, I was in the restroom. May I ask what brings you here? The atmosphere seemed to still as Tony momentarily lost his words, utterly surprised that a woman of nearly 50 could possess such beauty. Sir, may I assist you with something? If not, I shall close the door. Due to Tony wearing glasses, Aunt May could not see his expression, yet her years of experience with men instantly informed her of their thoughts. Subconsciously, she intended to close the door, but at that moment, Tony regained his composure, his gaze once again becoming clear. He removed his glasses and said, Hey there, I'm Tony Stark. Your nephew Peter applied for our company's grant fund online, and I'm here for an on-site inspection. The rehearsed words he had prepared left Aunt May momentarily stunned, but she quickly latched onto the key phrase, realizing he was there to provide financial support. Oh, is that so? Tony Stark, I remember you from television. Tony successfully garnered trust with his well-known visage, as it was indeed rare for someone in America to be unaware of Tony Stark's wealth. Oh, really? You recognize me? Aunt May replied, Of course. You've come because of Peter's application, right? Please come in. Welcoming Tony inside, Aunt May began to serve him without closing the door. These are my homemade cookies. Do try some. Could you tell me more about the fund Peter applied for? Although Tony was a renowned millionaire, Aunt May still harbored doubts about his character. Nevertheless, since he arrived under the pretense of providing financial aid, she allowed him to sit on the sofa. Oh, indeed. I founded a foundation called September, which annually recruits academically outstanding students through an online application process. Tony was adept at discussing such matters, effortlessly diverting the conversation. Although he had come to persuade Peter to join him in a fight, he chose to speak in grandiloquent terms, even deceiving Aunt May into believing he intended to offer Peter an internship at Stark Industries. From this alone, Aunt May felt justified in her suspicion that Tony was not a good person. Suddenly, while attentively listening to Tony's introduction, Aunt May noticed a commotion at the door, her gaze shifting to reveal Peter's return. Hey, Peter. Hi, Aunt May. I'm back. You won't believe it. I just saw an incredible car downstairs. Peter, upon entering, initially failed to notice Tony until he turned around. Hello, Peter. Oh, hey. I recognize you. You're Mr. Stark, the Iron Man. Oh, yes, that's me. No need to idolize me too much. Witnessing Peter's awestruck expression, Tony couldn't help but feel a sense of pride, an instinctive reaction he struggled to restrain. Aunt May, what is this fund Mr. Stark mentioned? I've never heard you talk about it. Aunt May interjected, steering the conversation toward her concerns. Oh, what fund? Oh, right, the fund. Peter initially intended to say he hadn't applied for any fund, but at that moment, Tony was signaling him frantically, prompting him to unwittingly cooperate. Yes, it's the September fund you applied for online. Remember? That is why I'm here to see you. Ah, yes. I remember now. So did I get accepted? Tony's intense gaze conveyed his understanding, prompting Peter to begin cooperating under the aura of Iron Man. Aunt May observed their conversation. At times, it appeared their words aligned. Yet in an instant, it felt disjointed. Aware that continuing in this manner would eventually reveal the truth, Tony swiftly turned to May and asked, Could Peter and I have a moment alone in his room? Of course, make yourselves comfortable, Aunt May replied, her skepticism lingering. Nevertheless, considering Tony's esteemed identity, she couldn't help but place her trust in him. Thank you, Tony exclaimed, rising to his feet and almost propelling Peter forward. Oh, that's Aunt May's room. Mine is over here. Tony, evidently unfamiliar with the layout, mistakenly assumed that a larger space would be a bedroom. oblivious to the fact that Peter's home did not conform to that expectation. Upon reaching Peter's room, Tony swiftly locked the door, surveying the slightly cramped space. Had Peter not indicated that he was watching from outside, Tony might have mistaken it for a storage area. "Mr. Stark, I genuinely don't recall applying for any grants," Peter admitted, finally unburdening himself of the truth now that they were alone. He had been concerned about misinterpreting Tony's earlier gaze and making a fool of himself. "I know. I'm well aware. I was merely playing along for your aunt's sake. By the way, what is that device you're holding?" Tony inquired, having noticed the object Peter had been cradling. It appeared to be some sort of machine, and it didn't seem new. "Ah, yes, I found this. It's meant to enhance my equipment," Peter replied, a hint of embarrassment evident as he recalled the array of similar contraptions strewn across his bedside table. Tony examined the devices, reminiscent of items he might have overlooked in his youth, and curiosity piqued within him. Could Peter have acquired his spider abilities through these inventions? Chapter 189. Gradual disappearance. Robert had been observing from above, thoroughly entertained by the unfolding events. The first encounter between Tony and Peter, who were not quite father and son, yet felt remarkably akin, was quite captivating. Ah, the days ahead promised to be interesting, Robert mused in anticipation, when suddenly he sensed something amiss and abruptly looked up. On the planet Xander, chaos erupted. "Ah, Thanos, we will fight you," shouted a robust commander, driven to defend his homeland, charging recklessly toward Thanos' fleet. Yet such bravado only elicited mockery from the adversary, as this reckless act appeared nothing short of suicidal. Below, the populace began to scatter in terror at the sight of Thanos' invading fleet, while the commander watched in horror, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. "Let him in. I shall deal with him." Thanos thwarted his subordinates' intent to bring down the commander, for he was willing to engage with such a valiant ant. "May you find peace in hell." With that, Thanos positioned himself before the commander's fighter jet and unleashed a punch, the cosmic might obliterating the cockpit in an instant. Just as a sinister smile spread across Thanos' face in anticipation of claiming this victory, a surge of blue energy erupted from the commander's body, sending him hurtling away. Bam! Thanos, now hundreds of meters distant, wore an expression of disbelief, further compounded by the sudden appearance of another figure beside him. "Who are you?" Thanos stammered, gazing at the entity enveloped in a kaleidoscope of red, purple, blue, and green energies, his voice laced with incredulity and fear. The reason for his trepidation lay in the overwhelming sensation of insignificance he felt before such radiant powers, erasing even the audacity he once possessed. "Are you truly this weak?" Robert observed Thanos' reaction with a hint of curiosity, sensing the spatial force he had instilled being triggered, and he originally intended to merely resolve the situation. Initially, his plan was to save that solitary individual, but upon encountering Thanos, an uncontrollable desire for battle surged within him. Without further ado, Robert summoned all his might, enveloping himself in an aura of power. However, before he could truly engage, Thanos faltered. "Snap! Ah, how lonely life can be," Robert mused, effortlessly dispatching his opponent, only to feel a sudden lack of purpose. With a mere wave of his hand, Thanos' vast army vanished. In that moment, he sensed an unshackled universe, and the emotions of invincibility and solitude began to stabilize within him. Control your emotions, young one, and refrain from any reckless actions. Just as Robert teetered on the brink of chaos, poised to choose between annihilating or embracing the world, an ethereal voice resonated in his ears. "Who?" He looked up in astonishment, sensing an immense power, as if the capabilities of the Infinity Stones he possessed were trivial in comparison. Given your youth, I shall refrain from acting against you, but there shall be no second chance." What was this presence? To Robert, it seemed as though the cosmos had manifested in human form. He sensed that he was the universe, and the universe was him. Just because you don't strike, does that mean I cannot? Robert had never feared threats. He had not in the past, nor would he now. With his spatial power heightened to its zenith, he stepped forward, finding himself before the enigmatic figure. "Wait, what are you planning to do?" The sudden development took the entity aback, yet it remained unperturbed, confident that Robert could not harm it, for it was the very embodiment of the universe. Detected the accessible cosmic power, the most formidable force in the universe. The amalgamation of all cosmic energies, possessing it allows one to reshape, annihilate, or create one or multiple universes at will. A radiant glow illuminated Robert's eyes as he unhesitatingly embraced this newfound ability, instantly filling his capacity. Where once the power of the soul gem resided, now a superior force had taken its place. What have you done, young one? The tangible embodiment of the universe gazed at Robert in disbelief, sensing an aura and strength akin to its own emanating from him. Could it be that a mere touch could siphon away such power? This was the thought racing through the cosmic entity's mind. Yet Robert, having acquired a similar capability, no longer felt intimidated by its might. I have decided. This world indeed has its merits. Upon hearing these words, the cosmic embodiment exhaled in relief. Regardless of how Robert had attained powers akin to its own, he had done so. The entity had initially intervened to ensure Robert made the right choice regarding the universe's fate, but now that Robert had abandoned such intentions, its purpose had been fulfilled. I hope you will honor your promise, Robert remarked as he observed the entity gradually dissipating. His gaze shifted towards another realm, where a stunning blue planet awaited. With a mere wave of his hand, unbeknownst to anyone, he enacted an unseen transformation, and then he too vanished.